Hey guys, part 8 is finally here. But before we dive in, I wanted to tell you about my second channel. I created it specifically for stories that are even more intense than my previous videos. This new story has some pretty spicy moments, and it might be rated, so I decided to make a separate channel for such content. I really hope YouTube doesn't block it. Make sure to subscribe and stay tuned, because there's a lot more exciting stuff coming your way. Now let's get back to our story. Government gives away wives. Hearing his junior brother's words, the elderly monk spat out blood on the spot. This time, the four of them, each at the peak of semi-sainthood, had joined forces to harness the power of the four symbols, intending to activate their sect's holy relic and suppress their formidable enemy, Linfan. Even though they couldn't recognize the Pope of the Zhuyu sect, Linfan alone was enough to keep them vigilant. But before they could even make a move, two of them had already fallen. With the betrayal of his dear junior brother, only the elderly monk remained, a solitary commander with no soldiers. The power of the four symbols required all four of them to work together. Now that he was the only one left, what use was it? You deserve to die. The elderly monk's eyes blazed with anger. Compared to Linfan, he hated his traitorous junior brother even more, his fury uncontrollable. Yet, despite his rebuke, the junior brother remained calm. Under Linfan's control, anyone who opposed his master was an enemy, and there was no room for mercy. Seeing this reaction, the elderly monk grew even more furious. He flipped his hand and pulled out a golden alms bowl, spitting a mouthful of golden blood onto it. This was his vital Buddha blood, a resource he had been relying on to eventually break through to the martial saint level. Sacrificing it now meant severing his path to becoming a martial saint. Even if it costs me my life today, I will eliminate you, traitor. Though it meant cutting off his future, the elderly monk was determined to make the betrayer pay. With the infusion of Buddha blood, the alms bowl shone brilliantly, spinning rapidly like a top and expanding. It started as small as a palm but soon grew larger than a house. The light emitted from the bowl was so blinding that no one could keep their eyes open. The pressure was so overwhelming that the junior brother could barely breathe, his steps faltering as he was forced backward. Despite the immense pressure, he stubbornly prepared to fight back, but Linfan raised his hand to stop him. You've done what you needed to do. Now, rest. Linfan spoke calmly, showing that he wouldn't stand by and let his loyal subordinate be killed. Yes. Without hesitation, the junior brother respectfully retreated to the side. Do you think you can save him just because you say so? Today I won't let you protect him. The elderly monk roared as the golden alms bowl, now radiating brilliant light, descended straight toward the junior brother. This was the sect's holy relic, a weapon with fully intact divine patterns that, after years of worship, had reached the level of a true divine weapon. Now, with a peak semi-saint pouring all his power into it, even the void seemed to freeze, and time itself appeared to stand still within the area bathed in golden light. The junior brother was trapped in the light, unable to move a single finger despite his peak semi-saint level. Is it really this powerful? Seeing the terrifying power, the elderly monk was instantly filled with confidence. Not only could he eliminate the traitor, but he also believed he could use the holy relic to suppress Linfan himself. If he could complete this task, he was sure that his sect's abbot would compensate him for his losses, perhaps even elevate him to a higher level. It was this thought that turned his anger into excitement, making him more adept at controlling the holy relic. Ha ha! Buddha bless me! He laughed heartily, as if the traitor's defeat was imminent. But his laughter didn't last long. Suddenly, a figure, ethereal yet ominous, appeared beside the golden alms bowl. Without any excess movement, the figure raised a hand and lightly slapped the bowl. Boom! Although it was a fair and delicate hand, when it struck the alms bowl, it produced a deep, piercing sound as if metal had clashed. If that was all, the elderly monk wouldn't have reacted much. What truly stunned him was that the moment the hand made contact, the brilliant golden light of the bowl dimmed. In disbelief, he watched as the alms bowl was sent flying. The mighty relic, which had expanded to the size of a house, was sent hurtling away like a tossed stone, powerless against this simple hand. Boom! The golden alms bowl crashed into a low hill, leveling it completely. You think you, a bald monk, can harm someone my husband wants to protect? A cold voice echoed from the figure who had sent the alms bowl flying. This ethereal yet slightly sinister figure was none other than Xu Yu, Linfan's wife. Without Linfan having to lift a finger, Xu Yu shattered the elderly monk's hopes with a single slap. Even the system acknowledged her as an exceptionally talented woman. Although she had only recently broken through to the martial saint realm, she was already at the pinnacle of the first transition martial saints. With her powerful physique, she could even challenge those in the second transition. For a semi-saint to forcibly activate a holy relic and cause havoc was sheer arrogance, a complete lack of awareness of his limits. How is this possible? The elderly monk was dumbstruck. He had fantasized about suppressing Linfan, but before Linfan even made a move, the woman at his side had shattered his dream. My master's strength is beyond your comprehension, senior brother. Your stubbornness has already sealed your fate. The junior brother finally spoke, responding to the elderly monk's earlier words. However, this response only made the monk cough up more blood. The abbot won't. Before he could finish, the junior brother's hand pierced his chest once more. Forgive me, senior brother. I just want to be a good person now, so I'll have to borrow your life. The junior brother's expression remained calm, in stark contrast to the still beating heart in his hand. The elderly monk pointed at his junior brother, trying to speak, but in the end, he collapsed to the ground with resentment. The junior brother hadn't just taken his heart, the force had shattered all his internal organs. Without the special immortal techniques of the blood god sect, such injuries were fatal. After completing his task, the junior brother's expression didn't change. Without a glance at the fallen monk, he quickly made his way to the flattened hill. Before long, he returned with the alms bowl, now reduced to its original palm-sized form, in both hands. Master, this is our sect's holy relic. Its power is immense, but his strength was insufficient to fully utilize it. I'm sure it will shine in your hands. He spoke with flattery. Linfan nodded, absorbing the alms bowl into his hand. He discovered that it was made from purple gold, a divine metal, and couldn't help but smile. Although Buddhist artifacts were useless to him, their materials could be used to forge a divine weapon suitable for his wife. As a master craftsman, this would be a simple task. They hadn't even started the main course, and they had already gained such a treasure. If they destroyed the entire sect, what other treasures might they find? This thought made Linfan increasingly eager. Meanwhile, the battle on the other side had reached its peak. Even when outnumbered 3-1, a second transition martial saint was still nearly impossible to defeat. The Buddhist protectors fought desperately, even burning their life force to unleash forbidden techniques, but in the end, they couldn't withstand the deputy sect master of the poison sect. After a fierce struggle, his martial intent, manifested into reality, sent them all flying with a single tail swipe. The jade tail of the heavenly poison scorpion, like a whip of the heavens, shattered the void, leaving a seemingly endless trench. The three Buddhist protectors were sent flying, spitting blood. The weakest among them died on the spot, while another, after a brief struggle, fell unconscious in unwillingness. Only the leader could barely stand, but even he was too weak to continue fighting. They lost. The Buddhist sect members, who had been desperately fighting back, were all stunned. If even their strongest protectors had been defeated, how could they continue to resist? Ants will always be ants. No matter how much you struggle, you cannot change that fact. The deputy sect master of the poison sect stood with his hands behind his back. Apart from a slight disturbance in his aura, he was otherwise unharmed, clearly demonstrating the vast difference in strength between the two sides. Our leader is invincible. In contrast to the despair of the Buddhist sect, the poison sect was brimming with morale, their fighting spirit surging to its peak. The second-generation guardian howled with excitement, feeling as if he had reached the pinnacle of his life, seeing his father perform so valiantly. Everyone, listen up. Leave no one alive in the Buddhist sect tonight. A brazen command rang out, and the poison sect disciples shouted in unison, eager to kill. With their leaders defeated and the deputy sect master of the poison sect applying pressure from above, the Buddhist sect members completely lost their will to fight. If this continued, their sect's destruction was imminent. Sigh. Just when everyone thought the outcome was certain, a soft sigh echoed from the largest temple of the Buddhist sect. The sigh, though gentle, struck the poison sect experts like a thunderclap, turning their excitement into pale fear. Who's there? The deputy sect master of the poison sect, who had been dominating the battlefield, immediately dropped his hands from behind his back, his expression turning serious. There was no answer to his question, only the sound of the Buddha statues within the grand hall of the temple, trembling and shedding fragments, slowly rising from their lotus seats. The Buddha statue enshrined in the main hall of the temple suddenly came to life, rising from its lotus seat. With a muffled boom, the enormous statue broke through the roof and appeared before everyone's eyes. The Buddha has manifested. The members of the Buddhist sect, who had been sinking into despair, were suddenly filled with joy, as if they had been given new life. Meanwhile, the members of the poison sect, who were about to strike, froze in place, their eyes fixed in disbelief on the now living statue. Even the deputy sect master of the poison sect grew more serious. A reanimated statue wouldn't normally concern someone as powerful as him, But this particular statue exuded an aura that made him instinctively wary. After all, he was a second transition martial saint, someone who had broken through 2 human limits and achieved an unimaginable level of power. His strength was as vast as the ocean, his every move carried the weight of the heavens, and his physical body was transcendent, capable of shattering mountains with his bare hands. Even in the Qin Empire, he was considered nearly invincible. For something to make him feel this kind of unease, it couldn't be taken lightly. Why do you continue to press us when our Buddhist sect has already withdrawn from the world? The enormous Buddha statue spoke in a deep, resonant voice, its metallic eyes radiating an imposing presence that compelled reverence. Are you Master Juhui? The deputy sect master of the poison sect seemed to recognize the voice, and his expression suddenly shifted. Master. The abbot of the Buddhist sect also looked shocked, recognizing the voice and staring in disbelief at the giant statue. The previous abbot of the Buddhist sect had been his master, who had passed away long ago due to an old injury. The abbot himself had overseen his master's funeral. Seeing the master he had personally buried now seemingly alive, the abbot was completely stunned. If his master hadn't died, then whose sacred relic had been left behind in the pagoda? No, you're not Master Juhui. You're just the remnant of his martial intent. The deputy sect master of the poison sect spoke again, his serious expression gradually relaxing. I almost got scared by you. So even in death you old monk still refuse to rest. His gaze turned cold once more, and his aura became even more aggressive, clearly angered by his earlier reaction. To think he had been startled by someone long dead, it was indeed embarrassing. But this wasn't entirely his fault. The monk known as Master Juhui had an extraordinary reputation. When the Buddhist sect had faced near destruction in the past, it was Juhui who had preserved the sect's legacy, fleeing to this remote place to re-establish their roots. But more importantly, Juhui had been an incredibly powerful figure, a peak third transition martial saint, on par with the strongest warriors of the poison sect. Don't underestimate a third transition martial saint, they are among the strongest beings in existence. A fourth transition martial saint was more of a legend. Juhui had managed to escape with the sect's legacy despite being surrounded by numerous powerful enemies, and that said a lot about his strength. When Juhui's name was known across the world, the deputy sect master had still been a young disciple. Now, facing this legendary figure, even though he was no longer in his prime, it was natural for the deputy sect master to be shaken. But now, realizing it was just a remnant of martial intent clinging to the statue, sustained by the power of faith, the deputy sect master regained his confidence. So, it's you. The little one from the poison sect. I never expected you would grow this powerful one day. The enormous Buddha statue seemed to recognize the deputy sect master, speaking again. I indeed only have a remnant of my will left, barely sustained by the power of faith. I'm far from my peak. But back then, when countless powerful enemies tried to destroy us, I preserved the Buddhist sect's legacy. Today I still believe that heaven will not allow the destruction of our path. That's not for you to decide. The deputy sect master of the poison sect sneered. The dead should stay dead. Today, no one will save your Buddhist sect. Everyone, follow my lead and annihilate them. With that, the true power of a second transition martial saint burst forth. His overwhelming life force shot into the sky, lighting up the night as if the sun had risen. Compared to him, the Buddhist protectors, who were only first transition martial saints, were like fireflies before the bright moon, utterly insignificant. Clearly, during the earlier battle, he hadn't been fighting at full strength. Now, facing an old monster that refused to die, he unleashed his full power. Ending attack. Seeing their deputy sect master's display of might, the poison sect disciples' fighting spirit soared, and they launched a fierce assault. The old abbot has descended, representing the Buddha. He will surely drive out these demons. All members of the Buddhist sect, follow me and exorcise these evildoers. The abbot of the Buddhist sect didn't falter either. He had been there when the sect was forced to flee, and he had witnessed his master's strength firsthand. Even though this was just a remnant of martial intent sustained by faith, he believed it would not disappoint him. With their abbot leading the charge, the fighting spirit of the Buddhist sect members also surged. The battle resumed in full force. However, the skirmishes below did not affect the two true powerhouses, who had eyes only for each other. The deputy sect master of the poison sect, facing this once renowned figure, dared not be careless, even though the monk was no longer in his prime. On the other side, the giant Buddha statue, once incredibly powerful, was now far from its peak condition. Facing a second transition martial saint, it too could not afford to underestimate its opponent. The two stood in a brief standoff. But as the casualties among the Buddhist disciples mounted, the giant Buddha statue could no longer remain calm. The Buddhist sect had only recently begun to recover and regain some of its former glory. If the losses continued, who knew when they would be able to restore their former strength? When he had taken on the responsibility of preserving the Buddhist sect, he had made a vow to the Buddha. This was why he refused to die and used a cruel secret technique to separate his martial intent, attaching it to the main Buddha statue, sustained by the power of faith. Now, with someone threatening to destroy everything, how could he remain calm? Without any visible movement, the giant Buddha statue suddenly disappeared from its spot. When it reappeared, it was already above the deputy sect master of the poison sect. The massive Buddha's palm, glowing with a dark golden light, descended upon the deputy sect master like the legendary palm of Buddha. Although it was a rigid metal statue, its movements were surprisingly fluid. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart was deafening. The giant palm rubbed against the air, gradually turning red and emitting blazing flames. Facing this terrifying palm strike, the deputy sect master's body tensed, and the jade scorpion formed from his martial intent grew increasingly restless. How can it be this strong? The deputy sect master gritted his teeth, stunned by the unexpected strength of his opponent. But retreat was not an option now. He could only grit his teeth and control his martial intent, launching himself into the sky. Crushing him with a single palm? That was impossible. Linfan observed all this with a growing smile. The fiercer the fight, the better. If both sides could destroy each other, he could reap the benefits without lifting a finger. His two wives were equally pleased after all. Nothing was more satisfying than watching two enemies tear each other apart. However, as Zhu Yu gazed at the seemingly reanimated Buddha statue, her brow suddenly furrowed, as if she recalled something unpleasant. Luckily, something unknown triggered the remnants of will within, or else I might have completely lost myself. At the foot of Blood God Mountain lay the sacred tomb of the Blood God sect, where not only the high-ranking members of the cult were buried, but also some strange corpses that had been there long before. In the past, this place was guarded by powerful members of the cult and was one of their forbidden areas. But now, with the sect on the verge of disbandment, this place had naturally been abandoned. The eerie atmosphere soon turned the area desolate, even scaring away the wild birds. However, when the moon was high in the sky, a figure slowly emerged, pushing through the earth from the largest burial mound. The figure looked up at the night sky, murmuring with a hint of relief. After a while, the figure shifted its gaze to inspect its body. Once the inspection was complete, a smile crept onto his lips. "My dear royal brother, you truly are cunning. But since I've survived, this matter won't end here." The figure spoke to himself, and upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to the deceased Prince Xian. Yet, the area was so utterly deserted that no one noticed the strange scene unfolding within the tomb before the figure disappeared. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Buddhist Holy Land, an intense battle raged on, though it didn't affect Linfan and his group. As the ones waiting to benefit from the fight, they naturally planned to step in only at the final moment. For now, they simply observed as the two sides clashed. It was because of this that Linfan immediately noticed the change in Zhu Yu's expression. "What's wrong?" Linfan asked with concern, always attentive to his wives. Jianling also noticed and wondered if she had made any mistake in her arrangements. But Zhu Yu shook her head slightly and said, "It's nothing, just seeing this reanimated giant Buddha statue suddenly reminded me of something." "What is it?" Linfan's curiosity was piqued. Zhu Yu frowned again. "As you know, our Blood God sect also migrated from the Qin Empire, just like the Buddhist sect. The one who led the Blood God sect here was also a powerful ancestor, much like the Buddhist sect's founder. Now that their founder isn't completely gone, it makes me wonder if our ancestor, who had even stronger survival abilities, might also still be alive." The Blood God sect was known for its bizarre immortality techniques, giving its members incredibly strong survival abilities. If the Buddhist sect's founder could separate his martial intent and survive on the power of faith, then could the ancestor of the Blood God sect, with even stronger survival abilities, not do the same? "Have you ever seen this ancestor?" Linfan's expression grew more serious, considering that it was indeed possible. "No." Zhu Yu shook her head. "I was forcibly taken up the mountain after the ancestor had already been dead for many years. I only learned about him from the sect's records. But one thing is certain: this ancestor was no weaker than the Buddhist sect's founder. Otherwise, as their archenemy, the Blood God sect would have been destroyed long ago. How else could it have survived and grown? If that's the case, it's quite possible that the Blood God sect's ancestor is still alive." Linfan nodded. "Where is his body buried?" "At the foot of Blood God Mountain, In the sacred tomb where the blood god Sect's elite are buried after death, Xu Yu replied. Alright, once this is over we'll go and take a look. If he really isn't dead, then we'll have to make sure he stays dead, Linfan said with a smile. Regardless of whether the ancestor was still alive, in the face of absolute power, it didn't matter. Xu Yu thought the same and relaxed, her frown easing. After all, with her now at the martial saint level, and Linfan, her husband, by her side, they were more than capable of handling any threats. As they refocused on the intense battle, it became clear that age brings experience. Even though this old hand had long since decayed, it still outmatched the newer generation. The deputy sect master of the poison sect was powerful, but under the experienced assault of the giant Buddha statue, he was eventually swatted from the sky. Is defeated. Defeated. The new generation's second transition martial saint couldn't compare to an old master, even one clinging to life through borrowed power. How is this possible? The deputy sect master of the poison sect was in disbelief, unable to accept his defeat. He was a second transition martial saint, after all a nearly invincible force, even in the Qini Empire. To come to a remote place like this, and be bested by an ancient relic clinging to life, how could he accept this? There's nothing impossible about it. Your strength is indeed impressive, but ultimately, it's just impressive. I didn't want to deal with you, but you forced my hand by threatening the survival of my sect. How could I let you go? The giant Buddha statue landed on the ground, its massive body causing the earth to tremble. Its eyes looked down at the deputy sect master with a cold and imposing gaze. You want to kill me? The deputy sect master's body shook. You sought to destroy my sect's legacy, and yet you think I won't want to kill you? The statue's voice grew colder, and a murderous aura filled the air. You wouldn't dare! The deputy sect master's eyes widened in a desperate attempt to threaten. I am the deputy sect master of the poison sect. If you kill me, there will be no place for your Buddhist sect in the heavens or the earth. The giant Buddha statue chuckled. And do you think not killing you will change that? The deputy sect master was momentarily speechless. After all, he had never intended to spare them. After suffering such a loss, he certainly wouldn't let them go. If he returned with reinforcements, he would absolutely bring a more powerful force to eradicate the Buddhist sect. Although he would have to share the spoils, he was determined to make the Buddhist sect pay. Old monsters clinging to life should not be allowed to exist in this world. It seems I've hit the mark. So it's best for you to stay here, and as for my sect's future, that's none of your concern. The giant Buddha statue's laughter grew more serene, but the killing intent within it only intensified. No, the deputy sect master roared, but it was a cry of frustration. As the giant Buddha's massive palm descended, the second transition martial saint was completely obliterated, disappearing from the world entirely. The heavens seemed to react to the fall of a true martial saint, with strange phenomena manifesting in the skies. The wind howled mournfully, and torrential rain drenched the land, while thunderbolts split the darkness as if the heavens themselves were weeping. Leave none alive, the giant Buddha statue ordered, its voice devoid of emotion, intent on ensuring that no one from the poison sect survived. Run. With their leader dead, the remaining members of the poison sect had no desire to stay and face certain death. Almost simultaneously, they began to flee. Do you think you can escape? The current abbot of the Buddhist sect, his fighting spirit reignited, led the charge, while the recovering head protector of the sect unleashed a surge of powerful energy. What followed was destined to be a massacre. However, the giant Buddha statue did not intervene further. Instead, it turned its gaze towards the battlefield's edge, where Linfan stood. If you've been watching for this long, why don't you stay and continue watching? The giant Buddha statue's voice boomed, its terrifying aura momentarily halting the downpour, as if it were the sole ruler of the world. Damn it! The once confident second-generation guardian of the poison sect was now in complete disarray. Chased down personally by the abbot of the Buddhist sect, he was severely injured with just one palm strike. If Lu Guang hadn't jumped in at the last moment to save him, his life would have been over. This turn of events made him furious. Just moments ago, victory seemed within their grasp. Under his father's leadership, they were on the verge of wiping out the Buddhist sect and avenging their previous defeats. But in the blink of an eye, his father, whom he had relied on, was killed by an ancient relic of the Buddhist sect, who had barely been clinging to life. The change was too sudden, too much for him to accept. This was the second time he had been forced into a humiliating escape, making him grind his teeth in frustration as he cursed non-stop. Don't waste your breath, young master. Our priority now is to escape. The abbot of the Buddhist sect is just one step away from breaking through to the martial saint level. We're no match for him, Lu Guang said, his eyes deep and focused as he pulled the cursing second-generation guardian along in their desperate flight. The Buddhist sect's abbot was hot on their heels, his killing intent locked onto them. Though he hadn't yet taken the final step to fully integrate his martial will, they, as mere semi-saints, stood no chance against someone like him. The second-generation guardian took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right, Brother Lu. But this isn't over. They killed my father and humiliated me again. Once we get back, I'll beg my grandfather to step in. He's the supreme elder of the sect, an invincible third transition martial saint. No matter how strong that Buddhist relic is, it will have to die." His words dripped with venom as he glared back at the pursuing abbot, his hatred reaching its peak. Lu Guang said nothing in response, already well aware of this plan. After all, he wouldn't be helping with the escape if it weren't for the second-generation guardian's value. With a grandfather who held the rank of supreme elder and possessed the power of a third transition martial saint, the young master's potential was far from exhausted. Seeing Lu Guang risking his life to evade the abbot and ensure his survival, the second-generation guardian felt a surge of emotion. In times of adversity, true friendships are revealed. "Brother Lu, from now on, I won't forget you. My father is gone, so my grandfather will have to focus on training me. The future of the poison sect will belong to us." In his heart, the second-generation guardian fully accepted Lu Guang as a brother. As for his father's death, it might not be entirely a bad thing. As the sole heir, he would now receive even more resources and training, making it easier to take his father's place. If he achieved great things, he might even become the sect leader himself. At that point, the Buddhist sect would be nothing but a trivial enemy, easily crushed. Meanwhile, Linfan was already aware of the second-generation guardian's escape. The entire area was under constant surveillance. It wasn't just a figure of speech. Lin Xiaotong, leading the covert assassination unit, had been silently moving through the darkness. Clad in semi-divine armor, they could easily take down even semi-saints. With Lin Xiaotong herself having reached the semi-saint level, she was like a demon in the night. Whether they were fleeing poison sect members or pursuing Buddhists, they all became her prey. In the cover of the rain-soaked night, countless lives were taken by her hand. After tonight, this land would speak with only one voice, and it wasn't an exaggeration. Even an ancient relic couldn't change that outcome. "Husband, it seems that old Buddhist relic has noticed us," Yu said, with a light laugh as the giant Buddha statue's cold gaze locked onto them, as if the power it had just displayed meant nothing to her. "He has indeed noticed us. Let's proceed according to plan," Linfan replied with a smile, meeting the giant statue's gaze without flinching. Standing on the mountaintop, they were clearly visible as lightning split the sky. "That's the Duke of Dalong." Several of the remaining Buddhist disciples immediately recognized Linfan and his companions. As their chief adversary, Linfan's image had been widely circulated among them. How dare he? Not only does he not flee from the abbot's wrath, but he dares to look him in the eye. He has no respect for our sect's power. Today he must pay. Yes. Such arrogance must not be allowed to survive in this world. Angry shouts filled the air as the Buddhists, old grudges mixing with new, swore to bring Linfan down. Those who had been involved in the plot to kill him were especially agitated, realizing that Linfan's unharmed appearance could only mean their plan had failed. Listening to the murmurs below, the giant Buddha statue's gaze grew even colder. Though it was merely a metal construct, under the control of the ancient relic, it seemed as alive as any flesh and blood being. Yet, Linfan remained unconcerned, smiling as if he were merely out for a stroll. Insolence. Even the deeply disciplined Buddhist relic could no longer suppress its anger in the face of such audacity. How dare a mere first transition martial saint show such disrespect for the power of the Buddhist sect? This was a clear path to death. Insolence. Insolence. Linfan chuckled, taking slow, deliberate steps forward, as if he were truly walking on air. Unlike the deputy sect master of the poison sect, who had to rely on his power to stay aloft, Linfan seemed to defy gravity naturally. But he didn't exude any overpowering aura, appearing as an ordinary man, yet the invincible force carried by the giant Buddha statue, which had just crushed the deputy sect master, was being pushed back. In the space Linfan walked through, nothing else could exist. A mere first transition martial saint with such a powerful presence. We cannot allow someone like him to grow. Faced with this situation, the giant Buddha statue's expression grew serious, but its killing intent only intensified. Despite being a first transition martial saint, Linfan's aura was far stronger than that of the deputy sect master. If he were allowed to grow, it would spell the end for the Buddhist sect. He had to be killed while he was still in his cradle. Make your move. If you want to kill me, you'll need the strength to do so. Linfan's smile never faded as he continued forward, and in the blink of an eye, he was hovering above the battlefield. The air was thick with the scent of blood, and the rain couldn't wash it away. But where Linfan stood, the air was absolutely still. As you wish. The giant Buddha statue responded coldly and attacked once more. Despite its massive size, it moved with surprising agility, stepping through the air with sheer force. The colossal Buddha palm, imbued with unstoppable power, descended on Linfan just as it had crushed the deputy sect master. It was a sound plan, but Linfan was not the deputy sect master. Though he was only a first transition martial saint, his body was far stronger than his rank suggested. Bolstered by the power of the divine dragon and the martial saint pill, his strength far exceeded that of others in his realm. Even Linfan himself didn't know his full limits, but now that he had a worthy opponent, it was the perfect opportunity to find out. So, instead of unleashing a powerful technique, he simply tightened his core, clenched his fist, and punched forward. Compared to the massive Buddha palm that blotted out the sky, Linfan's fist seemed like a tiny bean sprout, utterly insignificant. It seemed impossible that it could block such an overwhelming attack. But in reality, the colossal Buddha palm, carrying the weight of the heavens, was stopped in its tracks. No matter how much force was applied, it couldn't advance even an inch. This is impossible. The remaining Buddhists had been watching the clash intently, and the sight left them in complete disbelief. Even the face of the metal Buddha statue darkened, despite this being merely a probing attack. The strength of his opponent had far exceeded his expectations. This demon must not be allowed to live. The giant Buddha statue's killing intent became almost tangible. A monster like this could not be allowed to survive. I'm looking forward to it, Linfan replied with a smile, undeterred by the statue's resolve. Arrogant. The giant Buddha statue couldn't contain its anger as it faced Linfan, who stood as steady as a mountain. This was an affront. A mere junior, even if somewhat capable, acting so arrogantly in front of a senior was intolerable. But this was exactly what Linfan wanted. How else could he truly test his strength without provoking his opponent to the limit? After all the hard work of taking a wife and starting a family, it was time to see what he was really capable of. Fury of the Buddha Vajra seal. Fueled by rage, the giant Buddha statue launched another fierce attack. A golden Buddha seal appeared, warping the space around it, as if the sheer power it contained was too much for the world to bear. Now, that's more like it, Linfan commented with a smile as he once again swung his fist. A tiger's roar echoed through the air. This was the tiger fist, a technique meant for subduing tigers, now being used in a battle of saints. It might seem laughable, but the giant Buddha statue wasn't laughing. Returning to simplicity. In Linfan's movements, the Buddha saw the true essence of returning to simplicity. Boom! The two forces collided once more, but this time the clash was even more intense. The Buddha's killing move was so powerful that the space around them struggled to contain it. Yet, the seemingly simple fist technique blocked it entirely. And it wasn't just blocked, it was shattered. The sound of cracking echoed through the heavens as, under the stunned gazes of the Buddhists, the golden Buddha seal splintered with countless fractures. Crash. Finally, like a shattered mirror, the golden Buddha seal exploded into pieces. Tiger Fist Linfan really did treat the Buddha like a mere tiger. The giant Buddha statue, despite having anticipated a strong counterattack, was shocked by this outcome, and it retreated rapidly to create distance. I've only just begun, and you're already running. Linfan's mocking voice rang out, sharp and grating to the ears. The giant Buddha statue's expression darkened, stung by his words. Buddha's fury, formless seal. A deep voice resonated, as if the heavens themselves responded. Blinding golden light enveloped the giant statue, and numerous strange Buddha seals burst forth from the light. This was the formless seal, an attack that wouldn't cease until the enemy was destroyed. But even as the countless seals surged towards him, Linfan's expression remained calm. Endless. He was curious to see just how endless this attack could be. He moved his fist again, slowly, and without any visible spectacle. Yet, as the formless seals approached him, they seemed to seek out his fist, crashing into it one after another. Boom, 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 boom! Like the beat of a war drum, the relentless assault of the Buddha seals failed to overwhelm their target. Linfan stood firm, like a rock by the shore, unyielding against the waves. Senior brother, I'm here to help. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, the lead protector of the Buddhist sect returned, shouting as he rushed to join the fight. In their doctrine, there was no shame in ganging up on an enemy. The giant Buddha statue didn't refuse. Linfan's strength had far surpassed his expectations. Today, he had to be eliminated. Otherwise, in time, Linfan would become a dire threat to the Buddhist sect. Do you think you can gang up on my husband without asking for my permission first? As the protector prepared to assist in attacking Linfan, Zhou Yu intervened. The Blood Sect's Pope. As a high-ranking member of the sect, the Protector was well aware of their archenemy, the Blood Sect's Pope. He had always dismissed her as insignificant, thinking little of her. If it weren't for the rules of his sect, he would have eliminated her long ago. But now, facing her, he realized she had broken through. Her aura, as a martial saint, now exuded an immense pressure. That's right. It's me. You bald-headed monks have no shame. But as long as I'm here, your plans will fail. Prepare to become one of my victims. Zhou Yu's voice, though melodious, sent chills down spines, like the laugh of the Grim Reaper. The battle was about to explode. The Buddhist Protector, not underestimating her, unleashed his full power from the start. It was a wise move, but it didn't matter, he was not facing an ancient relic. This was Zhou Yu, someone whose strength was recognized even by the system, and who had previously gained the upper hand against Linfan himself. As soon as the fight began, she severed his arm with a single sword strike. Her perfect mastery of swordsmanship pierced the heavens, shredding the clouds to reveal the moonlit sky. In the moonlight, a crescent mark on her forehead began to glow, enhancing her ethereal presence. Senior brother, help me. The Buddhist Protector, clutching his severed arm, retreated in terror. Facing such a powerful opponent, he could only call for help. The gap between them was too vast. Though he wasn't as outmatched as when Linfan, a first transition martial saint, had defeated a second transition relic, he was still no match for her. He regretted returning. Chasing down the Poison Sect's members would have been much easier. But it was too late for regrets. Now, with Zhou Yu drawing strength from the moon, her sword intent grew even sharper, making his entire body ache with dread. It felt as though, at any moment, her terrifying sword could strike him again, just like before, taking another part of his body. He had already lost an arm, he wasn't ready to lose another. Or worse, his head. That was something he couldn't accept. Damn it! The giant Buddha statue, locked in a fierce battle with Linfan, had managed to stabilize the situation using forbidden techniques. Linfan's strength had exceeded his expectations, but he believed that with enough time, he could outlast the young man with his vast experience. But then, just as he was regaining control, his subordinates, instead of helping, were dragging him down. This enraged him, but he couldn't ignore it. Even though the Protector had used external force to reach the martial saint level, he was still a crucial asset to the Buddhist sect. As an ancient relic barely clinging to life, he was a relic of the past. The future of the sect depended on the living. Distracted in a fight against me? You must not think much of me. Linfan chuckled, activating his supreme dragon step. In an instant, like a dragon soaring through the sky, Linfan vanished from sight. Not good. The giant Buddha statue realized the danger and burst forth with a blinding golden light in an attempt to defend itself. But it was too late. Before he could react, Linfan reappeared right above him. Standing on the statue's head, Linfan clenched his fist and brought it down with tremendous force. Boom! The scene was reminiscent of Sun Wukong striking the Buddha statue in Journey to the West. Crack! The sound of cracking filled the air as the head of the giant Buddha statue shattered, exploding in a violent burst. The ancient relic, which had slain a second transition martial saint, was decapitated with a single punch. The Buddhists were stunned, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. Some couldn't even stand. This is impossible. The golden statue of the Buddha enshrined in the Great Hall of the Buddhist temple wasn't made of ordinary gold or iron. It was a special divine weapon forged using secret techniques during the peak of the Buddhist sect's power, with the collective effort of the entire sect. Over countless years, it had been fortified by the faith of the believers, making it incredibly durable. At the start of the battle, the giant Buddha statue had used its extraordinary durability to suppress and eventually defeat the deputy sect master of the Poison Sect. But now, it had been shattered by a single punch. Though the massive statue still stood tall, without its head, it had lost much of its former majesty. What incredible physical strength, what terrifying power! I've underestimated you. The voice of the ancient relic dwelling within the statue echoed once more, undeterred by the loss of its head. After all, it wasn't a normal living being, and thus had no vital points. You're not too bad yourself. That skull of yours was pretty tough, Linfan replied with a smile, as if they were old friends chatting. Yet the murderous tension between them was palpable. Buddha's wrath, flames of heaven. Enraged, the giant Buddha statue unleashed the sect's ultimate technique, a desperate and powerful attack. The ground trembled as an invisible force began to gather around the statue, and then it erupted into flames. The flames were multicolored, transforming the statue into a colossal figure of fire. This was the power of faith ignited, a brief but intense burst of energy. This was the true essence of Buddha's wrath, burning the heavens to purify everything with its righteous fury. With this power, the statue's aura surged once more, shaking the very heavens. The dark clouds in the sky were swept away, replaced by the blinding light of the flames, even outshining the moon. This is the Buddhist sect's most powerful technique, burning the accumulated faith of countless years for a moment of unrivaled power. To die under it is an honor. The voice was cold and thunderous, like the roar of an enraged Buddha. Linfan remained silent, feeling the weight of the pressure bearing down on him. The giant Buddha statue wasted no time, its voice still echoing as it launched a fiery assault, the wrath of heaven in its wake. The Buddha's palm descended once more, now enhanced by the burning power of faith, resembling a fabled Buddha's palm of heaven. Under its crushing force, Linfan seemed like the Monkey King, struggling but unable to escape its suppression. Boom! They clashed again, but this time, Linfan was sent flying. Crash! His feet slammed into the ground, the impact so powerful that it caused the entire area to collapse, revealing just how terrifying the statue's power had become. Buddha's Wrathvagra Seal. The giant Buddha statue pressed its advantage, not giving Linfan a moment to recover. It rushed forward, unleashing another of the sect's deadly techniques. Strengthened by the burning power of faith, this attack was even more fearsome, like an angry Vajra deity crushing all heretics under its might. Boom! Linfan activated his supreme dragon step, evading the attack just in time. The Vajra seal struck the ground, leaving a massive crater shaped like 5 fingers. The surrounding monks retreated in fear, worried about being caught in the crossfire. This is too powerful. The old abbot is unstoppable. Ahaha. This fool dared to challenge the might of our sect. Today he'll meet his end. Seeing Linfan on the defensive, the monks began to cheer, their voices filled with excitement. Your husband is about to be killed, aren't you going to help him? One of the Buddhist protectors, bloodied and battered, tried to distract Zhu Yu, knowing he couldn't hold out much longer. Zhu Yu responded coldly, you bald monks can't begin to understand my husband's strength. If you think you can suppress him with that, you're delusional. What? The protector was taken aback. He didn't want to believe her words, but considering her power, he realized she had no reason to lie. At that moment, Linfan, who had been knocked back once again, suddenly stopped in his tracks. You're truly formidable, old relic of the Buddhist sect. If I don't use my full strength, it would be disrespectful to you. Despite being on the back foot, Linfan's smile remained unchanged. Full strength. The statue's heart sank at his words. Though it had managed to suppress Linfan, it had done so by burning the power of faith, its ultimate move. And now, it seemed Linfan was just starting to take the fight seriously. This couldn't be true. It was impossible. Yet, seeing Linfan's strength far exceed his level, the statue couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. Stop your tricks. The statue tried to shake off its unease, charging forward to end the battle quickly. But Linfan made no move, appearing as though he had given up. Just as the statue was about to strike, a flock of black birds suddenly surrounded Linfan. Any semi-saint level warrior with good eyesight would see that these weren't ordinary birds but metallic constructs, lifelike yet entirely artificial. As they neared Linfan, the metal birds linked with his energy, and with a series of sharp clicks, they began to transform. Some became metal plates, others buttons, gears, and various other components, all attaching themselves to Linfan like birds returning to their nest. In the blink of an eye, Linfan was completely transformed. The refined young man in elegant green robes vanished, replaced by a fearsome, glowing creature. This being was pitch black, like a demon from the abyss, emitting an aura of terror that could consume a person's very soul. His body was covered in tightly interlocked scales resembling dragon scales, occasionally flashing with an eerie glow, exuding a sense of indestructibility. His hands were no longer human but beastly claws, sharp and deadly, like those of a legendary 5-clawed dragon. A thick dragon tail swayed behind him, so powerful it could tear through the very fabric of space. The only part that remained relatively normal was his head. But even that was marked by a pair of crimson eyes that seemed to pierce through to one's soul, like the gaze of death itself. This was Linfan's ultimate creation, the god-level armor known as the Dragon Demon Armor. With it, Linfan was transformed into a dragon warrior, born for battle, a true weapon of destruction. The very air around him seemed to tremble in fear. At that moment, the giant Buddha statue struck, putting all its might into a single punch, aiming to crush Linfan into dust. No elaborate moves, just raw, overwhelming force to obliterate everything in its path. Boom! They clashed again. But this time, Linfan didn't budge an inch. Impossible. The disbelieving voice came from the giant Buddha statue. because the force that stopped its most powerful strike was merely a single finger. With just one finger, Linfan, clad in the dragon demon armor, had blocked the statue's mightiest blow. How could the statue continue to fight now? His full-strength attack had been blocked by a single finger. At this point, he had no idea what to do next. The giant Buddha statue hadn't been physically harmed, but the psychological impact was even more devastating than any wound could have been. How was this possible? He murmured in disbelief. He had unleashed his most powerful attack, yet the outcome was something he had never imagined. Your strength is decent, but that's all it is, just decent. Linfan repeated the very words the statue had once used against the deputy sect master of the poison sect, delivering a blow that struck deep into the heart. The giant Buddha statue couldn't take it. I don't believe it. Enraged, the statue launched a frenzied attack, its movements becoming increasingly erratic. Whoosh! The air was filled with the sound of the statue's strikes, so fast and powerful that the very fabric of space seemed to buckle under the strain. The Buddhist relic was indeed terrifyingly strong. Had he fought with this intensity from the start, the deputy sect master of the poison sect wouldn't have even had the chance to fight back before being obliterated. But Linfan remained unmoved. Clad in the dragon demon armor, he was like a soulless killing machine. He effortlessly dodged the flurry of attacks, each strike barely missing him by a hair's breadth. Too slow, Linfan commented calmly. He wasn't trying to provoke his opponent, he was simply testing the limits of his god-level armor's dynamic vision. Unfortunately, his opponent wasn't up to the challenge. Despite the statue's full power assault, it was still too slow. Or rather, the armor was simply too powerful. As a master craftsman at the peak of his skill, Linfan had engraved the complete divine patterns onto every single component of the armor. In essence, each piece of the armor was a miniature divine weapon. Combined into a full set, the power it unleashed was beyond comprehension. A half-divine weapon might be just one step away from a full divine weapon, but the gap between them was vast, much like the difference between a semi-saint and a true martial saint, a completely different level of existence. Stop your arrogance, the giant Buddha statue refused to accept defeat. Or perhaps he couldn't afford to. He was the strongest warrior left in the Buddhist sect. If he were defeated, the fate of the sect would be left to the mercy of others. With this desperation driving him, his attacks became faster, pushing his abilities to their absolute limit. But to Linfan, it was still too slow. Through the god-level armor's dynamic vision, the statue's attacks looked as slow as a child waving their hands, weak and ineffectual. Linfan casually evaded every strike, always slipping just out of reach. Is this my husband's true power? He's as strong as I imagined, Shu Yu thought, smiling as she observed the battle. Although she was engaged in her own fight, her attention never left the center of the battlefield. Watching Linfan effortlessly dominate his opponent, even toying with him, made her proud of the man she had chosen, a force so powerful it was almost terrifying. But for the Buddha's protector, there was nothing to smile about. And for the ancient relic within the statue, smiling was out of the question. Are you done yet? Linfan asked calmly. You. The giant Buddha statue started to speak but couldn't find the words. Seeing this, Linfan nodded. If you're finished, it's my turn. The statue knew exactly what to say this time, but Linfan didn't give him the chance. With a simple step, Linfan shattered the space around him, moving so quickly it seemed as if he had torn through reality itself. In an instant, he was at the statue's midsection. Before the statue could react, Linfan's dragon-clawed fist delivered a devastating uppercut to its abdomen. Ah! The punch pierced through the statue's defenses, sending it rocketing into the sky like a cannonball. The only reason it wasn't completely shattered was because the flames of faith surrounding it provided a strong shield, dampening the impact of the blow. Otherwise, it would have been torn in half. But even with the protective flames, the outcome was inevitable. As the statue hurtled skyward, Linfan flashed above it. No fancy moves, just a brutal, downward kick to its back, flipping it over and sending it plummeting back toward the ground. Ah! The statue screamed again, crashing into the earth with even greater force. But Linfan wasn't done. He wasn't going to let it hit the ground so easily. Just before the statue could touch down, Linfan appeared beneath it, driving his knee into its chest and launching it back into the air. Over and over again, Linfan kicked the ancient relic, a being that had once defeated a second transition martial saint, around like a ball, reducing it to a pitiful state. The monks of the Buddhist sect were frozen in shock, staring in disbelief at the most astonishing sight they had ever witnessed. Boom! Finally, the giant Buddha statue crashed to the ground. But when it finally came to rest, it had lost all of its former glory. Its body was battered and broken, covered in deep craters and cracks. Even the flames of faith, which had surrounded it as a protective barrier, had been extinguished by Linfan's relentless assault. It was as pitiful as a man who had been doused with water to extinguish flames. Let's end this. Linfan decided he had had enough fun. He reached out with both hands, pulling something from the void. A menacing blood-red spear appeared in his grasp, the patterns on his armor glowing faintly as the divine runes activated. The spear was infused with the power of the divine dragon, capable of destroying anything formed from spiritual energy or willpower. Combined with the strength of the dragon demon armor, it was a force the ancient Buddhist relic could not withstand. Just as Linfan was about to throw the spear and end the battle, the giant Buddha statue suddenly cried out, "I surrender." The desperate plea for mercy echoed through the battlefield. In the face of death, there was no room for dignity. The ancient relic of the Buddhist sect knew full well that it wouldn't survive Linfan's next attack. "You think surrendering will save you?" Linfan laughed, not halting his movements. The ancient relic panicked, shouting, "I'll compensate you. I'll give you whatever you want. You want the sacred relics of the Buddhist sect? I'll give you all of them, everything." Linfan sneered, "Once I kill you, won't those things be mine anyway?" "No. If you kill me, you'll get nothing. The pagoda that houses the sacred relics is connected to my life force. If I die, the pagoda will self-destruct. But if you spare me, I'll hand everything over the relics. The treasures my sect has accumulated over countless years, all yours. Just let me live." The ancient relic's voice was frantic. He was willing to do anything to survive. His own life meant little. He had been clinging to existence for years. But the legacy of the Buddhist sect was more important than his life. If the treasures were lost, they could be rebuilt. But if the sect's legacy was destroyed, nothing would remain. "Is that so?" Linfan mused, his dragon claws scraping against his chin, producing a shrill, unsettling sound. The monks' hearts were in their throats. This was the moment that would determine their fate. A single nod from Linfan could mean their survival. The future of the once great Buddhist sect now hung on a single decision. It might seem absurd, but it was true. Life and death could be decided with a word. In this moment, Linfan was the absolute ruler of this battlefield, the only voice that mattered in the world. This was the power of Linfan in his ultimate state, wearing the god-level armor, the dragon demon armor. On the battlefield, every member of the Buddhist sect held their breath. Even the protectors who had fought so valiantly earlier were now resigned, awaiting Linfan's judgment. Their strongest warrior had already surrendered, and they knew that any further resistance would be futile. It was no exaggeration to say that with the power Linfan had displayed, he could crush them all with a mere flick of his finger. Resistance was pointless. The battle had come to a halt. Yu, witnessing their once formidable enemies now reduced to trembling and begging for mercy, couldn't help but feel a wave of emotion. The fate of the Buddhist sect now rested entirely in Linfan's hands. "It's not impossible to spare you," Linfan finally spoke, smiling. "But I want more than just what you've offered. I want everything the Buddhist sect has." Everything. The monks were stunned. Offering the sacred relics and the accumulated treasures of the sect was already a massive concession, but now he wanted everything. "Yes, you can live, but from today onward, everything here belongs to me, including your territory," Linfan replied decisively. "Give up our territory? Then, where will we go?" The monks were even more shocked. Wealth and treasures were one thing, but their land was the foundation of their sect. Without it, what future could they possibly have? Linfan responded with a smile. "That's your problem, not mine." He then turned his gaze to the giant Buddha statue, now lying on the ground, and asked, "Those are my terms. What do you say?" Agreed. The ancient relic within the statue responded without hesitation. He knew what this decision meant, but he also understood that they had no choice. Any hesitation would mean the complete annihilation of their sect. They simply didn't have the luxury of choice. So, the once great Buddhist sect was reduced to nothing, forced to abandon everything they owned. Aside from the clothes on their backs, they were allowed to take nothing, not even the dirt beneath their feet. "Master, are we really just going to leave like this? I can't stand it." The current abbot, having just returned, was stripped of everything except his humble robe. He could barely contain his bitterness as he spoke to his master after they had retreated a safe distance. Others shared his sentiment. No one wanted to accept this fate, especially the older generation, who were even more despondent, having already endured such a defeat once before. The ancient relic, now nothing more than a headless statue, cast a cold, piercing gaze across the group, causing them all to lower their heads in shame. "Does your bitterness matter? Would you rather we all perish together because of it?" the relic said coldly. The abbot opened his mouth but couldn't find the words to argue. Their most powerful warrior had been defeated, and he, not even a martial saint, could do nothing. Rest assured, the ancient relic softened slightly, sensing his disciples' despair. That man may have taken everything from us, but now the poison sect's wrath will be directed at him. When the two tigers fight, we might have a chance to return and reclaim what is rightfully ours. The abbot trembled as if he had been doused with cold water, suddenly seeing the situation more clearly. They might have been forced to flee like defeated dogs, but Linfan, by taking over their assets, also took on their enmity with the poison sect. With their deputy sect master dead, the poison sect would never let this go, whether out of vengeance or for the treasures. Linfan might be powerful, even capable of defeating a second transition martial saint, but the poison sect had warriors at the third transition level, beings of such power that they were considered mighty even within the martial arts world. No matter how strong Linfan was, he was still just a first transition martial saint. Against someone who had unlocked the third path of the human body, he would be outmatched. Now, do you understand why I agreed so quickly? The ancient relic smirked as he saw the realization dawn on their faces. Though they had been forced into this, he had lived long enough to be as cunning as a fox. Linfan might have won today, but he had no idea how close he was to disaster. Understanding the situation, the previously disheartened monks felt their spirits lift. What did it matter how strong Linfan was? He was just a brute who didn't even realize he had taken on the burden of their enemies. It was laughable. "Master, your plan is brilliant. But where do we go now?" the abbot asked, concern returning to his voice after the initial excitement faded. "The relic," without hesitation replied, "we will return to the Qin Empire." The Qin Empire. The abbot's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't what he had expected to hear. "Yes," the relic confirmed. But the abbot hesitated, fear evident in his eyes as he remembered something terrible from their past. Seeing his disciples' fear, the relic reassured him, "Don't worry. That person from back then has likely forgotten all about us. Besides, I left some precautions before we left. As long as we keep a low profile, there should be no problem. We can also use the hidden treasure to quickly recover from our losses." "That's a relief," the abbot sighed, though the fear in his eyes didn't entirely disappear. Clearly, the person the relic referred to still haunted him. The relic said nothing further. He understood that fear all too well, as it had plagued him as well. If not for being driven to this point, he would never have chosen to return. The Buddhist sect had once been incredibly powerful, even rivaling the Taoists. But when they angered that individual, they were met with utter destruction overnight. Their once glorious legacy was reduced to rubble, leaving only a handful of survivors under his command, and even that was only because he was permitted to live. "Let's go," the relic commanded, recalling the calamity they had faced, leaving no room for further discussion. The abbot obediently led the way in silence. Thus, the era of the Buddhist sect as the dominant force in the land came to an end. By dawn, only one voice remained in the land: Linfan's. "Dear, all the poison sect members except the two you ordered spared have been captured or killed. None escaped the hunt." Jianling, clad in a half-divine armor custom made by Linfan and still stained with blood, reported upon her return at dawn. "You've worked hard," Linfan said gently, brushing back her slightly disheveled hair. "It was no trouble at all. Compared to you, I only did what little I could," Jianling replied, shaking her head softly. The gentle touch of Linfan quickly dispelled the remnants of bloodlust from her night of slaughter. Linfan's gaze softened even more. With such a devoted wife, what more could he ask for? "Dear, the Buddhist sect has been driven out with nothing. Knowing their nature, they won't take this lying down. And then there's the poison sect." Xu Yu, who had just returned from clearing the battlefield, raised her concerns with a slight frown. She knew the Buddhist sect too well. They might seem peaceful and righteous, but they were deceitful and ruthless, not much different from the so-called evil sects. Their downfall hadn't come without reason. Jianling also looked to Linfan, curious as to why he had spared them when he could have eliminated the threat entirely. However, she knew her husband well enough to trust that he had his reasons. Seeing the questioning looks from his two wives, Linfan smiled and said, "Don't worry, I've already made arrangements. The Buddhist sect thinks they've escaped, but in truth, their value hasn't been fully squeezed out yet." At that moment, one of the shadow guards responsible for delivering intelligence arrived with 2 sealed letters. "Master," the guard respectfully handed the letters to Linfan. Linfan nodded, opened the letters, and after reading them, broke into a smile. "Here, take a look at these letters, and you'll understand what I have in mind." He handed the letters to his wives, who read them one after the other. When they finished, their doubts were dispelled. "As expected of our husband," they both exclaimed, realizing how thoroughly Linfan had planned everything. The Buddhist sect thought they could escape by abandoning their home. But they were wrong, they were still caught in Linfan's net. The first letter was from Lu Guang, confirming that he and the second-generation protector had escaped and were on their way back to the poisoned sect. The protector was furious and swore to bring his grandfather, a third transition martial saint, to annihilate the Buddhist sect in revenge. With Lu Guang subtly guiding him, the protector's hatred for the Buddhist sect had reached its peak. The second letter was from the loyal disciple within the Buddhist sect, confirming that despite the heavy losses, he hadn't been punished for failing his mission. In fact, because the sect was short on strong fighters, his position had even improved. This meant that every move the Buddhist sect made was under surveillance, with no secrets from Linfan. For example, the ancient relic's plan to retreat to the Qian Empire had already been exposed to Linfan. With this knowledge, all Linfan needed to do was pass the location to Lu Guang, and the poisoned sect would do the rest. The Buddhist sect's attempt to shift their burdens onto Linfan. They were dreaming. The Buddhist sect tried to outsmart you, but they only humiliated themselves. The wives laughed, knowing the sect's fate was sealed. Let's put that matter aside for now and focus on our spoils, Linfan said, shifting the conversation. It was time to enjoy the fruits of their victory after all their hard work. His wives had no objections. They led the way with the shadow guards into the Buddhist sect's sacred grounds. The wealth of the once mighty sect did not disappoint. Linfan found 5 sacred relics representing 5 martial saints, which alone made the venture worthwhile. Considering the losses the sect had already suffered, it was clear how deep their reserves were. And that was only what remained after they had fled here in desperation. If they had been in their prime, there would have been even more. In addition to the sacred relics, there were countless semi-saint relics, at least several hundred. Just opening one pagoda had already yielded an incredible haul. Then there was the treasury. The Buddhist sect had rigged it with traps, intending to destroy it if they were defeated. But to Linfan, a master of mechanisms, these traps were nothing more than child's play. He disarmed them with ease. While the group was stunned the moment they entered the treasury. Unlike others who stored their wealth neatly in chests, the Buddhist sect had mountains of gold and silver, piled so high they seemed endless. This is obscene. No wonder the common folk suffered so much under their rule. Jianling, who had a strong sense of justice, was outraged at the sight. To amass such wealth, the Buddhist sect must have extorted it from countless people. They definitely deserved to fall, Linfan agreed, knowing full well the cost at which such wealth had been accumulated. He had seen firsthand the suffering inflicted by the sect's greed. But with the Buddhist sect now vanquished, such suffering would end. The land would come under his protection, and a new era would begin. Leave this gold and silver untouched for now, Linfan instructed as he tossed a gold ingot in his hand. We'll use it to provide disaster relief once we've taken over the territory. Yes, sir, the shadow guards responded respectfully. His wives didn't object. At their level, money was just a number. Soon, however, something else caught their attention: the vault where the sect stored its precious herbs. Linfan's interest was also piqued. He extended his spiritual sense and quickly located the most potent herb. Opening a sealed box, he found another purple gold ginseng king. The sect had not just 1 but 2 of these precious ginsengs. With 9 of his wives still needing to reach the level of martial saints, Linfan had been worried that 1 ginseng wouldn't be enough. Now that worry was gone. The vault also held countless other rare ingredients, everything needed for the concoction of various elixirs. It was a veritable treasure trove. A fallen sect indeed brings new opportunities, Linfan thought. By defeating the Buddhist sect, he had reaped a harvest beyond his wildest dreams. If this was the wealth of a sect in decline, how rich must the ancient powers of the Qian Empire be? Linfan's thoughts turned to the possibilities that awaited him. Unlike the Buddhist sect, which had been in decline, the poisoned sect was at its peak, and then there was the schemer who had tried to manipulate him. Though he had heard nothing from them lately, he hadn't forgotten about them. When the time came to visit the Qian Empire, Linfan knew he would have to pay a visit to both the poisoned sect and that schemer and claim their treasures as well. Is this the cemetery established by the blood god sect? Linfan asked as he looked at the overgrown and long abandoned graves at the foot of the mountain. Yes, replied Shu Yu with a slight nod. It's really desolate, Linfan commented as he gazed again at the cemetery. He had imagined that a powerful sect like the blood god sect would have a grand and magnificent cemetery, something akin to a royal tomb. After all, the blood god sect was a supreme force, towering over several nations. Even emperors paled in comparison to the sect's high-ranking members. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the place was utterly bleak. It didn't even compare to the ordinary ancestral graves of commoners. If not for the occasional mounds of earth visible through the weeds and the barely legible tombstones, it would be hard to tell that this was a cemetery at all. After completing the takeover of the Buddhist assets, Linfan had hurried here with Zhu Yu, full of anticipation. But was this all there was? Zhu Yu explained, this place was decreed by the deceased patriarch to be left unmanaged. It was forbidden to build luxurious tombs here, as doing so would invite misfortune. A long time ago, an elder secretly built a lavish tomb for his father against this decree. That very night he died, bleeding from all 7 orifices. Really, Linfan's interest was piqued. The idea that breaking the rules here could bring about misfortune intrigued him, though he wondered if it would cause anything as strange as growing red hair. Yes, Zhu Yu nodded. I've read records about this place. Even before the cemetery was built, there were already many graves here. The patriarch was amazed when he first saw it and decided to bury himself here, designating it as the final resting place for the sect's high-ranking members. This tradition has continued ever since. Linfan also found it peculiar, as if some unseen hand was orchestrating everything from the shadows. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, "Let's go in and take a look. Whatever it is, we'll find out if we search thoroughly." With the Buddhist monsters subdued, Linfan wasn't worried. Even if the blood god Sect's patriarch were still alive, he wouldn't pose much of a threat. All right, Zhu Yu agreed, understanding the situation well. She nodded, and the two of them walked into the cemetery. Strangely, the moment they stepped into the cemetery's bounds, they vanished from sight, as if swallowed by the landscape. The cemetery appeared flat and open, yet it concealed everything within like a dense, hidden forest. Linfan and Zhu Yu, however, were unaware of this. The scene before them hadn't changed, except for the sudden drop in temperature. Although it was just the beginning of spring and the midday sun was warm, the moment they entered the cemetery, the temperature plunged to freezing. In such a cold place, these weeds grow so vigorously. The soil here must be very fertile. It's a shame it's not used to grow crops, Linfan remarked with a smile, feeling the chill in the air. Zhu Yu couldn't help but laugh. His observation was indeed peculiar. "Where is the patriarch's tomb?" Linfan asked, grinning as if they were on a leisurely outing rather than exploring a potentially dangerous place. "It's in the deepest part of the cemetery." Zhu Yu pointed further into the graveyard. "He sure knows how to pick a spot." Linfan nodded. Though his skills in astrology weren't specifically for feng shui, he had a good understanding of it. The cemetery might seem ordinary, but there was more to it than met the eye. The feng shui energy of the entire area seemed to be drawn towards the depths of the cemetery. While it might be unnoticeable to the untrained eye, those in the know would recognize its significance. As they delved deeper into the cemetery, its hidden complexity became more apparent to Linfan. It was no wonder the patriarch had been so impressed and chosen this spot for his final resting place. "Wife, your patriarch might not be dead after all," Linfan said as he examined the formations in the cemetery's depths. "Not dead?" Zhu Yu's eyes widened. The blood god Sect's patriarch was on par with the Buddhist monsters. He had once led the sect to establish itself here, standing firm against the Buddhists. But then, something happened. The patriarch died, and many of the sect's top experts mysteriously disappeared. This led to the sect's decline, with the Buddhists almost overtaking them. Yet, there were no records of what had occurred during that time. It was as if someone had deliberately erased the events from history. Even as the sect's current leader, Zhu Yu knew only that something had happened, but not the details. The two continued deeper into the cemetery, where the graves became more numerous, though the soil looked unnaturally loose, as if the land had been drained of nutrients. Yet the weeds grew thick, some towering over the graves. The further they went, the more open the area became, until all vegetation suddenly disappeared, leaving a barren expanse with 8 graves, 1 large and 7 smaller ones arranged in a distinct pattern. A 7-star formation, Linfan observed, immediately recognizing the layout with his expert eye. The 7 smaller graves were part of a formation meant to borrow life energy, not from a lamp, but from the buried dead. The one receiving the borrowed life wasn't a person, but the large central grave. Zhu Yu, despite her strength as a martial saint, felt a chill run through her. This setup was obviously problematic, but what really unnerved her was how the graveyard's layout had changed since she last visited. Something, or someone, had altered the graves without her knowledge. Linfan carefully studied the formation before stomping lightly on the ground. One of the smaller graves suddenly burst open, and a coffin flew out. He grabbed it, bringing it before them, and the coffin lid slid off by itself. With a thud, the lid hit the ground, stirring up dust. Inside the coffin was a corpse, untouched by decay. "Is it about to turn into a zombie?" Zhu Yu narrowed her eyes. Linfan shook his head. "No, this isn't a corpse transformation. The person in this coffin had reached an extraordinary level, transcending mortality. Even after death, they've resisted the ravages of time." He lightly touched the corpse with a surge of blood energy, and a holy aura erupted from it, the hallmark of a martial saint. The body before them had once been a mighty saint. Xu Yu gasped, her gaze shifting to the other graves. Could the others be the same? Her eyes were filled with shock. If so, there were several martial saints buried here. Linfan didn't reply but stomped the ground again. The remaining 6 small graves exploded, revealing 6 more coffins. As their lids opened, 6 more undecayed bodies were exposed, each emitting a holy aura when stimulated by Linfan's energy. Zhu Yu's suspicions were correct. All 7 smaller graves held martial saints, all clad in the robes of the Blood God Sect's high-ranking members. She was speechless, recalling the records of the sect's mysterious catastrophe. The high-ranking members who were said to have disappeared hadn't gone anywhere, they had all been buried here. They still have traces of life essence left, Linfan remarked, scanning the bodies with his spiritual sense. They didn't die naturally. Someone forcibly sealed them in these coffins, draining their vitality until they died. This revelation sent a shiver down Zhu Yu's spine. She instinctively looked at the largest grave. If the 7 smaller graves held martial saints, then who was buried in the largest one? The 7-star formation used martial saints as life lamps. Such a grand and terrifying scheme could only have been orchestrated by the sect's formidable patriarch. While the Buddhist monsters extended their lives through faith, the Blood God Sect's patriarch was trying to achieve rebirth by sacrificing 7 martial saints. True to his reputation as a dark sect's patriarch, his methods were indeed sinister. Let's find out, Linfan said, summoning his dragon armor. He was taking no chances against such an evil figure. Zhu Yu, equally cautious, drew her black iron sword, ready for battle. As they prepared, the large grave suddenly shifted, with clods of earth falling away. Linfan noticed something unusual on the side and moved to get a better view. When they saw it, both were shocked. There was a hole in the side of the grave, as if something had clawed its way out from within. The edges of the hole were worn, with indentations suggesting someone had sat there for a long time. Not only had someone crawled out, but they had also rested there, leaving deep impressions where they had sat. So, they're still alive, Linfan muttered, his eyes darkening with thought. Xu Yu's expression grew even more serious. The idea that their patriarch had crawled out and disappeared without a trace was terrifying. It wasn't just the act of escaping, but the fact that no one had noticed until now that was truly frightening. If they hadn't come to check the cemetery, they would never have known. This was the most unsettling part. If the patriarch had shown himself, they wouldn't have feared him, considering their combined strength. But an enemy hiding in the shadows was far more dangerous. Xu Yu was worried. After everything she had done to the Blood God Sect, if the patriarch was truly alive, he wouldn't take it lightly. The thought of being targeted by such a terrifying figure was enough to keep anyone up at night. Don't worry, wife Linfan reassured her with a smile. If he shows his face, I'll make sure to crush his head and put him back in his grave. Xu Yu, despite her concerns, wasn't one to be easily intimidated. As a brilliant leader, she wouldn't be frightened by an old relic clinging to life. She had simply been momentarily overwhelmed by the magnitude of his scheme. Linfan smiled, then approached the large grave. He examined the hole up close, noticing remnants of clothing stuck to the edges. After a thorough inspection, he stomped the ground again. The large grave burst open, revealing a decayed coffin, completely drained of its life force and empty. But as Linfan's spiritual sense swept over it, his expression grew serious. Inside the coffin he detected a familiar aura, the lingering presence of the wisp that had once possessed the martial emperor's body. This wasn't as simple as it seemed. Who could have imagined that so much could happen in such a short time? A figure dressed in a robe adorned with python patterns stood atop a high mountain outside Zhongdu, gazing down at the increasingly prosperous city below. If any of the old ministers were present, they would have been utterly shocked, for the figure in the robe was none other than the Sage King, who was believed to have been executed. Although he had been sentenced to death and his body was supposedly buried in the royal tomb, here he stood, very much alive. Ah, dear brother. The Sage King smiled. Though you were bested by me, you did have the fortune of a good daughter and an excellent son-in-law. In a short time they have decisively crushed all enemies, even driving the old monsters of the Buddhist sect into exile. They've unified this abandoned land, something I never expected. In this regard, I must admit that you've outdone me. He casually sat down on the mountaintop and took out a flask of wine from his waist. After taking a slow sip, he continued with a touch of melancholy, but this is just an abandoned land. Even if it's unified, what does it matter? Only by venturing out can one truly witness the world's splendor. I hope you can withstand what's to come. If you do, I will definitely invite you for a drink, and we can discuss whether our father's decisions were right or wrong. Hey! As if recalling something amusing, His face broke into a smile once more. When the flask was empty, the Sage King took one last look at the city before dissolving into a wisp of blood-red mist that drifted away. Meanwhile, within the Lin family estate, the unconscious martial emperor suddenly opened his eyes wide. "Let's go, there's nothing more to see here in the cemetery at the foot of Blood God Mountain." Linfan withdrew his gaze from the decayed coffin. Though there was a lingering aura, it was nearly gone, indicating that whatever had once been there had long since left. "All right," Shu Yu nodded obediently. She noticed something different about Linfan but chose not to ask. The two of them quickly left the cemetery. As they crossed the boundary, Linfan sensed something unusual. "What's wrong?" Shu Yu asked, following his gaze back towards the cemetery. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just the same overgrown graves. "But this place is not as simple as it seems. You should have it temporarily cordoned off," Linfan replied. Shu Yu smiled. "Don't worry, husband. I've already taken precautions. The entire area, including Blood God Mountain, has been cordoned off. As the former overseer of this place, I could see its unusual nature. The special environment here, which is perfect for growing rare herbs. It makes it worth turning into our private garden. Not to mention the other mysterious and extraordinary aspects. I'm not just a silly girl who doesn't know how to protect what's valuable." She had discreetly assigned her most loyal female guards and trained experts to secure the area. Only they had access, and anyone else would have been driven away. "Well done," Linfan praised her with a smile, removing his dragon armor and gently ruffling her silky, wine-red hair. The smoothness of it felt incredibly satisfying to the touch. "Just words of praise," Zhu Yu teased, her large eyes gleaming with a hint of mischief as she looked at him. Linfan was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't that supposed to be his line? But his surprise only lasted a second before he scooped her up in his arms. The peak of Blood God Mountain had a rather nice view, and today, he thought, would be a good day to experience something new up in the clouds. Naturally, what followed was private and intimate. It wasn't until the next morning that the two of them descended the mountain hand in hand. After giving some instructions to the female guard stationed there, they headed back home. Linfan planned to use the immense gains from this journey to help his wives all reach the martial saint realm. Every time one of them broke through, he would receive a martial saint pill, adding the strength of another martial saint to his own power. The increase in strength wasn't just a simple addition, it was exponential. For example, if an ordinary person had a combined physical strength of 10 and faced someone with a strength of 20, even two people together would be far from a match. The combined might of a martial saint's power worked similarly, turning Linfan's strength into something extraordinary. It took them less than half a day to return to Zhongdu. As they stepped into their estate, Linfan felt a sense of peace as he watched his wives joyfully rush to greet him. His efforts had paid off. Each of his wives was radiant, their skin glowing with health, soft and flawless. His eldest and youngest wives were particularly stunning, their skin as smooth as porcelain, surpassing even the most delicate features of an anime character, fulfilling every desire a man could have. Each of his other wives also had their own unique charm. Dao Miao Miao, for instance, was endowed with a generous figure, making her a force to be reckoned with. Fortunately, Linfan was strong enough to endure and enjoy the deep-sea adventures without succumbing to the formidable challenge she presented. Back home, Linfan indulged in the idyllic life of Tao Huan, enjoying a carefree time. It wasn't until a secret guard came to report that the martial emperor had awakened that Linfan's attention was drawn back to more pressing matters. "The martial emperor is awake?" Linfan asked, just emerging from his moment of bliss. "Yes, master," the guard replied respectfully. "Good, I understand." Linfan nodded, and the guard, saying no more, bowed and retreated. "Go inform the 7th lady," Linfan instructed the maid beside him, Xia King, while gently patting her on the head with a smile. Ancient Xia King blushed slightly and quickly ran off to carry out the order. In no time, Long Kiwi came rushing in. "Husband," Xiao King said, "my father has woken up," she asked excitedly as soon as she reached Linfan. Linfan nodded. "Yes, the guards just reported it." "Quick, let's go see him," Long Kui urged, pulling Linfan by the hand, her excitement growing. Her mother had passed away when she was very young, and if not for her father's favor, she might not have survived the cruel palace environment. This was no secret, and Long Qi was well aware of it, which was why she held such deep respect for her father. Now that he was finally awake, she couldn't contain her emotions. Brother Fan and sister Kuai Rie Xiaoru, and the other women also arrived after hearing the news. Although the martial emperor wasn't their father, their sisterly bond with Long Qi meant they couldn't ignore such a significant event. With Linfan leading the way, the group headed toward the chamber where the martial emperor was being kept. The guards were already waiting and quickly opened the doors as they approached. The martial emperor, still adjusting, was sitting on the stone bed, deep in thought. When he saw the group enter, his eyes lit up as they landed on Long Qi. Father Long Qi rushed forward, her eyes filling with tears. "You've had a hard time," the martial emperor said with a comforting smile. "It wasn't hard at all." Long Qi shook her head, tears brimming in her eyes. The martial emperor rose from the bed, gently patting his daughter's head, then turned to look at his son-in-law, Linfan. "You've had a hard time as well." The martial emperor smiled again, this time with deep satisfaction as he looked at Linfan. Linfan laughed heartily. "Father-in-law, you're too kind. It was nothing, just my duty as your son-in-law. No need to speak of hardship." Good, the martial emperor's satisfaction deepened. Though his body had been controlled by a malevolent force, he had managed to retain his consciousness, receiving bits of information. He knew that his recovery was all thanks to Linfan. "By the way, I was asked to give you something," the martial emperor said, suddenly recalling something. He raised his hand, slicing across his abdomen to retrieve a gray pearl. Father Long Qi exclaimed, panicking at the sudden action. "It's all right," the martial emperor reassured her, and indeed, within moments, the wound began to heal, with the blood on the pearl even retreating back into his body. This was the power of immortality, the martial emperor's ability to recover, even after the malevolent force had been vanquished. Long Qi sighed in relief, but the sight had made her heart race. Even Linfan couldn't help but mentally commend his father-in-law for his toughness. "Is this a dragon pearl?" Linfan asked, examining the gray pearl. "Yes," the martial emperor nodded. "This is the dragon pearl left behind by the old dragon." "And the dragon?" Linfan asked, though he already suspected the answer. The martial emperor fell silent, then sighed. "It was in a worse state than I was. During our raid on the blood god Sect, it sacrificed itself to protect me." "Did it leave any final words?" Linfan asked again. The martial emperor shook his head. "No. It only asked me to remind you not to forget the promise you made." He fell silent once more, reflecting on the deep bond he had shared with the old dragon. Without its final act of protection, he wouldn't have survived long enough for Linfan to rescue him. Linfan said nothing further. Remembering their promise was the best way to honor the old dragon's memory. The group didn't dwell on the sad topic. With Ye Xiaoru leading the way, they all gathered around to greet the martial emperor, who, now free from the constraints of his former imperial authority, acted more like a kindly elder than a ruler. The martial emperor's recovery was a cause for celebration, and Linfan, ever the culinary master, personally prepared a feast. The martial emperor thoroughly enjoyed the meal, relishing the company of his family without once mentioning the affairs of the court. After the feast, he and Linfan had a private conversation in the study. "My dear son-in-law, you've done an excellent job. I'm relieved to know Qi is in such capable hands," the martial emperor said as they sat down. "Thank you for your trust, father-in-law," Linfan replied with respect, his manner pleasing the martial emperor even more. What he had once seen as promising now seemed like the wisest decision he had ever made. Without Linfan, the imperial family might not have survived the constant threats. "What are your plans now?" Linfan asked after they had chatted for a while, pouring his father-in-law a cup of tea. The martial emperor sipped his tea thoughtfully before answering. "Qi has your support, so I'm free to pursue my own path in martial arts. I plan to travel to the Qin Empire and continue my journey. The lands of Dalong are vast. Aren't you tempted to stay?" Linfan teased. "Ha," the martial emperor laughed heartily. "I've long grown weary of the throne. If not for my father's dying wish, I would have left to explore the world years ago. Now that I'm older, let me have my fun." "In that case, please accept these small gifts," Linfan said, handing over 2 jade bottles. One contained healing pills capable of mending the gravest injuries, and the other held antidotes for all known poisons. "Thank you, son-in-law." The martial emperor accepted the gifts with a smile, knowing full well the value of such treasures. Even after ridding himself of the malevolent force, the martial emperor had retained his martial saint-level power. With these pills, he would be well equipped to face any challenges during his travels. "You're too kind, father-in-law. It's the least I could do," Linfan replied modestly. The next day, when Long Qi learned that her father was planning to travel to the distant Qin Empire, she was deeply concerned. But seeing her father's determination, she could only offer her support, preparing supplies for his journey. Without the burden of the throne, the martial emperor displayed a newfound sense of freedom. Without hesitation, he set off on his journey, leaving with his family's blessings. "Don't worry, Qi. We'll visit him one day. But first you need to break through to the martial saint realm," Linfan gently reassured her, handing her the dragon pearl left behind by the old dragon. With her battle dragon physique, she was the most suited to absorb its power. Combined with the recent unification of the land, this would likely propel her to the martial saint level. "Thank you, husband," Long Kui said, accepting the pearl without hesitation. After spending a moment with Linfan, she resolutely went into seclusion to break through. She was confident this time. Linfan escorted her to the secluded chamber, watching until she had settled in. Then he turned to the alchemy room, bringing with him the rare herbs he had collected. As he refined the purple gold ginseng into powerful pills, he knew that once this batch was completed, the entire Lin family and perhaps even the surrounding world would enter a new era. The stage of the Qin Empire was not far off now. As a master alchemist, Lin Fan's skill in refining pills was unquestionable. After several days and nights, he finally pushed open the door to the alchemy chamber. All his wives were waiting outside, except for Long Qi, who was still in seclusion. His 2 children were eagerly anticipating his return. Upon seeing their father, they rushed forward excitedly, with the lively little Lin Shi leaping into his arms. "Daddy," she exclaimed, her twin pigtails bouncing as she nestled into her father's embrace, looking utterly adorable. "Ha ha, my sweet little girl," Lin Fan laughed heartily as he hugged his precious daughter. Father Lin Hao greeted from the side. Unlike his lively sister, he was much more composed, showing a maturity beyond his years, almost as if he were the older sibling. Lin Fan nodded more seriously at his son. Though he was stricter with his eldest, Lin Hao understood that his father's sternness was a sign of his respect, which only deepened his admiration for him. Seeing his son's reaction filled Lin Fan with pride. No matter what, he was determined to obtain the divine lotus from the celestial pool for his family. "Dear husband," his wives approached with smiles after he had spent time with the children. Even Lu Woyan, typically cold and reserved, looked at Lin Fan with warmth in her eyes. "Have you all eaten?" Lin Fan asked, his familiar gentle smile returning. "Not yet," they replied, each with a smile of her own. "In that case, let me cook today and treat my lovely wives," Lin Fan said with a hearty laugh. His simple words were met with shared laughter from his wives, and the family meal was filled with warmth and joy. After dinner, Lin Fan presented the fruits of his labor over the past few days. "These are Tongsheng pills, which can help you break through to the saint realm by surpassing your physical limitations. And these are enlightenment pills, which will induce a state of sudden insight, aiding in the perfection of your martial will. The Tongsheng pill could elevate a person's physical body beyond the mortal realm, enabling them to reach sainthood. The enlightenment pill could bring one to a state of enlightenment, helping to achieve perfection in martial intent." These pills represented the pinnacle of Lin Fan's efforts, utilizing the profound resources of 2 supreme sects. These 2 types of pills addressed the 2 critical conditions for breaking through to the martial saint realm, transcending the physical body and perfecting martial intent. Under normal circumstances, this fusion was incredibly risky, with the potential for one's martial intent, formed from spiritual will, to be lost during the integration with the transcendent body. Many talented individuals had fallen at this stage, serving as warnings for future generations. Breaking the shackles of the body was akin to defying the heavens, an almost insurmountable challenge. However, Lin Fan possessed spiritual power that had reached a tangible state, allowing him to intervene forcibly. If signs of losing oneself appeared, he could forcibly correct the course. What was the greatest challenge for most had become the simplest step for Lin Fan, thanks to his overwhelming spiritual power. This was why Zhenda Daozi from the Taoist sect had such a strong reaction upon discovering Lin Fan's tangible spiritual power. Though that was only part of the reason, there were deeper implications as well. "Such powerful pills must have been a lot of work for you," husband Tan Jingjing spoke up, unable to hold back her admiration. As a descendant of one of the 4 great families, she was well acquainted with the complexities of alchemy. Even refining a simple great return pill required immense effort, let alone these true saint pills. "Yes, it was quite the effort, so you'll need to help me relax later," Lin Fan responded with a laugh, casting a playful glance at Tan Jingjing's long legs. At his request, she always wore stockings, and today she was dressed in a pair of sheer white ones that perfectly accentuated the graceful curves of her legs. Facing Lin Fan's intense gaze, Tan Jingjing's face flushed with color, while the other wives giggled, though their laughter soon turned into knowing smiles. Lin Fan had decided that tonight he would properly unwind after all the hard work. That night was destined to be sleepless. It wasn't until noon the next day that Lin Fan emerged from the tender warmth of his marital bliss, feeling refreshed. As for his wives, they all blushed as they took the pills Lin Fan had prepared and went into seclusion to cultivate. Thanks to Lin Fan's dedicated guidance, all his wives had reached impressive heights in their martial arts. Among them, Jianling, with her exceptional martial talent, had finally perfected her sword intent after a night of intense battle at the Buddhist temple. Lu Huayan and Qing Yi, with their powerful physiques, had reached the critical point of breaking through, on the verge of a dual advancement. Although the other wives were slightly behind, they had all reached the peak of innate cultivation. This was the terrifying power of a divine alchemist. "Husband, you really do treat my sisters well," Shu Yu teased as she stood by Linfan's side, watching Yi Xiaoru and the others head off to their secluded cultivation. She had already reached the martial saint realm, so there was no need for her to join them. "Are you jealous?" Linfan asked with a smile, lightly tapping her nose. Shu Yu leaned into his embrace, shaking her head gently. "How could I be jealous? After all, what you've given me is far more precious than these pills. I'm just secretly happy." She was well aware that the blood god stone, which had elevated her physique, and the unknown crystal from the blood transformation pool were far more valuable than any pill. Her words were merely playful banter, the kind of teasing shared between a loving couple. "And just how happy are you?" Linfan asked with a mischievous grin, leaning down to gaze into her eyes, his breath warm against her skin. "Very, very happy," Shu Yu replied, her smile both pure and alluring, a perfect blend of innocence and seduction. She truly was a natural enchantress, a temptress in her own right. Despite having been busy all night, Linfan's desire was reignited by her response. There was nothing more to say today, he would have to subdue this little demon. Time passed in contentment. When he wasn't busy subduing his wives, Linfan spent his days playing with his 2 children. After her innate talent stabilized, little Lin Shi had begun her martial training. As a bearer of the legendary martial god physique, she was the ideal candidate for martial cultivation. Without the need for any pills, she had already gained the power of a top-tier master within a short period. And she was still so young. In the modern world, she'd probably be in kindergarten, singing nursery rhymes. Such terrifying talent, she's truly a genius among geniuses. "My daughter Lin Shi is destined for greatness as a martial god." Linfan couldn't help but feel a mix of awe and pride at his daughter's incredible potential. Even Shu Yu, whom the system had deemed a matchless talent, was left in awe. "Little Lin Shi's talent is the most extraordinary I've ever seen. She's truly the child of martial arts legend," Zhu Yu remarked, watching the little girl nimbly soar through the courtyard, playing with the sacred fire beast. A genius like Zhu Yu herself couldn't help but feel envious. For others, martial training required immense effort and sweat. Even geniuses had to work hard. But for Lin Shi, it was as if the heavens were personally nurturing her. "Doggy, come catch me," Lin Shi called out joyfully, oblivious to her own brilliance, as she played with the sacred fire beast. "Woof, woof," the sacred fire beast barked, tirelessly chasing after her in the form she preferred. As a descendant of a divine beast, it had chosen Lin Shi not by chance but because it recognized her extraordinary potential. As a creature with divine blood, the sacred fire beast possessed unusual abilities, one of which was to sense such exceptional beings. This was why those who had been chosen by it were regarded as divine emissaries by the barbarians. Such a prodigy would indeed grow into a figure of divine repute, if not now, then certainly in the future. "Husband, I want a child too. Can you grant me this small wish?" Zhu Yu asked, her eyes brimming with affection as she watched Linfan. Faced with such a sweet request, how could Linfan refuse? He asked Qing Shu and Qing Shui to keep Lin Shi entertained, while he led Shu Yu away to indulge in some grown-up fun. "Big sister. Where are they going?" Qing Shui asked innocently, blinking her large eyes as she looked up at her older sister. Even though it was still a bit chilly, the female warriors of the Divine Maiden tribe continued to wear their battle skirts, their long, pale legs exposed. Combined with her innocent expression, Qing Shui was the epitome of the idealized goddess that men dream of. But for Qing Zhu, her sister's curiosity was more of a headache than anything. Qing Shui was perfect in every way except that she was overly inquisitive, constantly asking questions, especially ones she didn't need to know the answers to. Matters concerning the God King were not for them to question. Moreover, the new mistress, Zhu Yu, made Qing Shu uneasy every time she saw her. The aura of life force suppression and innate wickedness that Zhu Yu exuded was even more intimidating than the pressure Linfan exerted as the God King. It wasn't that Linfan was weaker, but rather that his demeanor was gentle and sunny, lacking the same dark intensity. "Don't ask about things you shouldn't. If you keep being so nosy, you might end up biting your own tongue," Qing Shu snapped, her expression stern as she scolded her curious sister. "HMPF. You're always so mean to me," Qing Shui pouted, though she didn't dare ask any more questions. She wasn't afraid of Linfan despite her innocent nature, she could sense his kindness. But Zhu Yu, the new mistress, did scare her a little. Her earlier question had been more out of habit than anything else. Looking at her sister, Qing Zhu could only sigh inwardly. There was nothing she could do. After all, even Linfan had said not to worry about it. "You really should try not to trouble me so much, little sister. If you keep this up, even if the God King doesn't punish you, the Divine Maiden will, King Shu warned. Though she was exasperated, the warning was necessary. Qing Shui had great respect for the Divine Maiden, so the mention of her was enough to make her behave. She immediately quieted down, no longer pouting. On the other side of the estate, Zhu Yu chuckled. That little sister is quite interesting, and she seems very fond of you. Maybe you should take her in, husband. The Lin family could use more members, and her older sister is quite intriguing as well. What's going through that head of yours? They're just little sisters in the family, Linfan replied, lightly tapping his wife on the head and shaking his own. Oh, little sisters, Zhu Yu teased, a mischievous smile playing on her lips. I see someone needs a lesson, Linfan quipped, ready to counter her playful jabs not just with words but with actions too. The day passed in this way, filled with routine and light-hearted moments. The weather shifted from the coolness of early spring to the heat of early summer, with the sun beating down relentlessly. One day, under a clear sky, a sudden thunderstorm broke out, with lightning flashing across the heavens. Across the Delong Empire, people felt a strange pull, instinctively turning their gaze toward Zhongdu. It's Her Majesty, the Empress, they exclaimed. They seemed to catch a glimpse of a majestic figure in dragon robes, prompting them to fall to their knees in reverence. What began as a phenomenon near Zhongdu spread outward, drawing more and more people under its influence. Through the efforts of the meteorological division, weather phenomena like wind, rain, and lightning had become symbols of the Empress's divine authority. As the ruler of the dynasty, she had become deified in the eyes of the people. Now, with these distant visions, the populace was convinced that the Empress was manifesting her divine presence. In the process, invisible specks of light floated up from the people's heads, converging toward Zhongdu. What started as a trickle soon became a mighty river, and then an unstoppable flood of spiritual energy. Has she finally broken through? Linfan remarked as he stepped outside, looking up at the sky filled with rolling phenomena. Such a massive movement of popular sentiment could only be orchestrated by Long Qi, the Empress. The sheer scale of it suggested that her imperial path had finally reached perfection, and she was now fusing it with her physical body to ascend to the highest martial saint realm. As expected of the imperial path, this breakthrough is truly extraordinary, Shu Yu commented as she stepped out beside him, her perfected martial will allowing her to sense the invisible phenomena in the sky. She couldn't help but feel a bit of awe. Indeed, it's quite impressive, Linfan agreed, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. His carefully nurtured Empress wife had not disappointed him. In the Hall of Heavenly Mandate, Long Qi sat cross-legged on the dragon throne, the very seat of imperial power. This place, the heart of the dynasty's power, was where all the empire's fortune gathered. It was the perfect spot for mastering the imperial path. Now, the torrents of popular sentiment poured into the grand hall, with Long Qi at the center, radiating an aura of divine authority. While others might face great danger when breaking through to the martial saint realm, for Long Qi, it was a smooth and natural process, as if it had always been meant to be. With a crisp sound, something shattered and fused at the same time. In that moment, Long Qi's eyes snapped open, revealing a blinding golden light. A visible golden dragon soared out of the hall, coiling around the palace and letting out a powerful roar, as if declaring its presence to the world. At that moment, the system's notification chimed once again. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your wife has broken through to the martial saint realm. You've been rewarded with a martial saint pill. The long-awaited system notification rang out, delivering the treasure that Linfan needed most. The martial saint pill contained the power of a first-tier martial saint. Without any side effects, it was a pill made specifically for Linfan. Once consumed, it would increase his strength by the equivalent of a first-tier martial saint. While it might only be one tier, the cumulative effect was formidable. Without hesitation, Linfan took the pill and swallowed it in one gulp. He wasn't about to let the benefits his wife had worked so hard to achieve go to waste. Boom. A profound power exploded within him, causing Linfan's already immense strength to surge even higher. As he clenched his fist, he could feel that even though he had only gained the power of one additional tier, his overall strength had leapt significantly. He was now confident that he could take down the old Buddhist monster without even needing the support of his dragon armor. Husband, I've broken through Long Qi, having reached the martial saint realm, immediately sought out Linfan to share her joy. After years of arduous cultivation, she had finally achieved her goal. Yes, I know. You've done well. Later, I'll personally cook a feast to celebrate your breakthrough, Linfan said with a smile, taking a moment to carefully observe his wife, who had just ascended to the martial saint realm. With the breakthrough, Long Qi's battle dragon physique was fully awakened. A faint golden dragon coiled around her, radiating a domineering and sacred aura that formed a unique field around her, compelling those around her to avert their gaze in awe and submission. But what truly caught Linfan's attention was the change in Long Qi herself. Her already slender figure had become even more perfect, and the only flaw in her physique had now become a point of fullness, making her dragon robe seem tight and filled out. Coupled with her empress-like demeanor, she had transformed into the kind of woman every man would dream of conquering. Linfan felt a stir within him just from a quick glance. Very impressive, he commented, giving her the highest praise. It's all thanks to you, husband. Long Qi responded with a mixture of shyness and delight, pleased more by his attention than by her own breakthrough. Congratulations, sister Long Qi, on reaching the martial saint realm. Now you can roam the world and pursue the ultimate heights of martial arts. Yu stepped forward with a bright smile to congratulate her. Normally she acted more like a carefree girl around the house, always cheerful and light-hearted. Yet, despite her playful demeanor, no one underestimated her. Setting aside her identity as the former empress of the blood god Sect, her status as a genuine martial saint commanded respect from anyone who knew. Thank you, Sister Zhu Yu. Long Qi replied with a smile. The women surrounding Linfan all got along well, with only minor differences in their closeness due to personality. Where are the other sisters? Long Qi asked, noticing that only Xu Yu was present. They're all in seclusion, Linfan explained, not hiding the fact that they were using the 2 saint pills. Long Qi smiled. With those miraculous pills, I'm sure the others will break through soon as well. Boom! Just as she finished speaking, a powerful surge of energy rippled through the area, enveloping everything around them. At the center of this disturbance stood a figure as majestic as a jade statue. It was the divine maiden statue worshipped by the Shen tribe. The next to break through wasn't Jianling, who had perfected her martial intent, but Qing Yi, who usually kept a low profile. As the current divine maiden of the Shen tribe, Qing Yi had once possessed the ambition to rule the world, but after joining Linfan, her focus shifted entirely to cultivation. Her 7 apertures exquisite sacred body not only made her spiritual will incredibly powerful, but also greatly enhanced her understanding of martial intent. Her sacred physique had no mortal limits, unlike ordinary constitutions, so transcending into sainthood was not an obstacle for her. With the aid of the Tongsheng pill, she smoothly completed her breakthrough. The clarity of her 7 apertures exquisite heart also ensured that she would not lose herself during the fusion process. Given all these advantages, Qing Yi successfully broke through right after Long Qi. Linfan couldn't help but chuckle in delight. He had just finished absorbing the martial saint pill reward when the system granted him another one. His wives were truly impressive. Overjoyed by the situation, he mentally praised them all. Another one's broken through. Zhendozi, who had been quietly cultivating at the Duke of Tang's estate after recovering from his old injuries, had finally begun to pursue higher realms without the burden of his past wounds. As a former disciple of a supreme sect, his potential was undoubtedly exceptional. But just as he found his direction and prepared to enter seclusion for his own breakthrough, others had already started reaching the martial saint realm one after another. The martial saint realm was supposed to represent the pinnacle of martial arts. When had it become so common? As Zhendozi tried to make sense of this, the heavens trembled once more, not just once but twice in succession. In that instant, 2 more individuals had simultaneously reached the martial saint realm. One phenomenon manifested as a multicolored mist that formed a terrifying figure, so frightening that a single glance could make a person shudder and feel as though they were melting into the mist. The other was a soaring sword intent that stirred the winds and clouds of the entire Zhongdu region, causing all the swords in the area to hum and vibrate, as if eager to fly out of their owner's hands and bow before their king. These 2 phenomena were projections of their owner's martial intent, representing their respective paths in martial arts. Hiss. If the previous breakthroughs had only shocked Zhendozi, these consecutive breakthroughs left him completely numb. It took him a long time to recover from the shock. A true dragon has indeed emerged, ushering in a new era. A place like this won't be able to contain such people for long. I wonder if the geniuses of the Qian Empire will be able to withstand their impact. Zhendozi murmured, his gaze distant and filled with anticipation. The martial world, which had been calm for so many years, was about to experience a significant upheaval. Back in the Lin family estate, Linfan remained blissfully unaware of the outside world's reactions, nor did he care. The continuous system notifications were music to his ears, signifying both rewards and the successful breakthroughs of his wives. He had initially thought that he would need to use his tangible spiritual power to help them take the final step. But to his surprise, his wives surpassed his expectations one by one. First Long Qi, then Qing Yi, followed by Jianling and Lu Huayan breaking through together. It was as if they were competing, not in beauty, but in reaching the highest realms of martial arts, the ultimate pursuit for any warrior. Excellent. Linfan laughed heartily, feeling a sense of joy and satisfaction, unlike any he had felt before. Including himself and Zhu Yu, who had already broken through, the Lin family now had 6 martial saints. Husband like Long Qi, the 3 other wives who had completed their breakthroughs sought out Linfan to share their joy. "You're all amazing." Linfan praised them with a big smile, giving each one a tight hug. Hearing Linfan's praise and feeling the warmth of his embrace made them even happier than their breakthroughs. Linfan's devotion to them was met with equal devotion from them. Like Long Qi, Jianling and the others who had ascended from mortal to saint, the wives who had just broken through now possessed even greater beauty. Any small imperfections in their appearance had been perfected. Standing together, each radiated her own unique charm, as if they were celestial beings descended to earth. Linfan glanced at each of them, momentarily unsure where to start. He hadn't expected that his wives' breakthroughs would come with such pleasant surprises. It was an unexpected delight, one he intended to fully enjoy. The days that followed were filled with joy and excitement in the Lin family estate. The only slight disappointment was that some of his other wives hadn't successfully broken through. However, thanks to Linfan's intervention, there was no harm done, though it meant they would have to wait before attempting another breakthrough. "Husband, we're sorry. You've given us so much, but we've let you down." The wives who hadn't succeeded were feeling downcast. It wasn't so much about their pursuit of martial arts as it was about feeling that they had failed Linfan, who had done so much for them. Linfan, am I really that terrible? Dao Miao, feeling particularly low, was even more discouraged after seeing her rival, Jianling, succeed where she had failed. Although she had the upper hand in motherhood, making Jianling envious, she couldn't help but feel defeated when it came to martial cultivation. She desperately needed Linfan's comfort. Understanding this, Linfan reassured her, "What are you talking about? You've done wonderfully. You've already perfected your martial intent and transcended the limits of the human body. You're just one step away from breaking the final barrier. I'm confident you'll succeed next time." "Really?" Dao Miao's eyes lit up, seeking comfort in his words. "Absolutely," Linfan replied without hesitation. The normally carefree Dao Miao was instantly cheered up by his words, throwing herself into his arms and nuzzling against him affectionately. Linfan patted her back tenderly, then looked at his other wives who had also failed to break through. "The same goes for all of you. Don't be discouraged. With the experience you've gained this time, the next breakthrough will be easier." Having been pulled back by Linfan's tangible spiritual power after their failed attempts, they would find the next breakthrough much smoother. The only issue now was recovering from the strain caused by the failed attempts. What could have been a significant problem was easily managed by Linfan, the master alchemist. However, the process would take some time. The other wives nodded, their smiles gradually returning. They weren't in a hurry. What mattered most was not disappointing the husband who had worked so hard for them. "All right, let's have a barbecue tonight. I'll make grilled fish, and we can try the beer I've been brewing. Let's see how well beer pairs with barbecue," Linfan suggested, knowing that his wives, whom he had spoiled into food lovers, would be cheered up by a good meal. And it worked. The moment they heard there would be new food to try, their attention was immediately diverted. In the days that followed, Linfan spent his time enjoying life with his wives, eating, drinking and having fun, while also ensuring the continuation of the Lin family line at night. Before they knew it, more than half a year had passed, and snow once again blanketed the earth. Despite the cold, life continued as usual for the Lin family, eating, drinking, and enjoying each other's company. The land had finally been unified, and years of warfare had come to an end. With the meteorological division controlling the weather and the Jinyue maintaining order, natural disasters and man-made calamities had been minimized, leading to a prosperous and peaceful life for the people. With no internal or external threats, life was becoming increasingly beautiful. But one morning, as Linfan prepared to take his children out for a walk, he received a letter from the intelligence agents. Frowning slightly, Linfan noted that anything delivered directly to him in a letter was usually serious. Normally, such information would have been filtered through Jianling's intelligence department. Without delay, Linfan opened the letter. It was from Lu Guang, who had infiltrated the poison sect. As Linfan read the contents, his frown deepened. Through his careful maneuvering, the poison sect had indeed become entangled with the Buddhist sect. However, something unexpected had occurred recently. There were signs that the poison sect and the Buddhists were negotiating for peace. Both were enemies of Linfan, though in different orders of priority. If they reached an agreement, they would undoubtedly turn their focus on him. Unable to make a decision on his own, Lu Guang had sent this urgent message to Linfan. Linfan put the letter aside and began to think. The poison sect was different from the Buddhists. It was an unscathed, supreme sect with more than 10 martial saints among its ranks, including several rumored to be invincible third-tier martial saints. If they turned their attention to Linfan, the hard-won peace and stability would be shattered. The poison sect's members were all skilled in poison techniques, and while they might not be the most powerful in direct combat, their area of effect attacks were among the deadliest. If the conflict escalated to full-scale war, it would be catastrophic for the region. I had hoped to spend more time with my wife and children, but it seems that's not possible now. Linfan sighed. He had planned to delay his journey to the Qin Empire, but now that seemed out of the question. If the battlefield were brought here, it wouldn't just disrupt the peace, his family's safety would also be at risk. After all, the poison sect was notorious for their underhanded tactics and deadly poisons, which were nearly impossible to defend against. The only solution was to strike first and eliminate the threat before they could act. Husband, are you going to the Qin Empire? The smiles faded from his wives' faces as they learned of his impending departure. According to their discussions, Linfan would be making the first trip to the Qin Empire alone, while his wives stayed behind to maintain the home base and guard against potential threats, especially the demonic patriarch who had emerged from the tomb. His presence was a major concern that required constant vigilance. Knowing that Linfan was preparing to leave, his wives felt a mixture of worry and reluctance. Although Linfan was also reluctant to leave, he knew that this was something he had to do. He would return soon, and his wives, understanding this, didn't cling to him but couldn't help feeling sad. And so, Linfan began to prepare for his journey. But just as he was about to set off, his wife Jianling called out to him. "Dear husband, this journey is long and arduous. Please take Xia King with you so that she can look after you along the way." Jianling called out to Linfan as he was about to leave. Linfan instinctively wanted to refuse. He preferred to travel alone, scout the path first, and then bring everyone else later. But when he saw Xia King's teary-eyed, pleading face, he couldn't bring himself to say no. She had been by his side for years, devoted and loyal. How could he be unaware of her feelings? At that moment, Ye Xiaoru and the other wives also chimed in. Ling Er is right. The journey is long, and having someone to care for you will not only be helpful but also make the trip less dull. We'll take care of everything at home and won't let you down. Yes, that's right. Even Wang Nanan, usually quiet and obedient, nodded in agreement. Though it was a small matter, the wives were unusually united in their decision. They wanted Linfan to take Xia King with him. Seeing their insistence, Linfan turned to Xia King and asked, "You've heard what your mistress and the ladies have said. Do you want to come?" Yes. Xia King nodded eagerly without a moment's hesitation. "Then I'll leave it to you to take care of things along the way." Linfan agreed with a smile. Having someone to manage the little things and keep him company during the long nights wasn't a bad idea. No. This is what I should do. It's no trouble at all. Xia King quickly shook her head, her eyes narrowing into crescents as she smiled with joy. Jianling smiled knowingly at this, and so did the other wives. But when it came time for Linfan to actually leave, their faces were filled with reluctance. "I'll be back soon," Linfan reassured them gently before setting off with Xia King. The Qin Empire lay to the south of the Dalong dynasty. To reach it, one had to pass through the former territories of the Buddhist sect and cross a series of towering mountains. Beyond these mountains lay the Great Mo River, which divided the two lands. Although Linfan had never been there before, he had asked those who had, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the route. Without wasting time, the two set off with a clear destination in mind. However, just as they left the boundaries of Zhongdu, a massive figure blocked their path. It was none other than the Tiger King. Its head bobbed eagerly as it approached, clearly having planned this in advance. "You want to come with me to the Qin Empire?" Linfan asked, amused by the Tiger King's earnest expression. This wasn't a vacation. The journey ahead was long and uncertain, and yet everyone seemed eager to join him. The situation was almost comical. "Roar!" the Tiger King responded with a loud roar, explaining that as Linfan's mount, it naturally had to accompany him on this long journey. Thanks to the endless supply of bloodline pills, the Tiger King's bloodline had long since returned to its ancestral roots. Although it hadn't yet reached the level of a divine beast like the white tiger, it wasn't far behind other mythical beasts like the sacred fire beast. Its physical strength alone was enough to take on innate level masters. As a mount, it was incredibly powerful, capable of crossing mountains and rivers with ease. "You sure know how to make your point," Linfan laughed. Having a powerful mount would indeed make the journey easier. The Tiger King had already hit a bottleneck in its bloodline evolution, and no amount of bloodline pills would help. Taking it out for some fresh air might be a good idea. And so, in the end, it was Linfan, Xia King, and the Tiger King, who embarked on the journey together. With the Tiger King as their mount, their travel speed increased dramatically. The saying "dragons bring clouds, tigers bring wind" couldn't have been more accurate. When the Tiger King ran at full speed, nothing could stop it. It crossed mountains and rivers, as if they were mere bumps in the road. The Tiger King was having a great time running at full speed, but Xia King, sitting at the front, blushed with embarrassment, her head bowed the entire time. Every leap and bound of the Tiger King pressed her and Linfan closer together, and the constant jostling made her feel the intense contact between them. While Linfan, an experienced traveler, didn't think much of it, Xia King, still an innocent girl, was overwhelmed by the sensation of being so close to a man. Feeling the warmth of Linfan's body against her back and hearing his steady breathing, her heart raced uncontrollably. She tried to calm herself, but the more she tried, the more flustered she became, her body heating up and going weak. "Xiao Qiang, are you feeling uncomfortable?" Linfan soon noticed her state, and asked with a teasing smile. Xiao Qing stammered, unable to find the words as her body grew weaker. Haha, Linfan laughed heartily. Having such a shy little maid around was indeed amusing. The Tiger King, not understanding the subtleties of human interaction, thought Linfan was laughing because it was doing a good job. So, it ran even faster, which only made Xiao Qing's situation worse as the jostling intensified. It wasn't until nightfall that the Tiger King finally stopped, having run to its heart's content. Xiao King tried to dismount to prepare their meal and tend to Linfan's needs, but as soon as she slid off the Tiger King's back, her legs gave way, and she nearly collapsed to the ground. Her legs were weak, and her entire body felt limp. "What's wrong? Was the ride too bumpy for you?" Linfan asked with feigned concern as he dismounted, knowing full well what had caused her discomfort. Xiao Qing had just caught her breath when she heard his question. Her face turned red once again, and she muttered under her breath, "You're so mean, my lord." Then, blushing furiously, she hurried away to gather firewood, her flustered retreat drawing another hearty laugh from Linfan. It took her a while to calm down, and when she returned with the firewood, her face was still slightly flushed, and she fumbled a bit as she set up the camp. Linfan decided to stop teasing her. After all, they didn't have endless changes of clothes to spare. The Tiger King, though a seasoned predator, didn't understand human emotions. After ensuring there were no threats nearby, it went off to hunt, bringing back a wild deer after filling its own belly. Soon, the aroma of roasting meat filled the air. The night passed without incident, and the next day, they continued southward. After crossing the former territories of the Buddhist sect and scaling several towering mountains, they finally arrived at the legendary Mo River. Though called a river, the Mo River was as vast and powerful as a great ocean. Its swirling currents were treacherous, and the waves it churned up carried tremendous force. On top of that, the river was filled with hidden dangers, so much so that even martial saints would struggle to cross it. It wasn't just the waters that were perilous, the skies above the river were equally hazardous. Any creature attempting to cross would likely be struck by lightning, and even a martial saint would find it nearly impossible to survive such divine retribution. Linfan was well aware of this, and had no intention of foolishly testing the heavens. Despite the dangers, the Mo River did have dragon boats that were specially designed for safe passage. "It's huge!" Xiao King exclaimed in awe as she saw the vast river for the first time. Her mouth hung open in amazement, and Linfan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at her choice of words. "Please be mindful of what you say," Linfan thought to himself, though Xiao King, in her innocence, didn't realize the double meaning. Excited by the sight of the river, she couldn't wait to explore the smooth, sandy beach. Despite being an inland river, the Mo River's beach was as smooth as any ocean shore, with waves occasionally lapping against it, producing the soothing sound of the sea. "If you want to play, go ahead," Linfan said indulgently, patting her head with a smile. With Linfan's permission, Xiao King let out a cheer and ran along the beach, her joyful laughter echoing in the air. Linfan watched her play for a while before turning to look for the place where the dragon boat would dock. Though the Mo River was dangerous, it was possible to cross it using the dragon boats, which operated automatically without any human intervention. When Linfan first heard about these boats, he was amazed by their almost magical nature. He had long wanted to study them, but it seemed they had arrived at a time when no boat was currently docked. Not in a hurry, Linfan, Xiao King, and the Tiger King continued to explore the riverbank, marveling at the mighty Mo River. As they walked along the beach, Linfan noticed something astonishing. The river seemed unnaturally straight, as if it had been cut by a sword. Despite the towering mountains on either side, the river had carved a perfectly straight path through them, with the remaining cliffs as smooth as mirrors. This was highly unusual. Normally a river would meander, especially when confronted by mountains, But here the mountains were split cleanly in two, leaving behind walls as smooth as if they had just been cut. This defied all logic. It was hard to believe that the Umo River, which separated the abandoned lands from the Qin Empire, could have been created by a single sword strike. The thought of the power required to accomplish such a feat was terrifying. After defeating the old Buddhist monster, Linfan had felt quite confident, especially after his wife's breakthroughs and his consumption of several martial saint pills. He had thought that no hero could match him. But standing before the Mo River, he realized how far he still had to go. I still have a lot of work to do, Linfan sighed. His current strength was impressive, but it was clear that he needed to keep striving. While others might work hard in their cultivation, his efforts were of a different nature. Linfan glanced over at Xia King, who was still playing and laughing by the river. The answer was clear. Time passed quickly. And though the Mo River was filled with danger, the shores were relatively safe. There were even special types of fish that, when roasted, were delicious, rivaling the finest seafood. Linfan and his companions set up camp by the river, waiting for the dragon boat to arrive. Despite the primitive conditions, Linfan found himself in good spirits, thanks to Xia King's attentive care. In the early hours of the morning, the sound of a horn echoed from the depths of the Umo River, signaling the approach of the dragon boat. My lord Xia King woke up quickly, her excitement palpable. She knew that the sound meant the boat had arrived, and their journey to the Qin Empire was about to begin. Even the Tiger King wagged its tail in excitement. It was eager to meet the beautiful she-beasts of the Qin Empire. The thought of them made it giddy. Seeing their reactions, Linfan couldn't help but smile. The horn's sound grew louder, and soon a massive shadow emerged from the darkness of the Mo River. The dragon boat was over 100 meters long, comparable to a modern aircraft carrier. Wow! It's huge, Xia King exclaimed again, though this time Linfan couldn't blame her. The boat was indeed enormous. It wasn't made of steel but of wood, with every piece seamlessly joined together, showcasing the advanced shipbuilding techniques of ancient times. The bow was carved into the shape of a massive dragon's head, with the body long and slender, and the stern shaped like a dragon's tail. It was easy to see why it was called a dragon boat. As it moved through the water, it truly resembled a dragon swimming gracefully. Even the mightiest waves of the Mo River couldn't shake it. The boat remained as steady as a mountain. As the boat drew closer, the horn sounded again, this time deeper and more resonant, like an ancient war horn. With a loud splash, the dragon boat docked at the shore, its arrival causing waves to crash against the riverbank. There wasn't a single person on board, nor was there a captain steering it, yet the boat docked with perfect precision, as if guided by an invisible hand. The riverbank, which had split the mountain in two, now served as a natural harbor, waiting for passengers to board. My lord, this boat looks so old, Xia King muttered as she observed the boat's condition. Despite its grand size, the dragon boat looked worn and weathered. The sides of the boat were pitted and scarred, bearing the marks of time. The wood was a dark, mottled brown, as if it had been corroded by something. While it didn't look like it would sink, it certainly didn't appear capable of braving the fierce waters of the Mo River. Linfan frowned slightly at the sight of the dilapidated boat. However, considering how long it had been in service, sailing without any maintenance, its condition was somewhat understandable. Besides, despite its appearance, the boat had been stable in the water, so it seemed reliable enough. It may look old, but it seems to sail well, Linfan remarked, his eyes flashing with interest. Although the boat appeared to have seen better days, it was just one more mystery among many on this strange river. Xia King, trusting Linfan completely, no longer worried. As for the Tiger King, it was too focused on thoughts of the exotic she-beasts to care about the boat's condition. Let's get on board, Linfan said after one last look at the worn dragon boat. Xia King nodded obediently, following closely behind him. Once they boarded, the dragon boat didn't wait for the scheduled departure time. Instead, it let out a loud horn blast and began to move. This time the horn's sound was even more powerful, catching the attention of some reclusive masters meditating in the surrounding mountains. These were martial arts experts who had grown weary of the world and had come to these remote lands to pursue the ultimate heights of martial arts. The ghost dragon boat has appeared again. Another 60 years have passed, they sighed as they watched the ancient vessel sail by. But soon, they gasped in disbelief. Hiss. There are people on the ghost dragon boat. Who would dare board a ship that is said to bring death? They were shocked to see figures moving on the deck of the worn dragon boat. But those aboard the dragon boat were unaware of any of this. They simply sailed deeper into the treacherous waters of the Umo River, oblivious to the whispers of those who watched from afar. Standing on the deck, gazing at the rolling waves of the Mo River, Linfan couldn't help but feel a surge of boldness. The dragon boat's destination was the Qin Empire, a vast and vibrant stage filled with countless opportunities. However, while Linfan felt invigorated by the journey ahead, Xia King and the Tiger King had quite different reactions. "My lord, this boat feels eerie, as if something is watching us," Xia King whispered, clinging to Linfan's side. Her face was pale with fear as she looked around the gloomy, decrepit dragon boat. Though usually brave, having ventured on many risky escapades with Jian Ling, she couldn't shake the growing sense of dread that gripped her heart. Even the usually fearless Tiger King seemed unnerved, its tail tucked between its legs. It stared wide-eyed at the dark entrance to the ship's hold, looking less like a majestic king of beasts and more like a frightened puppy. Noticing their reactions, Linfan shifted his gaze from the river to the boat itself, taking a closer look at the vessel. He had to admit, the dragon boat did have a rather intimidating atmosphere. The large, empty deck, which should have been smooth, was instead marred by pits and cracks, as if it had been corroded by something sinister. Brown stains dotted the surface, giving off a faint, metallic odor, as if the blood of many people had once soaked into the wood. But on closer inspection, these stains didn't appear to be blood, they were something unknown, something even more unsettling. The temperature on the boat was noticeably lower than outside. Despite wearing plenty of clothes and having strong internal energy to keep her warm, Xia King shivered from the cold that seemed to seep into her very bones. Only when she pressed close to Linfan, feeling the warmth radiating from him, did she find some comfort. Linfan's frown deepened as he surveyed the boat. According to Zhendouxi's description, the dragon boat used for crossing the Mo River was supposed to be just like any other normal vessel, with the only warning being to stay away from the edges when the waves were high. This eerie atmosphere didn't match that description at all. Boom! Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed across the sky. The once clear weather turned ominous as dark clouds rapidly gathered overhead. Woo-woo! The wind howled, and the deep, mournful sound of the horn echoed through the boat once more. Rain began to fall in heavy sheets, turning quickly into a torrential downpour. Even martial artists, who could use their internal energy to shield themselves from the rain, would find the situation uncomfortable. "This rain won't stop anytime soon. Let's take shelter in the cabin," Linfan suggested, glancing up at the stormy sky before addressing his companions. Roar! The Tiger King immediately growled in protest, shaking its head vigorously at the idea of entering the cabin. "I'm scared," my lord, Xia King said, her voice trembling as she looked fearfully at the dark, ominous entrance to the cabin. She clung tightly to Linfan's arm, unwilling to let go. "Don't worry, I'm here. I'll protect you," Linfan reassured her with a gentle smile. Then he turned to the Tiger King and chided. "What's this? The mighty king of beasts, and you're afraid. You're embarrassing yourself." The Tiger King blinked in confusion, expecting to be comforted like Xia King had been. After all, it was genuinely scared. The whole boat was filled with a sinister atmosphere, and ever since it had stepped on board, it had felt a creeping chill, especially near the dark cabin entrance. It was as if something was lurking inside, waiting to devour it whole. But instead of sympathy, it got a scolding. "Wasn't this a bit unfair? What's with that look? Do you think I'm wronging you?" Linfan asked, noticing the Tiger King's bewildered expression. The Tiger King had a lot to say, but in the end, it didn't know where to start. As the king of beasts, it was supposed to be fearless. How could it be scared when it hadn't even seen anything yet? Even if there was something to fear, shouldn't it be after seeing it? After sorting out its thoughts, the Tiger King squared its shoulders, suddenly feeling a surge of confidence. It was the king of beasts, with an ancestral bloodline no less. If there was something eerie here, it was that thing that should be afraid of it, not the other way around. Linfan smiled slightly, noticing the change in the Tiger King's demeanor. While his heightened spiritual senses had indeed picked up on something unusual about the boat, he hadn't been able to pinpoint anything specific. In this situation, it was best to have someone like the sturdy Tiger King test the waters first. This wasn't a job for his delicate maid. Unaware of Linfan's true intentions, the Tiger King was now determined to prove its courage. It strutted boldly toward the cabin, ready to confront whatever might be lurking inside. "Now that's more like a king of beasts," Linfan praised, nodding approvingly. "You take the lead. Don't worry, I'll be right behind you." The Tiger King was initially excited by Linfan's encouragement, but as it got closer to the cabin entrance, its steps grew hesitant. The eerie sensation of being watched seemed to intensify the nearer it got, sending chills down its spine. It wasn't just the cold, it felt like something was reaching into its very soul. Just as it was about to stop, Linfan's voice rang out once more, "Remember, you're the king of beasts." The Tiger King gritted its teeth and pushed forward, its pride forcing it to continue. "Don't worry," Linfan reassured Xia King, who looked at him anxiously. "I have a plan." His calm demeanor and gentle smile instantly soothed her fears. For Xia King, Linfan was her rock, her source of strength and security. As Linfan saw her relax, his smile grew even warmer. He prided himself on his ability to put others at ease. The Tiger King, spurred on by Linfan's words, marched confidently up to the cabin entrance. The cabin door was missing, with only a few remnants left where it had once been attached. Deep claw marks marred the wood, alongside dried, brownish stains. It looked as though someone had tried to block the entrance, only to be smashed through by something incredibly powerful, leaving behind only these traces. The Tiger King, who had been feeling confident just moments ago, gulped nervously at the sight of the claw marks. The eerie atmosphere of the boat weighed heavily on it again, making it doubt whether it was truly up to the task. While it was the king of beasts, it wondered if it could handle whatever might be lurking in this strange place. But then it remembered Linfan's words. It couldn't back down now, not after all that bravado. As a king among beasts, it had to maintain its dignity. More importantly, with Linfan there, what did it really have to fear? Reassured by these thoughts, the Tiger King's confidence surged once more, and it stepped boldly into the cabin. From behind, it might have looked a bit like a bully hiding behind its master's strength. Seeing the Tiger King's behavior, Xia King couldn't help but giggle, her earlier tension melting away. Linfan said nothing, simply following the Tiger King into the cabin. His spiritual power spread out, probing every corner of the space. According to logic, if the deck was so cold and eerie, the cabin should have been even worse. But as they entered, they found the opposite was true. It was warmer inside than on the deck. While still a bit chilly, it was only the natural cold of winter and the dampness of being on the water. It felt no different than a typical basement. The Tiger King, though emboldened by Linfan's words, had been on edge since stepping aboard, feeling as though something was watching it. But once inside, that unsettling presence seemed to vanish, leaving the cabin feeling like a safe haven from the storm outside. Confused, the Tiger King scratched its head, trying to figure out what had changed. It didn't understand, but that didn't stop it from feeling more at ease. Its cautious steps soon turned into a confident strut. "Lord, this place," Xia King began, still feeling uneasy. Her intuition told her something was off. Linfan didn't reply immediately. His spiritual power hadn't detected anything out of the ordinary, which in itself was strange. If there was nothing wrong, why had the boat seemed so ominous? The fact that he couldn't find anything only made the situation more suspicious. "This is getting interesting," Linfan thought, realizing that what he had initially dismissed as minor was actually turning out to be something much bigger. Roar. Meanwhile, the Tiger King, after determining that the cabin was safe, began running around, trying to show off its courage. The cabin was large, but not enough to contain the Tiger King's high-speed antics for long. It soon explored the entire space, finding nothing unusual, just more of the same old, worn-out ship's interior. The cabin was just old, nothing more. No spooky surprises, no ancient corpses lying around. Even the brownish stains that were all over the deck were absent here. Most of the rooms were still intact, with beds and other furniture in place. The Tiger King eventually pushed open a door and flopped onto one of the beds, getting comfortable immediately. Linfan didn't say anything, just observed the Tiger King's behavior before choosing a room nearby. He suspected this area was the first-class section. The rooms here were better than the others. The Tiger King had good taste. "We'll each take a room and rest for a while. After all the rough travel, we could use a break," Linfan suggested. Roar. The Tiger King agreed without hesitation. After being ridden for so long, it was time for a proper rest. Besides, something about the bed made it feel unusually comfortable. It didn't want to do anything else but sleep. Linfan noticed this, his eyes narrowing slightly, but he didn't comment. He simply chose the middle room and entered, leaving the third room for Xia King. However, instead of going to her own room, Xia King followed Linfan inside, her head slightly lowered. "Why aren't you resting?" Linfan asked, noticing her presence. "I wanted to prepare your bed, my lord. And it's a bit cold here. If the bed isn't warmed up, you might not sleep well," Xia King replied quietly. "You're too thoughtful," Linfan sighed. "I'm not so spoiled that I need someone to make my bed and warm it. You're treating me like an old-fashioned landlord." He stepped inside, knowing full well he wouldn't be getting much sleep tonight. He was certain something would happen, and the Tiger King's fiery spirit would undoubtedly be the perfect bait. But as he moved to close the door, Xia King followed him in, looking up at him with wide, innocent eyes. "I'm scared, my lord," she admitted softly, her face pale despite her attempts to stay calm. Linfan realized that Xia King wasn't like the Tiger King. She wasn't a rough and tough animal. She was a young girl, far from home, naturally frightened by the strange and unsettling environment. even though he was nearby and could protect her. Making her stay alone in such a place would be unkind. Alright, if you're that scared, you can stay in my room tonight, Linfan said after a moment's thought. Really, Xia King's eyes lit up instantly. Linfan couldn't help but chuckle, reaching out to ruffle her hair. Traveling with such a sweet, innocent girl meant constantly having to reassure and comfort her. Her face turned bright red again at the affectionate gesture, and she quickly looked away, focusing on making the bed instead. As she bent over, her round, shapely figure was highlighted, completely unaware of how tempting she looked. Linfan smiled wryly at the sight, thinking to himself how truly innocent she was. Outside, the rain continued to pour, lightning flashing across the sky, cutting through the darkness. The roaring wind stirred up waves that made the River resemble a stormy sea, rather than an inland river. The dragon boat struggled against the waves, seemingly moving in place rather than advancing. Yet inside the cabin, all was calm. The travelers rested peacefully, unaware of any motion. The stillness was so complete that it felt like the boat was moving smoothly forward. Linfan sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes closed as he focused on his meditation. Xia King, nestled in the bed, felt the warmth beside her and quickly fell into a deep, peaceful sleep. In the next room, the Tiger King was already fast asleep, its snores occasionally echoing through the cabin. The entire cabin was quiet and serene. But as time passed, or rather, as the outside world entered deep into the night, the relative warmth of the cabin began to change. The space, once filled with silence, gradually came alive with the sounds of a bustling market, disrupting the calm of the night. Is this an illusion? Linfan had clearly been resting with his eyes closed in his cabin, but when he opened them, he found himself standing on the deck. The deck, which had previously been deserted, was now bustling with passengers, chatting in small groups. Vendors were seizing the opportunity to sell their goods, with many passengers browsing and occasionally haggling over prices. It no longer resembled the eerie dragon ship, it was more like a lively tourist vessel. The ship itself had transformed. The once uneven deck was now smooth and spotless, as if the ship had just been launched. Young master, you look extraordinary for someone so young. You must be a martial arts prodigy. I have many secret remedies that can enhance your abilities and make your future training even more effective. Would you like to take a look? As Linfan was observing his surroundings, a middle-aged man dressed as a vendor approached him with a wide smile, as if he had spotted an easy target. Linfan turned to look at him. The man had a long, thin face, sharp features that exuded both stinginess and cunning. But what stood out the most was how real he seemed. Even with Linfan's enhanced senses, capable of detecting even the slightest detail, he couldn't find any flaws. Are your pills really that good? Linfan withdrew his senses and smiled as he asked the man. Absolutely, the vendor replied without hesitation, and then began to boast about his products. Let me see one, Linfan interrupted. Sure thing, the vendor didn't mind and quickly took out a jade bottle from his bag, pouring out a brown pill. This is my family's secret strengthening pill. Not only will it fortify your martial body, but it will also enhance your internal energy. The price. Before he could finish speaking, Linfan snatched the pill and swallowed it in one swift motion. You. The vendor's eyes reddened with anger at Linfan's brazen act, but Linfan paid him no attention, instead focusing on sensing the pill's effects. It actually has medicinal properties. As a top-tier apothecary, Linfan's ability to evaluate pills was unparalleled. The more he analyzed it, the more impressed he became. You dare steal from me, Hugh Hanson? You're courting death. No one can save you today. The vendor, enraged by Linfan's actions and being ignored, exploded in anger. But before he could do anything, a single slender finger pointed in his direction. Bang! In an instant, the vendor was blown to pieces, his blood splattering across the deck, carried by the sea breeze. He killed someone. This ship is under the protection of the Tianxing Merchant Association. What arrogance! But his strength seems formidable. Even though Hugh Hansen was a sly merchant, he wasn't weak. To kill him with a single finger, this man is no ordinary person. The surrounding crowd buzzed with conversation, some gasping in disbelief at Linfan's audacity, while others marveled at his display of power. This illusion is so real. Linfan observed everything with a mix of awe and reflection. The illusion here was far more advanced than anything his goddess-like wife could create. It felt as though he had been transported back in time, to a distant past. But no matter how realistic it seems, an illusion is still just an illusion. Linfan noticed the ship's enforcers approaching, but he remained unfazed. No matter how real it appeared, it was still just an illusion. How dare you! The enforcers, all highly skilled, were furious at being ignored. But Linfan was no longer interested in investigating further. He unleashed a terrifying surge of energy, tearing apart everything around him. When Linfan fully released his power, he was like a volcano, ready to incinerate the entire world. Boom. One by one, the people on the ship collapsed, and the space around them shook violently. A haunting horn echoed faintly as the scene before him shattered into pieces, unable to withstand the force of Linfan's unleashed might. Whoosh! Linfan, now sitting cross-legged on his bed, suddenly opened his eyes. Everything around him had returned to normal, though the ancient horn's sound still echoed faintly in his ears. Don't come closer. Linfan was about to check his surroundings when he heard a soft whimper. He turned to see Xia King curled up beside him, trembling occasionally. Her face was pale, and her hair was damp with cold sweat. Clearly, she was trapped in a nightmare. Don't come near, she murmured, her face growing even paler as if she was experiencing something terrifying in her dream. It was clear that she, too, had been drawn into the illusion. Linfan gently placed his hand on her forehead, enveloping her in his warm energy, like a furnace in the icy wilderness. Slowly, Xia King began to calm down, and color returned to her cheeks. After a while she slowly opened her eyes, still filled with lingering fear. Master. Seeing Linfan beside her, she finally felt at ease. Don't worry. I'm here. Linfan comforted her with a smile, gently smoothing her damp hair. Xia King's eyes were filled with affection as she gazed at him. But before she could say more, Linfan looked toward the next room, where the Tiger King resided. Strange noises were coming from there, along with the occasional pained growl. Hearing this commotion, Linfan knew that his bait had been taken. Without hesitation, Linfan got up and headed toward the room, with Xia King quickly following behind, not daring to stay alone. The Tiger King's cabin was a chaotic mess. The once soft bed was now abandoned, and the Tiger King, covered in blood, was locked in battle with an unknown creature, or rather, it was being relentlessly beaten. Despite its once mighty strength, the Tiger King's attacks had no effect on its opponent. In contrast, every blow from the creature sent the Tiger King flying, its powerful body smashing into the walls, leaving the room in disarray. Though the Tiger King's body had been greatly enhanced by the ancestral bloodline, it couldn't withstand such a beating. Bang! Another misstep, and the Tiger King was sent flying again, rolling right to the door just as Linfan entered. Finally, its master had arrived. Despite struggling to stand, the Tiger King's aura was stronger than ever. The fear and doubt that had plagued it moments ago were now completely gone. Its opponent was a pitch-black shadow, shifting forms in the dim light of the cabin. One moment it looked human, the next it morphed into something grotesque, constantly changing shapes. Seeing Linfan approach, the shadow showed no fear. After a brief glance, it lunged at him with its sharp claws. Even though it had been battered to the point of doubting its own strength, the Tiger King felt no fear. It had already taken shelter behind Linfan. No matter how strong its enemy was, it knew it was safe. The phrase barking dog, bold with its master's power, was vividly illustrated in that moment. Linfan ignored the Tiger King's antics and focused on the shadowy figure. He finally saw what had been hiding in the darkness, and was eager to test its strength. However, when he struck, his hand passed right through the shadow without causing any harm. In contrast, the shadow's claws firmly grasped Linfan. Rip! The sound of tearing fabric echoed through the room. For the first time in his life, Linfan had sustained damage in a fight. Though it was only his clothes that were torn, it marked the first time someone had managed to break through, however slightly, his defenses. No wonder the Tiger King had been struggling. It was facing a truly formidable opponent. Impressive, Linfan muttered, glancing at his torn sleeve, his eyes deepening with interest. The shadow ignored this and, seeing that its first strike had failed, slashed again, this time aiming for Linfan's neck. Be careful, Master. Xia King, who had followed Linfan, cried out in alarm. The idea that she couldn't hit the enemy, but the enemy could hit them, was terrifying. However, Linfan remained calm. As the shadow's claw neared his neck, he simply reached out and grabbed it. Before, his hand had passed right through the shadow. But this time, things were different. As the claw was about to strike, Linfan caught it firmly. The shadow seemed shocked, unable to comprehend how it had been caught. Before it could react, Linfan yanked hard, ripping off its entire arm. The shadow stared at its severed limb in disbelief, as if it couldn't accept what had just happened. But Linfan didn't give it any time to recover. His hands, now glowing with a faint blood-red energy, seemed to carry the power of a miniature dragon. The shadow's ability to phase in and out was useless against Linfan. He tossed aside the severed arm and slapped his palm down on the shadow's head. Realizing Linfan could hurt it, The shadow tried to flee, twisting and turning to escape. But at some point, two black dragons had coiled around it, holding it tightly in place. No matter how much it struggled, it couldn't move an inch. It could only watch helplessly as Linfan's dragon-imbued palm smashed into its ever-changing head. Pop! The shadow's head exploded like a watermelon, releasing a foul black gas that reeked of decay. The stench was so overwhelming that it seemed to seep into the soul, making one feel utterly repulsed from within. Even Linfan couldn't help but frown at the unbearable smell. But there was one more thing. Despite having its head shattered, the shadow didn't die. Its body continued to shift and regenerate, and it even seemed like its head was beginning to reform. Under normal circumstances, Linfan might have taken the time to study it, but he had no interest now. The stench was simply too revolting. Pop! Another crisp sound rang out as Linfan completely obliterated the shadow, leaving no trace behind. All that remained was a small black object floating down gently. It looked like a piece of paper, but it exuded an eerie aura. Linfan reached out and caught it. The texture was strange. This wasn't paper, but rather a piece of human skin. The small piece of skin, no bigger than 2 fingers, was the true form of the shadowy creature. Linfan detected a familiar energy within it, though its eerie power had been neutralized, leaving it no different from an ordinary piece of skin. Just as Linfan was about to examine it further, a sharp scream pierced the air, hitting him like a blow to the soul. Behind him, Xia King and the Tiger King both winced in pain. Linfan's gaze sharpened. A voice with such power clearly belonged to a formidable being. Without hesitation, Linfan headed in the direction of the scream. If they wanted to reach the Qian Empire in peace, the troublemakers on this dragon ship had to be dealt with. Otherwise, even sleep would be impossible. According to what he'd learned from Dust Daozi, the journey across the water would take half a month. If he didn't solve this problem, there would be no peace during that time. He wasn't too concerned for himself, but his 2 companions would suffer. Soon, they found themselves back on the deck. The torrential rain had stopped, but the sky was still dark and oppressive, the thick clouds hanging like a funnel, weighing heavily on the spirit. The deck, shrouded in darkness, was faintly illuminated by a cold blue light, making the already eerie dragon ship seem even more sinister. Upon closer inspection, one could see that this blue light came from the brown stains on the deck, which glowed faintly in the dark. Amidst this eerie glow, a lone figure stood in the center of the deck. He had been standing with his head slightly bowed, but as Linfan and his companions emerged from the cabin, he suddenly lifted his head, revealing a pair of blood-red eyes that met Linfan's gaze. Just one look, and it felt as though one's spirit would be sucked in, making it impossible to look a second time. "Are you the one behind all this?" Linfan asked, staring directly at the figure without flinching. The figure said nothing, but the cold air on the deck became even more biting. Linfan could sense Xia King and the Tiger King trembling behind him, their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Even with his energy shielding them, the cold still managed to seep through. "You've arrived," the figure finally spoke, flashing a sinister smile, revealing sharp fangs that gleamed in the darkness. "You think you can consume me?" Linfan laughed. "I doubt you've got the stomach for it." The figure didn't reply. Instead, he flickered and vanished from sight. Linfan expected an attack, but nothing happened as he had anticipated. Instead, his vision shifted, and once again, he found himself in the bustling illusion. The crowd was lively, and vendors enthusiastically peddled their goods. Even the merchant Linfan had previously destroyed was back, unharmed, selling his so-called ancestral pills. But before Linfan could break the illusion, the sky began to rumble ominously. The air twisted as if the very fabric of space was about to collapse. Suddenly, rain began to fall, though the sky held no clouds. As the drops hit the ground, it became clear that this was no ordinary rain, it was blood. The blood rain fell on the dragon ship like the most corrosive acid, causing those it touched to scream in agony as chaos erupted. Those caught in the rain began to transform. Their bodies rotted, and bones twisted and sprouted into sharp spikes, turning them into terrifying monsters. What followed was a frenzy of slaughter. The passengers who hadn't transformed desperately tried to flee into the ship's cabins, but the monstrous ones pursued them relentlessly. Thick doors were shattered with a single blow from a monstrous hand. Before that, anyone who tried to block their path was reduced to a pile of flesh, their blood splattering across the remnants of the doors. The massacre raged on for an unknown length of time until the dragon ship finally fell silent. However, the passengers had vanished, and the once pristine deck had become scarred and pitted. The blood rain slowly evaporated, leaving behind brown stains. The dragon ship continued to sail, but everything had changed. So, this is the dragon ship's transformation. Linfan observed everything like a bystander. Although it was just an illusion, he was certain that the scenes he witnessed were echoes of the past. "Do you think my fate is tragic?" As Linfan whispered to himself, a voice suddenly reached his ears. On the now empty deck stood a lone figure, neither exuding any eerie aura nor shrouded in mystery. It was just an ordinary person, asking a simple question. The scenes around them froze in that moment. "I think you're just itching for trouble." Linfan responded with a calm expression, showing neither joy nor anger. He wasn't interested in judging whether the figure before him was pitiful. As long as they didn't provoke him, he wouldn't go out of his way to cause trouble. But now that they had made the first move, trying to trap him and his companions on this dragon ship, everything had changed. The eerie figure across from him hadn't expected such a reply, and was momentarily stunned. But soon, his expression twisted into a sinister snarl. "Heartless, aren't you? You really deserve to die." The figure's voice was chilling. "Stop playing games," Linfan scoffed. "Did you think I didn't notice your sneaky tricks? What are you pretending for?" Hearing Linfan's words, the eerie figure's face turned cold. He hadn't expected his ploy to be exposed. He had planned to exploit Linfan's compassion and set a deadly trap, but now it was all ruined. This left him both furious and embarrassed. It was the first time in many years that someone had seen through his schemes. "Not going to keep pretending," Linfan chuckled. "You're courting death." With his disguise shattered, the eerie figure no longer hid his intentions. A chilling, malevolent aura spread from his body, and at the same time, a terrifying pressure followed. Linfan's eyes narrowed. The pressure from this figure was even stronger than that of the ancient monk he had faced before. Though that monk had been weakened, his past strength had been immense, far beyond that of a second-turn martial saint. Now, this eerie figure's pressure surpassed even that, leaving only one conclusion: he was a third-turn martial saint. This was the first time Linfan had truly encountered such a powerful opponent. To meet a third-turn martial saint, one of the world's strongest warriors, was a rare event. While there were 9 turns in the path of a martial saint, those who reached the higher levels were almost legendary, rarely seen. Die. With his disguise exposed, the figure wasted no time and launched an attack. Good timing. Linfan had yet to fully test his strength after taking the martial saint pill given by his wife. Now was the perfect opportunity. He didn't use any flashy moves, just the pure, raw power of his dragon-infused fists as he punched toward his opponent. Linfan preferred straightforward combat, giving his enemies a taste of unadorned, bone-crushing force. The eerie figure, due to his special nature, wasn't afraid of physical attacks. However, he had already experienced Linfan's abilities through his skin avatar, and knew that Linfan had the means to counter his powers. Still, he didn't care. Even if Linfan had a way to restrain him, he believed that raw strength would overpower any technique. His earlier tricks were merely for amusement, not because he lacked the ability to crush his opponent head-on. Without dodging, the figure clenched his fist and met Linfan's punch head-on. Boom! Both fighters moved with incredible speed, and in an instant, their fists collided. The impact was like 2 speeding trains crashing headfirst, producing a deafening explosion. A terrifying shockwave rippled out from the point of impact, shaking the entire dragon ship. If not for the ship's exceptionally sturdy construction, it might have split in 2. Even so, the massive ship trembled violently, sending waves crashing across the Mohi River. Despite the chaos, neither Linfan nor the eerie figure flinched. They locked eyes briefly, then resumed their fierce battle. Boom! 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 Thunderous blows echoed across the deck as their figures blurred, clashing and then separating, only to collide again moments later. To encounter such a strong opponent before even reaching the Qin Empire, this journey was definitely worth it. The more Linfan fought, the more exhilarated he became. His powerful body and surging energy made him increasingly eager for battle. Like a hyperactive husky with too much energy, he was driven by an insatiable desire to fight. The eerie figure, on the other hand, fought with increasing madness. It seemed that his mind was not entirely intact, possibly influenced by some unknown force. The crazier he got, the more terrifying his power became. This suited Linfan just fine. He matched the figure's ferocity with his own iron fists, eager to see whose strength would prevail. But while Linfan could endure the battle, his companions were struggling. The Tiger King, already battered from earlier fights, was once again bloodied by the eerie entities formed from human skins. Xia King was also under attack. Despite her peak innate strength, and the divine weapons and deadly gadgets she carried, these eerie beings were too strange, immune to conventional attacks. No matter how powerful her weapons were, they were useless if they couldn't hit their mark. It wasn't that they were weak, their opponents' bizarre abilities simply rendered normal combat methods ineffective. It was like fighting ghostly creatures in a game that could ignore physical damage. Seeing this, Linfan couldn't just stand by. He summoned his immense blood energy, and a giant dragon phantom appeared behind him. This was the manifestation of his martial intent, capable of enhancing his combat power and even fighting independently. These eerie beings, though invincible to most, were no match for his dragon energy. Yet as soon as the dragon phantom emerged, the entire ship began to shake violently. The deep sound of a horn echoed once more, spreading far across the Mohi River. To everyone's shock, more dragon ships began to appear on the river. First, one ship, then another, until 8 additional dragon ships floated on the water, making 9 in total, including the one Linfan was on. However, the newly appeared dragon ships were different. Though similar in structure, these ships were entirely golden, radiating a sacred and divine aura. They illuminated the dark night, serving as beacons on the river. In contrast, the ship Linfan and his companions were on remained pitch black, weathered and worn. The deck and railings were scarred and damaged, with visible cracks in places. Not only did they look different, but their auras were also worlds apart. The golden ships exuded holiness, while the black ship carried an eerie, sinister vibe. Linfan now understood that Dust Dowsy's description hadn't been wrong, they had simply boarded a different dragon ship. Before he could react, the heavy sound of horns rang out again. This time, all 9 horns sounded in unison, creating a deep, ancient melody that seemed to echo through time itself. Boom! As this unfolded, the black dragon ship that Linfan and his companions were on trembled violently, as if something within it was slowly awakening. A holy light began to emerge from deep within the ship. Soon, this divine light collided with the brown stains on the deck. At first glance, the stains seemed ordinary, just remnants of some liquid. But as soon as the golden light touched them, they flared up with an eerie black glow, exuding a malevolent energy that fiercely battled against the holy light. The sinister black glow was nearly identical to the aura of the eerie figure they had been fighting, but even more intense. Just a wisp of it was enough to strike fear deep into one's soul, as though facing an unimaginable horror. Although the holy light was strong, it was gradually being overpowered. But just as it seemed about to be extinguished, the 8 surrounding dragon ships also lit up, each emitting the same holy light. 8 beams of divine light shot out, connecting to the black dragon ship. With this reinforcement, the once diminished light flared up brightly again, becoming almost blinding. Ah Che, the eerie figure, who had been battling Linfan, screamed in agony as the light engulfed him, with thick black smoke billowing from his body. The malevolent black glow that had previously dominated the ship was now being suppressed and eventually began to evaporate under the golden light. Once all the brown stains had evaporated, the black dragon ship gradually returned to its former state. It now shone with a golden hue, exuding a divine aura that connected it with the other 8 dragon ships. Though its damaged areas remained, they seemed to have gained a deeper, weathered strength, as if having undergone countless years of trials. Woo 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 woo! The sound of the horns echoed once more as the 9 dragon ships floated in formation on the Mohi River, resembling a giant dragon swimming through the water. It seemed that Linfan's ship was at the center of this formation. Once the formation was complete, each of the 9 ships fired a brilliant beam of golden light into the sky, converging to illuminate the entire river. The light then formed a massive column, which descended with a thunderous roar. Its target was the dragon ship that Linfan and his companions were on, or more precisely, the divine dragon phantom hovering above Linfan's head. The process was swift. Before Linfan could react, the golden light from the sky had already merged with the dragon phantom. Roar. The dragon phantom let out a thunderous roar as it absorbed the vast energy of the golden light, which was of the same origin as its own dragon power. As a result, the once ethereal dragon phantom became solid, transforming into a real dragon that spanned the sky. Under the blinding golden light, the eerie figure screamed in pain, black smoke pouring from his body. He thrashed wildly and rolled across the deck, but it was all in vain. In the end, he slowly dissolved under the golden light, like snow melting away, leaving behind only a brown jade pendant on the deck. A mighty third-turn martial saint couldn't withstand the radiance of this light. Similarly, the eerie entities attacking Xia King and the Tiger King also dissolved, leaving only a few pieces of human skin drifting to the deck. But Linfan paid no attention to this. As the golden light poured into the dragon phantom, a powerful force also surged into his body. This energy was overwhelming, like a forceful infusion from a master, something an ordinary person could never withstand. However, thanks to the dragon blood pill, Linfan's body didn't feel any pressure. Instead, it felt perfectly in sync with the energy. as if finally getting the nourishment it craved. Crack. As Linfan absorbed the energy, something within him seemed to unlock, and a terrifying power burst forth from inside. This was the breaking of a human limit, enhancing his potential once again. With the infusion of the golden light, Linfan had the fortune of unlocking another internal barrier, advancing to the second turn martial saint level. The first barrier shatters human limits, granting extraordinary strength and longevity. From the second barrier onward, breaking each one gives the chance to obtain a divine ability perfectly suited to oneself. These divine abilities, known as heaven-blessed abilities, require no learning, one simply masters them naturally. Such abilities are often more powerful than martial arts techniques, with many techniques being mere imitations of these abilities. Upon breaking his second barrier, Linfan not only reached the level of a second-turn martial saint, but was also fortunate enough to acquire a divine ability. This divine ability appeared mysteriously in his memory, as if he had always known it. Dragon transformation. The heaven-blessed ability Linfan gained allowed him to transform into a dragon, not a long serpentine dragon, but a dragon man form optimized for battle. In this form his strength would soar, and his defense would become nearly invincible, turning him into a relentless killing machine. Linfan had designed his demon dragon armor with this dragon man state in mind, as if it had all been predestined. With this new ability and the memories that accompanied it, Linfan couldn't help but wonder, was this all just a coincidence, or was there some unseen force at work? But he had no time to ponder further, as the golden light continued to pour in. Faced with this rare opportunity to absorb such immense power, Linfan eagerly directed the dragon phantom to continue absorbing the energy. In this way, the barrier that had limited him to the second-turn martial saint level was quickly filled. Linfan had hoped that this energy might allow him to break through the third barrier and reach the third-turn martial saint level. Unfortunately, the golden light gradually dimmed and eventually faded away entirely. With a hint of regret, Linfan realized that his level had stopped at the peak of the second-turn martial saint. Woo 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 woo. As the horns sounded one last time, the 8 surrounding dragon ships slowly sailed away, leaving only the ship carrying Linfan and his companions to continue on its path. It was as if nothing had happened. But the breakthrough in his level and the transformed ship were proof that everything that had just occurred was real. "Are you all alright?" Linfan asked as he retracted the dragon phantom and turned to Xia King and the Tiger King. Having received such a fortunate opportunity, his strength had more than doubled, leaving him in an exceptionally good mood. "I'm fine," Xia King replied softly, lowering her head slightly. She wasn't sure if it was just her imagination, but Linfan seemed even more attractive now. Just one look at him made her heart race like a startled deer. Linfan raised an eyebrow at her shy, delicate demeanor. It was enough to stir the flames within him. But before he could act on those feelings, the Tiger King, now back to its confident self, happily brought over a prize. It was the brown jade pendant that remained after the eerie figure had dissolved, still emanating a strange aura. Linfan reached out to take it, feeling a jolt as the eerie energy within the pendant sent a shiver through him. He quickly activated his spiritual power to examine it further. 9 stars align. The true dragon emerges. Is chaos coming to the Qin Empire again? An elderly man with white hair and a youthful face sat cross-legged atop a massive tower, gazing at the sky where the 9 stars had aligned. He sighed deeply and shook his head slightly. This tower was none other than the renowned headquarters of the Qin Empire's Astronomical Bureau. And this elderly man was the current head of the bureau, known as the Chief Astronomer. "Someone, come here." At some point, he slowly stood up from the mat where he had been meditating. Upon his call, a man dressed in black silently appeared before him. "Deliver this letter to His Majesty," the old man said, handing over a sealed letter after a brief glance at the man in black. Yes, the man took the letter respectfully and vanished as quietly as he had appeared. So much turmoil ahead. The elderly man didn't pay any further attention to the departing figure. After handing over the letter, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the stars once more. Emperors of the world are often referred to as the true dragons of heaven. And now that a true dragon has emerged, its implications need no further explanation. The last time this celestial phenomenon appeared, the Qin Empire was the only nation left standing on this land. Now that it has reappeared, its significance is clear. Meanwhile, on the Moe River, Linfan took a deep breath and put away the brown jade pendant. "What's wrong?" my Lord Xia King asked worriedly, noticing his reaction. "It's nothing," Linfan replied with a smile, shaking his head as he patted the Tiger King on the head. "Well done. Next time, be just as quick to collect the spoils." Roar! The Tiger King roared in excitement, wagging its tail. Such praise was the best encouragement for it. Here's a pill to help you heal faster, Linfan added, tossing a healing pill to the Tiger King. Without hesitation, the Tiger King jumped up and swallowed it in one gulp. As a top-tier apothecary, Linfan's healing pills were no joke. Within moments, the Tiger King's wounds began to heal, with the cuts and bruises visibly closing up. At this rate, a good night's sleep would almost fully restore it. With no more eerie disturbances, the rest of their journey went smoothly. Although the Mo River was vast, the dragon ship moved swiftly, and after returning to normal, it sailed even faster. As the distant sun rose once again, the long mist shoreline slowly appeared. "Are we finally there?" Xia King couldn't contain her excitement, shouting as she spotted the shoreline. After such a long journey on the ship, they were finally about to reach the mysterious land of the Qin Empire. This vast empire, known as the Great Land by the powerful, made their current territory seem like a mere pond in comparison. In their homeland, martial saints were extremely rare, sometimes absent for entire generations. But in the Qin Empire, while not everywhere, they were not uncommon. Not only did the Qin royal court boast such powerful individuals, but many noble families and ancient forces also had martial saints among them. This place was destined to be a grand and exciting stage, and even Xia King, though merely a personal maid, was filled with curiosity about it. And there was one more thing: she loved seeing her lord display his invincible might, effortlessly crushing all opposition. Linfan smiled, also eager for the journey ahead. As for the Tiger King, it could hardly wait any longer. It was already daydreaming about pampering some cute little tigresses, and perhaps some other attractive female beasts. As a king with a heart full of love, it didn't believe in being limited by species. If it weren't for Linfan being its master, it would have jumped into the river to swim to the shore by now. Fortunately, Linfan wasn't aware of these thoughts, or he might have considered turning the Tiger King into tiger stew. Woo woo woo. The deep and resonant sound of the horn echoed as the dragon ship slowly docked at a steep cliff. Dragon ships had no fixed docking points, so there were no formal ports. Any suitable stretch of shoreline could serve as a stop. Because of this, Linfan and his companions' arrival went unnoticed. As they set foot on solid ground again, everyone was in high spirits. The dragon ship didn't linger either. Once they had disembarked, it set off again, continuing its mystical journey back and forth across the river. "My lord, we should be in the southwestern region of the Qin Empire now," Xia King said, as soon as they got off the ship. She pulled out a large map, studying it before looking up at Linfan. This map had been given to them by Dust Daozi, who had brought it from the Qin Empire. As a former disciple of the Taoist sect, the map he carried was quite detailed. In the distance, a towering mountain range loomed over the landscape, a hallmark of the southwestern region of the Qin Empire. Although it appeared close, it was actually far enough to exhaust a horse. "All right, let's see where the nearest town is. We'll rest there and gather some information," Linfan said, nodding in agreement. Xia King, having no objections, continued to search the map. After a moment, she pointed ahead. "If we head in this direction, there should be a town." "Then let's go," Linfan said, mounting the Tiger King's back. Xia King obediently followed, sitting in front of him, their bodies close together. Without needing any orders, the Tiger King swiftly dashed off in the direction Xia King had indicated. The Qin Empire had a vast population, likely greater than Earth's, but its territory was even more expansive, so the people were relatively scattered. Each region had significant autonomy, and the southwestern region was no exception. As the Tiger King raced forward, they didn't encounter a single person, even though the town was supposedly nearby. But Linfan wasn't in a hurry. He used the time to take in the unfamiliar scenery. Just as he was lost in thought, a group of people suddenly appeared, blocking their path. "This road is mine, and so is this tree. If you want to pass, you'll have to pay." Before they could even see who it was, a classic Bandit phrase rang out. There was no need to look further. They could tell right away that this was a group of highway robbers. Indeed, several large trees had been felled across the road, blocking the Tiger King's path. A group of bandits, dressed in mismatched clothing, emerged from the bushes. Leading them was a one-eyed man with a burly physique. His bare chest revealed bulging muscles, and he carried a massive broadsword on his shoulder, exuding a menacing aura. Behind him, a row of lackeys lined up, each holding weapons, with archers positioned at strategic points. Linfan hadn't expected that the first people he'd encounter in the Qin Empire would be a group of bandits. And these weren't just any bandits. The one-eyed leader had reached the late stage of innate strength. In the Qin Empire, even a mere bandit leader possessed such power, living up to its reputation as a land of might. Though the lackeys were weaker, many were still formidable, with several having reached the innate stage themselves. None of them were below the first-class level. However, no matter how strong they were, daring to block Linfan's path was a death sentence. Linfan didn't even need to lift a finger, his personal maid could easily deal with them. But the bandits had no idea. Seeing Linfan, so young, traveling with a woman and riding a tiger, they immediately assumed he was the son of a wealthy family. To them, rich young masters like him were the best targets. Living in such a remote area, they rarely had such opportunities, so they weren't about to let this one pass by. Quiet, everyone. The one-eyed leader raised his hand, and the rowdy bandits immediately quieted down, a clear sign of his absolute authority among them. He smiled slightly and turned to Linfan, saying, "Where are you headed, young master? And where do you come from?" Linfan, amused by the situation of being robbed, felt like he was in a scene from a TV show. Instead of immediately dealing with the bandits, he chuckled and replied, "I've come from afar and am headed to a distant place." "What business do you have with me?" The bandits were taken aback by his calm response. "Boss, this pretty boy seems to be mocking us," one of the bandits snarled. The one-eyed leader squinted, his smile turning cold. "It seems the young master doesn't appreciate our hospitality. In that case, leave all your valuables behind." And the girl too, added the same bandit, eyeing Xia King, who they had clearly targeted from the start. "What if I refuse?" Linfan's smile faded. If they were only after him, he might have let it go. But since they dared to target Xia King, things were different. Hearing this, the one-eyed leader sneered, "Then you can stay here as well." Without waiting for an order, the archers on the high ground released their arrows, aiming straight at Linfan. These arrows, shot by skilled archers using powerful bows, had the force of bullets. However, Linfan didn't move, standing still as if frozen in fear. Seeing this, the bandits grinned, imagining their arrows striking him down. Only the one-eyed leader's eye twitched. This scene felt oddly familiar to him. He had experienced something similar before, and that encounter had cost him his eye. The memory sent a shiver down his spine. He was right to be cautious. Linfan didn't need to act. His personal maid, Xia King, handled it. As someone whom Linfan had carefully trained, Xia King had already reached the peak of the innate stage. If it weren't for her different focus, she could have easily become a semi-saint. With the divine weapons Linfan had provided her and her arsenal of deadly hidden weapons, these bandits, even the strongest among them, were no match for her. "You dare to seek death?" Xia King snapped. With a swift movement, she drew a soft sword from her waist, and with a flick of her wrist, she shattered the incoming arrows. Her movements didn't stop there. With a wave of her sword, waves of sword energy slashed through the air, cutting down the archers before they could release another volley. Though she appeared delicate and innocent in front of Linfan, Xia King was decisive and ruthless in battle, especially against those who dared insult the person she cared most about. "Yikes! This one's tough. Everyone, attack together. We can take her down." The bandits realized they were in trouble when Xia King effortlessly neutralized their attack and killed the archers. They knew they had kicked a steel plate but decided to rush her en masse, hoping to overwhelm her. Even though Xia King was powerful, they believed that if they all attacked at once, they could still defeat her. After all, she was just at the peak of the innate stage, they reasoned. But Xia King wasn't an ordinary peak-level expert. Aside from her deadly weapons, her raw strength far exceeded that of others at her level. Seeing the bandits charge, she leaped off the Tiger King's back and counterattacked without hesitation. "Die! You little witch!" Enraged, the bandits swung their weapons at her. Their leaders, also at the innate level, led the charge with their followers, unleashing a barrage of deadly attacks without mercy. Curiously, the one-eyed leader didn't join in. Instead, he glanced at Linfan, who remained calmly seated on the Tiger King, and slowly began to retreat. "Did I say you could leave?" His decision to retreat was wise, but before he could take more than a couple of steps, a calm voice echoed in his ear, transmitting sound through the air. The one-eyed leader froze in place. Only a semi-saint, or someone even stronger, could transmit their voice like that. Even a semi-saint was beyond his ability to provoke. Cold sweat began to drip down his face. He knew he had truly messed with the wrong people this time. His feet stopped moving, more out of instinct than conscious decision. He knew that taking another step would mean his death. Hey! While he stood frozen in fear, his underlings weren't so lucky. Xia King had already begun her slaughter. If the one-eyed leader had led them in a desperate fight instead of trying to escape, they might have stood a better chance. But now, it was too late. One by one, the bandits fell. Even their leaders at the innate stage were no match for her. Despite her delicate appearance, Xia King was like a goddess of death, her soft sword now stained with blood. "Boss, help us!" The remaining bandits, terrified out of their wits, cried out for the one-eyed leader to save them. But could he help them? To him, Linfan now seemed like a terrifying beast, far more dangerous than he had appeared just moments before. In the end, Xia King single-handedly wiped out the entire gang of bandits. Only the one-eyed leader was left, trembling in fear. "Please, spare me," he begged as Xia King approached him, her sword still dripping with blood. "And you thought you could rob me?" Linfan said, as he slowly approached, still mounted on the Tiger King. He looked down at the leader with a smirk. Xia King stood by his side, ready to strike at any moment. The one-eyed leader swallowed hard, not doubting for a second that she would kill him without hesitation. Trembling, he forced a smile, too scared to even think of resisting. "It was my mistake. Please, I'll give you all the wealth I've accumulated over the years. Just spare me. Besides, if you kill me, my boss won't let this go easily," the one-eyed leader pleaded. At first he tried to buy his life with money, but when that didn't seem to work, he desperately mentioned his boss, someone he had never wanted to speak of before. "Big sister." Linfan chuckled at the term. It sounded so modern and out of place. Who would have thought that a mere highway bandit had such a powerful backer? "Yes, our big sister is an unbeatable powerhouse, at the peak of semi-sainthood, and she may have already broken through to a true martial saint. You may be strong, but crossing paths with her is definitely not wise," the one-eyed leader continued, mixing threats with persuasion. "In the martial world, having more friends means more paths. There's no need to make an enemy out of such an invincible figure, just because of a small-time bandit like me." "You do make a good point," Linfan nodded with a smile, as if he were genuinely considering the bandit's words. Seeing Linfan's reaction, the one-eyed leader felt a surge of hope. He had been caught off guard earlier, but now it seemed that his gamble might pay off. After all, his gang's survival had always hinged on their connection to this powerful woman, which allowed them to rob with impunity. His confidence returned slightly, and though he didn't dare to push his luck, he no longer felt as terrified as before. "See? You agree it's reasonable," the one-eyed leader said with a relaxed smile, even allowing himself to think about future revenge. He could gather other local bandits who also followed their big sister and retaliate against Linfan and his group. The alliance wouldn't be hard to form, given their shared loyalty to her. The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. "You may be strong, but you're still young. And that's good for me, because it gives me a chance to turn the tables." Though he was secretly plotting, outwardly, the one-eyed leader remained polite and humble, fully aware that his life depended on escaping this situation. Master Xia King couldn't hold back her concern and spoke up, worried that Linfan might actually let the bandit go. They were new to the Qian Empire and unfamiliar with the land, and leaving such a threat behind could be dangerous. Linfan understood her concern, but he had come to the Qian Empire with plans to stir things up and eliminate potential threats. Testing the waters with this bandit and his connections was a perfect opportunity to learn more about the territory. "All right, you can go," Linfan said, seemingly unfazed, as he nodded and allowed the one-eyed leader to leave. Though still anxious, Xia King didn't question Linfan's decision. She could only watch as the bandit left, suppressing her unease. Seeing Xia King's worried expression, Linfan smiled and reassured her, "Don't worry. I have a plan. Let's head to the town you mentioned and get some rest." Hearing this, Xia King relaxed and smiled. Her master was always so wise and powerful, there was no way he hadn't considered every angle. She just needed to focus on taking care of him. With that thought, she regained her usual composure, cleaning her blood-stained sword before sheathing it. She then leapt back onto the Tiger King's back, leaning against Linfan, letting his warmth calm her as the traces of the recent battle faded from her mind. Linfan affectionately ruffled her hair, then ordered the Tiger King to continue toward the town. Meanwhile, the one-eyed leader hid on a nearby hill, watching Linfan's group move off into the distance. He quickly deduced where they were headed. "Just you wait. You killed my men, and I'll make sure you pay in blood," he muttered with a sinister grin. His single eye glinted with malice. This was his true nature. The fear from earlier just a mask to buy time. After making sure Linfan and his group had disappeared from sight, he slipped away from the hill, plotting his revenge. At the same time, a faint smile played on Linfan's lips. His spiritual power, honed to perfection, covered an area of several kilometers, allowing him to perceive everything as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. The one-eyed leader's every move was clear to him, despite the bandits' attempts to stay hidden. "We're almost there." Master Xia King's voice broke his concentration, and he noticed farmland appearing along the roadside. Linfan withdrew his spiritual sense, taking in the sights around him. The Qian Empire's climate was warmer, and though it was just early spring, farmers were already busy in the fields. As they worked, they barely glanced at the travelers riding a tiger, showing little surprise before returning to their tasks. This nonchalance spoke volumes about the Qin Empire's martial culture. Even in rural areas, people were so accustomed to strength that the sight of a massive tiger didn't faze them. Linfan observed everything with interest, his anticipation for what lay ahead growing. Xia King, however, was more concerned with ensuring they didn't cause any trouble. Seeing that the Tiger King's presence wasn't alarming the locals, she breathed a sigh of relief. She had been worried that they might attract unwanted attention from the local authorities, which could complicate matters for them as outsiders. Soon, an ancient-looking town came into view. Though small and remote, it was well built, with high, sturdy walls and armed guards at the gate. These guards weren't ordinary either. With a quick scan, Linfan sensed that the captain had reached the innate stage, while even the regular guards were top-tier fighters. The strength of the town's defenses explained why bandits in this region were also formidable anything less, and even children here could pose a threat to them. Impressed by what he saw, Linfan understood why this land was considered so exceptional. Ahead of him, Xia King marveled at the town. The sight of such strength in a mere border town left her awestruck. "Halt!" the guards at the gate called out as the group approached. Linfan stopped the Tiger King without protest, having already seen other travelers enter the town riding exotic beasts. His tiger might have been larger, but it didn't seem out of place here. "Please show your identification," the guard captain requested as he stepped forward. He recognized that anyone capable of taming such a fearsome tiger wasn't ordinary, but he wasn't intimidated. After all, he served under the mighty Qin Empire, which no one dared challenge lightly. The identification he referred to was the Qin Empire's version of an identity card, used to confirm a person's status and origin. "All right," Linfan replied calmly. Linfan didn't resist. He simply took out an identity token and tossed it over. While most tokens were made of wood, his was crafted from jade. The guard captain's expression grew more respectful when he saw the jade token, which was reserved for people of higher status. "So, you're a distinguished disciple of the Taoist sect. I apologize for any disrespect," the captain said, recognizing the symbol on the token. He handed it back to Linfan with both hands, showing his deference. "No problem," Linfan replied with a smile as he accepted the token. He hadn't expected that the token Dust Daozi had given him would be so useful, placing him on par with nobles. Then again, it made sense. The Taoist sect had once been the state religion of the Qi Empire. Even though the empire had abolished the state religion, the sect's influence still lingered, with deep ties to high-ranking officials and even the royal family. To the guards in a small border town, it represented an untouchable authority that they had no desire to offend. "Let them through," the captain ordered as he personally removed the barricade. And so, Linfan and his group entered the town under the respectful gaze of the guards. Though the town was small, it was bustling with activity. Vendors lined the streets, selling various goods, most of which were fruits and river fish. "Wow! What kind of melon is that? It's huge! And look at that fish over there, why does it have 4 legs? That's so strange," Xia King exclaimed, her eyes wide with curiosity as she looked around at the unfamiliar items being sold. Linfan glanced over, and was momentarily stunned. The melon was a pumpkin, and the 4-legged fish was a giant salamander, both things he recognized from his previous life. He hadn't seen these in the Long Kingdom, and had assumed they didn't exist in this world. But here they were in the Qin Empire. "Do you know what they are?" Master Xia King asked sweetly, noticing Linfan's reaction. Linfan nodded slightly. "Yes, the large melon is called a pumpkin, and the 4-legged fish is known as a giant salamander." "Wow, master, you know so much. You recognize everything." Xia King's eyes sparkled with admiration. For her, the names didn't matter as much as the opportunity to bond with her master. But of course, in every situation, there's always someone who seems determined to ruin the moment. "Hey, what nonsense. You're making a fool of yourself," came a sneering voice from the crowd, laced with condescension. Linfan turned and saw a young man who was clearly a spoiled noble. Dressed in luxurious clothes and holding a folding fan, he exuded arrogance, acting as if he was the center of the universe. Behind him stood 2 burly bodyguards, each of whom was highly skilled, with swords hanging at their waists. No wonder he was so cocky, he had strong backup. But to Linfan, these so-called elite guards were hardly worth noticing. The arrogant young man, however, had no such awareness. After a dismissive glance at Linfan, he turned his attention to Xia King. His eyes, dark with heavy circles, immediately lit up with lust as he ogled her petite and delicate figure. Such beauty, he thought, was meant for someone like him. As the son of the wealthiest man in town, he was used to getting what he wanted, using his family's power to bully others. Though he was tempted to simply seize her in broad daylight, he hesitated, knowing that the Qin Empire wasn't as corrupt as other places. While it wasn't a huge risk, it could still cause trouble. So, he decided to use a combination of wealth and his so-called charm to lure Xia King back with him. Once she was under his roof, he could do whatever he pleased. This tactic had worked before on women from out of town who were unaware of his true nature. "That scoundrel is at it again. Why hasn't a hero come along to deal with him?" whispered one passerby. "Yeah. Heaven must be blind. Deal with him? He's the son of the richest man in town, who would dare? And he's smart about it too. He never picks on famous warriors or nobles, just those who can't fight back. Because of his father's influence, even the authorities turn a blind eye. Look at those two, they seem like newcomers. They're about to fall victim to this scoundrel." The townsfolk murmured among themselves, pitying Linfan and Xia King. Despite their impressive mount, Linfan appeared scholarly and fragile, hardly a match for the rich young master and his powerful family. The spoiled noble overheard the whispers but didn't care. In fact, he reveled in it, loving the way people hated him yet could do nothing about it. "What did you just say?" Xia King's cold voice cut through his smug thoughts. "Well, young lady," the noble raised an eyebrow, intrigued by her defiance. A thorny rose, he liked that. But before he could finish, Xia King interrupted him sharply. "I asked, who do you think you're talking about?" To her. Anyone who dared to ruin her moment with Linfan and insult him was unforgivable. Her sword had already tasted blood outside the city, and she had no problem letting it do so again within its walls. The young noble's face darkened. This was an insult he couldn't ignore. Oblivious to the danger he was in, he glanced at Linfan, prompting Xia King to draw her sword once more. In a flash of steel, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the street. "If you can't control that filthy mouth of yours, I'll just cut it off for you." Xia King's once cute demeanor was gone, replaced by a cold, merciless expression. Her sword dripped with blood. The young noble's entire mouth, along with his tongue, had been sliced off. The sight and sound of his muffled screams sent shivers down the spines of everyone around. "She's at the peak of the innate stage," gasped one of the noble's bodyguards. Both had initially intended to intervene, but seeing Xia King's strength, they hesitated, realizing they were no match for her. The surrounding crowd was also shocked. The arrogant son of the richest man in town had just been publicly mutilated, a shocking event that would undoubtedly shake the entire town. But Linfan and Xia King seemed unconcerned. Without giving the situation a second glance, they continued on their way, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. They weren't here to cause trouble, but that didn't mean they would avoid it either. And as for a wicked young noble, if he died, he died. He died. Xia King's actions, if anything, were merciful. "What now?" one of the bodyguards asked, glancing at the writhing noble. "We need to get him home first. A peak-level innate fighter is beyond our ability to handle," the other replied. The decision was made quickly, and they hurriedly carried the injured noble away, not daring to linger. That was brutal. The richest man's son just had his tongue and jaw cut off. He'll struggle to even eat from now on. And if the woman is at the peak of the innate stage, isn't the man with her even stronger? How else would they dare act so boldly? That can't be right, can it? As the townspeople speculated, Linfan's group had already moved on. They found a decent inn on another street, and decided to stay there for the night. After handing the Tiger King over to the stable hands, Linfan and Xia King entered the inn. There were no issues with checking in after handing over a gold leaf. They were warmly welcomed and given the best room available. Once inside, Xia King immediately began making the bed, while Linfan inspected the room. He opened the window, took out a small flag, and quietly placed it on the windowsill. "Who dares harm my child? I will tear them limb from limb." In the most luxurious mansion in town, a noble woman, dressed in fine clothing, screamed in a shrill voice. Despite her elegant appearance, she resembled a street shrew with her wild behavior. On the bed in front of her lay her unconscious son, a notorious wastrel. His jaw and tongue had been sliced off, a horrific injury. Given that he was already a weakling, he was even less likely to survive such a terrifying wound. "My poor child," the noblewoman wailed even louder, looking at her unconscious son. It was no wonder she acted like a madwoman. She was his mother after all. Standing by the bed were two men. One of them was Wang Fugui, the wealthiest man in town, and his face was equally grim. On his own turf, someone had dared to cripple his son, not just a blow to his child, but a direct slap to his face. "Master." At that moment, a butler walked in respectfully. "Have you found out anything?" Wang Fugui, his face dark, asked in a low voice. The butler bowed his head and replied, "Master, through the gate guards, we've traced the origins of the two attackers." "Speak," Wang Fugui ordered coldly, exuding an intimidating aura. Becoming the wealthiest man in the region was no simple feat. The butler lowered his head even more and said, "The identity tokens they use to enter the town indicate that they are core disciples of the Taoist sect." Core disciples of the Taoist sect. Wang Fugui's pupils suddenly shrank, and his expression turned even darker. Though he was the wealthiest man in town, he was nothing compared to the Taoist sect. In fact, he was insignificant. The butler knew this well, so after speaking he remained silent, his head bowed. "Wang Fugui, are you just going to let this go? Are you not going to avenge our son?" The noble woman, who had been crying moments before, started screaming again, seeing her husband's reaction. Spoiled from birth, it was no wonder she had raised such a useless son. Wang Fugui ignored her outburst. The core disciples of the Taoist sect were beyond his reach. Even the wealthiest man in the entire southwest region of Qin wouldn't dare offend them lightly. "Fine. If you're too scared, I'll go to my father. We won't rest until this grudge is settled." The noblewoman shot up and headed for the door, planning to seek help from her family. "Stop this nonsense!" Wang Fugui shouted coldly, grabbing her before she could leave. "Let go of me. You coward. Not only do you refuse to seek revenge, but now you want to stop me." The noblewoman struggled fiercely, her disheveled hair making her look even more like a mad woman. "Do you want to get your father killed?" Wang Fugui's eyes widened, a flash of ruthlessness gleaming in them. Though he had risen through the ranks with her family's help, he wasn't just a freeloader. To reach his position, he wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. Without shedding some blood, how could he have earned his reputation? The noblewoman froze, frightened by the unfamiliar severity in his voice. She opened her mouth but didn't dare say anything more. HNP. True core disciples of the Taoist sect are not to be trifled with. But we must ensure they are who they claim to be. Wang Fugui exhaled deeply. "You mean?" The noblewoman's eyes lit up with sudden realization. Wang Fugui ignored her and turned to the young man standing beside him. "Linfan, didn't you befriend a Taoist disciple recently? Find out if the ones who hurt your brother are truly core disciples. If they are, then your brother had it coming for not recognizing greatness. But if they're imposters. HMP. Though the Taoist sect was powerful, they were selective in their disciples. Even ordinary disciples were rare, let alone core disciples. For such people to come to this small town and just happen to injure his son, it was too much of a coincidence." "Yes, father," replied the young man, Wang Fugui's eldest son, and the elder brother of the injured wastrel. Unlike his foolish brother, he was far more capable, often using the family's wealth to network with powerful people. He himself was in the mid-stage of innate martial arts. Through a lucky encounter, he had become acquainted with a Taoist disciple. Without hesitation, he agreed to his father's request. This task wasn't difficult and could even strengthen his relationship with the Taoist disciple. As his eldest son left, Wang Fugui smiled with satisfaction. Compared to his worthless younger son, this one was his true pride and joy. Meanwhile, as the town's wealthiest man sent his son to verify the identity of the attackers, a black-clad youth quietly appeared in Linfan's room. Wearing a black mask, his features were hidden, but his eyes showed a coldness beyond his years, and he exuded an aura of killing intent. "Master," the youth said respectfully, kneeling on one knee before Linfan. "Rise. You've worked hard these days," Linfan said with a wave of his hand. "It's no hardship. It's an honor to serve you, Master." The black-clad youth shook his head without hesitation. His previously cold eyes were now filled with fervor and respect when they looked at Linfan. "You've done well," Linfan said approvingly as he looked at the youth, who was nearly as tall as he was. Over the years, Lin Xiaotong, a young talent he valued, had grown up, advancing quickly in strength. His martial arts will was already perfected, and his physique had surpassed ordinary limits, nearing the realm of the extraordinary. Only a small step remained for him to merge the two and reach the true martial saint level. He had walked the path of killing, choosing the martial way of slaughter. Once he broke through to the martial saint realm, his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. For years he had never disappointed in any task assigned to him. During the battle with the Buddhist sect, he had followed Lu Guang and the Poison sect's second generation into exile, arriving in the Qin Empire ahead of them and quickly establishing a stronghold. When Linfan signaled for help, he thought it would take a while for them to arrive. To his surprise, they arrived in less than half a day, a feat only possible if they had deeply embedded themselves in the area and kept it under close surveillance. "Thanks to your guidance," Master Lin Xiaotong responded humbly, without a trace of pride. This pleased Linfan even more. He patted the youth on the shoulder. After a few words of encouragement, Linfan got to the point. "How goes the investigation into the Poison sect?" Although Lu Guang had provided some information, Linfan needed to verify it himself. Lin Xiaotong straightened up and began his report. The Poison sect was indeed a supreme sect, and the undisputed ruler of the southwest region. The Qian Empire was vast, divided into many states, each larger than the entire Dalong Empire. For a sect to dominate an entire state, its strength was no joke. In fact, the poison sect was even stronger than Lu Guang had mentioned. Without the Buddhist sect serving as a distraction, Linfan would have faced significant trouble. No wonder this place is looked down upon. Even a single martial sect here is so powerful. It seems this trip was truly necessary, Linfan mused, hearing the details of the poison sect. There was no need to elaborate on how terrifying the Qian Empire was. Where is the Buddhist sect now? Linfan asked after a moment of contemplation. They've settled in the southwest region, not far from here. In a large city, Lin Xiaotong replied. They dared to enter the city? Linfan raised an eyebrow. He had learned from Dust Daoxi how the Buddhist sect had been driven out years ago. Given that, they shouldn't be showing themselves so openly. Lin Xiaotong explained. At first they didn't dare enter the city and stayed in remote areas. But one day, they somehow caught the attention of the Southwest region's commanding general, and were invited into the city. Ah, I see. Linfan nodded. The Southwest region's commanding general was the highest military authority appointed by the Qian Empire in that state, commanding the elite forces. If the Buddhist sect had connections with such a figure, it made sense for them to show themselves openly. It also explained why the poison sect had started negotiations. Even in decline, the Buddhist sect had retained some influential connections. If Linfan hadn't come, the Buddhist sect might have successfully negotiated with the poison sect under the general's protection. But now that Linfan was here, that wouldn't happen. Instead, he could use the Buddhist sect's connection with the general to further pressure the poison sect. The commanding general of the southwest region wasn't just powerful, his forces were elite troops tasked with suppressing all local powers on behalf of the Qin royal family. Offending such a figure would be uncomfortable, even for a strong martial sect like the poison sect. By that point, the poison sect would be too busy dealing with its troubles to bother Linfan. He stroked his chin, quickly formulating a plan. Lin Xiaotong stood respectfully by, awaiting further instructions. But Linfan didn't give any more orders. Instead, he told Xia King, who had prepared the bed, to ask the inn to prepare a lavish banquet. You've worked hard recently. Tonight, have a drink with me, Linfan said with a smile. Yes, although Lin Xiaotong was still young and didn't usually drink, he would never refuse Linfan's orders. Haha. I'm just teasing. You're still too young. Drink juice instead. Linfan laughed heartily, even more satisfied with his young protege. There's still a minor flaw in your physique. Take this Tongsheng pill. It will help you refine your body to perfection. And then you can attempt to break through, Linfan said, producing a jade bottle containing the precious pill. Lin Xiaotong accepted it with a slight bow, his eyes gleaming with excitement, not just for the reward but for Linfan's recognition. Dinner's here shortly after. Xia King returned with a group of waiters carrying dishes. Each dish was fresh and unique, showcasing the skill of the chef. Even the soft-shell turtle they had seen earlier was now simmered into a rich soup, filling the room with its aroma. Various river delicacies added to the feast, showing that the kitchen staff had real talent. Though Linfan had seen soft-shell turtles before, he had never eaten one. Now, seeing this rare dish, his appetite was piqued. After the waiters left, Linfan sat at the table and led his group in a satisfying meal. After dinner, assign someone to investigate the wealthiest man in this town, Linfan casually instructed after they had eaten their fill. Yes, Lin Xiaotong's eyes gleamed slightly, and he nodded in agreement. Go ahead, Linfan said, dismissing the matter. If the wealthy man caused no trouble, fine. If he did, Linfan wouldn't hesitate to erase him completely. Although the Qian Empire was vast and its martial culture strong, his strength had grown exponentially since breaking through to the second level of martial saint. He wasn't afraid of challenges, and if anyone dared to cause trouble, he would deal with them swiftly. However, before Lin Xiaotong could return with information, trouble arrived at his doorstep. As night fell and the city gates were about to close, a group of rugged men with fierce auras entered the town. Leading them was a one-eyed man, the same one Linfan had spared earlier. You say the fat sheep is in this town? Beside the one-eyed man stood a scarred man, whose aura was the strongest of the group. He was clearly the leader. Yes, I confirmed it with a distant relative in the city guard. The fat sheep is here, the one-eyed man nodded. True to his reputation as a bandit leader, he wasted no time rallying the local outlaws. The scarred man, scanning the surroundings with a sinister grin, said, You better not be lying, or I'll add another skull to my collection. Of course not, the one-eyed man replied hastily, trembling. It wasn't fear but respect for the scarred man's ruthlessness. Not only was he vicious, but he was also a half-saint, newly ascended. Though still inexperienced, a half-saint was still a half-saint, a true killing machine. A young master with an innate peak warrior as a maid? I'd like to see that for myself, the scarred man sneered. You won't be disappointed, the one-eyed man replied with a cold smile. The night quietly passed. Linfan had anticipated trouble during the night, but instead, everything remained peaceful. Lin Xiaotong returned with information the town's wealthiest man, Wang Fugui, had made no moves, nor had he sought revenge. It was as if his son hadn't been crippled at all. Interesting, Linfan muttered as he stroked his chin. He didn't believe that Wang Fugui would simply ignore the incident. Most likely, the man had investigated Linfan's background and discovered that he was associated with the Taoist sect. This was easy to guess after all. A man of Wang Fugui's status would have the resources to find out such things. However, Linfan wasn't concerned. He had already confirmed with Chen Daozi that the Taoist disciple token he was using was legitimate. It was registered under the quota Chen Daozi had for accepting disciples, making Linfan a recognized disciple, not an imposter. Why Chen Daozi, despite being expelled, still retained this right was beyond Linfan's understanding. But it didn't matter. As long as the token worked, he'd use it. If not, it didn't make a difference. In this world, strength spoke louder than anything else. With the hidden threat of the poison sect unresolved, Linfan and his group didn't linger in town. After breakfast, and after instructing the innkeeper to feed the Tiger King a large pig, they resumed their journey. However, they hadn't traveled far from the town before they were stopped. It was One-Eyed Dragon and his gang. They hadn't dared make a move within the town under the Qin Empire's watchful eye, but now that they were outside, they had no such reservations. I thought you'd have the guts to confront me in town, but I guess I overestimated you, Linfan said, smiling as if greeting old friends. He wasn't the least bit surprised by the ambush. One-Eyed Dragon had initially felt proud, thinking he could finally get his revenge. But Linfan's words wiped that smug look right off his face. It was a taunt that made him feel deeply uncomfortable. The scar-faced leader beside him, however, wasn't bothered. Instead, he studied Linfan, the so-called fat sheep, with interest. Though he had only seen him from afar in town, now that he was up close, he found this target quite intriguing. Even the maid that One-Eyed Dragon had mentioned, who was at the peak of innate strength, looked exceptionally pleasing to the eye. Young man, you seem confident. Which noble family are you from? The scar-faced man asked with a twisted smile that, instead of appearing friendly, made him look even more menacing. I'm just a nobody, Linfan replied with a gentle smile, nodding slightly. A nobody? The scar-faced man's smile grew cruel. A nobody who dares to be so confident? Does that mean you're unaware of the dangers of the world, or are you just overly confident in your maid's abilities? Neither. Linfan shook his head. Oh? Then what is it? The scar-faced man's interest was piqued, enjoying the banter. Linfan calmly replied, I simply don't think much of you. The smile vanished from the scar-faced man's face. For someone who had just broken through to the half-saint level and thought highly of himself, this was an immense insult. How dare you? The scar-faced man's expression darkened, and a dangerous aura spread out from him. The rest of his gang, including One-Eyed Dragon, also looked furious. As bandit leaders, they weren't used to being disrespected. Linfan didn't say another word, simply smiling as he watched the furious outlaws. How dare you threaten the master? You're courting death. A cold voice cut through the tension just as the bandits were about to attack. In the next moment, Lin Xiaotong, dressed in black and masked, appeared silently in the midst of them. His sword, stained with blood from previous battles, was drawn, and the killing intent he exuded was almost tangible, enveloping the entire area. In an instant, even the scar-faced man, despite being a half-saint, felt as if his blood had frozen, rendering him immobile. Martial saint, the scar-faced man stammered. As a half-saint, he could barely speak, his whole body trembling. Martial saints were the pinnacle of power, revered in both the martial world and the world at large. Reaching this level meant becoming a living legend. People like the scar-faced man could only dream of encountering such power, let alone provoking it. And yet, here they were. Moreover, this terrifying figure referred to Linfan as his master. What kind of existence could command the loyalty of a martial saint? The scar-faced man couldn't even begin to comprehend it. Martial saint, the other bandit leaders, upon hearing this, were so terrified that they wet themselves. They had come looking for easy prey, only to discover they had provoked a monstrous beast. No, it can't be true. One-Eyed Dragon shook his head in disbelief. He couldn't accept that the fat sheep he had targeted was actually a terrifying beast in disguise. With a thud, the scar-faced man dropped to his knees. Spare me, please, he begged, drenched in sweat and trembling violently. The ferocious scar on his face was now twisted in fear. He wished he could carve the scar off his face, but first, he had to try to stay alive. If Su or Hu were guarding Linfan, there might have been room for negotiation. But with Lin Xiaotong, a killing machine, as his protector, mercy was out of the question. Unless Linfan himself intervened, all who dared to threaten him were doomed. Without hesitation, a blood-red sword light flashed, and the scar-faced man's head fell to the ground. His face remained frozen in terror, even in death. The bandits who witnessed this were beyond terrified. They hadn't just wet themselves, they were completely paralyzed with fear. "Don't kill us. We're willing to," they began to beg, but before they could finish, another sword light flashed. Heads rolled to the ground, and the bandits who had eagerly come to rob Linfan met their end in the blink of an eye. Lin Xiaotong's expression remained calm, as if he had merely stepped on a few ants. Even Linfan, who was usually unbothered by such things, raised an eyebrow at his ruthlessness. Linfan had initially planned to keep one of the bandits alive to gather information about the outlaws in the Qin Empire, but it seemed that plan was no longer necessary. The bait had been thoroughly crushed. He didn't blame Lin Xiaotong for this, it was just a minor move in the grand scheme of things. No big deal. After quickly looting the corpses, the group continued toward the city where the Buddhist sect had settled. They had been gone for a while when, from a nearby patch of grass, a small figure shakily emerged. This was another bandit who had been invited by One-Eyed Dragon but had been in the bushes relieving himself during the attack. Little did he know, that bathroom break had saved his life. Seeing the scar-faced man beheaded without even a chance to react, the bandit, who had just emptied his bowels, soiled himself again in fear. But he stayed hidden, using a special breathing technique he had learned by chance to conceal his presence completely, lying as still as a dead object. Only after Linfan and his group had been gone for a long time, did he dare to crawl out of the grass. "They're all dead. I have to tell Big Sis about this. If she thinks I ran away, she'll hunt me down to the ends of the earth," the bandit muttered. Although he had considered fleeing, the thought of his boss, a fearsome woman, made him grit his teeth and rush off in a different direction. Meanwhile, Linfan and his group were unaware of the events that followed. The bandit's breathing technique had indeed been effective, or perhaps the foul stench from his pants had masked his presence. Either way, it had saved his life. On the road, Lin Xiaotong continued to lead the way while briefing Linfan on the situation. The city where the Buddhist sect has settled is one of the 4 major cities in the southwest region. It has a population of over 10 million, and numerous families and martial sects are based there, making it as complex as a small nation. Listening to Xiaotong's thorough report, Linfan nodded in satisfaction. Despite having only been in the area for a short time, Xiaotong had already gathered so much information. Clearly he had been diligent. "The Southwest Guard's headquarters, is it located in this city as well?" Linfan asked. Xiaotong nodded. "Yes, the general's headquarters is established in this city." As expected. If the Buddhist sect can seek refuge there, their relationship with the guard must be quite deep. "Let's pick up the pace, and take a look at this place," Linfan said with a smile, urging the Tiger King to move faster. Given the close ties between the sect and the guard, there might be opportunities to exploit. Tianfeng City was one of the 4 major cities in the southwest region. It was vast, with a permanent population of over 10 million and countless transient residents. Various martial sects and families fought for control of valuable land, and conflicts, both open and hidden, were constant. However, the undisputed ruler of the city was always the Southwest Guard. No matter how much the other factions schemed and struggled, they couldn't shake the guard's dominance. As Linfan and his group made their way toward the city, a guest arrived at the guard's headquarters early in the morning. Led by a servant, the guest was brought deep into the compound. This visitor was none other than the current abbot of the Buddhist sect. Compared to his previous state of desperation, the abbot now walked with a spring in his step. His master had managed to establish connections with someone important within the guard's headquarters, securing their protection. How could he not feel elated? The poison sect, which had once threatened to wipe them out, had backed down thanks to this powerful intervention, boosting the abbot's confidence even further. "Master, the second lord is inside. He instructed that you may go in directly," the servant said respectfully as they reached an exquisite pavilion. "Thank you," the abbot nodded and, taking a deep breath, stepped forward. 2 fierce-looking guards stood at the pavilion's entrance. When they saw the abbot approaching, their tiger-like eyes bore down on him with oppressive force. Amitabha, the abbot, greeted them with a compassionate expression, though inwardly he was deeply cautious. These 2 guards were just as strong as he was, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the martial saint realm. The fact that the door guards alone were this powerful spoke volumes about the terrifying influence of the man inside. The guards, having received prior instructions, did not stop the abbot. After a quick appraisal, they opened the pavilion door. The room was bright and comfortable, but the abbot's heart was pounding as he stepped inside. It wasn't until one of the guards frowned slightly that he took a deep breath and entered. The pavilion's exterior was luxurious, but its interior was simple. Upon entering, the abbot found himself in a reception hall where a scholarly-looking middle-aged man sat, engrossed in a book. Occasionally the man would nod as if completely absorbed in his reading. Despite the man's seemingly harmless appearance, the abbot dared not act arrogantly. This was the second in command of the Southwest Guard. The younger brother of the general himself, a figure of unimaginable power. The general, a military man, spent most of his time in the barracks, so the day-to-day affairs of the headquarters were handled by this second lord. In the entire Southwest region, no one dared to disrespect him. It was this very man who had intervened when the poison sect nearly destroyed the Buddhist sect, forcing them to the negotiation table. The mere fact that a single word from him could make such a powerful sect back down was a testament to his influence. "Ah, master, you've arrived. Please have a seat. I was quite close to your master, old monk Li, so there's no need for formalities," the second lord said with a smile as he put down his book and glanced at the abbot. "Thank you, second lord," the abbot replied, sitting obediently. He didn't dare put on airs and acted like a humble junior. The second lord smiled and asked, "Did you bring the item?" "Yes, I have it here," the abbot replied, carefully handing over a finely crafted wooden box. The second lord opened it, nodded in satisfaction and said, "Very good. Even after all these years, old monk Li remains trustworthy." The abbot chuckled awkwardly, maintaining a respectful posture. The second lord shook his head, and then casually tossed a jade token to the abbot. "This is my personal token. It represents my authority. When the poison sect comes to negotiate, show them this, and they'll know what to do." "Thank you, second lord," the abbot gratefully accepted the token, bowing even lower as he expressed his thanks. The second lord said nothing more, inspecting the contents of the wooden box before waving the abbot off. The guards outside opened the door again, their imposing gazes once more falling on the abbot. Not daring to linger, the abbot clutched the token tightly and bowed as he exited the pavilion. With this token he was confident that the crisis his sect faced was now under control. In fact, he could even use this opportunity to gain some advantages, stabilize the current situation, and perhaps reclaim their lost territory. "Those who dared steal from us will soon be spitting out more than they took," the abbot muttered with a cold smile, walking away with renewed confidence. At the same time, Linfan and his group arrived at the gates of this massive city. No wonder it's such a grand place. This main city of a single region is already comparable to the capital of the Dalong dynasty. I can't even imagine how much more impressive the regional capital and the imperial capital must be. They might even outshine modern cities. Standing at the gates of Tianfeng City, Linfan couldn't help but marvel at the towering walls and the endless stream of people coming and going. Indeed, this was a vast place. Just the main city of a single region was already so grand. The regional capital and the imperial capital must be beyond imagination. "It really is huge," Xia King nodded in agreement, gaining a new understanding of the Qin Empire. She had initially thought that this empire was merely larger in territory than their Dalong dynasty, and not much different in other aspects. But being here made her realize how vast the gap between the two truly was. The Qin Empire's power and prosperity far surpassed any ancient empire. "Let's go inside and take a look," Linfan said with a smile, showing no signs of inferiority. He withdrew his gaze and headed towards the city gates. Lin Xiaotong guarded him closely, his eyes scanning everyone around them. If anyone posed a threat to Linfan, he would strike without hesitation. "Wait for me," my lord. Xia King quickly followed. In this unfamiliar environment, her dependence on Linfan deepened, though this reliance was different from before. The Tiger King trailed behind, casting glances everywhere. As one of the main cities of the southwest region, this place was filled with martial experts and powerful warriors. Many of them tamed mighty beasts as mounts, making their travels faster and more prestigious. This made sense. To the Tiger King, this was a great opportunity as well. The unicorn horse from earlier had been quite to its liking, and now, seeing all sorts of exotic beasts, its eyes were practically dazzled. When it spotted a snow-white beast resembling a lion, its body shuddered, and drool began to drip from its mouth. The snow-white beast, sensitive to its surroundings, immediately noticed the Tiger King's gaze. Seeing the Tiger King's lecherous expression and drooling mouth, the beast roared in anger. Its roar was a mix of a lion's growl and a tiger's roar, full of power and menace, drawing the attention of people entering and leaving the city. "That's a nightlight lion tiger beast. It's said to have the bloodlines of both the White Tiger and the Nightlight Lion King. At its peak, it can rival a half-saint warrior. Several passers-by immediately recognized the identity of the snow-white beast. The Nightlight Lion Tiger beast was a legendary creature, rumored to carry the powerful bloodlines of two divine beasts. Upon reaching adulthood, it could fight half-saints head-on. Even in the Qing Empire, it was a rare and valuable creature. This particular beast hadn't yet reached its full potential, but it was still far stronger than most innate-level warriors. No wonder its roar was so intimidating. "It's that beast," the onlookers murmured, now understanding why the roar had such an impact. In the Qin Empire, this beast was famous and highly sought after by the powerful and influential, especially the nobility who prized such creatures as status symbols. Clearly, the Tiger King had good taste. "What's wrong?" Xiaobai, the owner of the Nightlight Lion Tiger beast, was a woman dressed in tight-fitting armor. Though her appearance was ordinary, her figure beneath the armor was strikingly curvaceous, making people overlook her plain looks. Roar! The beast glared at the Tiger King and responded with another angry roar. The woman, connected to her beast through their bond, followed its gaze and saw the Tiger King's lustful expression. Her eyes narrowed slightly. However, noticing the people around her, she chose not to take any action. She gently calmed her beast, and after receiving permission from the guards, they entered the city. As they left, the woman gave Linfan a lingering look, not because Linfan was particularly captivating, but because the Tiger King, knowing it had caused trouble, had hurried back to hide behind Linfan. "Are you a tiger or a dog?" Linfan rolled his eyes at the Tiger King. "If it had the guts to cause trouble, it should have the guts to face the consequences. It shouldn't be more cowardly than a dog." The Tiger King gave a foolish grin, pretending to be an innocent tiger who didn't understand its master's words. But its constantly shifting eyes and frequent glances toward the city gate showed that it wasn't as innocent as it seemed. Linfan couldn't be bothered with his mischievous mount. If it wanted to cause trouble in the future and got beaten up, it just needed to pretend it didn't know him. "I didn't expect to encounter a martial saint as soon as we arrived in the main city. The Qin Empire truly deserves its reputation as a holy land of martial arts," Linfan mused, thinking back to the woman who had glanced at him. Others might not have noticed her concealed aura, but with his ability to perceive spiritual energy, no disguise could fool him. To casually encounter a martial saint on the street, this place truly lived up to its name. After being granted entry by the guards, the group entered the main city. Lin Xiaotong, who was familiar with the area, led them smoothly to an inn. He rented out an entire courtyard, which would serve as Linfan's residence during their stay. Linfan wasn't particular about his accommodations. With Xia King as his personal maid, he could be comfortable anywhere. Once they settled into the courtyard, Linfan gently activated a mental mark in his mind. Not long after, Lu Guang, disguised, appeared in the courtyard. "Greetings, Master," Lu Yuguang said respectfully as soon as he saw Linfan. "Oh? You arrived so quickly," Linfan remarked with surprise. The mark he had activated was linked to the mental technique he used to control Lu Guang. Once triggered, Lu Guang would receive the signal and come as quickly as possible. It wasn't a sophisticated technique, but Linfan hadn't expected him to arrive so fast. Given the distance from the poison sect, it should have taken him longer. Lu Guang explained, "Master, I happened to be in this city, so I arrived quickly." "I see." Linfan nodded in understanding. He then asked, "You're here because of the Buddhist sect, right?" "Master, your insight is unparalleled." Lu Guang flattered him before explaining further. His presence in the city wasn't a coincidence, he had business here. After listening, Linfan couldn't help but find the situation rather ironic. It really was a coincidence that they had crossed paths. Lu Guang had indeed come to this city because of matters related to the Buddhist sect. Under the intervention of the Southwest Guard, negotiations between the two sides were facilitated. Or rather, the Buddhist sect was made to pay compensation. The second-generation protector of the poison sect, who had suffered the most at the hands of the Buddhist sect, naturally became the leader of the negotiations. He had faced life-threatening danger multiple times due to the Buddhist sect, and even his father had been killed by them. Given these circumstances, he was the one who needed to be appeased the most. While the poison sect gave some face to the Southwest Guard, they still expected the Buddhist sect to pay a heavy price to satisfy the second-generation protector. Otherwise, even with the guard's involvement, the poison sect wouldn't easily let things go. With his grandfather, the Supreme Elder, as his backing, the second-generation protector's status didn't diminish after his father's death. In fact, under his grandfather's guidance, his position grew even more prominent. Lu Guang, who had become this protector's savior in several critical moments thanks to Linfan's arrangements, naturally held an important position in the negotiation team. Is this second-generation protector also in this city? Linfan asked with a knowing smile. With this young man shouldering such a significant responsibility, Linfan had plans to make sure he continued to shine. Yes, he's currently resting at the Poison Sect's branch here, Lu Guang replied with a nod. He was now one of the most trusted people in the protector's circle, so he was privy to a lot of information. Then it seems this young man will owe you another favor for saving his life. Linfan's smile grew brighter as a plan formed in his mind. Here's what you need to do next. Linfan began giving instructions, detailing the steps Lu Guang should take. Initially calm, Lu Guang's expression gradually turned to shock as he listened, his admiration for Linfan deepening. Following Linfan's plan, there would be no chance for reconciliation between the Buddhist sect and the Poison sect, only total conflict. If executed well, even the Southwest Guard could be dragged into the mess. Master, you're truly brilliant, Lu Guang said, utterly convinced. It's a small matter, Linfan replied with a smile. Since the Southwest Guard was connected to the Buddhist sect, and there was a risk they could become his enemies, he had no qualms about causing them trouble. Through Lin Xiaotong's investigations, Linfan had gained a clear understanding of the power dynamics in the Southwest region. Although the Poison sect gave face to the Southwest Guard, it didn't mean they were weaker. The Guard represented the imperial court, so the Poison sect was simply unwilling to provoke them without reason. But if conflict became inevitable, the Poison sect would not hold back. In this world, everything ultimately boiled down to strength. You've done well these past few days. Here's a bottle of pills to help refine your physique. With your talent, breaking through to the transcendent saint physique level isn't out of reach, Linfan said, handing over a bottle of pills. Although these weren't as potent as the Tongsheng pill, their quantity made up for the difference, and they could nearly match its effects. Lu Guang accepted the bottle with excitement. He knew that Linfan was a master alchemist, so with his support, reaching the transcendent saint physique level was practically guaranteed. His martial will was already perfected, and if he could strengthen his body to the transcendent level, he could attempt to break through to become a true martial saint. If successful, not only would his strength soar, but he would also hold a key position in the Poison sect, extending his lifespan to 500 years. In a world where people longed for longevity, even 500 years seemed like a massive gain compared to the ordinary human lifespan. With more time, his future in martial arts would hold endless possibilities. Overwhelmed by excitement, Lu Guang's loyalty to Linfan deepened, with the mental control techniques imprinted on his soul becoming even stronger. Even if he reached the martial saint level, betrayal would no longer be an option. Seeing this, Linfan nodded in satisfaction. He had every intention of nurturing Lu Guang further. Not only could he accomplish more tasks, but Linfan also planned to use him to control the Poison sect. If he wanted to bring his family over and ensure a stable life, he needed a solid foundation. However, as an outsider, if he tried to seize territory forcefully, it would arouse suspicion and even attract attention from the Qin Empire. In this situation, using the Poison sect, the dominant force in the Southwest region, was the best option. Keep up the good work. This is just the beginning. There's much more in store for you, Linfan said, patting Lu Guang on the shoulder with a smile. Yes. I won't disappoint you, Master, Lu Guang replied, nodding vigorously before making his exit. Linfan watched him leave, then turned back inside to rest, unhurried about his next steps. While things were calm on his end, elsewhere chaos was brewing. At the Poison sect's branch, Lu Guang returned, his thoughts heavy as he sought out the second-generation protector. Lu, what's wrong? The protector asked, noticing Lu Guang's troubled expression. He had been quite pleased with the negotiations, determined to bleed the Buddhist sect dry. But seeing Lu Guang like this stirred uneasy memories. Twice before, Lu Guang had appeared with the same expression, and both times, the protector had narrowly escaped disaster. It's nothing. Lu Guang shook his head slightly. I'm just worried. Will the Buddhist sect really hand over the compensation without any tricks? We've been burned by them before. They might say one thing and then send assassins after us. You can't be too careful. Oh, that's all. The protector laughed. Relax, Lu. The Buddhist sect is scared out of its wits. If not for the Southwest Guard's intervention, my grandfather would have wiped them out already. Assassins? They wouldn't dare. They're too terrified to even glare at me now. He continued disdainfully. This isn't some abandoned land. This is our Poison sect's territory. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they wouldn't dare show their teeth here. Don't worry yourself over nothing. You're right. I guess I was just overthinking, Lu Guang replied with a smile, though inwardly he smirked. Let the protector think what he wanted. Soon enough, he'd be in for a nasty surprise. Lu Guang's performance was merely laying the groundwork for what was to come. The second-generation protector had no idea of Lu Guang's true thoughts. After reassuring his savior, he turned his attention back to extracting as much compensation as possible from the Buddhist sect. His father's death had been advantageous for him in some ways, but it was still his father, and that demanded a hefty price. The fact that the Buddhist sect had managed to involve the Southwest Guard meant they were hiding significant resources. This time, he was determined to bleed them dry. His grandfather was willing to negotiate with the Buddhist sect not just to appease the Guard, but also because they saw an opportunity to extract even more from the sect. If not, they wouldn't have even considered negotiating, regardless of the Guard's involvement. The Guard, acting as mediators, understood this too, which was why they had urged the Buddhist sect to meet the poison sect's demands. As for ambushes or attacks during the negotiations, those were out of the question. No one would dare. But none of the three sides anticipated the involvement of a fourth party. This second-generation protector was destined to once again narrowly escape death. However, he remained unaware of this, as he basked in the glory of being the most important figure in Tianfeng City, thanks to his grandfather's backing. To him, the Buddhist sect was nothing. The next morning, the protector led his team in a grand procession to the Buddhist sect's compound. The current abbot personally greeted them at the entrance, his attitude humble. "Not so arrogant now, are we?" the protector sneered, looking down his nose at the Buddhist sect. "We wouldn't dare. It was our sect's fault before, and we ask for your forgiveness." "We will show you our sincerity," the abbot replied with a sycophantic smile, his tone as low as his posture. The other Buddhist monks also kept their heads bowed. Though anger simmered within them, none dared to show it. The protector reveled in their humiliation, enjoying the sight of their suppressed rage. But he didn't notice one of the monks quietly smirking. Half an hour later, the protector emerged from the compound, satisfied with the compensation the Buddhist sect had offered. Although he had lost his father, the compensation gave him confidence that he could surpass his father's level and fulfill his old man's unfulfilled ambitions. No wonder the Buddhist sect was once such a formidable force. Even in decline, their resources are astounding, the protector thought, as he looked back at the compound with a satisfied smile. Then he led his team out of the city. Though he had initially planned to kill the ones who had pursued him, the generous compensation had softened his stance. In fact, he almost wished they would try something, giving him an excuse to extort more. "Too bad these Buddhist monks don't have the guts anymore," he muttered with disappointment as he led his team out of the city. No one in the southwest region dared challenge the poison sect. People scrambled to get out of their way. After traveling all day, they had covered about half the distance to the poison sect's headquarters. The protector didn't mind the long journey, as it gave him the chance to search the mountains for rare poisonous creatures, which the sect used in their cultivation practices. Just as they settled in the forest for the night, lighting a fire to attract poisonous creatures, a group of figures dressed in black nightwear and fully masked silently surrounded them. "Who goes there?" the poison sect members immediately went on alert. Although they didn't believe the Buddhist sect would dare act against them, they weren't completely unprepared. Besides, their group was protected by a number of half-saint level guards, as well as a martial saint elder from the sect. Though only a first-stage martial saint, the elder could still protect himself, and this was poison sect territory. "Covering your faces? Afraid to show yourselves?" the protector stepped forward, displaying some courage. While he might have been incompetent in some ways, he wasn't completely spineless, especially with his powerful backing. The masked figures didn't respond, merely tightening their encirclement. At this moment, Lu Guang spoke up hesitantly, "Young master, these people are hiding their faces and identities. They're clearly afraid of being recognized, perhaps even by our poison sect." "What do you mean?" the Buddhist sect the protector asked, recalling their earlier conversation. Lu Guang nodded. "It's very possible. After all, the compensation they've been forced to offer would hurt even our sect. They wouldn't want to lose it without a fight." "How dare they?" the protector frowned, still doubting that the Buddhist sect had the guts to act against them. The other poison sect members shared his skepticism. They had spared the Buddhist sect. It was unthinkable that they would retaliate. But Lu Guang, who had been prepared for this reaction, pressed on, precisely because no one would expect it, they might try it. "After all, we've already settled the matter with the guards' mediation. If they handle it cleanly, who would suspect them?" The protector looked uncertain, feeling that something wasn't right. But before he could dwell on it, the masked figures closed in and launched their attack. Their techniques weren't unique to the Buddhist sect but rather common swordsmanship. "Kill them!" shouted the protector as the poison sect members sprang into action. The sect's guards were strong, but the masked figures were stronger, and crucially, unaffected by the poison sect's poisons. This turned the guards into toothless beasts. "Change. Whoever you are, Challenging the poison sect is a death sentence. The martial saint elder from the sect stepped forward, his aura dominating the battlefield. But just as he moved to attack, one of the masked figures intercepted him. So, there's a martial saint among you. Clearly your ambitions aren't small, the elder sneered as he engaged the attacker. He unleashed his martial will, quickly gaining the upper hand over the masked martial saint, who refrained from revealing his own martial will. Seeing his elder gaining the advantage, the protector relaxed, watching the battle with a smile, flanked by his half-saint guards. With the martial saint on their side, the poison sect members were emboldened. The elder fought more fiercely, forcing the masked martial saint onto the defensive. But just when it seemed the masked figure had no choice but to reveal his martial will, a colossal Buddha phantom appeared on the battlefield. It's really the Buddhist sect. The poison sect elder couldn't believe it. He had dismissed Lu Guang's suggestion as implausible. The Buddhist sect was supposed to be a beaten dog, groveling for survival. How could they dare provoke the poison sect again? Yet here was undeniable evidence: the unique martial will of the Buddhist sect. Since you've figured it out, there's no need to hide anymore. Everyone, attack with full force and reclaim what's ours, the leader of the masked figures commanded. No longer concealing their skills, the attackers unleashed their Buddhist techniques, though with a strange twist. Instead of the usual golden light, their techniques were tinged with a blood-red hue. The poison sect elder had no time to ponder this oddity, as he was overwhelmed by the masked martial saint's full strength. How dare they? How could they? The protector muttered, stunned by the realization that Lu Guang had been right. Now's not the time for questions, young master. Since the Buddhist sect dares to strike, they must be fully prepared. We need to retreat, Lu Guang urged, pulling him away from the battlefield. Retreat? How can I run now? The protector frowned, unwilling to believe that the Buddhist sect could defeat them. But when he glanced back at the battle, he was horrified to see that most of his half-saint guards had already been cut down. Scoundrel. You brought the Buddhist sect to ruin, now it's your turn to die. A thunderous voice rang out as a Buddhist monk charged at the protector, unleashing a powerful strike. The monk's attack bore the unmistakable mark of the Buddhist sect, leaving no doubt as to their identity. It really is you, the protector roared in fury, shocked by their audacity. Run, young master, Lu Guang shouted, throwing himself in front of the monk's attack. Using all his strength, he unleashed his poison techniques to block the blow. But the monk was too powerful, only one step away from becoming a true martial saint. Lu Guang, a mere half-saint, was no match. The clash left him vomiting blood as he was sent flying backward, his blood splattering across the protector's face. The stench of blood snapped the protector out of his stupor. The Buddhist sect was truly trying to kill him. If he didn't flee, he would die here. Run, Lu Guang screamed, his voice hoarse as he struggled to hold off the monk. Lu, tears welled up in the protector's eyes as he saw his loyal friend once again sacrifice himself for him. Without a second thought, he turned and fled. You won't escape, the monk roared, determined not to let the protector live to tell the tale. Over my dead body. If you want to kill my young master, you'll have to go through me first, Lu Guang shouted defiantly. Hearing his friend's voice behind him, the protector shed more tears, knowing he was losing a true brother. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the masked martial saint smirked as he saw the protector flee. It's over for you. This figure wasn't just any attacker, it was Linfan himself. Having absorbed the Buddhist sect's secrets, he could mimic their techniques, aided by his mastery of spiritual energy. While his imitations weren't perfect, they were convincing enough to fool his opponents. What? What are you talking about? The poison sect elder stammered, confused by Linfan's words. But he didn't have long to wonder. With a powerful strike, Linfan shattered the elder's defenses, reducing him to dust. This signaled the rest of Linfan's forces to attack. His shadow kill squad, led by Lin Xiaotong, moved in swiftly. Lin Xiaotong's blade claimed the lives of several half-saint guards in an instant. Apart from Lu Guang, the entire poison sect team was annihilated, with only the second-generation protector managing to escape. Master, here's the Buddhist sect's compensation. Safely preserved, Lu Guang reported, handing over a wooden box. Linfan couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Linfan was in a good mood, but on the other side, the second-generation protector was consumed with unprecedented hatred. It didn't matter much that his father had died after all. His father's death allowed him to rise in rank and gain the full support of his grandfather, the Supreme Elder. But losing Lu Guang, the man who had repeatedly risked his life to save him, was different. Now, who would be willing to sacrifice themselves to save him in future crises? This was a real loss. Buddhist sect, if I don't have my grandfather wipe you out, I, Wang Daolin, swear I won't be human. And the Southwest Guard, if you hadn't stepped in to protect them, none of this would have happened. You'll pay for this too. he swore furiously. Upon returning to the poison sect, he immediately went to his grandfather, wailing for revenge. Linfan, however, wasn't concerned. He had anticipated this reaction from the start. Looking at the unexpected compensation he had obtained, he felt quite satisfied. What had initially been a casual matter had turned into a great reward: 2 more medicinal kings and 5 saint-grade relics, all neatly packed in a wooden box. No wonder the second-generation protector was satisfied with the Buddhist sect's compensation. Linfan was pleased too. I didn't expect the Buddhist sect to be so rich. Looks like I need to squeeze them a bit more, Linfan mused as he stowed the wooden box away. He hadn't expected that after raiding the Buddhist sect once, they still had such deep reserves. Naturally, he wouldn't let them off easily until he extracted every last drop of wealth from them. Without lingering further, Linfan encouraged Lu Guang with a few words and then led his team away. After seeing Linfan off, Lu Guang took out a pill and swallowed it, then forcefully struck his own chest, causing him to cough up blood and collapse in a near-death state. The plan had now entered its second phase. Linfan no longer concerned himself with Lu Guang, who continued to infiltrate the poison sect, or the matters involving the Buddhist sect. He trusted them to handle things well. With 2 more medicinal kings and 5 saint-grade relics in hand, he was ready to begin refining pills again, strengthening his forces. Whether it was for advancing his plans or training Lin Xiaotong and the other shadow guards, powerful pills were essential. The Qin Empire was not like ordinary places without immense strength. Many things couldn't be accomplished. With this in mind, as soon as the group returned to their courtyard and saw the first light of dawn, Linfan began making arrangements. He had just sent Lin Xiaotong to escort Xia King to purchase a furnace for refining pills when an unexpected guest arrived. "It's you." Linfan was momentarily surprised as he looked at the figure that appeared uninvited in his courtyard. "You know me?" The uninvited guest frowned slightly at Linfan's reaction. "I don't know you, but I caught a glimpse of you when we entered the city," Linfan replied with a smile, shaking his head. The uninvited guest was none other than the unremarkable woman he had seen at the city gate. Her appearance wasn't memorable, but her fiery figure had left an impression. Now, sitting uninvited on a stone bench in his courtyard, her tight martial attire accentuated her curves to a stunning degree. Linfan had women with voluptuous figures at home like Dao Miao Miao, a veritable goddess, but this seemingly ordinary woman rivaled them, with hips that were just as impressive. And it wasn't the kind of bulk that comes with excess weight. It was firm, rounded, and perfectly balanced with her ample chest, creating an eye-catching S-shaped figure. "So, it's you, the one who keeps that lustful, lecherous tiger as a mount?" the woman sneered as she recalled the encounter at the city gate, looking at Linfan with disdain. Linfan, feeling a bit embarrassed, explained, "I'm not familiar with that tiger. It just happened to follow me." "Hey," the woman chuckled, clearly not buying his explanation. Linfan felt annoyed. Tiger King had really embarrassed him this time. From her reaction, it was obvious she believed that the mount's behavior reflected on its owner. But this was an injustice. The tiger's actions had nothing to do with him. He wasn't like that at all. Yet, given the situation, he knew any explanation would be futile. "Fine. Believe what you want. Now, why are you here? You didn't come just to chat, did you?" Linfan asked, cutting to the chase. He knew that someone with her level of power, she was a martial saint, after all, wouldn't come to him out of boredom. "Hey, you killed my people, and you think you don't know why I'm here?" the woman sneered coldly. "I killed your people." Linfan's eyes narrowed as he examined her, though outwardly he remained calm and said nothing more. "What, you're not going to admit it? Weren't you the one who arrogantly said I could come find you anytime?" Her expression grew colder, and an oppressive aura filled the courtyard, the unmistakable pressure of a martial saint, and not one who had merely reached that level through external means. The woman in front of him looked to be in her early 20s, yet she wielded the power of a genuine martial saint. "Who are you?" Linfan's expression shifted as his smile faded. "It seems you need a reminder," the woman said icily. "Outside Black River City, beneath the Red Forest. You're the so-called big sister." Linfan's eyes widened in surprise. He had initially assumed she was from the poison sect. After all, he had just massacred a bunch of their people last night. Her vague words and icy demeanor had led him to that conclusion. But now, he realized he had guessed wrong. Realizing the situation, he sized her up again. He had assumed the leader of those bandits was some bratty girl using her identity to control them, but she turned out to be a martial saint. It seemed One-Eyed Dragon hadn't been lying. He really did have a powerful backer. "So, you remember now?" The woman's cold smile returned. "Since you figured it out, let's talk about how you're going to make up for killing my people." "Make up for it? Why should I?" Linfan replied calmly. "They were bandits, robbing and harming others. They deserve to be killed. I'm not asking you to make up for it. Why should I owe you anything?" You think you're in the right. The woman's expression grew even colder, and a domineering aura began to emanate from her. The full pressure of a martial saint flooded the courtyard, making the entire space creak under the strain. Compared to the poisoned sect elder Linfan had easily slapped to death, this woman, though also a first-stage martial saint, was in a completely different league. Her strength was far superior, and it was clear she possessed a special physique. Yet, for some reason, Linfan's system hadn't given him any alerts. Was the system uninterested? Or was there something about her that prevented the system from detecting her? For instance, Linfan noticed that her appearance wasn't her true face. Just like when he first encountered Long Kui, who had concealed her identity and appearance, the system hadn't reacted until her disguise was removed. Is this a disguise? Linfan studied her face closely. He hadn't noticed before, but now he saw that her skin seemed a bit stiff and unnatural. It was indeed a disguise, perhaps even a human skin mask. And if I don't, Linfan replied coolly. Disguised or not, if she dared to challenge him, he would make her regret it. Her strength, though formidable, was still no match for him. Harboring bandits, and allowing them to rob others, do you think you're justified? Linfan pressed. You don't understand, she snapped coldly. I don't understand, Linfan laughed. So bandits robbing others is somehow justified? You clearly don't get it, the woman retorted. Banditry is inevitable in any region. Wiping them out completely is impossible. If you kill one group, another will rise. The only solution is to gather and regulate them, otherwise, things will only get worse. And did you manage that? Linfan asked, his tone calm. Of course, she replied without hesitation. Under my supervision, they swore never to harm anyone or steal unjustly. Ha ha ha! Linfan burst into laughter. He had thought she was some formidable figure, but it turned out she was just a naive girl. She seemed to realize this, growing angrier. What are you laughing at? She snapped. What am I laughing at? Linfan's smile didn't waver. I'm laughing at how naive you are. You really believe that bandits' promises are worth anything? You? The woman's anger flared, finding him unreasonable and failing to grasp her deeper intentions. But Linfan didn't give her a chance to speak, cutting her off. Do you even know why I killed them? Because you think you're powerful, right? She retorted with a cold snort. Since she had been informed by the one bandit who had escaped, she was already aware of what had happened. She didn't believe he would dare deceive her. Haha! Linfan laughed again, then spoke with a hint of mockery. Do you really think that if I were just acting out of arrogance, you'd still be standing here? Are you joking? The woman, initially furious, found herself amused by his audacity. She was a martial saint, and not just any martial saint. She possessed a powerful sacred physique. Even in battles against those above her level, she could hold her own. Unless some reclusive, ancient monster came out of hiding, there was nowhere in the world she couldn't go. Yet, this man thought he could knock her down? Linfan didn't argue further. He knew the best way to deal with such overconfidence was to show her what real power looked like. And when it came to that, Linfan had plenty of experience. Are you really thinking of fighting me? The woman laughed again at Linfan's calm reaction, but her eyes grew even more domineering. She might have been naive in her thinking and immature in her actions, but her presence radiated an undeniable sense of authority. It wasn't the kind of authority that comes from a long time in power, it was something innate, an overpowering aura that emanated naturally from within. Linfan noticed this, but it didn't bother him. No matter how domineering she might be, could she be more so than him, a true man of strength? Even the fiercest of female warriors was still just a little girl in his eyes. If words won't work, then what's the harm in a little sparring? Linfan replied, his expression unchanged, despite the oppressive atmosphere she was trying to create. You're quite confident, she said as she slowly stood up from the stone bench. The pressure around her intensified, becoming almost tangible. But being confident in front of me is a big mistake. Without any more words, she swung her leg in a powerful kick toward Linfan. The stone table between them was instantly pulverized into dust by the force of her kick. It looked like an ordinary move, but the strength behind it was enough to shatter mountains. As she unleashed her power, her domineering aura seemed to solidify, pressing down on everything around them. Although she had controlled her strength to focus only within the courtyard, even the passers-by outside felt an overwhelming pressure, their breathing becoming labored. Some of the weaker ones, like women and children, couldn't even stand upright and collapsed to the ground. What's going on? The other guests staying at the inn felt the disturbance keenly, their shock evident. Even the innkeeper, a peak half-saint warrior who had established his business in this grand city, knew better than to interfere when he sensed the power of a martial saint clashing inside his establishment. So domineering. Could it be that woman from the Southwest Guard? The innkeeper thought, swallowing hard as he considered the possibility. He didn't dare interfere now, All he could do was pray that the fight wouldn't destroy the inn he had worked so hard to build. Back in the courtyard, the woman was too focused on her battle to care about what was happening outside. Or rather, she had no time to care. Her powerful kick, capable of shattering mountains, had been stopped. Without any grand display of strength, Linfan had simply raised a hand and caught her leg, holding it firmly in place. No matter how much power she exerted, she couldn't move her leg an inch. How? How is this possible? Her eyes widened in disbelief. She hadn't used her full strength, but she hadn't held back much either. With her abilities, even a second-stage martial saint would have to take her seriously. Yet here was this man, whom she had dismissed as arrogant, casually stopping her attack with one hand. Nothing is impossible, Linfan replied with a smile, taking advantage of the situation to take a closer look at her. You've got a nice figure, he added, offering a straightforward compliment. It wasn't flattery. Her curves were impressive, with long, shapely legs and a well-proportioned body. You scoundrel! Despite her brash and domineering attitude, she was still a young woman, and Linfan's teasing remark left her both furious and embarrassed. The strength she unleashed grew even more intense, clearly showing how enraged she was. But no matter how much power she poured into her struggles, Linfan's grip remained as steady as a mountain. The ground around them trembled under the force she was exerting, but Linfan himself was completely unaffected. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't free her leg from his grasp. At this point, she was like the Monkey King trapped under the Buddha's palm. Ready to give up? Linfan asked calmly. Give up? In your dreams, she shouted in frustration. Unable to move her leg, she swung her fist at Linfan's face, aiming for his nose. Given her extraordinary physical strength, a direct hit would surely leave a mark. But there was no way Linfan was going to just stand there and let her hit him. Ever since his unexpected breakthrough on the dragon ship, when he reached the second stage of Martial Saint, his strength had skyrocketed. He wasn't even sure how powerful he had become, but he knew it was immense. If she wanted to fight him in close combat, she was seriously outmatched. With the same ease, Linfan caught her fist with his other hand. Damn it, she cursed, struggling even harder, but her efforts only made things worse. Losing her balance, she stumbled forward and ended up falling against Linfan. Now, with one hand holding her leg and the other her fist, they were pressed together in what looked like a tight embrace from a distance. What's this? You can't beat me, so now you're trying to get close on purpose, Linfan teased with a grin as she ended up against his chest. Her body, firm and curvaceous, filled the space between them. Despite her impressive size, there was no softness, just an incredible elasticity that was both surprising and pleasing to the touch. With such a physique, she could easily be compared to a cow capable of feeding both her child and her husband. Hey, she screamed in rage at his teasing. Her anger was palpable, but with her limbs restrained, there was little she could do. Seeing no other option, she tried to bite his neck, intending to leave a painful mark, but Linfan wasn't about to let her succeed. If anyone was going to leave a mark, it would be him. Trying to bite me? Looks like you really need a lesson. Today I'll teach you a thing or two on behalf of your parents, Linfan said coldly. He then shifted his grip, pinning her under his arm. With his free hand, he raised it high and brought it down sharply. Smack! A loud slap echoed through the courtyard, and everything went still. You dared to spank me, she shrieked in disbelief. The stinging pain in her backside made her entire body tremble, and the humiliation was almost too much to bear. She struggled even harder, but her strength was useless against Linfan's unyielding grip. If anything, her frantic attempts only seemed to provoke him further. The hand that had delivered the first slap was raised again. No. Don't, she cried out in fear, but Linfan wasn't going to stop. He continued to spank her, each slap making her eyes water and her teeth clench in frustration. By the time he finally stopped, her eyes were red, and tears were threatening to fall. Now, do you still want to kill me? Linfan asked with a smile. She didn't answer, just gritting her teeth and remaining silent. Clearly she had realized that resisting further would only lead to more punishment. She wasn't stupid, she knew she was no match for him. Seeing that she had learned her lesson, Linfan decided not to push her any further. Despite her misguided actions, she wasn't inherently bad. She had tried to protect the bandits with good intentions, even if she was naive about their true nature. You'll pay for this, she shouted after regaining her freedom. But she quickly turned and hurried out of the courtyard. Her steps were unsteady, a clear sign of the punishment she had just received. Linfan watched her leave with a smile. He didn't mind waiting for her to come back. This was just the first encounter. If she dared to challenge him again, it wouldn't just be a spanking next time. However, just as she reached the courtyard gate, her angry shout rang out again. Arg! Damn beast! Her voice was filled with rage, almost hysterical. Curious, Linfan jumped onto the roof to see what was happening. What he saw left him speechless. In the short time they had been talking, the nightlight lion tiger beast that she had left tied up had been pinned down by the Tiger King, who was now perched on its back with a lecherous grin. The Tiger King was the real alpha here. The exchange between them lasted only about half an hour. But what about Tiger King? In less than that time it had already mounted the nightlight lion tiger beast. Its proud stance clearly showed it was ready for action. The most shocking part was that the nightlight lion tiger beast, which had previously been extremely hostile toward Tiger King, was now calmly letting it ride on its back. Talk about charm compared to Tiger King. Any so-called love expert would look like an amateur. No wonder the woman was furious. Not only had she been bullied by Linfan, but even her mount had been overpowered by his. Who wouldn't be enraged in her position? Seeing how furious she was, Tiger King quickly sought refuge behind Linfan, rubbing its paws together, as if asking for protection. Although the woman hadn't shown her true strength, Tiger King, having spent time with Linfan, had developed sharp instincts. It didn't need anyone to tell it that this woman was not to be trifled with. If it didn't escape quickly, there'd be consequences. What kind of master has that kind of mount? Just wait, you'll pay for this, the woman hissed through gritted teeth as she glared at Tiger King, who was hiding behind Linfan. But knowing now just how formidable Linfan was, she didn't dare to make a move. In her mind though, Linfan was now undoubtedly a lecher. I'm really not like that, Linfan wanted to explain, but one look at Tiger King's smug, lecherous face told him it was pointless. Sensing his master's disapproving gaze, Tiger King quickly put on a fawning expression, contorting its face into a grin so exaggerated that only a dog or perhaps a teddy bear could manage it. Despite being a majestic tiger, it somehow managed to look utterly ridiculous. You're more of a dog than a tiger, Linfan sighed, utterly exasperated with his mount. How could someone as righteous as him end up with such a shameless creature? It just didn't make sense. Seeing Linfan's frustration, Tiger King continued to grovel, its grin widening. Linfan, irritated beyond words, had half a mind to give it a good smack. But before he could, Tiger King bolted out of the courtyard, not giving him the chance. Linfan could only shake his head in resignation. Who else would have such a ridiculous mount? Not long after, Xia King returned and noticed Linfan's gloomy mood. Concerned, she asked, "What's wrong, sir?" "Nothing," Linfan replied, waving off her concern. There was no way he could explain what had just happened with Tiger King. Understanding his mood, Xia King didn't press further and instead began to unpack the items she had bought. She had brought back a half-man-tall alchemy furnace and various ingredients for refining pills. "Sir, the QN Empire truly is a vast and resourceful place. Even rare alchemy furnaces are easily found in most shops, and as for ingredients that are hard to come by elsewhere, they're readily available here in most apothecaries," Xia King said, as she shared her observations. "Of course," Linfan replied with a smile. "With such abundant resources, it's no wonder so many powerful warriors emerge from here. In the Dalong Kingdom, even a half-saint was a rare sight, let alone a martial saint. Before the rise of figures like the martial emperor and the old dragon, only a few existed. Despite the kingdom's considerable size, top-tier warriors were few and far between. But in the QN Empire? In just one of its main cities, there were already more experts than in the entire Dalong Kingdom. Even killing a band of bandits on the road could attract the attention of martial saints. Such a concentration of power was only possible with abundant resources. While I was out, I also heard that the imperial capital of the QN Empire, located in the central state, is considered the true holy land of martial arts. I can't even imagine what it must be like," Xia King added, her eyes filled with awe as she relayed the information she had gathered. "It must be incredibly powerful," Linfan said with a smile, gently patting her head. He had always been fond of Xia King, who was obedient and loyal. Xia King beamed under his touch, her large eyes narrowing into crescent moons. She loved when Linfan patted her head like this. After a brief moment of affection, Linfan turned his attention to Lin Xiaotong, who had been quietly standing by. "I'll give you a drawing shortly. I need you to find out who this person is." "Understood," Lin Xiaotong replied without hesitation. Satisfied, Linfan nodded and asked Xia King to prepare some ink and paper. He began sketching the woman who had stormed off earlier. Although she had disguised herself, her distinct features, combined with her martial saint-level strength, would narrow the search considerably. Moreover, the fact that she had found him so quickly indicated that she was likely a local of the southwest region, not an outsider. With this information, Linfan was confident that Lin Xiaotong in the Shadow Division could easily uncover her identity. Lin Xiaotong was known for his efficiency. His singular focus on carrying out Linfan's orders, while potentially limiting in some areas, made him highly effective at what he did. This dedication had helped him achieve his current success, although Linfan's support had also played a significant role. After watching his capable subordinate leave, Linfan moved the alchemy furnace into his room and prepared to resume his pill refining efforts. Meanwhile, the woman who had stormed out of his courtyard had returned home, where she immediately smashed her prized porcelain vase to pieces in a fit of rage. "That scoundrel," she fumed, the sting in her rear still fresh and fueling her anger. Had her teeth not been as strong as titanium, she might have ground them to dust by now. The pain and humiliation were almost unbearable. "Miss, what happened? Who angered you?" Her maid, hearing the commotion, rushed into the room, her face filled with concern. The woman was her mistress's closest servant, and if something serious had happened, she wouldn't usually keep it from her. But this time, the woman was too embarrassed to speak. How could she possibly admit that she had gone to confront someone, only to end up getting spanked? Her pride wouldn't allow it. Knowing her mistress well, the maid didn't press for details, wisely keeping silent as she waited for instructions. "Find this man for me," the woman finally said after smashing all the porcelain in the room. She handed the maid a detailed sketch. Not long after, the maid left with the drawing in hand. The scene was eerily similar to the one that had just played out with Linfan, only with the roles reversed. Buddhist sect's residence. Just when they thought they had finally resolved their crisis, a much bigger one emerged. After just a day, word reached them that the entire negotiation team from the Poison Sect had been wiped out. Although they were unaware that someone had impersonated them, they knew full well that the Buddhist sect wouldn't escape the blame. Whether or not they were responsible, the Poison Sect would surely hold them accountable. This realization left the leaders of the Buddhist sect deeply troubled. Their expressions darkened as they processed the news. "Master, given the Poison Sect's ruthless nature, they will definitely blame us for this. What should we do?" The abbot, as the head of the Buddhist sect, couldn't remain silent, but he also had no idea how to handle the situation. He could only seek guidance from the sect's elder, a figure who had survived countless battles. The elder, who had once been attached to a giant Buddha statue, now resided within a small bronze figure, about the size of a human. The statue looked lifelike, but its expression was stiff and emotionless, almost like a real person frozen in time. After hearing his disciple's plea, the elder remained silent for a while before responding in a deep voice, "If it's just a case of blame shifting, it would be troublesome but not impossible to resolve. However, the real danger is that this might not be just a matter of shifting blame." "Why do you say that?" the abbot asked, confused. "Everything is too coincidental," the elder replied. "The Poison Sect's team didn't get into trouble before or after taking our compensation, only right after. If there wasn't someone specifically watching this situation, how could such a coincidence occur?" "Master, do you mean?" The abbot's eyes widened in shock. The elder sighed. "I have a feeling that someone is deliberately targeting us, just like how our conflict with the Poison Sect seemed to arise out of nowhere." The elder's insight was sharp, honed by countless years of experience. He might not have all the facts, but his intuition was nearly spot on. "That can't be. Isn't that person still busy expanding his so-called kingdom? How could he?" The abbot was in disbelief. They had been investigating the mysterious instigator behind their conflict with the Poison Sect, but hadn't uncovered anything concrete yet. Could it be that their enemy had already caught up to them and orchestrated this latest disaster? The elder shook his head. "Nothing is impossible. Over the years I've encountered countless experts and prodigies, but I've never seen anyone as monstrous as him." The abbot was stunned by his master's evaluation. It was an extremely high praise. After all, his master had lived through the Buddhist sect's golden age, a time when it had influence across the entire Qin Empire. For someone like him to describe another as unprecedentedly talented was unimaginable. "I hope I'm wrong, because if I'm right, a great catastrophe will befall our sect. If we're not careful, centuries of our heritage could be reduced to ashes." The elder sighed again, looking off into the distance. The abbot stood frozen, unsure of what to do next. "Go to the marshal's mansion. Tell him that I've agreed to his terms, but with one condition: he must guarantee the survival of our Buddhist sect's legacy," the elder instructed, not turning back. The abbot nodded and hurriedly made his way to the marshal's mansion. He didn't question his master's judgment. He had witnessed his master's abilities too many times to doubt him now. The elder's intuition was indeed correct. As the abbot arrived at the mansion, the Poison Sect's forces were already mobilizing from their base. Although they had initially decided to let the matter slide to honor the marshal's intervention, the recent betrayal had reignited their fury. This wasn't just a slap in the face, it was an attempt to trample them into the ground. Within 2 days, the Poison Sect had organized a formidable force led by a Grand Elder, a third-stage martial saint, accompanied by a second-stage martial saint and 3 first-stage martial saints. Alongside them were countless elite disciples, ready to exact vengeance. Their movements shook the entire region, and no one dared to provoke them. Naturally, as soon as the Marshal's mansion heard of this, they took action. "So the poison sect is truly on the move," said the Marshal's younger brother, who was reading a report in his study. 2 powerful half-saints stood guard nearby, and the abbot was anxiously standing before him. Upon hearing the news, the abbot's forced calm shattered. Seeing his reaction, the Marshal's brother chuckled. "Don't panic just yet. Let me finish. The leader of the poison sect's forces is a Grand Elder, a 3rd-stage martial saint. Along with him are a 2nd-stage martial saint and 3 first-stage martial saints, plus countless elite disciples, and if that's not enough, the Grand Elder leading them is none other than Wang Mingkong, whose son your sect killed, a peak 3rd-stage martial saint." The abbot's face turned ashen. His sect had managed to survive the poison sect's initial wrath because Wang Mingkong hadn't personally intervened. His influence had been felt, but he hadn't acted directly. Now, however, he was taking charge himself. A peak 3rd-stage martial saint was almost the strongest force one could encounter in the mortal world, surpassing even the abbot's master at his peak. "Don't worry too much. A 3rd-stage martial saint may be powerful, but the Qin Empire's military might is even greater. Even if the entire poison sect came at us, they wouldn't stand a chance against our forces." The Marshal's brother reassured the abbot with a smile. "Sir, my master has agreed to your terms. However, if the poison sect does strike, I beg you to protect our sect," the abbot pleaded. He knew the Marshal's brother wanted something in return, or he wouldn't be so talkative. The Marshal's brother didn't bother to hide his intentions. Seeing the abbot's understanding, he nodded. "Tell your master that as long as I get what I want, I'll ensure your sect's safety, and perhaps even help you rebuild." "Thank you, sir," the abbot expressed his gratitude, knowing that if the Marshal's brother kept his word, this crisis could turn into an opportunity for their sect. "There's no need for thanks. We're simply fulfilling each other's needs," the Marshal's brother replied, dismissing the formality. The abbot felt relieved. The Marshal's brother wasn't one to make empty promises. If he was confident, it meant he had the strength to back it up. With that assurance, the abbot quickly returned to the Buddhist sect's residence to relay the message to his master. Meanwhile, the Marshal's brother called for one of his trusted aides. "Has the young lady returned home?" he asked. "Yes, sir. She returned yesterday," the aide replied. The Marshal's brother nodded thoughtfully. "Then go and inform her that the poison sect is becoming restless and seems to be stirring up trouble. Have her represent the Marshal's mansion and investigate the situation." The aide hesitated. "Sir, will the young lady agree to investigate?" Although the Marshal's brother handled most of the mansion's affairs, the young lady in question was the true master's daughter, and even he didn't have the authority to command her. "Don't worry about that. Just deliver the message," the Marshal's brother said dismissively. "Yes, sir," the aide nodded, and hurried off to carry out his orders. As all these events unfolded, a new day dawned. Linfan, who had spent 3 days refining pills, finally emerged from his room. Thanks to the resources from the Buddhist sect, his efforts had been highly successful. His supply of supreme pills and enlightenment pills was fully replenished. Sir Xia King rushed over to greet him, bouncing with excitement. Although it had only been 3 days, she had grown so accustomed to Linfan's presence that his absence had felt like an eternity. Under Linfan's guidance, Xia King had even broken through to the half-saint level. With a bit more refinement, reaching martial saint wasn't out of the question. "Did you miss me?" Linfan teased with a smile. Of course, Xia King responded without hesitation. She used to be shy about such things, but now she was becoming bolder, determined to seize the opportunities her mistress had created for her. "How much did you miss me?" Linfan asked playfully. This much. Xia King stretched her arms as wide as she could, trying to show just how much she missed him. "Haha," Linfan laughed heartily and nodded. "In that case, I'll have to reward you tonight." Xia King blushed and shyly nodded, unsure of what to expect. Linfan didn't notice her embarrassment. He turned his attention to Lin Xiaotong, who had been waiting patiently nearby. "How did the investigation go?" "The woman in the drawing is the daughter of the Southwest Region's Marshal. She's unmarried and just turned 20 this year. She often disguises herself to roam the martial world, acting as a vigilante," Lin Xiaotong reported in detail. As Linfan listened, something began to feel off. He couldn't help but notice that Lin Xiaotong had emphasized her unmarried status as if it were the most important detail. It wasn't necessary to mention, yet Lin Xiaotong had made it a point to highlight it. Though puzzled, Linfan couldn't fault the report, so he decided to change the subject. "What about the poison sect and the Buddhist sect? What's their situation?" They're both making moves, Lin Xiaotong replied, outlining the reactions of both factions. The once secret maneuvers were now known to everyone, with no element of surprise left. The Poison Sect was mobilizing its forces to seek retribution, while the Buddhist sect, unwilling to face its demise, was scrambling to find powerful allies. Their responses were entirely predictable. Since they're making such a big fuss, let them clash for now. We don't need to get involved just yet. Let's focus on strengthening ourselves first and deal with other matters later, Linfan said with a smile, revealing the pills he had just refined. No matter how things unfolded outside, as long as he continued to grow stronger, he would be ready to face any challenge. Yes, Sir, Lin Xiaotong responded, immediately setting out to execute his new orders. Linfan remained calm, confident that everything was still within his control. Outside Tianfeng City, a powerful team from the Poison Sect made no attempt to hide their presence. As they marched forward with overwhelming momentum, many began to guess their intentions. However, before they could enter the city, someone blocked their path. It was none other than the unremarkable woman who had previously crossed paths with Linfan. Alone, riding a beast resembling a lion and tiger, she fearlessly obstructed the Poison Sect's way. Dare to block the Poison Sect? Are you tired of living? An elder from the Poison Sect stepped forward and shouted. This mission had drawn the attention of nearly the entire southwest region and represented the reputation of the Poison Sect. How could they tolerate someone insignificant daring to stand in their way? Who I am doesn't matter. Tianfeng City is a crucial city of the Great Qing Empire. Your Poison Sect cannot enter and start a conflict here, the woman calmly replied, unaffected by the elder's scolding. Haha, the elder was momentarily stunned but then burst into laughter. In terms of sheer power, the Poison Sect was the undisputed ruler of the Southwest. Even if they were to do something, who would dare interfere? When did the actions of the Poison Sect ever fall under the control of a mere woman? It seems we've been quiet for too long, and people have forgotten who the true ruler of the Southwest is. The elder's expression turned cold as he unleashed a terrifying aura, stirring the wind and clouds. The power of a martial saint was not to be underestimated. His profound internal energy had transformed into a higher form of power, and his superhuman physique radiated an unstoppable force, like a surging river. The Poison Sect had mobilized this time to assert their dominance and crush any who dared challenge them, solidifying their status as the absolute overlords. Naturally, they would not tolerate anyone blocking their path. Facing the powerful martial saint and elder of the Poison Sect, most people would tread carefully. But the woman remained unfazed. It wasn't until the elder prepared to strike that she slowly removed a golden spear from her mount. Boom! In that instant, a powerful aura erupted from the woman, completely overwhelming the elder's momentum. A martial saint? No wonder you dare to block our way. But you're only at the first stage of martial saint, and you're already this arrogant? Who gave you the courage? You're on the path to your own destruction. The elder was slightly surprised by the woman's strength but quickly sneered again. Without further delay, the elder unleashed his true power, summoning a giant green toad. Poison filled the air, creating a deadly domain. The Poison Sect may have lacked in other areas, but in terms of lethal force, they were unmatched. However, the woman remained indifferent. With her golden spear in hand and a straight posture, she exuded a commanding presence, like a fierce warrior goddess. She charged forward without hesitation, unleashing her overwhelming energy. The two clashed fiercely, neither side gaining the upper hand. The elder had revealed his true power, while the woman had only unleashed her aura. The difference in their abilities was becoming apparent. You have some skill, but it's far from enough to match your arrogance. The elder was somewhat taken aback by her strength but quickly dismissed it. After all, behind him stood the sect's deputy leader and even stronger elders. He couldn't imagine losing to a mere woman. Standing atop the green toad, the elder unleashed a barrage of deadly attacks. The ground shook violently as he bombarded the woman with his powerful strikes. But she was unafraid, advancing relentlessly with her golden spear, breaking through the elder's attacks one after another. She's this strong. The elder's expression began to change as he realized that despite his fierce assaults, he couldn't even slow her down. He hadn't held back, but the woman continued to push forward, defying his expectations. Kill! The woman's shout rang out like the wrath of heaven, shaking the leaves from the trees and stunning the elder. For a brief moment, his focus wavered, and in that instant, she seized the opportunity. Her golden spear lunged forward, aiming directly at the elder's vital point. Damn it! The onlookers from the Poison Sect were shocked by her ferocity, but in such a brief moment, they couldn't react in time. They never expected that their powerful elder would be unable to fend off her attack after just one exchange. Fortunately, the Supreme Elder, who had remained silent at the center of the formation, finally intervened. As the woman's deadly strike neared, he gently raised a finger. A terrifying pressure immediately filled the air, halting her spear mid-strike. The poisoned sect elder, now recovering his senses, hastily dodged, his face pale. If not for the Supreme Elder's intervention, he would have been killed. Though partly due to his own carelessness, he realized he couldn't have evaded the fatal blow on his own. The woman's attack failed, and her expression grew serious as she turned to look at the Supreme Elder who had intervened. She had just experienced the immense power of a peak third-stage martial saint. No matter how fearless or reckless she usually was, she couldn't treat such a formidable opponent lightly. This level of power stood at the pinnacle of martial arts. Even if she advanced to the second stage, she would still struggle to withstand such an invincible force. After all, anyone who had reached this level was an extraordinary talent, often possessing special constitutions that made them nearly unbeatable. The Supreme Elder finally spoke for the first time, his tone calm and without any oppressive force. Such a powerful strike. What is your relationship to He Zhenxian? Despite his plain appearance and simple attire, his earlier display of strength marked him as anything but ordinary. That has nothing to do with you. The woman's domineering aura hadn't diminished in the slightest, deeply ingrained in her very being. The Supreme Elder chuckled softly. Such a fierce young lady. Regardless of your connection to He Zhenxian, you dared to challenge the poison sect's authority. Even if you are related to him, today I must teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders. His smile remained, but the pressure around him grew stronger. He Zhenxian, the military governor of the southwest, commanded the great Qian army in the region, representing the empire's supreme authority. Although the poison sect had to show respect, they wouldn't allow anyone to trample over them. A slight reprimand would suffice. As the pressure mounted, the woman's mount, a majestic lion-tiger beast, struggled under the weight of the Supreme Elder's power. Its legs trembled, and it grew weak. The woman had to divert some of her energy to support her mount, as it was crucial to her combat effectiveness. If her mount faltered, her situation would worsen. However, she wasn't afraid. She had anticipated the Supreme Elder's intervention, and was prepared. She intended to use this immense pressure to break through her current limits, unlock her second seal, and advance to the second stage of martial saint. With her unique constitution, this breakthrough could grant her a divine ability, transforming her strength. Once achieved, she would finally be able to seek revenge against a certain someone who had humiliated her. She had never been spanked before, let alone been subjected to such a humiliating punishment. She vowed to settle the score. She wouldn't rest until she had beaten her enemy's backside raw. An attack. With no unnecessary words, the woman charged forward again, determined to fight through the Supreme Elder's immense pressure. Supreme Elder, let me handle this. It's just a first-stage martial saint. There's no need for you to trouble yourself, the deputy leader of the poison sect offered in a flattering tone. In the poison sect, the Supreme Elder held absolute authority and unmatched power. Gaining his favor was crucial, especially for the deputy leader who aspired to remove the deputy from his title and gain full control of the sect. No need. I will stretch my limbs a bit today. The Supreme Elder waved off the offer, choosing to handle the situation himself. He had already recognized the young woman as likely being the daughter of He Zhenxian, with her overwhelming aura and battlefield skills traits that were her father's hallmark. Having dealt with He Zhenxian before, the Supreme Elder had the insight to recognize the connection. By intervening himself, he could frame it as an elder teaching a lesson. However, if others were to get involved, the situation could spiral out of control, potentially leading to a conflict with He Zhenxian, who commanded the Qin Empire's iron-blooded army. The poison sect was cautious not to provoke such a powerful figure. The Supreme Elder commented calmly, "Your killing intent is strong, and you've grasped the essence of dominance, but being too rigid will eventually lead to your downfall." He then launched his attack. It wasn't his true martial saint power, just simple martial arts. Yet this basic technique was more terrifying than the Elder's earlier desperate strikes. He had reached a level of mastery that transcended form, embodying the true essence of martial arts. The moment the woman engaged him, she was instantly suppressed. But she didn't give up, instead unleashing a series of powerful moves in a fierce counterattack. Is she really that bold? On a hill overlooking the battlefield, Linfan had quietly arrived, watching the fierce battle with interest. He was surprised to see the woman he had previously humiliated now blocking the poison sect's forces alone. Even more astonishing was her audacity to challenge a peak third-stage martial saint. It was beyond courage, perhaps more like sheer stubbornness. He didn't know that his earlier actions had driven her to push her limits in hopes of breaking through. Nearby, the Tiger King growled anxiously, not for the woman's safety but for his new love interest. If she were killed, Where would he find such a beautiful mate? But Linfan had no intention of intervening, content to watch the battle unfold. This left the Tiger King in a panic, unable to do anything. Despite the Supreme Elder holding back, the woman couldn't withstand his assault and coughed up blood. Linfan found her defeat somewhat amusing, thinking it might teach her not to be so naive in the future. But to his surprise, when the Supreme Elder struck her again, she was sent flying straight toward Linfan. Whether by coincidence or fate, she ended up heading directly for him. Faced with this unexpected situation, Linfan had no choice but to catch her to prevent her from crashing into his spot. By doing so, he inadvertently revealed himself to the members of the Poison Sect. On the battlefield, everything suddenly fell silent. Neither the strong experts of the Poison Sect nor even the Supreme Elder had noticed that there was a hidden observer on the edge of the battle. The woman, regaining her composure, was stunned as she looked at the person who had caught her. She hadn't expected to encounter the person she wanted revenge on at this moment. Because of this, the pressure from the Supreme Elder of the Poison Sect, which had finally given her the opportunity to break through her barriers, suddenly caused her mind to become chaotic. "You look pretty slim. But you're heavier than you seem," Linfan said with a light-hearted smile, even though the situation had taken him by surprise. The woman, initially angry that her carefully planned breakthrough had been ruined, momentarily forgot her anger. Instead, she could only grit her teeth and glare at him. "You scoundrel," she spat, struggling to get off him. "You're really ungrateful. If I hadn't caught you just now, you would have at least ended up with a busted backside," Linfan remarked with a playful tone, pretending to be hurt by her lack of gratitude. The woman, who had been trying to keep her composure, finally lost her temper at the mention of her backside. "What? Don't tell me you think I'm wrong," Linfan asked, feigning confusion, his words making her chest heave with anger. Her clothes seemed ready to burst from the pressure. "Shut up, you scoundrel," she snapped, raising her fist to strike him. But before she could land the blow, Linfan grabbed her hand, holding it firmly despite her struggles. "Who are you?" The members of the Poison Sect, seeing this interaction, were starting to look irritated. They felt ignored, which hurt their pride. "Just a passerby," Linfan replied with a calm smile as he turned his attention to the Poison Sect. "A passerby who dares meddle in Poison Sect affairs. Are you tired of living?" The elder who had almost been killed by the woman earlier stepped forward again, glaring menacingly at Linfan. His near-death experience had left him seething with rage. Unable to seek revenge against the woman, who was too important even for the Supreme Elder to ignore, he turned his anger toward Linfan. Linfan had initially intended to avoid conflict with the Poison Sect. But seeing the Elder's reaction and hearing his threats made him smile. He might not want to fight, but that didn't mean he would let himself be pushed around. The Poison Sect might be strong, but they weren't strong enough to make him back down. "Leave quickly. You don't want to provoke the Poison Sect. They're not someone you can afford to cross," the woman suddenly advised, urging Linfan to leave and avoid a fight. Her words took Linfan by surprise. He had expected her to gloat over his situation, given their history. Instead, she was urging him to escape without hesitation. "What are you standing around for? Didn't you hear me? With your strength you could still escape before the Poison Sect acts. But if you stay you won't survive," she said, growing more frustrated as Linfan remained still. Earlier he had seemed so clever, why was he acting so foolish now? Seeing her anger, Linfan chuckled. "Aren't we enemies? Why are you worried about me?" "You. Now's not the time for that. Just get out of here," she snapped, more exasperated than ever as Linfan continued to smile and joke. Despite her own problems, she didn't want to drag someone else down with her. "Don't worry. If things really go south, I'll run faster than anyone," Linfan reassured her with a smile. The woman breathed a sigh of relief at his words, but it didn't last long. His next sentence shattered her composure once more. "But the Poison Sect isn't worthy of making me run," Linfan added casually. "Damn it," the woman thought, realizing that things were about to get complicated. Indeed, Linfan's arrogant words enraged the Poison Sect. What had started as one elder's desire for revenge now became a unified response from the entire sect. Even the usually calm Supreme Elder looked at Linfan with a colder gaze. "Kill him," the Supreme Elder ordered indifferently, as though he were crushing an insect. He didn't deem it necessary to act personally, feeling it would only grant the ant before him too much honor. Yes, 3 Poison Sect elders responded in unison and charged toward Linfan. Although they were all first-stage martial saints, their combined strength could cause a significant shift in power. The woman might be able to defeat one martial saint, or even kill one in a surprise attack, but 3 working together were a different story. Even at her full strength, she couldn't hold them off. Linfan's physical strength had overwhelmed her earlier, but real combat required more than just raw power. advanced techniques and unexpected strategies could tip the scales. Leave now. I'll try to hold them off, the woman urged again, gripping her spear as she prepared to confront the three elders. But before she could take a step forward, Linfan gently grabbed her hand and pulled her behind him. I'll handle this. I don't make it a habit to hide behind women, nor do I let them fight my battles, he said calmly, standing with his hands behind his back as he faced the charging elders. For Linfan, whether he faced one martial saint or three made little difference. It just meant throwing a few more punches. The woman's anger flared again at his arrogance. But Linfan didn't give her a chance to protest. He lightly tapped the ground with his foot and charged at the poison sect elders. Fool, the three elders sneered. Together they could take on almost anyone in the southwest. For this young man to rush at them alone, what a death wish. The rest of the poison sect thought the same, believing Linfan to be a reckless fool. But in the next moment, they were all stunned. Linfan threw a simple punch, and the elder leading the charge was instantly reduced to dust. There was no resistance, no time to react. In the blink of an eye, a powerful martial saint had been obliterated. It was a true instant kill, not through trickery or surprise, but a straightforward, devastating punch. Was this man even human? The remaining poison sect elders were left dumbfounded, as were the other members watching. One moment there were three of them, and now only two remained. The elder who had been at the front was gone, reduced to nothing before their eyes. Retreat, the deputy leader of the poison sect, who had been overseeing the battle from behind, shouted urgently. He realized that Linfan was far stronger than anticipated, too powerful for a first-stage martial saint to handle. The two remaining elders weren't foolish. They understood that they were no match for him and began to retreat even before the order was given. But Linfan was faster. He withdrew his fist and punched again. It was another seemingly ordinary punch, but to the remaining elders, it was like a death sentence. They unleashed every life-saving technique they had, sparing no expense, though these methods usually came with a heavy cost. But against Linfan, it was all futile. Their martial saint power shattered. Their protective techniques crumbled. Every defensive measure they deployed was as fragile as paper before Linfan's fist. And just like their fallen comrade, the second elder was pulverized, leaving only one elder standing. The last elder was paralyzed with fear. In such a short time, two of his comrades had been killed. How could he possibly continue to fight? Without needing further orders, he turned to flee. But no matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun Linfan's punch. As the final elder tried to escape, Linfan raised his fist once more. Stop your rampage, boy. The deputy leader of the poison sect, seeing this unfold, couldn't hold back any longer. He attacked, hoping to save the last elder. As a second-stage martial saint, he was far stronger than the first-stage elders, even without any divine abilities. But Linfan merely glanced at him before refocusing on his target and throwing another punch. Snap! With a crisp sound, the last elder was destroyed. You will die for this, the deputy leader roared as he charged at Linfan. His full power shook the very air, splitting mountains with the force of his attack. The strength of a second-stage martial saint was terrifying, akin to that of a god. Be careful. This man is the deputy leader of the poison sect, an old and powerful second-stage martial saint, the woman called out, warning Linfan. She was shocked by his strength. 3 punches had killed 3 elders, but the deputy leader was on a different level. Each stage of martial saint brought a dramatic increase in power, and the deputy leader of a major sect like the poison sect had far more dangerous techniques at his disposal. Thanks for the warning, Linfan replied calmly, taking a moment to smile and nod at her. The woman was at a loss. Was this man confident or just insane? Even if he was powerful, he should be more cautious. After all, the supreme elder of the poison sect was still here, and he was an invincible force. With this in mind, she crushed a jade pendant she had with her. It was a life-saving artifact from the general's manor, and once broken, it would send a signal for reinforcements to come and help. The experts from the general's manor didn't just represent the general, they also represented the great QN Empire. Not even the poison sect would dare ignore them. But what she didn't know was that all the experts had been sent away on other tasks. Even if they received the signal, they wouldn't arrive in time. Linfan, unaware of her actions, would not have cared even if he knew. He never intended to rely on anyone's help. Facing the enraged deputy leader, his expression remained unchanged as he threw another simple punch. You're too arrogant, the deputy leader roared, his attacks becoming more ferocious. But what happened next shocked everyone. Despite his full-powered assault, the deputy leader's fate was the same as the others. His martial saint techniques shattered, his strongest moves fell apart, and the remaining force of Linfan's punch came crashing down on him. The deputy leader was stunned. He hadn't expected Linfan to be this terrifying. The woman, watching from behind, was equally shocked. She hadn't imagined Linfan's strength would be so overwhelming. She couldn't believe that this was the same person she had confronted not long ago. Reflecting on it, she realized that being spanked by him was actually the lightest punishment she could have received. How can he be this strong? The deputy sect leader of the poison sect had used every technique at his disposal, but nothing seemed to work. This realization genuinely terrified him. What he had initially thought was just a somewhat capable passerby had effortlessly defeated their sect elders in just a few moves. And now, even he, a second-stage martial saint, couldn't withstand what appeared to be a simple punch from this man. This was no mere passerby, this was a terrifying powerhouse. "Who are you?" the deputy sect leader shouted in panic, barely dodging another punch. The situation had shaken him to his core, making him suspect that Linfan was a powerful, hidden expert deliberately targeting the poison sect. "As I said, I'm just a passerby," Linfan responded calmly. After all, he was indeed just passing through. If circumstances hadn't forced him into the open, he wouldn't have engaged in this battle. Impossible, the deputy sect leader couldn't believe such an answer. "Believe what you want," Linfan replied indifferently. Since he had already made his move, it didn't matter what the deputy sect leader thought. The outcome would be the same. Without further words, Linfan prepared to strike again. If one punch hadn't been enough, then another would do the job. "Supreme Elder, save me!" the deputy sect leader, seeing the familiar fist heading his way, turned pale and desperately cried out for help. The Supreme Elder of the Poison Sect had already been paying close attention to this side of the battlefield. Seeing the danger his deputy was in, he acted without hesitation. The loss of 3 first-stage elders was already a heavy blow. Losing a second-stage deputy would be an unimaginable disaster for the Poison Sect. With a mere wave of his hand, the Supreme Elder pulled the deputy sect leader out of harm's way, just as Linfan's punch leveled a massive mountain in the distance. Gulp, the deputy sect leader swallowed hard, realizing that without the Supreme Elder's intervention, he would have been severely injured, if not dead. This passerby's strength was beyond comprehension. Even a second-stage martial saint like him couldn't last more than a few moves against Linfan. He's so young and yet so powerful. Could he be a monster from one of the great families? The deputy sect leader was now thoroughly frightened, his legs trembling as he stared at Linfan with fear. It wasn't just the man's strength, it was his youth. To possess such terrifying power at such a young age was the mark of a true monster. "Young man, your strength is impressive and your future boundless. But having slaughtered so many of our poison sect's elders, no matter where you come from, you cannot be allowed to leave here alive." The Supreme Elder stepped forward, his previous calm demeanor replaced by an icy coldness. An aura of fear spread around him, a sign of a peak third-stage martial saint, an invincible elder of monstrous power. That's the Supreme Elder of the Poison Sect, a peak third-stage martial saint. "Your strength is indeed formidable, but this man is on a different level," the woman behind Linfan warned. She had seen his strength firsthand and now realized how much she had underestimated him. But the Supreme Elder was no ordinary opponent, he was a true invincible force. While a second-stage martial saint was nearly unmatched, they were nothing compared to a third-stage martial saint, who was all but guaranteed to possess a divine ability. The difference between a martial saint with a divine ability and one without was enormous, and this gap only widened as the saint advanced through the stages. Linfan, though from a small town, understood this well. Having recently advanced from the first to the second stage himself, he knew how significant each breakthrough was, and how valuable a divine ability could be. But so what? Did he not also possess a divine ability? The difference between the second and third stages? He had consumed countless martial saint pills and dragon blood pills. It wasn't as if he had taken ordinary supplements. Because of this, while he smiled and nodded at the woman's warning, he didn't take it to heart. The woman, frustrated, could only stomp her foot in exasperation. But there was nothing more she could do. "Young man, prepared to die," the Supreme Elder, his anger fully aroused, didn't waste time with more words. He launched a thunderous attack, and a massive dark green dragon materialized behind him. This was his martial saint's true intent, the terrifying poison dragon avatar. Under its influence, his every move carried the force of the heavens. With a simple gesture, a giant claw descended upon Linfan, its green talons dripping with a thick, corrosive liquid that clearly carried deadly poison. The poison dragon claw. The Supreme Elder is using his signature technique right from the start. He must be truly furious, the remaining poison sect members gasped in awe, serving as impromptu commentators. The deputy sect leader, who had just narrowly escaped death, also nodded in grim satisfaction. Knowing the power of the Supreme Elder, he was confident that the man who had nearly killed him would now meet his doom. A signature technique. Linfan smirked. He enjoyed breaking these so-called signature moves. No matter how strong they were, he would handle them just as he always had. With a roar, the phantom of a fierce tiger appeared behind Linfan. As he punched forward, it charged directly at the massive poison dragon claw. Though the tiger's phantom was much smaller and less imposing than the dragon, it didn't hesitate, charging forward with unstoppable momentum. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the two forces collided. Boom! A deafening explosion followed, so loud that it echoed all the way to Tianfeng City, where it was mistaken for a thunderstorm by the unaware residents. Was that thunder? Many ordinary people assumed it was, and hurried to gather their laundry. But the city's experts knew better. This was the sound of a fierce battle between unimaginable powers outside the city. As the fight started in the general's manner, the second master, hearing the commotion, let a faint smile play at the corners of his lips. Though he had nearly complete control over the manor's affairs, he wasn't satisfied. He knew that everything he had now was because his elder brother's child was still young. Once the child grew up, he would have to step aside. Having held power for so long, he couldn't bear to let it go. But he also knew he couldn't change this fate, for the general's power came directly from the general himself. His only option was to disrupt the situation so completely that the child could never claim power. And what better way to do that than to eliminate the one who would take it from him? The poison sect was just a pawn in his game. His real trump card was already in place, waiting to strike. As long as the conflict escalated, no matter the outcome, he would have succeeded. But neither the poison sect nor their supreme elder knew they were being manipulated. The elder was focused solely on unleashing his deadliest attacks on Linfan. The poison dragon claw, imbued with unimaginable poison, was designed to corrode any attack it met. Even opponents at the same level struggled to withstand it. The Supreme Elder had observed Linfan's strength, and though he recognized Linfan as a second-stage martial saint, he believed that no matter how powerful, Linfan couldn't defy the laws of nature. Yet what happened next shattered his composure. The poison dragon claw, which he had expected to severely wound Linfan, failed to achieve its intended effect. Instead, after a brief struggle, both attacks dissipated into nothingness, neutralized. It's not possible the Supreme Elder hadn't yet reacted, but the other members of the poison sect were stunned. Their Supreme Elder's signature move had been effortlessly blocked. Is that all? Linfan didn't boast, but his question cut deeper than any insult. Even the Supreme Elder, with his deep reserves of self-control, couldn't remain calm. HNPsh. That was just a casual strike. Don't think you can match me just because you blocked it, the Supreme Elder snorted coldly. Without giving Linfan time to respond, he launched another attack, this time unleashing his full power. The massive poison dragon expanded until it blotted out the sky, its poisonous domain engulfing the battlefield, forcing the woman to retreat. As for the Tiger King and the Night Shining Lion Tiger Beast, they had fled long before the battle escalated. But no one cared now because the real fight was just beginning. Now this is interesting, Linfan said, feeling the intense pressure of the peak third-stage martial saint. But rather than being intimidated, he welcomed it. Only under such pressure could he fully unleash his potential. The power of his blood surged like a furnace, and a golden dragon slowly materialized behind him. Though it was much smaller than the poison dragon, its divine aura was far more terrifying, like the true descent of a dragon god. Despite being a manifestation of a lower-level martial saint, Linfan's golden dragon began to suppress the Supreme Elder's higher-level intent. This can't be happening. The Supreme Elder was now truly shaken. His martial saint intent was at a higher level, yet it was being suppressed by someone at a lower stage. Nothing is impossible. Today I'll see just how strong a third-stage martial saint really is, Linfan said, his body glowing with golden light. His expression turned cold and emotionless as he launched himself at the Supreme Elder, a radiant streak of gold aiming straight for his foe. The two dragons clashed in the sky, while Linfan, using the swift dragon step technique, launched a ferocious assault on the Supreme Elder himself. Despite using what seemed like a simple set of punches, Linfan's attacks were imbued with the essence of martial arts, pushing the Supreme Elder onto the defensive. Though the Elder was a level above, he found himself struggling against Linfan's relentless assault. Could he really be a freak of nature? Even a peak third-stage martial saint can't stand against him. Not even my father could do this. The woman, who had retreated to a safe distance, was stunned by what she saw. Every time she thought Linfan had reached his limit, he exceeded it. First he had taken on 3 first-stage martial saints, then defeated a powerful second-stage martial saint. Each time she had urged him to flee, only for him to prove her wrong by crushing his opponents. And now, he was doing the same to a peak third-stage martial saint. This constant defiance of her expectations completely changed her view of Linfan. Where she had once harbored resentment, she now felt a growing sense of respect that she couldn't quite understand. Although they seemed to be the same age, the difference in their strength was vast. At this moment, she truly accepted it. When Linfan had called her naive, she had been indignant. Who was he to lecture her, a proud daughter of the heavens? But now, she began to reflect on her past actions, realizing that perhaps he had been right all along. This was the power of strength. Meanwhile, Linfan was oblivious to the changes in her perspective. His mind was focused on the battle, his eyes shining with a brilliant golden light as he clashed with the Supreme Elder. Though he had only recently broken through to the second stage, the intense fight allowed him to glimpse the path to unlocking the third seal on his body. This realization made his attacks even fiercer and faster. But his opponent wasn't pleased. The Supreme Elder, already struggling against the younger man's relentless attacks, knew he couldn't afford to drag the fight out any longer. He wasn't young anymore, and couldn't match the endurance of someone in their prime. Deciding not to waste any more time, he pulled back slightly and unleashed his divine ability. In an instant, the sky darkened, and the winds began to howl. Divine abilities. To many warriors, these are almost mythical. Countless people spend their entire lives striving for them, yet never even come close to grasping one. But their power reaches every aspect of martial arts. Many advanced martial techniques, and even the essence of martial intent, are simplified versions derived from these divine abilities. When one is unleashed, the entire world seems to become heavier, as if unable to bear its presence. Breathing becomes difficult for everyone present, including the woman, who was previously composed. On the battlefield, only Linfan remained calm, though a slight change flickered in his gaze. It was clear that even he felt the pressure at this moment. A peak third-stage martial saint, wielding a divine ability such power was truly terrifying. I never imagined that I would one day be forced to use my divine ability against an opponent of a lower realm. The world indeed produces talented individuals in every generation. Unfortunately, today that talent will be extinguished. The Supreme Elder of the Poison Sect lamented, as his form underwent a dramatic transformation. His once gaunt frame swelled to a massive height, resembling a giant. His clothes tore apart, revealing grotesque, muscle-bound limbs, with only specially made shorts remaining intact. This was no illusion of martial intent, his body had truly grown. Green mist swirled around him, and the veins on his body pulsed as if filled with writhing venomous insects. This was his divine ability, Berserk Saint body, similar to the legendary Heaven and Earth transformation. When activated, his body enlarged, and his strength and defense surged exponentially. As long as his energy remained, his power would continue to grow. Because he cultivated poison techniques, he had consumed numerous rare and poisonous creatures, making his divine ability even more sinister and deadly. Not only did his strength and defense increase, but his every move carried lethal poison. Anyone who clashed with him would be infected. In the past, he had used this ability to forcibly slay another expert of the same realm, earning his infamous reputation. This is the Supreme Elder's divine ability. That arrogant fool is finished. Seeing this terrifying transformation, the Poison Sect members regained their confidence. Linfan had indeed shown unexpected strength, but under the power of a divine ability, they didn't believe he could cause any more trouble. The Supreme Elder felt the same way. Having unleashed his ultimate technique, his confidence soared to unprecedented levels, making him feel invincible. Without giving Linfan a chance to speak, the Supreme Elder declared his intentions and stepped into the void, bearing down on Linfan with overwhelming force. His immense power allowed him to walk on air, each step warping the space beneath him. Boom! Boom! Thunderous sounds echoed as his movements surpassed the speed of sound. His voice, now deep and oppressive, carried a weight that seemed to crush the air itself. Stimulated by his earlier close combat with Linfan, he didn't use any other techniques. Instead, he raised his enormous fist, intending to crush Linfan with raw power. Compared to the massive figure of the Supreme Elder, Linfan seemed as small as a bean sprout. In such a situation, the best strategy would be to avoid direct confrontation, especially since the opponent's transformation was a divine ability. But Linfan wasn't one to back down. A divine ability? Who didn't have one? A slight smile appeared on Linfan's lips as the power of the divine dragon within him began to surge. Golden scales emerged on his skin, followed by sharp claws and a long dragon tail. Finally, 2 golden horns slowly grew from his forehead. His pupils turned into vertical slits, and a holy golden light radiated from his body. Divine ability, Dragon Transformation. The moment the transformation was complete, Linfan felt an unprecedented surge of power, as if he could shatter stars with a single punch. Every part of his body became a weapon, designed for battle. Though it takes time to describe, the transformation happened in an instant, just as the Supreme Elder's fist was about to land. The Elder, blinded by his massive fist, failed to notice the change until his punch was stopped mid-air, unable to move further. By the time he realized something was wrong, it was too late. Linfan raised his dragon claw, blocking the giant fist, and then piercing through it. His claw cut through the supposedly indestructible defense like it was made of paper, tearing into the tendons within. Despite the difference in size, Linfan's tugging of the giant's tendons caused the towering Supreme Elder to stumble forward, leaving his defenses wide open. Before the Elder could react, Linfan's golden dragon tail whipped around. Thud. Thud. The tail struck the Elder's side with a resounding crash, like a drumbeat. The Elder let out a pained scream as his body curled up like a boiled shrimp, the agony beyond description. For the first time, Linfan had unleashed his divine ability, and its power was beyond imagination. His speed, in particular, was unmatched. Despite having launched a series of thunderous attacks, the Elder could only scream in response, unable to react in time. In a flash, Linfan appeared before the Elder, aiming to gouge out his eyes with his dragon claws. Only at the brink of death did the Elder manage a hasty defense, raising his arms to shield his face. Rip! The sharp claws tore through the Elder's arms, leaving long, deep gashes as blood poured out. Impressive resilience, Linfan remarked, nodding in acknowledgement. But then his claws slashed again, carving another deep wound. Despite Linfan's small stature compared to the giant Elder, he relentlessly suppressed his opponent. Each of his moves left a fresh wound on the Elder's body. The divine ability that was supposed to greatly enhance the Elder's power had instead left him even more vulnerable. Before using it, he could at least put up a fight now. He was utterly outmatched. Once again, the Poison Sect members were left dumbfounded. What was going on here? Only the woman behind Linfan understood Linfan had also unleashed a divine ability, one even more powerful than the Supreme Elders. The intense battle earlier had made her think she had seen Linfan's limits, but she had never expected that what he had shown before was merely a warm-up. She exhaled deeply, realizing that she had gradually lost the will to compete with Linfan. It wasn't that she lacked determination, but rather that the man in front of her was simply too monstrous. The Supreme Elder of the Poison Sect, who had started the battle full of rage, was now filled with confusion. He couldn't understand why, despite using his divine ability, he couldn't gain the upper hand. He was even being overpowered. As he watched Linfan's transformation and noticed the growing, oppressive aura around him, the truth slowly dawned on him. His opponent also possessed a divine ability, and this ability far surpassed his own berserk saint body. Just as there are different levels of martial arts, there are also differences in the power of divine abilities. The gap between them can be vast, as was now clearly proven by the fact that the Supreme Elder was completely suppressed. "Who are you?" he asked, still struggling to fight back, though his will to continue had already faded. The divine ability that Linfan had activated, Dragon Transformation, emitted a terrifying suppressive force that made the Supreme Elder's fear impossible to suppress. He knew very well that if this continued he was doomed. Realizing this, he tried once more to reason with Linfan. "I already told you. I'm just a passerby," Linfan replied, giving the same answer as before. But this time, the Supreme Elder's expression turned bitter. Now, he didn't think Linfan was just mocking them. After all, someone like Linfan had no reason to toy with them. At that moment, the Supreme Elder cursed the Elder who had initially provoked Linfan. If that Elder were still alive, the Supreme Elder would have beaten him to death himself for causing this disaster. But it was too late for regrets. Linfan had no intention of stopping. With his divine ability activated, Linfan's fighting spirit soared. It was as if a divine dragon truly resided within him. Every punch and kick flowed with immense power, and he felt unstoppable, like he was overflowing with energy. The towering Supreme Elder, who stood several stories tall, seemed like a giant. Yet in Linfan's hands he was tossed around like a ball. Every collision between them unleashed shockwaves that left nothing but devastation in their wake. Inside Tianfeng City, several powerful figures had initially wanted to spectate the battle, but upon seeing the destructive force of the fight, they quickly turned and fled. The aftershocks of such a terrifying battle could easily kill them without warning. Better to stay away from this, they all thought. Thud. Thud. The heavy sounds echoed like war drums across the battlefield as the Supreme Elder was beaten down with no chance to fight back. Although his divine ability enhanced his defense, allowing him to endure the brutal assault, it was clear that he was merely holding on. He knew that if this continued, his life would surely end here. Understanding the dire situation, he didn't hesitate. Using the momentum from one of Linfan's heavy blows to create some distance, he turned and fled toward the distant mountains as fast as he could. As his berserk saint body began to shrink, his speed increased, clearly using some escape technique. With Linfan's speed in his dragon transformation state, catching up would have been easy. But he didn't chase after the elder. Instead, he turned his attention to the remaining members of the poisoned sect. Those who attempted to flee were swiftly crushed with a few powerful slaps, including the second-stage martial saint deputy sect leader. In the end, only the supreme elder managed to escape, and even that was because Linfan had intentionally let him go. The rest, including the deputy sect leader, were all dead. Ironically, Linfan had only intended to watch the battle from the sidelines, but after being provoked by the poisoned sect, it had turned into a full-scale slaughter. "What do you want?" the woman asked as Linfan suddenly appeared beside her after clearing the battlefield. Seeing his glowing golden figure, radiating divine pressure, she involuntarily stepped back, her face pale. Before this, she had still harbored some thoughts of competing with Linfan. But now, those thoughts were completely gone. Standing so close to him, she could barely maintain her composure. Although she was courageous, she was also afraid that Linfan, driven by the thrill of battle, might decide to kill her as well. After all, he had just effortlessly killed the deputy leader of the poisoned sect. What reason would he have to spare her? Even the fact that her father was the warden general of the Southwest didn't give her any comfort. "What do you think?" Linfan asked, a sly smile appearing on his face as he decided to tease her. She was startled by his question, and took another step back. "Are you scared?" Linfan laughed. "Earlier, didn't you tell me to wait for you? I preferred your defiant attitude from before. Could you please go back to that?" Her expression shifted several times before she finally gritted her teeth and said, "You scoundrel! If you're going to kill me, just do it. But don't think you can humiliate me just because you're stronger." "Why would you say something like that?" Linfan pretended to be hurt. "I just saved you, and you didn't even thank me. Now you're calling me a scoundrel? Doesn't your conscience hurt?" She almost blurted out that she would have been fine without his help, and that his interference had only escalated the situation. But with the overwhelming pressure radiating from him, she decided to swallow her words. It wasn't that she was afraid, she just found his argument convincing. After all, he had indeed saved her. "Thank you," she said, forcing herself to bow in gratitude, though it was clearly against her will. "That's hardly sincere." Linfan shook his head. The woman, known for her fiery temper, was already at her limit. Though she had been forced to show restraint, it didn't mean she would allow herself to be humiliated any further. Gritting her teeth even harder, she asked, "Then what do you consider sincere?" "Well, you know the saying, heroes save the damsel in distress. How do you think you should show your sincerity?" Linfan raised an eyebrow, seeing how she was on the verge of snapping. But he wasn't worried after all. With his medical skills, he could easily fix her teeth even if she broke them from clenching too hard. "Don't even think about it," she yelled, her composure finally breaking. Her face flushed red as she immediately rejected his suggestion, knowing full well what he meant by heroes and damsels. "Your mask is impressive, it even changes color. Mind if I take a closer look?" Linfan suddenly shifted the conversation, reaching out toward her face. "No," she instinctively refused and stepped back again. Her movement was quick. But how could she be faster than Linfan? Just as he was about to pull off her mask, something caught his attention, a scene that made him pause. By a picturesque stream, two figures, one yellow and one white, were intertwined, with the yellow figure moving energetically on top. The yellow figure was none other than the Tiger King, who had disappeared at the start of the battle. And beneath him, the white figure was, of course, the knight shining lion tiger beast. The fierce battle hadn't lasted long, perhaps just as long as a cup of tea. Even with the subsequent exchange, it had been no more than the time it takes for incense to burn. But in such a short time, the Tiger King had not only hooked up with the knight shining lion tiger beast, but had also started, well, engaging in certain activities. This was outrageous. While its master was fighting for his life, the Tiger King was by the stream, making babies with his new partner. Could he be any more shameless? The woman also noticed the scene and screamed in shock. "Little white, you!" She pointed at her mount, now pinned beneath the Tiger King, too furious to form a coherent sentence. Hearing his mistress's voice, the knight shining lion tiger beast froze in fear, its entire body tensing up, and that tension seemed to excite the Tiger King even more, who let out a contented roar. That was it. He was done. Realizing he'd been caught, the Tiger King didn't hesitate to bolt, disappearing into the forest in an instant, a clear sign that he was a repeat offender. Unable to take her anger out on the culprit, the woman turned her fury toward Linfan. Your mount, she growled through gritted teeth. Linfan raised his hands innocently. That's his personal choice, it has nothing to do with me. Besides, it takes two to tango, don't you think? You, she fumed, so enraged that her chest heaved as if her clothes might burst. If she had the strength, she would have attacked him on the spot. Just you wait, she spat, stomping her foot in frustration before storming off. Linfan chuckled but didn't stop her. After all, this situation was entirely the Tiger King's fault. You're going to eat before I do, huh? Do you want to be turned into stew? Linfan muttered to himself as the Tiger King. That sneaky creature reappeared right after the woman left. The Tiger King grinned sheepishly, knowing that his master wasn't truly angry. Linfan couldn't help but shake his head at his mischievous mount. But he still gave a stern warning: if you ruin my reputation again, don't blame me if I cut off your prized possession and turn it into wine. The Tiger King's grin vanished instantly. Everything else was negotiable, but that part of him had to stay intact. What was the point of being a powerful male if he couldn't enjoy the finer things in life? Frightened by the threat, the Tiger King quickly adopted a more obedient attitude, nodding vigorously. Seeing that the Tiger King was finally behaving, Linfan let it go. After all, how could he let his mount enjoy life more than he did? Not that there was any deeper meaning behind this, it was just about maintaining some restraint. After all, health is wealth. The Tiger King thought, you say I'm shameless, but I learned it from you. But of course he didn't dare voice this thought aloud. Instead, he just savored the memory of his recent encounter, thinking, that was really something. If Linfan had noticed, he might have seriously considered making good on his threat. Back at the inn, Xia King greeted him cheerfully as he returned. Gongzi, you're back. Yes, I'm back. Linfan patted her on the head, messing up her hair before finally stopping. Xia King smiled and tidied her hair without any hint of annoyance. Gongzi, was that fight outside the city you're doing? She asked with concern after fixing her hair. Yes, just a small incident. I took the chance to test my current strength, Linfan replied casually, not hiding anything from her. You're not hurt, are you? Xia King asked, her worry evident as she quickly checked him over. What could possibly hurt me? Unless some legendary invincible being shows up, there aren't many in this world who could harm your master, Linfan said with a laugh. A third-stage martial saint was already at the pinnacle of power in this world, and Linfan truly had few equals left. Even so, Xia King couldn't help but worry. After thoroughly checking him for injuries and finding none, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Gongzi, I've prepared a meal for you, and even got some of Great Qun's finest spirits, she said with a sweet smile. Thank you, Xia King, Linfan replied, nodding as he began to enjoy the food and drink she had prepared. The strong wine of Great Qun was indeed excellent, infused with rare herbs that not only enhanced the flavor but also provided health benefits. It was truly a fine drink. After a few cups, Linfan felt a pleasant warmth spread through his body, leaving him in high spirits. Xia King, too, sipped her drink slowly, glancing at Linfan with shy, expectant eyes. She kept peeking out the window, murmuring about why it wasn't dark yet. Lost in his thoughts and slightly tipsy, Linfan found himself reflecting on his past life, remembering the years he had wasted. Compared to his current life, his previous one felt utterly pointless. This realization made him even more determined to cherish and protect what he had now. And to do that, he needed to eliminate all potential threats. The Buddhist sect, the poison sect, and the strategists who had once schemed against him, even though they had stopped their machinations, they remained a latent danger. As these thoughts occupied his mind, night gradually fell outside. Seeing that it was finally getting dark, Xia King's shyness deepened, and she began fidgeting with her clothes, her cheeks flushing. But before she could say anything, Linfan spoke first. I need to take care of something. Xia King froze, stunned by his words. Without waiting for her to respond, Linfan stood up and walked out the door, disappearing into the night. Only after he was gone did Xia King come back to her senses. Seeing that he had really left, her face fell. You promised you'd reward me tonight. Gongzi, you're so mean. You never keep your word, she muttered sadly, though she still dutifully waited for his return. Outside, the Tiger King sat by the gate, watching her and shaking his head in amusement. His master might be powerful, but in certain areas, he was no match for the Tiger King. With that thought, the Tiger King raised his head proudly. At the Buddhist monastery. The intense battle outside the city had not gone unnoticed by those within the Buddhist monastery. They were aware that the poison sect was involved, although they weren't entirely clear on the specifics. However, they knew that the poison sect was at the heart of the conflict. Could that terrifying shockwave have been the work of a third-stage martial saint? One of the senior monks asked. Even though some time had passed, the memory of that power still filled them with fear. The overwhelming force had driven back all of their attempts to observe the battle. No need to guess. It was indeed a third-stage martial saint, the head monk confirmed. How do you know that, Master? The other monks turned their gazes toward him, curious. The patriarch told me, the head monk replied. If the patriarch says so, then it must be true. I can't believe the poison sect sent such a powerful expert. It's a good thing someone stopped them, or the consequences would have been unimaginable, the monks murmured in relief. Such a formidable opponent was beyond what their current monastery could handle. Don't worry. A great figure has promised to protect our monastery. No matter how powerful the poison sect is, they won't dare act recklessly, the head monk said with a reassuring smile. The other monks believed him, as the poison sect had indeed been stopped and hadn't shown up to cause any trouble. After calming everyone down, the head monk sought out his master, the ancient elder of the monastery who had survived through many hardships. Master, the warden general of the southwest has kept his word. Should we now deliver the promised reward? The head monk suggested respectfully after offering his greetings. Given the help they had received, it was only right to show their gratitude. But the ancient elder didn't answer immediately. He stood on the balcony of the pavilion, gazing into the distant night. Master? What's wrong? The head monk grew puzzled at his master's behavior. After a long silence, the elder finally sighed deeply. What is it? The head monk was completely confused. This should have been a good thing, so why did his master seem so troubled? As if disaster was looming. He's here, the elder said quietly, turning to look at his disciple. Who? The head monk was slow to catch on. Who else could it be? The elder replied. It's the one who forced our monastery to flee and return to the Qian Empire. You mean that invincible marquis? The head monk's eyes widened in shock, and his breathing grew rapid. He knew all too well how their monastery had been forced to retreat to the Qian Empire, and the indelible mark that event had left on them. Hearing his master mention that person again sent him into a panic. Not only is he here, but it was he who intercepted the poison sect outside the city. The elder revealed another bombshell, causing the air around them to freeze. What? The head monk was utterly stunned, his eyes bulging in disbelief. He's here, the elder repeated, his words sending chills down the head monk's spine. No wonder you're called a master of the Buddhist arts, having lived through countless ages. Your perception is indeed sharp. I had only just arrived, and you already sensed me. A light-hearted voice echoed from the darkness as a figure slowly emerged. You? The head monk became tongue-tied, his legs involuntarily retreating as he struggled to control his fear. Seeing this, the elder sighed again but still stepped forward to shield his disciple. I thought our old grudge was settled. Why have you come uninvited? The elder asked, his voice steady as he addressed the figure that had emerged from the shadows. Our previous grudge is indeed settled, but do you think I wouldn't notice your continued scheming? The figure replied with a chuckle. It was none other than Linfan, who had come out after nightfall to handle some unfinished business. While the previous agreement had resolved their past conflicts, the monastery's ongoing machinations were another matter, new debts to be settled. If it had been anyone else, the elder would have strongly denied any such accusations, especially since their plans had yet to take effect. But facing Linfan, he remained silent. It wasn't that he had given up, but the man before him was simply too terrifying. Every move the monastery made seemed to be under his control, as if he held an invisible hand over all their affairs. With such a formidable presence, any attempts at denial would be meaningless, and could only make things worse. What do you want? The elder finally asked. Since Linfan hadn't attacked immediately but instead initiated a conversation, there must be a reason. Perhaps he was after something specific from the monastery. Linfan smiled. I'm not here to take anything from you. I just overheard that your monastery sought the help of a high-ranking official from the warden general's mansion to deal with the poison sect. I'm curious, what did you offer that convinced him to risk offending the poison sect? The elder sighed inwardly. As expected, Linfan was after something. We've already made an agreement with the official from the warden general's mansion, the elder replied, after taking a deep breath. Are you implying that you think I'm a thief? Linfan said with a grin. Besides, I'm the one who stopped the poison sect. You can't deny that, can you? The elder fell silent again. The conversation had reached a point where he could no longer pretend not to understand Linfan's intentions. I'll give you what you want, but you must promise not to trouble our monastery again. Otherwise I'd rather destroy it, the elder finally said after a long pause, his voice heavy with resignation. Linfan raised an eyebrow but soon responded, if the item is satisfactory, I'll consider it. His words were non-committal, offering no concrete assurances. But what choice did the elder have? Unless he was willing to destroy the item in question, there was no other option. Years of survival and countless sacrifices, how could he bear to see it all come to nothing? Go get the item, the elder instructed his disciple, as if he had already prepared for this outcome. But Master the head monk was stunned by the order, unable to comprehend it. Get it now, the elder snapped, clearly in no mood to explain. Yes, Master the head monk finally relented, lowering his head and obeying the command despite his reluctance. It wasn't long before the abbot returned, carrying a large iron box. The box was about the size of a millstone, and while its weight would be nothing to a martial artist on the brink of breaking through to the martial saint level, the abbot appeared to struggle with it, as though he were holding a mountain. Ancient? Is it really that heavy? Could it be some kind of divine metal? Linfan's eyes lit up at the sight. The Qin Empire had more abundant resources compared to the Long Dynasty, producing many powerful warriors. However, divine metal was still rare, and though Linfan had encountered many martial saints, he had seen very few true divine weapons. True divine weapons, with their complete divine engravings, significantly enhanced a martial saint's strength. In fact, such weapons were meant for martial saints, as only they could fully activate their power and unleash their divine might. But aside from the relics of the once glorious Buddhist monastery, Linfan had yet to come across another true divine weapon. This underscored just how rare the divine metal required to forge such weapons truly was. The iron box the abbot was holding was about the size of a millstone. If it really contained divine metal, and given its size and weight, it would be enough to forge more than one divine weapon, especially with Linfan's mastery of the craft, which would allow him to utilize the material to its fullest potential. This is the most precious treasure passed down through our Buddhist lineage. While it's not a weapon of war, it's even more mysterious than any divine weapon, touching upon aspects that we can hardly comprehend. The elder monk explained. So, it wasn't divine metal but a treasured relic of the Buddhist monastery. Linfan wasn't disappointed though. If this relic had garnered such high praise from the elder monk, it must be extraordinary. After all, even the high-ranking officials from the Warden General's mansion were willing to risk offending the poison sect to obtain it. As the abbot brought the box closer, Linfan sensed a subtle yet profound aura emanating from it. With a click, the elder monk opened the iron box, revealing its contents. Inside was a hexagonal disc, seemingly made of bronze. It had patches of greenish patina and exuded an ancient aura, with the mysterious energy Linfan had sensed earlier coming from it. A disc. Linfan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't expected the box to contain a simple bronze disc. While it looked well crafted, it didn't seem particularly impressive. The elder monk continued his explanation. This relic was left behind by the founder of our sect. Its exact origins and full capabilities are unknown, but the one function we have discovered is no less valuable than any divine weapon. Oh? What function? Linfan's interest was piqued again. The elder monk replied, I'm sure you're aware of my current state. Linfan nodded. The elder monk smiled. Since you know, then tell me, have you ever encountered a martial saint whose martial intent survived after their physical body was destroyed? As the elder monk's words sank in, Linfan's eyes widened. He had killed many martial saints on his journey, including several from the poison sect just outside the city. Yet, no matter their rank, once their bodies were destroyed and their life force extinguished, their martial intent had always perished with them. But here was the elder monk, who had somehow preserved his martial intent and consciousness, even transferring it to a statue to continue existing, almost as if he had a second life. Linfan had never given it much thought, assuming his lack of knowledge was due to his origins in a small, isolated region. But now that the elder monk had brought it up, he couldn't help but wonder. Are you saying that your ability to preserve your martial intent and consciousness is related to this bronze disc? Linfan asked, his gaze returning to the artifact. The elder monk nodded with a smile. It's always a pleasure to speak with someone sharp. You catch on quickly. Linfan didn't respond to the flattery, instead examining the bronze disc more closely. He reached out and lifted it from the box. Even though he had braced himself, the weight of the disc still surprised him. If not for his immense physical strength, he might not have been able to lift it so easily. He estimated it weighed as much as a large truck. The bronze disc was undeniably ancient, with genuine signs of aging that couldn't be faked. It was smooth, except for some green patina and faint indentations that seemed to have been worn away over time. Running his fingers over the indentations, Linfan felt that there had once been inscriptions or engravings on the disc, now almost entirely erased by some unknown force. Because this disc can preserve a person's martial intent and allow them to be reborn, we call it the Bronze Reincarnation Disc after the legendary 6 paths of reincarnation, the elder monk explained. To preserve martial intent and grant rebirth, this disc indeed mirrors some of the abilities attributed to the 6 paths of reincarnation, Linfan acknowledged. If the monk wasn't exaggerating, This bronze disc truly possessed miraculous powers akin to reincarnation. Our founder left behind records stating that this disc had once suffered severe damage. It likely had inscriptions or divine patterns, most of which were destroyed. As a result, only one function remains. The elder monk continued, clearly eager to forge a connection with Linfan. Given Linfan's roots in the same region, the elder monk understood his potential better than most. At just over 20 years old, Linfan had already achieved extraordinary power, capable of defeating a third-stage martial saint. His future was limitless. Aligning with such a figure would be far more beneficial than trying to curry favor with anyone else. So, how does it work? Linfan asked, tucking the disc away and turning his attention back to the elder monk. The elder monk wasted no time explaining. To use the disc, one must channel their martial intent, infused with their essence, energy, and spirit, into it at the moment of death. This will preserve their martial intent, allowing them to be reborn. However, this only works for those who have achieved perfect martial intent, as only a perfected martial intent can be considered a second life. In other words, only a half-saint or higher, someone who had mastered perfect martial intent, could use the disc's power. While there were limitations, for those nearing the end of their lifespan, this disc offered a chance at a second life, a hope that could drive many ancient experts to madness if they learned of its existence. No wonder the high-ranking officials from the Warden General's mansion were after it. Whether they intended to use it themselves or to win the loyalty of other powerful elders, this artifact was a priceless trump card. But now that Linfan had claimed it, they would have to give up on it. Though the disc's power was diminished, it still held great potential. If Linfan could find a way to restore it, its full capabilities would be unimaginable. I'm satisfied with your offer, Linfan said, his tone lighter. The grudge between us is settled. As long as you don't come after me again, I won't trouble you in the future. The elder monk smiled in relief. Though his expression was stiff due to his current form, there was no mistaking the sense of ease that washed over him. The abbot, too, felt a wave of relief. Although he regretted parting with the disc, the promise of safety made the loss more bearable. Now that the conflict was resolved, the abbot no longer felt the same fear of impending doom. Compared to the massive poison sect, Linfan was just one person, no matter how strong. But for some reason the abbot found Linfan far more terrifying. The man was too unpredictable, and each encounter had left the abbot feeling increasingly suffocated. With the grudge finally laid to rest, the abbot could breathe easier. As for seeking revenge in the future, that was out of the question. He was sure his master felt the same. Marquise, would you be interested in taking our monastery under your command? The elder monk suddenly asked after Linfan stored the bronze disc. Taking you under my command? Linfan raised an eyebrow in surprise. The elder monk nodded. Yes, we would become your vassals, serving at your command. The abbot's eyes lit up at his master's words. Of course. Aligning with Linfan would be a great opportunity. His master truly had foresight beyond his own. Becoming a vassal of someone like Linfan would mean giving up some autonomy, but it would also provide the protection their monastery desperately needed. The Qun Empire was not a safe place, and without sufficient strength, they could easily be wiped out without ever knowing why. Even though their monastery had fallen from its former glory, it still attracted attention, just like the second lord of the Warden General's mansion, who had already set his sights on them. The abbot knew that this wouldn't be the last time they were targeted. Without a powerful ally, they would be helpless to defend themselves. That was why they had fled to a remote region in the first place, out of fear of being wiped out. Now, the opportunity to gain a strong protector was a chance they couldn't afford to pass up. A vassal. Linfan stroked his chin, considering the idea. Although the monastery was no longer as powerful as it once was, it still had significant influence, especially with its strong indoctrination abilities. With the various cultivation resources needed by his numerous wives, his future territories would undoubtedly be vast. But large territories came with challenges, chief among them, maintaining control. There would always be those who resisted or tried to stir up trouble. With the monastery's abilities and indoctrination, combined with the enforcement skills of his subordinates, managing such challenges would become much easier. Moreover, taking them in as subordinates would bring him no disadvantages. The poison sect, after all, was already his enemy, and he had also crossed paths with the second lord of the Warden General's mansion. Given all this, accepting the monastery's offer wouldn't add to his troubles, it would give him a group of subordinates to help handle them. With that realization, Linfan made his decision. I can take you in and make you my vassal force. Linfan never hesitated once he made a decision. He nodded in agreement immediately. Upon hearing this answer, even the resilient monks of the Buddhist sect couldn't suppress their excitement. There was, after all, a secret that he had never shared with anyone. When he led the remnants of the Buddhist sect into exile, the abbot during their peak had told him something, a prophecy, perhaps. The disasters they faced, the abbot had said, were both a calamity and a blessing. In the future, someone would emerge, and if they could grasp this opportunity, the current misfortune would merely be a trial, a test to prepare them to bear that fortune. Back then, it was hard for him to understand. The Buddhist sect had grown so powerful that even the mighty Qin Empire had to intervene directly to suppress them. If left unchecked, they were confident they could even challenge the Qin Empire itself. It was the pinnacle of their power. So, how could he, at the height of his strength, believe in such a prophecy? But after meeting Linfan, he slowly started to believe. In just 3 years, a poor boy from the countryside had risen to become a figure even the poison sect couldn't handle, a peak-level martial saint at the 3rd rotation. Although not the strongest in the world, he was undoubtedly among the elite. To force someone like that to flee for their life, you can imagine the situation. And the one who achieved this from nothing to something did so in just 3 years. This isn't something an ordinary person could do, not even a once-in-a-millennium genius. Even in 300 years, they might not reach this level. If Linfan could maintain this momentum or even half of it, his future would be limitless. Following such a person, their Buddhist sect could indeed reclaim its former glory. They knew that Linfan had ambitions of establishing his own dynasty. If he could eventually replace the Qin Empire, the Buddhist sect could become the sole state religion. It wouldn't be just a dream anymore. In fact, they might even aspire to greater heights. Thank you, my lord, for taking us in. From now on, our entire Buddhist sect will follow your lead. Whatever you need, just give the word. The old monk of the Buddhist sect, as their representative, pledged his loyalty. As will I, the abbot added, not wanting to be left behind, expressing his sincerity. Good Linfan nodded in satisfaction. He appreciated the Buddhist sect's attitude. Whether their loyalty was genuine or not, as long as they showed proper respect and worked diligently, that was enough for him. After all, he didn't take them in to make them his subordinates but rather as a potential asset, a long-term investment. If it paid off, great. If not, there was no real loss. Now that our Buddhist sect is under your command, what are your instructions for our future development? The old monk quickly transitioned into work mode. Linfan shook his head and said, I have no specific instructions. You know better than I do how to develop the Buddhist sect. My only request is that you grow as quickly as possible. If you encounter any insurmountable external pressures, don't hesitate to send someone to find me. Understood. The old monk was thrilled. This was exactly what he wanted. As someone who had lived for countless years, no one knew better than him how the Buddhist sect should develop. The only thing they lacked was a strong backer. The Qin Empire might be vast, but after years of division, the pie had already been carved up. For the Buddhist sect to grow, they would inevitably have to make someone give up their slice. Conflict was unavoidable. They had been treading carefully within the empire, not seeking growth, out of fear of precisely this kind of trouble. As for the emperor's displeasure, he had long learned that they had been forgotten. To the emperor, the Buddhist sect was nothing more than an ant. Linfan didn't say much more. After giving a few final instructions, he left with the bronze wheel he had acquired. This unexpected gift was something he planned to study thoroughly upon his return. The ability to preserve martial intent and enable a unique kind of rebirth. It was clear that this bronze wheel was no ordinary artifact. The old monk and his disciple respectfully watched Linfan leave, fully embracing their new roles without any pretense. Master, he seems to know everything about what happened in our sect. I think we must have a traitor among the higher-ups. Should we root them out? The abbot asked after Linfan had completely departed. Why bother? The old monk withdrew his gaze and responded calmly. But the abbot was confused. Shouldn't traitors be dealt with? Betrayal, under any circumstances, was punishable by death. You've grown a lot over the years, but there are still areas where you need to improve, the old monk said. Yes, traitors should be dealt with, but you must understand the bigger picture. Our new lord didn't place anyone to oversee us because he already has eyes within our sect. The abbot wasn't stupid. He quickly understood his master's words. Indeed, there was a traitor among the higher-ups, but they couldn't deal with them. Instead, they had to act as if nothing was wrong. They had to continue consulting the traitor, perhaps even more than before. As long as that traitor remained, they would never be questioned by their new lord, allowing them to grow without fear. It seems you've understood, so there's no need to worry about it. Just follow the orders and focus on developing the sect. Everything else can continue as it was. Yes, the abbot, now fully enlightened, agreed without hesitation. Outside the Buddhist sect's base, Linfan was unaware of the conversation that took place afterward. But it didn't matter. He knew that the old monk was smart and understood the situation. Any underhanded schemes were unlikely. Given the sect's current state, they desperately needed a strong backer, one that could support their traditions without swallowing them whole. And without a doubt he was that backer. Linfan's rising dynasty was a safe haven for all traditions. Stop. As Linfan leisurely strolled down the street, enjoying his peaceful mood, a sudden shout echoed from the darkness ahead. A staggering figure emerged from around the corner, stumbling down the street toward him, glancing nervously behind as if being chased. And indeed they were. Shortly after the staggering figure appeared, several black-clad, masked figures followed. They kept their presence low, but the faint aura they emitted revealed that these pursuers were no ordinary people. They were terrifying martial saints. Being hunted by several martial saints in the dead of night. The person running for their life must be quite formidable. After all, an ordinary person would have been killed instantly by such powerful opponents. The fact that they were still alive spoke volumes about their strength. At first Linfan had no intention of getting involved. After all, feuds and rivalries were common in the martial world. Wherever there are people, there is conflict, a universal truth. But something about the situation caught his interest, and he decided to stop and watch. It was this decision that allowed him to see the face of the person being chased. It's her. Linfan was momentarily stunned when he recognized her. The one being hunted was none other than the woman he had encountered earlier that day. She had stormed off angrily after her mount was attacked by the Tiger King, and he had thought it would be a while before they crossed paths again. After all, now that she knew how powerful he was, she wouldn't dare provoke him again so soon. But to his surprise, here they were, meeting again that very night, and under such circumstances. Hey you! The woman also noticed Linfan standing there and was equally surprised. She clearly hadn't expected to see him again so soon. Earlier, when she had been embarrassed by the poisoned Sect's elder, this nemesis of hers had appeared. And now, while being hunted down, Linfan showed up again. Was this coincidence? Or fate? For a moment, she forgot about the peril she was in. The pursuers weren't about to miss such an opportunity. Chasing someone through the city was risky, especially given the woman's identity as one of the most prestigious figures in the southwest Dao region. Tianfeng City was her stronghold, and once the city's experts noticed, even martial saints like them would be in trouble. Kill? A powerful killing move was unleashed. Even though they tried to restrain themselves, the impact shattered the stone slabs of the street. Faced with this deadly threat, the woman finally snapped back to reality and summoned what little strength she had left to resist. But she was already at her limit, and her hurried counterattack collapsed upon contact with the enemy's strike. The impact caused internal injuries, and blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. Getting beaten up day after day. You really are unlucky. Seeing this, Linfan shook his head in exasperation. He lifted his foot and in a flash appeared in front of her. He couldn't ignore it now that he had seen it. After all, fate seemed to keep bringing them together. She was the person he had the most interaction with since arriving in the Qin Empire. The woman had been chased all the way back to the city without receiving any help and had already fallen into despair. But when she saw Linfan standing in front of her, an unexpected sense of relief washed over her. Despite their earlier conflicts and the fact that they always seemed to clash, she now felt a strange sense of security in his presence. It was as if no danger could touch her as long as she was behind him. After all, Linfan had even destroyed the forces led by the poisoned Sect's elder. These masked pursuers, though strong, were nothing compared to that. Who are you? This is none of your business. Leave now, or you'll die here tonight, one of the masked men growled, his pupils shrinking as he noticed the unusual way Linfan had moved to block their path. Their mission was to eliminate the woman, and they didn't want any complications. Die here tonight, Linfan chuckled. Someone said the same thing to me earlier today, and they ended up as dust. Reckless fool, the masked man snapped. They didn't want to waste time, but their patience had limits. If Linfan refused to back down, they would deal with him too. Since you have a death wish, we'll grant it. Not wanting to delay any further, the masked men launched another fierce attack. Blood-stained swords flashed, their moves brimming with killing intent. Their coordination was flawless, each supporting the other in a deadly dance. Although each man was only a first-rotation martial saint, their combined strength was enough to challenge even a second-rotation martial saint. No wonder the woman, a formidable genius in her own right, had been pushed to such a desperate state. Their teamwork was terrifying. But that was only for others. To Linfan, anything less than a third-rotation martial saint was hardly worth his attention. As the deadly sword strikes came at him, Linfan calmly raised his fist and threw a punch. It was a simple punch, nothing flashy. But in the instant it connected, the fearsome sword strikes shattered into pieces. Their combined assault didn't just fail to harm him, they couldn't even put up a resistance. Damn it. He's too strong. Retreat. Realizing they had hit a brick wall, the masked men immediately tried to flee, following the old saying, if the wind is too strong, retreat while you can. You think you can leave after attacking? Linfan smiled faintly. Since they had already made their move, he wasn't about to let them off easily. Roar. A tiger's roar echoed, followed by the shadow of a dragon. The combination attack, dragon-tiger annihilation, surged toward the fleeing men, cutting off their escape. We're from the Blood-Raven Hall. Do you want to make enemies of us? One of the fleeing men shouted in terror as he saw the dragon-tiger shadow closing in. But Linfan didn't care about threats. In his view, once you were enemies, it was a fight to the death. And so, the masked men met their inevitable end. Their screams were brief as the dragon-tiger shadow tore them apart. With the fight over, Linfan turned back, intending to demand payment from the woman for saving her life. After all, unless she was his wife, no woman could expect his help for free. But just as he turned around, the woman collapsed toward him, her strength finally giving out. Her face had turned pale, her breath weak, and her lips were tinged with purple. Clearly, she had been poisoned. She had been holding on by sheer willpower, but now that the danger had passed, she couldn't stay on her feet any longer. Seeing her condition, Linfan had no choice but to catch her. In that moment, soft jade fell into his arms. Poison Sect core territory. The elder returned after narrowly escaping and immediately called for an urgent meeting of all the high-ranking members. Not just the regular elders, but even those secluded in forbidden grounds were summoned. The Poison Sect had suffered a severe loss during their pursuit of enemies: a second rotation martial saint, who was also a vice leader, and 3 first rotation martial saints were killed, with only the elder barely making it back alive. This was a catastrophic blow. Third elder, what exactly happened? An older man with a powerful physique spoke grimly. He was another supreme elder of the Poison Sect, ranked second among them. The third elder, who had escaped Linfan's attack, was the one being questioned. He was also the grandfather of the young protector of the second generation. Although he had tidied himself up, he still looked exhausted, clearly affected by the secret technique he used to escape. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. I don't know the full details, but it wasn't a simple matter. He then recounted everything that had happened, including the events leading up to the conflict. You're saying that the conflict with the Buddhist sect also involved the general's mansion, and there was a mysterious expert as well. Another elder spoke. This was yet another supreme elder, seated at the very center of the room, the strongest among them, ranked first. Although this elder kept his aura restrained, the mere hint of his presence made everyone in the room lower their heads, not daring to meet his gaze directly. Even the third elder, who ranked third, showed respect. Yes. At first we were blocked by General He Zhenqian's daughter, who refused to let us enter the city, giving us some laughable excuses. I intended to teach her a lesson, but before I could, a mysterious expert who had been observing from the side suddenly intervened. The third elder nodded, not hiding anything. The Poison Sect's losses were too great for him to bear alone, and concealing information would only make things worse. HMPF. The general's mansion. Have they taken our avoidance as weakness over the years? The brawny elder angrily smashed the armrest of his chair. Although the others remained silent, their expressions darkened. The new ruler of the Qin Empire had aggressively asserted his dominance, subduing the entire empire. After he took power, he targeted the Buddhist sect, making all martial sects wary of confronting the empire directly. But that didn't mean they were cowed into submission. The Qin Empire was indeed strong, especially this emperor, who had been elevated to an unprecedented status. But if the martial sects united, they wouldn't be easily defeated. While it was unwise to provoke the empire unnecessarily, outright oppression would not be tolerated. Every martial sect understood that the fall of one could signal danger for all. The general's mansion of the Southwest Dao was meddling in the sect's affairs, tilting the balance unfairly. How could that be justified? Honored elders, please issue your orders. If you command, we'll make sure the general's mansion knows they can't rule the Southwest Dao alone. Several hot-tempered elders jumped to their feet, their voices echoing with defiance. After all, how could the Poison Sect, with its 1,000-year legacy, allow itself to be humiliated and do nothing? If they did, how would they maintain their reputation? Everyone, please calm down. Let me say something first before we make any decisions. A middle-aged man stood up and spoke, calming the chaos. Although he seemed unremarkable, everyone quieted down, even the fiery elder, who turned his attention to him. This wasn't surprising. The middle-aged man was the current leader of the Poison Sect, the figurehead of the sect. Even the supreme elders had to show him respect. Once the room was silent, the leader spoke. Indeed, our poison sect cannot tolerate such humiliation. Even if it's the general's mansion or he Zenshin himself, they cannot insult us. But have any of you considered whether this move by the general's mansion represents only their will, or perhaps the will of someone higher? The room fell completely silent at this question. Everyone knew who was behind the general's mansion. The sect leader was right. If it was merely the will of the general's mansion, they could handle it. They might not seek conflict, but they weren't afraid of it either. But if this incident represented the will of someone more powerful, things would be entirely different. How powerful had the Buddhist sect once been, with influence spanning the entire Qin Empire? Yet a single word from the emperor wiped them out, leaving only a few remnants to be bullied by anyone. If that happened to such a mighty sect, what chance did the poison sect have? They couldn't afford to provoke such a force, especially since the poison sect alone couldn't represent all the martial sects. Leader, isn't that a bit of a stretch? Why would such a figure be concerned with our poison sect, tucked away in a remote corner? The brawny elder frowned. He wasn't one to undermine his own power, but even he wouldn't challenge the emperor directly. Others nodded, agreeing with his assessment. I hope you're right, the leader replied with a bitter smile. But the information the third elder provided forces me to think otherwise. A young martial saint at the second rotation defeating a supreme elder, even when he had activated his divine ability, is that something an ordinary young talent could do? The brawny elder fell silent, turning to the third elder. Old third, is it true? A young second rotation martial saint defeated you even after you activated your divine ability. The third elder sighed, a trace of defeat in his voice. It's hard for me to accept, but yes, it's true. His strength was immense. Perhaps only the first elder could match him. Is he really that strong? The brawny elder frowned deeply. This was humiliating, and he believed the third elder wouldn't lie about something so serious. If not for the gravity of the situation, the third elder might have hidden it to avoid the disgrace. If he's truly that powerful, then perhaps the leader's speculation isn't far-fetched. The first elder, who had remained mostly silent, spoke again. Looking across the entire Qin Empire, there are many strong young talents, but none that we've heard of with such overwhelming power. There's only one place where such individuals might exist. Are you referring to the divine dragon guards created by that figure? The brawny elder's eyes widened in realization. Most of the regular elders were baffled by this exchange, but the vice leaders understood, and their expressions grew grim. Meanwhile, in Tianfeng City, Linfan reached out to support the woman, who could no longer stand. He wasn't taking advantage of her, she simply couldn't hold herself up. What's wrong with you? Linfan held her steady, without any ulterior motives. After all, he considered himself a gentleman. The woman tried to speak but couldn't. She glanced up at Linfan before losing consciousness. Damn it! Linfan cursed under his breath. He didn't want to take advantage of the situation, but she practically fell into his arms. Left with no choice, Linfan scooped her up and dashed toward his residence. She was severely poisoned, and even her extraordinary physique couldn't hold out much longer. Only someone with his healing skills could save her. Unless he let her die, he had no way out of this mess. You owe me another favor. It seems you won't be able to avoid paying your debts. Linfan glanced down at her as he quickened his pace. The woman said nothing, unable to resist her fate as she silently accepted her new burden. In the quiet courtyard, Xia King had been quietly waiting in the courtyard for Linfan to return. Although he had gone out, her heart was still filled with excitement because earlier that day, Linfan had promised her a special reward that night. She waited until late into the night. Finally, Linfan returned. But to her surprise, he was carrying a woman in his arms. Sir, you. Xia King was momentarily stunned. Linfan didn't give it much thought. He walked into the courtyard with the woman in his arms and instructed, Xia King, prepare a basin of hot water for me. Ah? Oh, okay. Although she was a bit shocked, Xia King instinctively obeyed and went to do as she was told. She had always been obedient by nature. After giving his instructions, Linfan carried the woman into a room and placed her on the bed. The journey back had taken some time, and her condition had worsened. Her external and internal injuries were minor compared to the severe poison in her body. This poison was a rare and complex mix that attacked her blood and organs lethal without an antidote. If she weren't a martial saint, she would have already dissolved into a pool of blood. But even with her strength, if left untreated, it wouldn't be long before she met the same fate. Blood Ravenhall, huh? Linfan thought back to the masked men's final words. He became more intrigued by this Blood Ravenhall, planning to investigate them later. Anyone capable of deploying such a lethal poison and martial saint-level assassins had to be formidable. Sir, the hot water is ready. Before long, Xia King returned with a basin of hot water. She always kept hot water ready for Linfan's bath, ensuring he could relax whenever he returned. When it came to taking care of Linfan, Xia King was nothing if not attentive. Thank you, Xia King. Linfan nodded and then took out a pouch of silver needles he always carried. The needles were neatly arranged, each with unique markings. Though they looked ordinary, they were actually semi-divine tools crafted by a master blacksmith. In this world, some poisons could easily corrode ordinary metal, so having strong tools was essential. The semi-divine needles not only resisted corrosion but also enhanced the flow of qi, making acupuncture more effective. Linfan pulled out a silver needle, sterilized it with his qi, and swiftly inserted it into the woman's body. The needles appeared randomly placed, but each one hit a crucial acupuncture point. The poison had already reached her heart, making conventional antidotes useless. The only way to save her was to force the poison out through acupuncture. With his skills as a master herbalist and poison expert, Linfan's methods were beyond doubt. As the needles worked, the poison in the woman's body began to gather under their influence. Linfan then used his powerful ki to force the toxins out, concentrating them in her right middle finger. In no time, her once pale finger turned black and purple. Linfan drew a small knife and made a cut on her finger, releasing the foul-smelling, dark blood. It dripped into the basin of hot water Xia King had brought, instantly turning the water murky and filling the room with a pungent odor. Linfan frowned slightly and waved his hand, dispersing the stench through the open window. Once the bleeding stopped, Xia King quickly removed the basin of dirty water, and fresh air returned to the room. With the poison expelled, the woman groaned, starting to regain consciousness. But as her heart twitched in pain, she fainted again. Seeing this, Linfan narrowed his eyes. The poison from Bloodraven Hall was even more troublesome than he had expected. While the surface poison had been dealt with, a residual toxin clung stubbornly to her heart. This poison seemed almost alive, burrowing deeper whenever an external force tried to remove it, only to resurface once the threat passed. This was one of the trickiest poisons Linfan had ever encountered, even more challenging than the ones used by the poison sect. Still, Linfan remained confident. If conventional acupuncture couldn't eliminate the poison, he would change tactics. He withdrew the needles, took a deep breath, and placed his hand over her chest, channeling his qi directly into her heart. If he couldn't force the poison out, he would destroy it from within, converting the toxic energy into something her body could use. Although poison is harmful, it's still a form of energy. His intense qi penetrated her heart, aided by his spiritual focus, which acted like the most advanced microscope, locating and burning away the stubborn poison. The woman, still unconscious, was tormented by the poison, her body alternating between burning and freezing, her soul feeling like it was being shredded. The agony pushed her to the brink of collapse. But just when she felt she could bear it no longer, a warm energy swept through her, banishing the cold and silencing the biting ants gnawing at her. The relief was so profound that she clung to the warmth, finding solace in its presence. As the pain subsided and warmth filled her, she felt so comfortable she couldn't help but hum softly. With great effort, she tried to open her eyes to see the source of this comforting warmth. After several attempts, she managed to crack her eyes open and saw a familiar figure. It's really you. Seeing the familiar silhouette, she felt a surge of warmth in her heart. But when she realized where his hand was placed, she could no longer stay calm. Scoundrel. She tried to shout in anger, but her body was too weak from the ordeal. Instead of yelling, she fainted once more from the effort. Huh? Did she just say something? Linfan withdrew his hand and looked at the unconscious woman, puzzled. His focus had been entirely on purging the poison from her heart, so he hadn't noticed her reaction. Hearing a faint noise, he pulled his mind back to reality, but by then, she was already unconscious again. Seeing her still knocked out, Linfan assumed he had misheard. After all, he was saving her life, why would she be angry? As for where his hand had been, a patient shouldn't be concerned with such things when a doctor is trying to save their life. Xia King, help this young lady change her clothes and clean off the blood. When Xia King returned after clearing the water, Linfan gave her another instruction. Yes, sir. Xia King nodded obediently. Good girl. Linfan patted her on the head affectionately before leaving the room with a smile. After he closed the door, Xia King pulled out some of her own clothes. Though the woman was taller and more voluptuous, Xia King's clothes would do in a pinch. Despite her petite appearance, Xia King had a surprisingly curvy figure. She's not even that pretty. She can't compare to Miss, and she's not even as cute as me. I don't know what Sir sees in her, going to all this trouble to help her. He's never held me like that. Xia King grumbled to herself. She had been looking forward to a reward that night, only to end up helping another woman. It was so unfair. But when she removed the woman's blood-stained and torn clothing, Xia King began to understand what had caught Linfan's attention. This woman's figure was incredible. Every part of her body was perfectly proportioned, like a work of art. She had just the right amount of curves, striking a perfect balance that made her physique look both fierce and graceful. This was what people meant by a devil's figure. Even though Xia King was proud of her own well-shaped figure, she had to admit she fell short in comparison. How can someone be this perfect? Xia King couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. She stared at the woman for a long time before remembering Linfan's instructions. She quickly cleaned the woman's wounds and dressed her in fresh clothes. Once finished, Xia King lingered for a while, muttering to herself before finally leaving the room. Linfan waited in the courtyard, and when he saw Xia King he waved her over. Despite her earlier complaints, Xia King rushed to his side without hesitation. "What is it, sir?" she asked sweetly. "Didn't I promise to give you a special reward tonight? Or have you changed your mind?" Linfan teased with a smile. Xia King had assumed the reward was off, so she hadn't expected this. She was momentarily speechless. "Do you really not want it anymore?" Seeing her confusion, Linfan joked further. "No, I do." Xia King finally snapped out of it, her face turning red. She shyly nodded, fiddling with her clothes as she glanced at Linfan with both nervousness and anticipation, like a timid little bird. She had thought Linfan had forgotten about his promise, but here he was, keeping it. "This is a specially crafted tongsheng pill I made just for you. It's perfectly suited to your physique and will help you break through to a higher level." As Xia King blushed, Linfan pulled out a jade bottle and handed it to her, explaining its value with a warm smile. Xia King was stunned. A custom-made tongsheng pill was incredibly valuable, a treasure beyond compare. No one else in her family had ever received such a gift. Such a personalized pill required immense effort to create, even for a master alchemist, and carried significant risks of failure. Yet Linfan had gone to all this trouble just for her. Although this reward was a priceless gift, it wasn't what Xia King had been hoping for. But how could she refuse? She felt a mix of emotions, almost on the verge of tears. "What's wrong? You don't like the reward I prepared for you?" Linfan asked, noticing her reaction. He truly cared for Xia King. "No, I like it very much. Thank you, sir." "I'm very happy," Xia King quickly reassured him, forcing a smile. "I'm glad you like it." Linfan patted her head again and handed her the jade bottle. Despite her initial disappointment, Xia King felt a surge of warmth. Linfan truly cared for her. "Thank you, sir. I won't let you down this time," she promised with determination. "I know you won't." Linfan nodded with a smile, and then explained how to properly use the pill. After listening carefully, Xia King returned to her room to begin her cultivation. As Linfan watched her leave, he called for Lin Xiaotong, one of his hidden guards. "Investigate Blood Raven Hall, and find out what they're all about." "Yes, sir." Lin Xiaotong nodded seriously, and then disappeared into the shadows. Linfan stroked his chin, reflecting on the day's events. Then he headed toward the corner where the Tiger King was hiding. Earlier there hadn't been time, but now he was free to discipline his mischievous mount and remind it not to tarnish his reputation. The Tiger King tried to back away but couldn't escape its fate. Time passed quietly. The darkness faded as the sun rose in the east. Early in the morning, as Linfan was washing his face and continuing to scold the Tiger King, a sudden scream shattered the peaceful atmosphere of the courtyard. The scream was loud and powerful. Linfan immediately recognized who it was. "Scoundrel! I'll kill you." Just as Linfan put down his makeshift toothbrush, a figure burst out of the room, smashing the door to pieces. The sheer force showed how furious this person was. As the figure charged towards him, Linfan remained calm. He wiped the water from the corner of his mouth slowly, then turned to face the commotion. "Is this how you treat your savior?" Linfan spoke, casting a sidelong glance at the woman storming towards him. At his words, the woman's furious charge came to an abrupt halt, though her gaze still burned with fury. Did you change my clothes?" The woman was none other than the one who had been healed after being poisoned. Early that morning, she woke up feeling warm, her strength restored, and relief washed over her as she realized she had been saved. But as she recalled the vague memory of waking up in the night, panic surged through her. When she noticed her clothes had been changed, her mind went blank. Confirming that her clothes had indeed been replaced and her wounds cleaned, She felt as if the sky had fallen. And that led to the current situation. What else could I have done? Linfan replied casually, seemingly unaware of the gravity of the situation. I'll kill you. Hearing his nonchalant answer, the woman could no longer contain her outrage. In the Qin Empire, a woman's chastity was held in the highest regard. Forget anything extreme, even something as simple as a man touching her hand was a serious offense. Now, not only had Linfan touched her forbidden areas, but he had also changed her clothes and cleaned her body. She was mortified. How could she possibly face the world now? Her shame and fury, combined with the pent-up anger from before, all exploded at once. Don't make me spank you again, especially so early in the morning. Linfan calmly finished cleaning his towel and hung it up, unfazed by her outburst. His words, though light, caused the woman to instinctively stop in her tracks. It wasn't that she had come to terms with the situation, it was just that she remembered how outmatched she was against this man. If she tried to fight, she'd only end up humiliated again. You. She stammered, unable to find the right words. The thought of being seen completely by this man, and her inability to do anything about it, filled her with a deep sense of grievance. Tears welled up in her eyes and began to fall silently. She had never suffered such humiliation in her entire life. Her composure completely shattered. Crying already. Linfan feigned surprise. Weren't you supposed to be tough? A leader among women? The woman didn't respond, only staring at Linfan with tear-filled eyes, looking utterly pitiful, completely different from her usual domineering self. All right, stop crying. I didn't change your clothes. I asked my maid to do it. The clothes you're wearing now belong to her. Seeing her look so pitiful, Linfan sighed and decided to explain. Really? Her eyes lit up at his words, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. She remembered seeing a maid with Linfan at the city gate, so this explanation made sense. Why are you reacting like this? Do you really think it'd be such a loss if someone as handsome as me had changed your clothes? Linfan joked, slightly annoyed. What do you think? She shot him a sideways glance, regaining some of her composure now that she knew the worst hadn't happened. You don't know a good thing when you see it. Linfan shook his head, losing interest in the conversation. He turned and started walking towards the kitchen to prepare breakfast. With his maid busy in seclusion, he had to take care of everything himself. Wait a minute. The woman suddenly remembered something and glared at Linfan. Your maid may have changed my clothes, but that hand of yours last night, that wasn't hers, was it? Linfan's expression didn't change as he paused and turned back to her. I was saving your life by removing the poison. Instead of thanking me, this is how you react. Hearing this, she recalled the events of the previous night, the warmth of his hand that had saved her life. At the time she had been certain she was going to die, but that warmth had pulled her back from the brink. It had left such a deep impression on her that she still felt a lingering attachment to it. But you didn't have to put your hand there. Her face flushed as she quietly protested, her voice trailing off. Linfan chuckled. I was saving you. What, do you want me to take responsibility now? As he spoke, he slowly stepped closer to her, his masculine presence overwhelming her. Feeling that familiar warmth approach, the woman instinctively backed away, more frightened now than when she had faced a third rotation martial saint. You stay back. She stammered again, her hands pushing against his chest, not daring to let him get any closer. What terrified her the most was the realization that she didn't feel any aversion to his proximity. In fact, that feeling of attachment resurfaced, scaring her even more than the pursuit from the night before. Aren't you the one who wanted to confront me? And now you're telling me to stop? Linfan smiled as he looked down at the woman who had suddenly become as timid as a quail. She had seemed so fierce before, but now she was all bark and no bite. Stay away from me. If you come any closer, I'll scream. The rising sense of attachment overwhelmed her, and she was on the verge of panic. Scream all you want. No one's coming to save you. Mohaha. Linfan laughed, putting on his best villainous act to scare her further. It was an imitation of a signature evil laugh he'd once heard. You. The woman's face filled with terror. He had truly frightened her this time. Hey haha. Seeing her reaction, Linfan couldn't help but laugh out loud, unable to keep up the charade any longer. Realizing she'd been tricked, the woman's fear turned into frustration. You scoundrel! She lightly pounded his chest in anger, though her blows were weak. Still hitting me. Linfan easily caught her hand and, with a slight pull, drew her so close that they were almost touching, their breaths mingling in the small space between them. Caught off guard, the woman froze, staring blankly at Linfan. She couldn't move as he reached up with his free hand and carefully removed a thin, transparent membrane from her face, a special mask used for disguises. The mask was made from the silk of a celestial silkworm, refined through a unique process. It was as thin as a cicada's wing and breathable, fitting so perfectly that it seemed like real skin, even mimicking facial expressions. Realizing that her disguise had been removed, the woman snapped back to her senses and tried to push Linfan away, but his grip was firm, and the mask slipped off completely. As expected, a system notification followed. Ding. Detected that the woman has extremely high beauty. Marrying her will grant the host additional rewards. Ding. Ding. Detected that the woman possesses a special physique. Marrying her will grant the host special rewards. Ding. Ding. Detected that the woman has a flawless figure. Marrying her will grant the host unknown rewards. 3 notifications in a row. This was only the second time Linfan had encountered a woman with 3 rewards, the first being Zhu Yu. The first 2 notifications didn't surprise him. Her unique physique had clearly contributed to her achievements at such a young age. But the third flawless figure caught him off guard. A flawless figure, huh? Linfan rubbed his chin as he looked the woman up and down. Now that he had noticed, her graceful form stood out even more in the slightly tight clothes she was wearing. He hadn't paid much attention before, but now that he did, he realized how extraordinary she truly was. You could question the system's logic, but you could never doubt its taste. Stop looking at me like that, you pervert. Seeing his intense gaze, the woman panicked, instinctively crossing her arms over her chest. She appeared vulnerable and helpless, like a lamb before a wolf. What she didn't realize was that this reaction only stirred the wolf's instincts even more. Though Linfan had self-control, seeing her like this made him want to tease her even more. After all, he had saved her life, and instead of gratitude, she'd greeted him with hostility. How could he let that slide? What if I insist on looking? A mischievous smile spread across Linfan's face as he took another step towards her. Predictably, the woman screamed again and bolted from the courtyard as fast as she could, not even daring to retrieve the special mask Linfan had taken from her. Linfan didn't stop her. She owed him now, and there was no way she could avoid paying him back. Master. After the woman fled, Lin Xiaotong appeared in the courtyard, bowing respectfully to Linfan. How did the investigation go? Linfan asked calmly. He was genuinely curious about Bloodraven Hall, especially since they had concocted a poison that even he found challenging. And if the masked men's warning wasn't just a bluff, there could be more trouble ahead. But Linfan wasn't one to shy away from conflict. After all, he had come here specifically for the resources, and with everything already claimed, the only way to get what he wanted was to take it. Conflict was inevitable, especially with a force like Bloodraven Hall. I've uncovered some information. Lin Xiaotong nodded and handed over a detailed report. Linfan took it and began reading. Bloodraven Hall was, unsurprisingly, a hidden assassin organization. They had no code of honor and no rules. If you could pay the price, they would take on any target. From commoners to nobles, from sect leaders to the heads of thousand-year-old clans, no one was off limits. Their most infamous mission had been an attempt on the life of the current Qin emperor, though it had ended in failure, with their leader losing his life. If they hadn't surrendered quickly, the organization would have been wiped out. But don't mistake this as a sign of weakness. The fact that they dared to attempt such a mission and survived with just the loss of one leader was a testament to their power. After all, even the once mighty Buddhist sect had been obliterated because of the emperor's displeasure, how much more so for those who actually tried to assassinate him. Because of this, Bloodraven Hall's reputation spread far and wide. Even the most ancient families were wary of provoking them. They knew that once you made an enemy of Bloodraven Hall, it was a fight to the death unless, of course, you were the Qin emperor. I see why they were so confident in using their name to intimidate people. The Bloodraven Hall reputation is well earned. Linfan finished reading the report and had a good grasp of what Bloodraven Hall was all about. They were strong, ruthless, and best avoided. But Linfan wasn't like most people. As someone with extraordinary abilities, he didn't know the meaning of fear. Besides, he was new here, with nothing to lose, so why not take some risks? As for their assassination skills, Lin Xiaotong's elite team wasn't just for show. Have you distributed the pills I gave you to your subordinates? Linfan asked calmly, unfazed by the information about Bloodraven Hall. Yes, master. They are all in secluded training now, and I believe many will make breakthroughs after this. Lin Xiaotong nodded. The Shadow Kill team was always on the front lines and had plenty of combat experience. What they lacked was time and resources, both of which Linfan had provided. Once they absorbed the pill's effects, the team would undergo a significant transformation. These elite killers weren't just strong in terms of cultivation, they were also equipped with advanced gear and devastating weapons. Challenging opponents above their level wasn't a rare feat for them, especially with Lin Xiaotong leading the charge. In full force, even second rotation martial saints would struggle against him. You've done well. But remember, keep training. The Qian Empire is full of hidden dangers, and your current strength isn't enough. Linfan praised her but also gave a word of caution. Don't worry, master. I won't let you down. Lin Xiaotong bowed deeply before disappearing back into the shadows. Linfan smiled, full of confidence in the elite team he had cultivated. The whole situation with Bloodraven Hall also sparked an idea he could create a similar organization to handle tasks that needed to stay in the shadows. The Qin Empire was a land of ancient powers, some with history stretching back thousands of years, even longer than the imperial family itself. In such a rigid environment, Linfan would need unconventional methods to carve out a place for himself. The Qin Empire is indeed exciting. Much more so than where I was before. Linfan chuckled to himself as he turned back to the kitchen to continue making breakfast. Miss, are you injured? In the central pavilion of the general's mansion, the young woman's personal maid was filled with worry as she saw her mistress. Despite Linfan's miraculous treatment that removed the deadly poison, the woman was still weak, her face pale, and her energy chaotic. It took her a long time to regain some composure. Once she had steadied herself, she looked at her maid with cold eyes. Take my identification token and secretly send the Iron Guards to the military camp. Notify my father immediately and have him return at once. She handed over a finely crafted jade token engraved with the characters Mingyu. This was her name, He Mingyu, following the surname of the general who governed the region. Though she usually came across as loud and boisterous, her name was quite delicate, clearly chosen by someone who cherished her. The maid's eyes widened in shock at the sight of the token and her mistress's orders. She knew very well what this meant. Miss. The maid tried to say something but was cut off by He Mingyu. Don't ask. Just do as I say. Make sure the Iron Guards move quickly and quietly. The faster, the better. Seeing the usually carefree and loud He Mingyu now so serious and cold, the maid didn't dare to ask any more questions. She knew something serious had happened, something monumental. Without delay, she took the token and went to carry out the orders. Watching her maid leave, He Mingyu's expression remained cold as she gazed into the distance. The assassination attempt by Bloodraven Hall wasn't what truly unsettled her. Given her and her father's positions of power, they were bound to make enemies. But what truly alarmed her was the fact that she was chased into the city by Bloodraven Hall, yet no experts from the general's mansion came to her aid. This was the general's mansion, their stronghold. While not exactly an impenetrable fortress, it was heavily guarded by numerous experts. Several martial saints were on permanent retainer within the city. Yet during last night's assassination attempt, not a single one of them came to her rescue. They were all missing. While it might have been a coincidence that they were all occupied with something else, how many such coincidences can there really be? It was impossible for so many experts to be absent just as she was being hunted down. Even a fool could see that something was wrong, terribly wrong. And the only ones capable of orchestrating such a scenario were a select few. He Mingyu had never liked getting involved in political intrigue. She preferred to focus on her martial training and occasionally play the hero. But some people clearly didn't think the same way. This terrifying crisis, had she not run into a familiar face, would have ended with her as a cold corpse. As she thought of this familiar face, He Mingyu's expression grew complicated. Gently touching her cheek, she remembered how that familiar person had forcefully taken her silken mask. Recalling the moment it was snatched away, she began to lose herself in thought. Meanwhile, in Linfan's courtyard, the enticing aroma of food wafted from the kitchen. As a master chef, Linfan not only excelled at cooking but also took great pleasure in enjoying his meals. The tantalizing smell caused many passers-by to drool, but none dared approach. The sight of the massive tiger guarding the courtyard kept them at bay. Though the Tiger King often found itself being disciplined by its master, it was still a fearsome creature that could swat away ordinary experts with a single paw. While most people steered clear, one seemingly unremarkable passerby was different. He wasn't afraid of the Tiger King but didn't approach either. Instead, he lingered at a distance, quietly observing. Only when the scent of the food had drawn the crowd away did this person finally merge with the dispersing throng and leave. None of this attracted any attention. The Tiger King, still dozing at the gate, didn't stir. However, an emotionless figure silently followed the observer as they left. Inside the courtyard, Linfan, unconcerned with the outside world, finished washing the dishes and began enjoying his carefully prepared meal. He was well aware that things were far from calm outside, but he didn't care. He had come to this land fully prepared for any challenge. This girl. Usually she's not one to push herself too hard, but now that I've told her to take it slow, she's working harder than anyone else. After eating, Linfan noticed how intensely his little maid, Xia King, was training. She was pushing herself so hard that she was even risking her safety to break through. Linfan shook his head with a wry smile. He hadn't expected this. He never asked his companions to reach any particular level. Yet, one by one, they were all striving to keep up with him. Clearly, they all wanted to follow in his footsteps. Xia King, in particular, was trying to make up for lost time, pushing herself to quickly absorb the potent medicine Linfan had given her so she could grow stronger as fast as possible. Linfan wasn't foolish. He knew why she was doing this. But he also knew that such determination wasn't something he could or should try to stop. After all, striving to surpass one's limits was a legitimate path to growth. If she could break through to the level of a martial saint, not only would she gain immense strength, but she would also extend her lifespan, an important goal. Otherwise, with Linfan still so young, how could those who followed him bear the thought of aging while he remained youthful? They simply couldn't accept it. Even if it cost them their lives, they wouldn't accept it. If that's what she wants, then she should go for it, Linfan said with a smile. He used his spiritual power to quietly protect Xia King, ready to help her at the first sign of trouble. Sensing his support, Xia King's tense mind began to relax, and her breakthrough became smoother. The custom-made pill Linfan had prepared was even more effective than expected. Xia King's intense effort seemed to be paying off as she approached her breakthrough naturally. Having experienced a previous failure, Xia King now navigated the process with ease. Her body advanced to the extraordinary level of strength without any major setbacks. But she didn't stop there. After completing her physical breakthrough, she took out another custom-made pill Linfan had given her, this one to assist in comprehending martial intent. Xia King's understanding of martial intent was already near perfect, and with the help of this pill, she quickly made the final breakthrough. With her body now extraordinary and her martial intent perfected, Xia King reached the peak of a half-saint. At this stage she could attempt to merge the two and make the final leap to becoming a true martial saint, unlocking the full potential of her body and mind. Linfan considered advising Xia King to take a break before attempting the final breakthrough, but she was more determined than he anticipated. Without hesitation, she chose to merge and break through. Crack. Linfan expected her to fail. Such an important step couldn't be rushed. Many had been stuck at this stage for decades, unable to achieve the perfect state necessary to succeed. Even the abbot of the Buddhist sect had been trapped here for years. But to Linfan's surprise, not only did Xia King succeed, but she did so quickly and smoothly, as if the breakthrough were as simple as eating or drinking. Linfan was stunned. He had never seen anything like this before. Moreover, he noticed that Xia King's breakthrough to the martial saint level didn't trigger any celestial phenomena like it had for others. It was as if Xia King had always been at this level, and was simply reclaiming it now. Master, I did it. As soon as she completed the breakthrough, Xia King excitedly turned to share the news with Linfan. He looked at her, feeling the unmistakable aura of a martial saint. There was no doubt Xia King had truly reached the martial saint level. Xia King, how did you merge your physique and martial intent so quickly? Linfan asked, still amazed. I don't know, Xia King replied, scratching her head. I just tried to merge them, and it worked. Then I tried to break through, and it happened just as easily. Her simple answer left Linfan speechless. I don't know. I just tried, and it worked. Challenges that many powerful half-saints found nearly impossible had been overcome by Xia King as if it were nothing. Who wouldn't be at a loss for words? You're amazing. In the end, Linfan could only pat her head and offer praise. Really? Xia King beamed with happiness. Reaching the martial saint level hadn't excited her as much as this simple compliment. Of course, Linfan confirmed with a smile. My Xia King is unbeatable. Xia King's grin grew even wider, her excitement bubbling over. Though she was now a powerful martial saint, she still had the innocence of a young girl. But Linfan didn't mind. Her happiness was all that mattered. As a reward, I'll make your favorite braised lion's head for dinner tonight. Linfan's promise of her favorite dish made Xia King even more ecstatic. Just then, Lin Xiaotong appeared silently in the courtyard, dragging a limp man behind her. Linfan looked at her with a questioning gaze. This man was sneaking around, so I captured him. He's a spy from the Poison Sect, Lin Xiaotong explained. A spy from the Poison Sect. Linfan raised an eyebrow. After nearly wiping out their squad last time, it seemed the Poison Sect had come looking for him. However, instead of launching a direct attack, they had cautiously sent in a spy. Well then, tell me, what is the Poison Sect planning? Linfan asked the man. Though captured, the man remained defiant, turning his head away, daring to be disrespectful to the master. Lin Xiaotong's eyes flashed coldly, and she crushed the man's arm, shattering the bones. The man screamed in agony, fear creeping into his eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Xiaotong to be so ruthless. But despite the pain, he still didn't talk. "You've got some backbone," Linfan acknowledged with a nod. But this was only the beginning. His resilience wouldn't last long. Before Lin Xiaotong could apply more pressure, Xia King stepped forward. "Master, can I try?" "You want to try?" Linfan was surprised. Interrogation wasn't something just anyone could handle. "Yes, I'd like to try." Xiao King nodded. "All right." Seeing she was serious, Linfan agreed, treating it as a form of training for her. With Linfan's approval, Lin Xiaotong stepped aside, allowing Xiao King to take over. But Xiao King didn't resort to violence. She simply stood in front of the man and asked, "Tell me, what are the Poison Sect's plans and why are you here?" No force, no threats, just a straightforward question. Who interrogates people like that? Linfan had prepared himself for an unusual approach but hadn't expected this. What happened next was even more shocking. The man who had withstood having his arm crushed suddenly began answering her questions in the same straightforward manner. "I'm the deputy commander of the Poison Sect spies. My mission is to gather information on the person who injured our sect's experts and survey the area for future operations. As for our sect's plans, I'm not high enough in rank to know the details. I only know that our leaders seem hesitant about making a direct move." The man spoke calmly, as if chatting with an old friend, not in the dazed manner of someone under mind control. Linfan stood nearby, certain that the man wasn't under any sort of mental influence. He was simply responding to Xiao King's questions naturally. But how could that be possible? For someone who had shown such resilience, how could he so easily reveal everything now? Unless, of course, he was lying. But Linfan, with his highly attuned senses, could tell that the man was telling the truth. There were no lies in his words. And that made it even more astonishing. Such a bizarre technique. Linfan had never seen or heard of anything like it. Could it be some sort of divine power? The thought crossed Linfan's mind. Heaven's gifted divine power. This type of power is a hallmark of martial saints. However, it typically only manifests after unlocking the third physical barrier, reaching the third rotation martial saint level. Even for Linfan, this ability only emerged when he became a second rotation martial saint. Despite that, it was enough to make countless martial saints envious. The Poison Sect's elder was notably shocked to see Linfan possessing such power at the second rotation level. Now Xiao King, who had just broken through to the martial saint realm, only a first rotation martial saint, seemed to possess this divine power as well. This was truly extraordinary. Xiao Qing, is this heaven's gifted divine power? Linfan didn't dwell on his thoughts for long and directly asked the question that had been on his mind. Xiao King shook her head slightly. "I'm not sure. I just felt like he would answer if I asked him, so I did." Once again, Linfan was left speechless. Her entire experience seemed completely haphazard, from the breakthrough to possibly gaining divine power. Was it just dumb luck, or was there something else at play? "Master, is there something wrong with me?" Xiao King asked worriedly, noticing Linfan's reaction. She wasn't completely clueless. She knew something about her situation wasn't normal. "Do you feel any discomfort?" Linfan pondered for a moment before asking. Xiao King took a moment to check in with herself, then shook her head again. "No, I feel full of energy, like there's endless strength inside me, warm and comforting." This was a typical response after breaking through to the martial saint level. The body undergoes a transformation, reaching a transcendent state. Martial saints live longer precisely because their bodies have evolved beyond those of ordinary humans. Each time they unlock a physical barrier, their lifespan increases by 100 years. If one unlocks all 9 barriers, reaching the pinnacle of the martial saint realm, they can live for over 1,000 years, becoming a true ancient being, akin to a land-bound immortal. Hearing Xiao King's description, Linfan realized that her condition was normal for a martial saint. As a master physician, he would have noticed if something were wrong. "It seems your situation is somewhat unique. When we have more time, I'll give you a thorough examination. For now, continue questioning him and see what he knows about this concern the Poison Sect leaders have." Linfan decided. Xiao King, of course, had no objections and resumed her questioning of the Poison Sect spy. Under the influence of her mysterious ability, the man answered every question honestly. Unfortunately, he wasn't privy to the higher-ups' concerns and couldn't provide more details. However, the information he did reveal was useful. The Poison Sect had already begun investigating Linfan, so it was only a matter of time before they made their next move. That mysterious concern? Linfan intended to make good use of it. He activated a mental link, subtly reaching out to the mark he had left on a certain spy, Lu Guang. After the last incident, they had gone their separate ways, but thanks to Linfan's setup, Lu Guang had gained the trust of the second-generation Poison Sect member, who now saw him as a close brother. While the spy had no knowledge of the upper echelons, Linfan believed that the second-generation disciple might have gleaned some information from his grandfather, the Poison Sect elder. It was time to put a plan into motion. Linfan didn't mind adding another pawn to his growing influence, especially if it helped him solidify control over the southwest region as a strategic foothold. Soon, Lu Guang arrived, having successfully lured the second-generation disciple to the courtyard. It didn't take long. Within half a day, they were standing before Linfan. "Brother Guang, what's going on?" The second-generation disciple noticed something was off as soon as he entered the courtyard. Despite the seemingly casual atmosphere with only a young man, a maid, and a servant present, the overwhelming pressure of a martial saint's presence made his heart race with fear. They were supposed to be checking out some rare goods in Tianfeng City, but this didn't feel right at all. His question went unanswered. Instead, Lu Guang, his once loyal friend, stepped forward and knelt respectfully before Linfan, showing his allegiance. "In you." Even a fool could piece things together at this point. The second-generation disciple's face drained of color, and before he could react further, a terrifying force pressed down on him. It was the crushing weight of martial intent, and as a half-saint, he stood no chance against it. He could barely stay on his feet. Realizing the truth of the situation, his expression shifted from shock to despair. The man seated on the stone bench wasn't just any martial saint. His presence was even more intimidating than that of the second-generation disciple's own grandfather, a peak third-rotation martial saint, and an elder of the Poison Sect. This could only mean one thing: the person before him was an extraordinary force, far beyond what he had imagined. Who are you?" he stammered, his voice trembling. "Who we are doesn't matter. What matters is that from now on, I want you to work for me," Linfan replied calmly, signaling Lu Guang to rise. What do you mean?" The second-generation disciple's eyes widened, sensing that whatever this was, it wasn't good. "What do you think?" Linfan asked with a smile. The second-generation disciple understood immediately and turned to Lu Guang, shouting, "Lu Guang, haven't I treated you well? How could you betray me like this?" Lu Guang, however, remained calm. "Serving my lord is an honor for you. There's no betrayal here." The second-generation disciple screamed in frustration, but his protests were useless. The entire courtyard was sealed off by Linfan's martial intent. Linfan patiently waited for the outburst to subside before standing up from the stone bench. "I warn you, my grandfather is an elder of the Poison Sect. Don't do anything rash." The second-generation disciple's voice trembled as Linfan approached. Linfan chuckled. "It's precisely because your grandfather is an elder of the Poison Sect that you're here. Do you understand now? You have a grudge against my grandfather." The second-generation disciple's fear deepened. Linfan didn't answer. Instead, he looked down at him calmly. "Do you want to become the leader of the Poison Sect?" Linfan's voice cut through the disciple's panic. The question caught him off guard, and it took him a moment to process it. When he finally did, his entire body trembled with realization. What are you planning?" "I'm planning to support you in becoming the leader of the Poison Sect," Linfan replied with a smile. The quickest way to take control of a sect was to cultivate a puppet leader. With the second-generation disciple's grandfather being an elder, it wouldn't take much to eliminate any opposition and install him as the head of the sect. "Support me as the leader?" The second-generation disciple was stunned but quickly shook his head. "That's impossible. The current leader is still in his prime, and even if he weren't, I'd never be chosen." Although he was ambitious, he wasn't naive. He knew his limitations. His talent and strength were barely enough to become a deputy, let alone the sect leader. It wasn't just about having connections. He needed the power to command respect. Without it, no one would follow him. The Poison Sect was an ancient organization with countless factions and infighting. Even with his grandfather's support, he'd need his own strength to back it up. "That's not for you to worry about. Just tell me, do you want to be the leader, or not?" Linfan dismissed his concerns with a wave of his hand. "Of course I want to," the second-generation disciple replied without hesitation. After all, what soldier doesn't aspire to be a general? He was no exception. "I can help you achieve that. But I have one condition," Linfan continued, his smile unwavering. The disciple hesitated. "Becoming the leader of the Poison Sect isn't easy. Can you really help me?" Linfan didn't bother explaining further. "You know your grandfather led a team recently, only to be ambushed by a mysterious expert. The entire team was wiped out, and your grandfather barely escaped with his life. You're aware of this, correct? Of course I know, the disciple replied. That mysterious expert was me, Linfan stated calmly. Yeah, you? The disciple was speechless, staring at Linfan in shock. His grandfather had led that team to avenge him, so he had been keeping close tabs on the situation. He knew all the details. His grandfather hadn't kept any secrets, hoping to broaden his grandson's horizons. When he learned that his grandfather's powerful team had been annihilated by a single person, it had terrified him. He had spent the past days hiding in the sect, afraid to step outside. Now, standing before the man responsible, he could feel the overwhelming aura of power that confirmed Linfan's words. If this was truly the mysterious expert who had defeated his grandfather, then perhaps it wasn't impossible for him to become the sect leader. What's your decision? Linfan's voice broke through his thoughts. The disciple knew he had little choice. Accepting Linfan's offer was far better than the alternative, death. What do I have to do? He asked, swallowing hard. Just as Linfan had anticipated, the second-generation disciple, with his natural ambition, took the bait. A smile tugged at Linfan's lips. He had already learned from Lu Guang that this disciple was full of ambition. Even when his father died, he showed little sorrow, instead focusing on using the opportunity to advance his position. However, his lack of strength had kept him from achieving his goals. These were things Linfan could provide. While it was difficult for most people to cultivate a martial saint, for Linfan, a master alchemist, it wasn't a significant challenge so long as the resources were available. The only real obstacle was ensuring the disciple's loyalty. But now that he had taken the bait, that wouldn't be a problem. Open your mind and become mine, just like Lu Guang here. If you fully commit to me, I'll help you break through to the martial saint level and take control of the poison sect, Linfan offered, his voice like a devil's whisper, full of temptation. The disciple's throat tightened as he considered the proposition. The allure of becoming a martial saint and leading the poison sect was overwhelming. But more importantly, could he afford to refuse? Anything was better than dying here. Fine, I agree, he finally said, gritting his teeth. A wise choice, Linfan smiled. His plan had been in motion ever since he spared the elder's life. Now, everything was falling into place. Half an hour later, the disciple and Lu Guang left the courtyard, each with a pill from Linfan, a Tao Enlightenment pill and a Holy Communion pill. These were direct tickets to the martial saint realm. Once both of them broke through, they would stand out within the poison sect. With the disciple's grandfather's support, it wouldn't take long for him to gain power and influence. When the time was right, Linfan would eliminate any remaining obstacles, solidifying his control. Shenlong Guard, huh? Back in the courtyard, Linfan stroked his chin, intrigued by the name. When the disciple had sworn loyalty, he revealed the source of the poison sect's concerns. It turned out that Linfan's immense power had been mistaken for that of a member of the Shenlong Guard, a powerful organization. It was a colossal misunderstanding, but one Linfan realized he could use to his advantage. If he played his cards right, this could lead to some interesting outcomes, but that would come later. For now, Linfan had something else in mind, conducting a thorough, detailed examination of Xia King's condition. Xia King, ever the obedient student, followed him into the room, ready to assist with whatever tests were necessary. Meanwhile, in the southwest, General He Zhenqian received his daughter's urgent message. Leading his most elite cavalry unit, he quickly returned from the military camp. These cavalrymen were all half-saint level warriors, powerful enough to make even martial saints wary, and He Zhenqian, the most formidable warrior in the southwest, led them. Seeing him return with his elite forces and a grim expression, many knew that something significant was about to happen. Linfan was informed immediately when the general of the Southwest Town Guard returned, but he didn't pay much attention to it. He had expected this. His daughter, whom he had high hopes for, was being chased in his own territory and needed an outsider to save her. It was obvious that something suspicious was going on. As for how furious the general would be upon learning all this, there was no need to think too hard about it. Some people were bound to have a hard time after this. But it didn't concern him. In fact, they owed him a favor now. With his personality, even if he hadn't done something good, he'd find a way to benefit from it, let alone when he actually did something good. Master, do I really have to take them off? Xia King entered the room, her face flushed as she nervously asked. Yes, take off your shoes. I need to check your Shen Zuaku point. This strange problem of yours must be figured out, Linfan replied seriously. If he said he was going to do a thorough inspection, then it was going to be thorough. In this world, it was considered improper for a young woman to show her feet to a man. It was one of the greatest privacies for a lady. But Xia King, after a moment of hesitation, obediently sat on the edge of the bed and removed her boots and socks. As her silken socks came off, a pair of delicate, jade-like feet appeared before Linfan. Just like their owner, the feet were petite yet perfectly proportioned, with nails that gleamed. Linfan immediately entered a focused state, gently lifting one foot. With one hand he pressed on the center of the sole with his sword finger. The Shenzu acupoint connects to all the body's meridians. From this point, energy can radiate throughout the entire body. Xia King's physique wasn't unusual, and the system didn't alert him to anything, so this difference must be something related to the body's more mysterious acupoints. With careful sensing, Linfan indeed noticed something different. Although everyone has the same acupoints, their size varies and most are blocked. Even powerful martial artists have this issue. But Xia King's acupoints were all the same size and completely unblocked, continuously absorbing and retaining energy without any loss. This no-leak state meant that her body could maintain energy without wasting it. In cultivation, this would provide an enormous advantage. Others might only absorb 70 to 80% of the energy from a pill, but someone with this condition would absorb it entirely. This not only saves resources but also accelerates cultivation and makes breakthroughs easier. No wonder Xia King advanced to the martial saint realm as easily as eating or drinking. With this state and the special pills Linfan prepared for her, it made sense. But logically, this shouldn't be happening, Linfan muttered. While it seemed like he had solved the problem, he was even more puzzled. She didn't have any special physique or external aid, so how could this be possible? Even with his overpowered abilities, having consumed a dragon blood pill, a treasure of the human body, he still had many blocked acupoints. Xia King, on the other hand, had neither a powerful physique nor any cheats, so this situation didn't make sense. He fell into deep thought. While he had identified the issue, the root cause remained a mystery to him. Meanwhile, Xia King, unaware of his internal struggle, felt her face grow hotter as she looked at Linfan, who was kneeling at the bedside, holding her foot. The warmth from his fingers spread through her body, making her feel both nervous and restless. In this moment, she gazed at Linfan with eyes full of tenderness that could melt a person. For her, this intimate connection with him was more meaningful than discovering the peculiarities of her body. Without realizing it, her hand moved to Linfan's cheek. Unconsciously, she recalled the first time they met. Back then, she was timid and weak, not even reaching the level of a third-rate warrior. When the Tiger King attacked, she had been terrified, thinking it was the end. All she could do was run and scream for help. Then, this man appeared, dropping everything to save her. Though she hadn't said anything at the time, his decisive figure had left a deep impression on her heart. The hero saves the beauty trope might be cliché, but it never goes out of style. After that encounter and the many experiences that followed, her heart had long been filled with thoughts of him. But she was just a lowly servant girl, and even if she had feelings, she could only bury them deep inside. The more she suppressed them, the stronger they grew. "Is there something on my face?" Linfan suddenly asked, breaking her reverie with a gentle smile. He had finished his examination without her noticing. "No, nothing." Xia King quickly withdrew her hand, stammering as her face turned even redder. She hadn't expected her little gesture to be caught by her master. Oh, Linfan nodded in response, withdrawing his gaze without pressing further. He was still pondering the puzzle he had just uncovered during his examination. Seeing this, a hint of disappointment flashed in Xia King's eyes. But soon, that disappointment gave way to determination, growing stronger with each passing moment. "Master," she called out resolutely, stopping Linfan just as he was about to leave. "What's the matter?" Linfan turned back, puzzled. He had promised to reward her with braised lion's head meatballs and was about to prepare them. Time was ticking. Xia King hesitated for a moment under his gaze, but soon her resolve returned. She looked at him and said, "Master, Xia King wants to stay with you forever. Is that okay?" "Aren't you already?" Linfan replied with a gentle smile. "That's not what I mean." Xia King shook her head firmly, tears welling up in her eyes. Linfan wasn't a fool. By this point, how could he not understand? "Are you sure you won't regret it?" he asked after a moment of silence. "Xiao King will never regret it. Xiao King just wants to stay by your side forever. I want it so badly, so much that I can't get enough of it." Xiao King leaped up from the bed without even putting on her shoes, throwing herself into Linfan's arms. Her words were more determined than ever before. She had wanted to say this for a long time, but due to her lowly status, she hadn't dared to bring it up. If she were to provoke Linfan's displeasure, she might not even be able to maintain her current position. It was only after breaking through to the martial saint realm that she had barely mustered the courage to speak. She didn't ask for much. All she wanted was to stay by Linfan's side forever, taking care of him, and seeing him every day. That would be enough. Looking at the teary-eyed girl in his arms, Linfan's heart softened. Master, can you hold Xia King tighter? Xia King feels a bit cold, she pleaded softly, her hands clinging tightly to his waist, afraid that if she let go, she would lose everything. All right, Linfan nodded gently, wrapping his arms around her tightly. The two of them remained in that embrace for a long time. After some time, Xia King spoke again. Master, can Xia King warm your bed for you? She blinked her big eyes, looking up at Linfan with a mixture of hope and fear, clearly terrified that her request might be denied. Thankfully, it wasn't. Linfan looked into her eyes for a moment before nodding. Okay. Upon hearing his response, a bright smile bloomed on Xia King's face, visible to the naked eye. As the evening deepened, the bustling city outside gradually quieted down. But the room where the two of them stayed did not share that silence. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully marrying. You have been rewarded with a max-level chess skill. Ding, ding. Congratulations to the host's wife for reaching the Martial Saint realm. You have been rewarded with 1 Martial Saint pill. The system's notification sounded, confirming that Xia King's long-held wish had finally been fulfilled. There were no wedding ceremonies, no blessings from elders, but Xia King felt that today was the happiest day of her life. That night, she also displayed her unwavering, gentle determination, a resolve that would never change. The night passed, and as the sun rose the next day, Linfan slowly opened his eyes. He smiled gently at the sight of the young maid curled up in his arms. She truly was deeply attached to him. He tightened his arm around her, drawing her closer, and then began to check the rewards from the system. The Martial Saint pill, by now, it was quite familiar to him. Every time his wife reached or broke through the Martial Saint realm, he would receive a reward. There were no limits or conditions. Taking this pill would enhance his strength as a Martial Saint by 1 level, without any side effects. While it didn't raise his overall realm by a level, it did increase his power as a Martial Saint, which was still incredibly significant. Though it wasn't as impactful as advancing a realm, accumulating power in this way was equally terrifying. After all, realms could be slowly improved over time, but this kind of power boost wasn't something one could easily obtain. Special physiques are powerful for a reason. They grant not only the strength of their realm but also additional power from their unique traits. This extra boost enables them to challenge others far above their level. Special physiques are rare, but the Martial Saint pill offered a similar effect, making its value clear. With this additional boost, Linfan's strength surged again. Now, even if he faced the Grand Elder of the Poison Sect, he could defeat him without relying on divine abilities. No wonder it's called the Savior of the Transmigrators. This ability is truly formidable, Linfan thought as he quietly felt the power within him, giving a mental nod of approval to the system. His built-in advantage was definitely powerful. After absorbing the Martial Saint pill, Linfan turned his attention to the next reward: max-level chess mastery. When Linfan first saw the name, he thought it was simply an advanced skill in playing chess, imagining himself becoming a grandmaster of the game. But after reading the description, he realized he was mistaken. While it did involve chess, it wasn't limited to a board game. It also allowed him to play chess with the world itself, using mountains and rivers as pieces. With enough time, he could set up a deadly game, creating a forbidden zone that even Martial Saints would fear to enter. Claim the reward. Linfan couldn't wait any longer and immediately accepted it. Boom! A thunderous sound echoed as countless pieces of information flooded his mind. A familiar space reappeared, and within it, Linfan became a chess enthusiast, starting as a novice and gradually rising to the pinnacle. Initially he played traditional chess on a board, but as he reached the peak he sought more. He began using the world itself as his chessboard, arranging a game that no one could ever solve. Step by step, he advanced until finally, with a mere mortal body, he created a life-forbidden zone where even the mightiest would fall. In the end, he could even use stars as his chess pieces, creating an unimaginable starry chessboard. However, to reach that level, one would need not only the skill to play but also the power to move stars. As Linfan absorbed all the information about this max-level ability, he was filled with awe. This reward was beyond anything he had imagined. Compared to his other abilities, this one was truly vast in scope. Playing chess with the vast starry sky as the board and stars as the pieces, what kind of mind would even dare to think of that? Even if he couldn't reach that level, just using mountains and rivers as pieces to create deadly traps would be enough to dominate the world. This little girl has really brought me a big surprise, Linfan thought as he kissed the forehead of the person in his arms. Xia King murmured as she felt the familiar touch, slowly opening her eyes. The tenderness of last night had left her exhausted. Linfan's current physique was truly terrifying. Even if he held back, it was like a high-powered machine. She had struggled to keep up with him. But now that Linfan was awake, Xia King tried to get up. "Master, you're awake. Let me help you get dressed and prepare breakfast," she said out of habit, her mindset unchanged despite her new status. She remained humble and did not take her newfound closeness for granted. In her heart, being able to give herself to Linfan and stay by his side forever was the greatest fortune. But Linfan stopped her. "You worked hard last night. Rest a bit longer today. I'll take care of breakfast," Linfan said with a gentle smile as he got up and began to dress himself. Hearing his words and seeing him rise, Xia King's eyes filled with such deep affection that her heart was overwhelmed with happiness. "Thank you, master," she said with a grateful smile. "Still calling me master?" Linfan asked, turning back as he continued to dress. "Huh? What should I call you then?" Xia King was momentarily confused. With a mischievous grin, Linfan replied, "From now on, call me brother-in-law." Brother-in-law? Xia King was completely puzzled now. Haha, Linfan burst into laughter as he left the room to prepare breakfast. With his max-level cooking skills, making breakfast was no challenge at all. Even a simple porridge would be a gourmet delight. As Linfan was busy preparing breakfast, there was a gentle knock on the courtyard door. Having just finished rinsing the rice and setting the pot to cook, Linfan washed his hands and stepped out of the kitchen. Earlier he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but now, seeing that the gatekeeper Tiger King was nowhere to be found, he realized that the creature had likely gone off somewhere to fool around again. No wonder someone had knocked on the door without getting a response. This beast was slacking off again. Squinting his eyes, Linfan began to plan how to deal with the Tiger King when it returned. After making up his mind, he waved his hand, and the courtyard door opened. As the door swung open, a large bald head cautiously poked through, followed by a man who bowed as he entered. This bald man was none other than the current abbot of the Buddhist sect. After carefully closing the door behind him, he approached Linfan and respectfully greeted him. "Why are you here so early in the morning?" Linfan asked with a wave of his hand. The abbot completed his greeting and then spoke. "Master, I apologize for disturbing you so early, but I have an important matter to discuss." "Important matter?" Linfan glanced at the abbot's shiny bald head and calmly asked, "What is it?" The abbot didn't notice these details. Instead, he quickly explained his purpose. The matter wasn't complicated. It started with the town guard general, He Zhenqian, returning with his elite cavalry yesterday. As expected, upon his return, the general began a purge. He started with the city defense army and then moved on to the general's mansion's retainers. Both were essential to the general's mansion, but they had both failed, so a purge was inevitable. "Are you saying you want to take over the territories of the strongmen who were purged?" Linfan quickly grasped the key point. The abbot nodded respectfully. "Yes, master. Our Buddhist sect has no established territory, making it difficult to grow. This is a rare opportunity." "What do you need from me?" Linfan asked, tapping his chin. Since the Buddhist sect was now his vassal, he didn't mind helping them grow a bit. "We don't need to trouble you, master. We can handle this ourselves. We only ask that if we face overwhelming external pressure, you might step in on our behalf," the abbot replied humbly, bowing again. Linfan understood. Powerful figures like him were like nuclear weapons, best used as deterrents. As for development, no one knew growth better than the Buddhist sect. Without hesitation, Linfan agreed to the abbot's request. "Thank you, master." The abbot, overjoyed to have secured his support, quickly departed. The Buddhist sect would seize this opportunity. As Linfan watched the abbot leave, he turned back to continue preparing breakfast. But just as he re-entered the kitchen, there was another knock on the courtyard door. Faced with this repeated interruption, Linfan couldn't help but feel exasperated. He decided it might be time to bring Lin Xiaotong, the fearsome guardian, back to keep everyone from disturbing his cooking. But when he opened the door this time, the visitor surprised him. "Did you bring a guardian to back you up?" Linfan raised an eyebrow as he looked at the people outside. The woman who had been forced to flee in embarrassment yesterday, He Mingyu, had returned. This time, she brought with her a stern-looking middle-aged man. It was clear from their presence that she had gone home to get help. He Mingyu had been in a good mood, but upon hearing Linfan's words, she couldn't help but stomp her foot in frustration. Every time she saw Linfan, he made her so angry that her chest hurt. However, the middle-aged man beside her, despite his stern appearance, smiled slightly at Linfan's remark. He gave Linfan a serious look up and down before speaking with a smile. "I am He Zhenqian, the general guarding the southwest road, and her father. I've come to thank you for helping my daughter." "So you really did bring a guardian," Linfan muttered under his breath. Though his voice was soft, everyone present could hear him clearly. He Mingyu couldn't hold back any longer, gritting her teeth in anger. Young friend, please don't misunderstand, He Zhenqian explained gently, though his demeanor was that of a commanding general. It wasn't my daughter who asked me to come here to stand up for her. I insisted on bringing her to thank you after I learned about what happened. Despite his military background, He Zhenqian spoke with warmth rather than aggression, earning Linfan's respect. Linfan smiled back at him, saying, "No need for thanks. It was just a small favor." "But it's still necessary," He Zhenqian replied, shaking his head slightly. He then produced an ornate box from his sleeve. "This is a medicinal king that the first acquired by chance in my younger years. Its effects need no further explanation. Consider it a token of gratitude for helping my daughter. Of course, this is only a small gesture. I will always remember your kindness." A medicinal king. Linfan's eyes lit up. This was precisely something he needed. Noticing Linfan's interest, He Zhenqian smiled and extended the box toward him. Though the box was sealed, Linfan, being a master of divine medicine, could smell that it indeed contained a medicinal king. However, after a brief glance, Linfan pushed the box back. "Thank you, General He, but as I said, it was just a small favor. Besides, your daughter has already given me a token of appreciation." He spoke calmly, as if he were turning down a mere carrot instead of a priceless treasure. "My daughter already gave you something." He Zhenqian looked surprised and turned to his daughter. He Mingyu was momentarily stunned, as she had no memory of giving him anything. But seeing Linfan's faint smile, she suddenly recalled her celestial silkworm mask. But did she give that to him? No, it was taken from her. Remembering how her mask was taken and the scene at that time, she ground her teeth in frustration once more. Seeing her reaction, He Zhenqian's expression became slightly suspicious. However, he didn't press further. Noticing that Linfan was sincere in his refusal, he put the box away. Linfan had no regrets. His assistance had truly been a small act, and accepting such a valuable item would make it seem like he had ulterior motives. "In that case, I won't insist. But rest assured, I will always remember your kindness. If you ever need help, don't hesitate to find me," He Zhenqian said. As a general, he wasn't one to dwell on formalities. Linfan nodded and prepared to see them off so he could get back to making breakfast. However, He Zhenqian showed no intention of leaving. Glancing at the stone table and chairs in the courtyard, he asked, "Won't you invite us to sit?" "Is there something else?" Linfan asked, puzzled. But he politely invited them to sit. After all, they were guests, and He Zhenqian had been courteous. "Nothing in particular. I just wanted to have a chat with you," He Zhenqian replied with a smile. He sat down without hesitation and poured tea for all three of them. Though the tea had been sitting overnight, he drank it with evident enjoyment. Linfan, not particularly fond of tea, remained silent as he observed the situation, curious about He Zhenqian's intentions. He had been somewhat surprised by their visit but not entirely caught off guard. After all, when someone like Linfan appeared in another's territory, no one would remain indifferent. Yesterday's purge must have alerted He Zhenqian to Linfan's presence, and this visit was likely a combination of gratitude and a test of his strength. While Linfan wasn't a schemer, he could see through this simple ploy. The only one who hadn't realized the deeper implications was He Mingyu, who naively believed her father had come solely to thank Linfan. Seeing Linfan remain silent, He Zhenqian spoke again. "What do you think about what happened yesterday?" "I watched it from here," Linfan replied calmly. He Zhenqian had much to say, but Linfan's straightforward answer left him momentarily speechless. He knew Linfan had watched, but that wasn't the point of his question. For a moment, he considered settling this with his fists. But recalling what he had learned about Linfan, he restrained himself. "Ha ha ha. I didn't expect you to have such a sense of humor." "That's a good trait," He Zhenqian said with a somewhat strained smile. "Ha ha. People say that about me often," Linfan responded with a polite smile. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward as silence fell between them. After a few more cups of tea, He Zhenqian finally broke the silence. "May I ask your name?" "Linfan," he replied without hesitation. "Linfan? I take it you're not from the Southwest Road?" "That's correct," Linfan answered. "And where are you from?" "Father, are you here to thank him or interrogate him?" He Mingyu interrupted. Although she was usually naive, she wasn't foolish. By this point she could sense something was off. Her interruption made He Zhenqian take a deep breath. He returned to his earlier gentle smile and said, "My apologies, Linfan. I tend to get chatty sometimes. I hope you don't mind." "Not at all, General He. I've enjoyed our conversation," Linfan replied with a smile, meeting He Zhenqian's gaze as if they had indeed been having a pleasant chat. "That's good to hear. However, I do have some official matters to attend to, so I won't impose on you any longer." Once my work is done, I hope we can have another good conversation, He Zhenqian said with a hearty laugh as he stood up to leave. He Mingyu gave Linfan one last look, biting her lip, before following her father out. Linfan remained seated, watching them leave, a faint smile playing on his lips. If you're going to play this game, don't blame me for taking your daughter away, he thought to himself. Father, did you use me? As soon as they returned to the general's residence, He Mingyu couldn't hold back and confronted her father. At first she had genuinely believed that her father wanted to accompany her to thank the man who saved her life. But by the end, she realized that her father had used her. Xiaoyu, hearing you say that really breaks your father's heart, He Zhenqian replied, looking genuinely pained. You're hurt? Did you ever think about how your actions put me in a difficult position? He Mingyu's voice turned cold, and her eyes began to redden. Though Linfan could be incredibly annoying and difficult to get along with, she couldn't deny that he had saved her life. They had become acquainted, and their quarrels were part of their interactions. But her father, being an elder, was different. The worst part was that her father had used her, tricking her into leading him to Linfan. Now, she couldn't even imagine how Linfan would see her. What would he think of her? For some reason, the thought of this made her feel deeply upset. Do you really care that much about his opinion? He Zhenqian asked suddenly. He Mingyu hesitated, then after a moment, said, he's my savior. Shouldn't I care about what he thinks? He Zhenqian remained silent for a moment, studying his daughter before returning to the main issue. It wasn't my intention to put you in a difficult position. But as the general guarding the southwest road, I have to be cautious of anyone with unknown origins and great strength. I can't afford to be careless. He Zhenqian said, his hands behind his back as he gazed into the distance. There are things you don't know. Rumors are spreading in the imperial court that a true dragon has appeared. But His Majesty is the true dragon. What dragon could this be but a rebellious one sowing chaos in the world? He Mingyu was shocked by this information but quickly retorted, even if that's true, what does it have to do with this situation? He Zhenqian shook his head with a bitter smile, looking at his daughter with deep affection. He Mingyu's mother had passed away during childbirth, leaving only He Mingyu as the result of their love. Because of this, he had poured all his love for his wife and child into He Mingyu. He had never allowed her to suffer any grievances, giving her the best of everything. This was why she had achieved the martial saint realm at such a young age, because talent in martial arts was important, but so were resources. If the situation weren't so serious, he would never have done anything to upset her. This might seem unrelated, but ever since that person appeared in the southwest road, hasn't the region, which had been peaceful for years, started to become unstable? He Zhenqian continued. The Buddhist sect that fled has returned, the poison sect, which was developing steadily, has become restless, and even your second uncle has started to. He trailed off, but the implication was clear. Linfan's arrival had triggered unrest, and the recent changes in the southwest road might be connected to him. Impossible. He Mingyu shook her head without hesitation. He might be annoying, but he's not someone who would cause chaos in the world. She spoke with firm conviction. Their first encounter was when Linfan had heroically dealt with the bandits who had captured her. She still vividly remembered their conversation. A person with such a sense of justice couldn't possibly be someone who would bring harm to the world. The instability of the major forces in the southwest road was due to their own nature, not because of anyone else. Impossible. He Zhenqian thought of the information he had gathered and shook his head slightly, deciding not to push the issue further. But He Mingyu wasn't willing to let it go. What did that mean? Was he implying she didn't understand anything and was easily fooled? From their interactions, she was certain that Linfan wasn't a bad person, even if he was incredibly irritating at times. Am I wrong? If you believe that, then tell me, was my second uncle's situation influenced by him? She demanded angrily. He Zhenqian fell silent at his daughter's question. The second master of the general's residence was his full-blooded brother. Though his actions had been well hidden, as the general in charge of the southwest road, He Zhenqian was not easily deceived. On the very night he returned, he had investigated the situation thoroughly. He had discovered the truth behind the reassigned city defense forces and the tasks given to retainers. The so-called cover-ups were merely tricks, easily seen through by someone with his experience. Yet, despite everything, this was still his brother. Moreover, his brother had powerful backers, his wife's family, to be exact. Even as the general, He Zhenqian couldn't easily offend them. He suspected that his brother's wife's family might have been behind the recent events. These considerations had prevented him from taking more decisive action. So when his daughter pressed him on this, he found himself unable to respond. Nothing to say. He Mingyu, still angry, wasn't ready to let the matter drop and pressed further. Seeing his daughter's persistence, He Zhenqian felt conflicted. However, he noticed something else. His daughter, was she defending a man against her own father? This went beyond the gratitude owed to a savior. Xiaoyu, be honest with me, have you fallen for him? He Zhenshin asked sternly. He looked more serious now than during the earlier discussion about major events. Father, what nonsense are you talking about? How could I possibly like him? He's the person I hate the most right now. He Mingyu reacted as if someone had stepped on her tail, jumping up and vehemently denying it. But the more she denied it, the heavier He Zhentian's heart grew. As someone who had experienced such things, how could he not see that his daughter was already falling for Linfan? Women might say they hated bad men, but it was often those same bad men who they ended up liking. If she truly despised Linfan, why would she repeatedly stand up to her own father for him? Even though he had acted wrongly, family should come first. Damn, that scoundrel He Zhentian's view of Linfan had taken a sharp turn for the worse. While he had been wary of Linfan's potential for causing trouble, now he truly disliked him. Second Master, all the external plants have been purged. What should we do next? Deep within the general's mansion, the second master was confined in a small loft, reflecting on his mistakes. Despite this, he remained calm and unruffled, drinking tea and reading books, as if he were a carefree scholar living in seclusion. When his trusted subordinate reported the situation, he calmly set down his book and chuckled, "Let them be purged. After all, they were placed there precisely to be purged." Second Master, may I ask what your next plan is? We need to know what to do, so we don't ruin your plans, the subordinate asked hesitantly, his voice filled with anxiety. Do nothing, the second master replied, tapping the table lightly with his fingers. His calm response reassured his subordinate, who had been feeling panic due to the purge. Everything was still under control. If the second master wasn't worried, there was no need for them to be either. How are the things I asked you to gather? The second master asked, changing the topic. We've almost collected everything you requested, the subordinate replied respectfully. Good job. Focus on this task. As long as you complete it, there will be generous rewards, the second master emphasized. Understood, the subordinate nodded solemnly. The second master waved him off but then added, mid-next month, the strategists and the moists will form an alliance through marriage. You must speed up the gathering. Don't mess this up. Yes, the subordinate, understanding the importance, resolved to prioritize the task. He realized why the second master was so serious about this matter. The family behind the strategists was one of the most powerful in the Qin Empire. Aligning with them could bring immense benefits. Despite the second master's current predicament, he remained at ease, thanks to his connections with such powerful figures. But one thing puzzled the subordinate: the strategists and the mohists were known to be at odds. Why were they suddenly getting married? He quickly dismissed this thought, knowing such matters were beyond his concern. His job was to carry out the second master's orders. The second master watched as his subordinate left, then picked up his tea and took a sip. How is the investigation going? He asked aloud, seemingly speaking to himself in the empty room. From the dark corner of the room, a shadowy figure emerged. Master, the investigation is complete. The Buddhist sect changed their stance because someone else got to them first, the figure reported, kneeling on one knee. His voice was hollow, devoid of emotion. Someone intercepted my plans. The second master set down his teacup, a cold smile on his lips. Tell me, who dares to challenge me like this? It's an outsider. We haven't yet identified him, but he's powerful. He previously intercepted a team from the Poison Sect and defeated their elder, the figure responded. An outsider? Huh, the second master snorted. No matter who he is, if he crosses me again, he won't live to see another day. Contact the Blood Crow Tower and place a bounty on his head. Understood. The shadowy figure disappeared as swiftly as he had appeared. After giving his orders, the second master resumed his leisurely tea drinking and reading. Meanwhile, after a series of complications, Linfan finally prepared breakfast: a pot of bird's nest porridge and 2 simple vegetable dishes. Little King ate heartily, savoring the meal filled with her brother-in-law's care. Yes, brother-in-law. After some convincing from Linfan, she no longer called him Lord but affectionately referred to him as her brother-in-law. Slow down. There's plenty more in the pot. No need to rush, Linfan said, patting her head indulgently as she ate. Little Kyung giggled, sticking out her tongue in embarrassment. Brother-in-law, the Tiger King hasn't returned yet. Do you think something happened to it? Little Kyung asked, glancing worriedly at the empty courtyard. Good riddance if it's dead, Linfan grumbled, feeling exasperated with his troublesome mount. What? Little Kyung's worry deepened. Seeing this, Linfan sighed. Don't worry. That cunning beast won't get into any trouble. As soon as he finished speaking, the courtyard gate creaked open, and the massive figure of the Tiger King sneaked in cautiously. Well, if it isn't our Tiger King. You still remember how to come home, how Linfan cast a sidelong glance at the beast. Hey, the Tiger King chuckled nervously, aware it had been caught. Despite its fearsome appearance, the Tiger King seemed comically sly. Thanks to the effects of a special blood pill, its strength had grown, and its intelligence now rivaled that of a human. Even laughing like a person was no challenge for it. But the laugh was annoyingly creepy. Linfan had half a mind to castrate the beast and make some medicinal wine from it, just to keep it in check. One more warning: if you cause any more trouble, I'll make sure you regret it, Linfan threatened, more concerned about his reputation than the Tiger King's safety. Roar! The Tiger King nodded repeatedly, agreeing to everything, though it was clear this was just lip service. Little King stifled her laughter. The Tiger King, despite being a handful, was the group's source of entertainment during their travels. Linfan shook his head in resignation. There was no taming this creature unless he followed through with his threat. But then an idea struck him. If the Tiger King loved causing trouble so much, why not give it an important task? In the courtyard, the Tiger King pranced around, completely carefree. But as soon as it noticed the change in its master's gaze, it felt a sudden tension. It knew that nothing good was about to happen. Linfan chuckled at the sight. What's with that reaction? Have I ever wronged you before? Roar! The Tiger King quickly shook its head. It wasn't afraid of its master's scoldings but rather of that smile. Whenever Linfan smiled like that, nothing good ever followed. Yet, what could it do? Even if it was about to be tricked, it had no choice but to go along with it. That's the spirit. Linfan's smile grew even brighter as he patted the Tiger King's head. I'm not here to trick you. In fact, I have a great opportunity for you to enjoy. The Tiger King became even more uneasy but forced itself to stay obedient, waiting for its master's orders. Linfan smiled again. Remember that night lion tiger beast you got close to last time? Tonight, I want you to go back and bring her here to be your mate. The Tiger King had been bracing itself for a bad turn of events. But this was unexpected. This was actually good news. It had been infatuated with that night lion tiger beast, the beautiful white fur, the sleek, graceful body. It often dreamed of her. But her master had been too fierce, and if it hadn't run fast enough last time, it might have lost something precious. Yet, with its master backing it up, the situation was different. Roar! The Tiger King let out a questioning growl, wondering if it had heard correctly. Absolutely. If you've got the guts, I'll be your strongest support. If her master comes looking for trouble, I'll take care of it, Linfan reassured, patting the Tiger King's head again. Hearing this, the Tiger King immediately perked up. It felt like all its energy had been restored in an instant. Without its master's support, it only dared to sneak around for a quick bite here and there. But now it was different. Tonight, it would bring its beloved back as its mate. All those other distractions, except for the unicorn back home, could be forgotten. Brother-in-law, aren't you afraid that letting the Tiger King do this might cause trouble again? Little King asked curiously, watching the Tiger King, who now seemed full of energy. Linfan simply smiled. I'm actually hoping she'll come looking for trouble. But this time, it won't be so simple. What happened? Little King asked, puzzled. Linfan didn't hide anything and told her about He Zhenqian's visit. After hearing it, Little King was furious. She clenched her small fists and exclaimed, "That's outrageous. You saved his daughter, and this is how he acts? Brother-in-law, I support you. You should definitely steal his daughter away and teach that ungrateful old man a lesson." Ha ha! Linfan burst out laughing at Little King's outburst. He couldn't deny that Little King always stood by his side, considering everything from his perspective. Alright, let's make sure we really annoy him together, Linfan said, ruffling Little King's hair affectionately. Roar! The Tiger King chimed in, as if to express its support as well. Time passed quietly. He Zhenqian had returned in full force, busy resolving outstanding issues. He had no idea what was happening on Linfan's end, and continued with his plans. However, it wouldn't be long before he found out. As night fell, the Tiger King quietly slipped out of the courtyard. Despite its large size, it moved through the darkness as silently as a wildcat. Even the Titan City defenses couldn't detect it, proving it was a seasoned nocturnal prowler. Brother-in-law, do you think the Tiger King will be alright? The general's mansion is heavily guarded, Little King asked, a bit worried as she watched the Tiger King disappear into the night. The Tiger King had worked hard as their mount, and she had grown fond of it. Linfan smiled. If it were a fight, the Tiger King might struggle. But seducing a mate? No worries there. Little King giggled at his response, her worries fading away. Indeed, there was nothing to worry about. The Tiger King was an expert in this area. The general's mansion was heavily guarded, but the Tiger King didn't need to storm in. It simply followed the scent of the night lion tiger beast and quietly made its way to the safest spot. Once there, all it had to do was release its own scent into the wind. When it came to attracting a mate, who could compare to the Tiger King? Soon enough, its thick, masculine scent reached the general's mansion, and before long, a snow-white beast emerged silently. This was He Mingyu's mount, the night lion tiger beast with a powerful mixed bloodline. Roar seeing the Tiger King. The night lion tiger beast's eyes lit up with joy and affection. Ever since their last encounter, it had been longing for the Tiger King. Tonight they were finally reunited. The Tiger King stood tall, flexing its muscles and showing off its strong, agile body. No words were exchanged, but the connection between them was undeniable. The night lion tiger beast, usually proud and aloof, now looked at the Tiger King with infatuation. There was no comparison between the clumsy males that usually tried to court her and the confident, skilled Tiger King. Despite its inner delight, the Tiger King kept up its cool exterior. Without a word, it nodded toward the dark night, and the night lion tiger beast eagerly followed. Since she had raised the night lion tiger beast from a young age, He Mingyu shared a deep connection with it. She could sense when something was off, which was the case now. After the beast left with the Tiger King, He Mingyu quickly noticed the change. "What's going on, little white?" she muttered, frowning slightly as she looked in the direction her beast had gone. Eventually she picked up her weapon and followed. "Well done, little tiger." Seeing the Tiger King return triumphantly with his mate, Linfan couldn't help but praise him with a smile. Roar the Tiger King grinned confidently, acting as if this was just a routine task. Linfan chuckled and didn't pay much more attention, instead turning his gaze towards the night lion tiger beast. Knowing her beloved mount had been lured away, it wouldn't be long before He Mingyu arrived. Sure enough, He Mingyu soon appeared, holding her golden spear. When she saw her precious mount cozying up to the Tiger King, she was instantly furious and prepared to teach the Tiger King a lesson. Having already experienced her wrath, the Tiger King quickly hid behind Linfan. He Mingyu stopped in her tracks when she saw Linfan standing in the courtyard with a calm smile. Her feelings towards Linfan were complicated. From the beginning they had always clashed, even to the point where she had been spanked during their first confrontation. She had been so angry back then that she vowed to make Linfan pay. Yet, this same person had saved her life when she was on the brink of death. Especially after what had happened earlier today, she felt a deep sense of guilt towards him. "I'm sorry for what happened today," she said with a complex expression. Just that, Linfan responded with a smile. He Mingyu fell silent. After a moment she asked, "What do you want, then?" "I don't want anything," Linfan replied. "But after saving your life, it doesn't feel great to be treated this way." Hearing this, He Mingyu hurriedly tried to explain. "I didn't know about today's events, it was my father who..." She wanted to clarify that her father had deceived her, and that she hadn't known what would happen, but she couldn't continue. What difference did it make? Her father's actions were just as ungrateful as her own. "Forget it. I don't want any repayment. Let's just pretend nothing happened, and move on," Linfan said calmly, waving his hand dismissively. Yet the more indifferent he appeared, the worse He Mingyu felt. Unbeknownst to her, she was already falling into Linfan's pace. "No. I can't just forget about it," she bit her lip, and refused to accept Linfan's suggestion. "Hey, so there are people who insist on repaying kindness," Linfan said with a mock laugh. He Mingyu remained silent, but her gaze became firm. "Alright, since you're so eager to repay me, how about doing me a favor?" Linfan finally revealed his intentions. He Mingyu didn't hesitate. Hearing this, she felt relieved and even smiled slightly. "Tell me what you need. As long as I can do it, I'll give it my all," she said earnestly, even pounding her chest for emphasis, oblivious to the strain it put on her clothes. Linfan, despite being a gentleman, couldn't help but acknowledge the striking effect of the scene. The system had certainly recognized her impressive figure, and he had to admit it was indeed something to behold. "It's nothing too difficult," Linfan began, still smiling. "I just need a guide. I'm unfamiliar with this place and could use some help." "A guide?" He Mingyu blinked in surprise. Linfan nodded. "Yes, just someone who knows the roads and can show me the way." It's simple. He Mingyu was stunned. She hadn't expected such an easy request. But then she fell silent again, realizing Linfan was probably trying to cut ties by asking for something so minor. This should have been a relief, but it left her feeling strangely upset. Her mind flashed back to that night, Linfan standing resolutely in front of her, shielding her from danger, and the warmth of his hand when she was poisoned and close to death. Their time together had been brief, but it had left many unforgettable memories. Now, with just a simple excuse, he was trying to sever any connection between them. This thought made her heart ache in a way she had never felt before. But thinking back to what happened earlier today, she couldn't find the words to protest and remained silent. Don't think it's that simple. Linfan's voice brought her attention back to him. How could guiding someone be difficult, she asked, puzzled. Ordinary guiding is simple, but the journey I'm planning is long, and who knows what dangers lie ahead, Linfan explained. Her eyes brightened at his words. She wasn't afraid of difficult tasks, in fact, she feared that the task would be too simple, an intentional brush off. Where are you going, she asked eagerly. To Mozhou, where the Mohists are based, Linfan replied. The matters here were mostly resolved, and now he planned to move on to the next part of his journey. Mo Qianqian still owed him a favor, but she had disappeared after leaving a letter. He intended to find out if she was trying to back out of her promise. And there was something else. He was curious to see how the local mechanical arts compared to his own and wanted to learn more by experiencing them firsthand. Seeing the autonomous dragon ship on the Mo River had shown him that this world had its own mysteries. You're going to Mozhou? Mingyu looked surprised. Mozhou was indeed far from their current location in the southwest, and the journey would be filled with challenges. Yes, I have a friend there, and I need to confirm something with them, Linfan nodded. A friend? Is it a man or a woman? Mingyu asked instinctively. Linfan didn't answer, just tilted his head and looked at her. Her face flushed slightly, but she quickly regained her composure and nodded. All right, I'll help you. I've been to Mozhou before with my father, so I know the way. I can be your guide. Thank you, Linfan smiled in gratitude. No need to thank me, Mingyu shook her head. Compared to saving my life, this is nothing. As long as you don't hold today's events against me. Agreed, Linfan nodded. He had never been too bothered by what had happened earlier, especially since he was planning his own form of retribution. When do we leave? Mingyu asked, her mood noticeably lighter now that she was sure Linfan wasn't trying to distance himself from her. I'm ready whenever you are, Linfan replied. Then let's set off tomorrow morning, she suggested. After her argument with her father, she was eager to get away and clear her head. Sounds good, Linfan agreed, and their plans were set. As Linfan watched Mingyu leave with her mount, he couldn't help but grin mischievously. If Zhenqian was going to make trouble for him, he should be prepared for his daughter to run off. Tomorrow, when Zhenqian realized his daughter was missing and started investigating, finding out she had left with him would be quite a revelation. It would be like raising a precious daughter, only to see her elope with a troublemaker. The thought amused Linfan greatly. Have you found Miss Mingyu? Zhenqian had just returned from work, only to slam his favorite mahogany desk into splinters in a fit of rage. His eyes blazed with fury, like a lion on the brink of madness. Everyone around him froze in fear, lowering their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Seeing this only fueled Zhenqian's anger, and he felt the urge to crush everyone in the room. But he restrained himself, knowing these people were innocent. After all, if even he, as her father, couldn't control his daughter, what could the servants do? Master, there's news. A middle-aged man dressed as a steward entered the room. He was the head steward of the general's mansion, and one of Zhenqian's most trusted aides. Speak quickly, Zhenqian barked. The steward replied, We've just received word from the city's eastern gate guards. Miss Mingyu left the city this morning with someone. Zhenqian immediately focused on the key detail. Who did she leave with? The steward hesitated, opening his mouth but not answering right away. Seeing this, Zhenqian's heart sank. A bad feeling washed over him. And sure enough, the steward's next words confirmed his worst fears, sending him into a full-blown rage. According to the guards, the person she left with is the same one you instructed us to keep a close eye on recently. Though the steward hesitated, he didn't dare conceal the truth. You scoundrel, Zhenqian roared, smashing his most beloved vase into dust. The thing he had feared the most had happened, and it happened far too quickly. He had noticed things were going awry and planned to send his daughter to the military camp for training soon. But before he could put his plan into action, the very disaster he feared had already occurred. The thought of his precious daughter, whom he had raised with so much care, being whisked away filled him with uncontrollable rage. His body trembled with fury. Now he regretted not beating the life out of that man the moment they met. Send someone to chase after them. Bring my daughter back immediately. Zhenqian stormed around in a rage before issuing the order. Yes, sir. The servants quickly dispersed, terrified of becoming the target of his wrath. Even the steward hurried away, fully aware of how furious his master was. No father could remain calm after finding out his beloved daughter had run off with a man, especially not someone as doting as Zhenqian. At this moment, he had no doubt that if that man were to appear before Zhenqian now, he would be torn apart on the spot. Chaos erupted throughout the general's mansion. Meanwhile, Linfan, who had triggered all of this, wasn't there to see the chaos firsthand, but he had anticipated it. None of this concerned him though. At that moment he was comfortably seated in a luxurious carriage, traveling with two beauties. The carriage, modified with Linfan's mechanical skills, was not only exceptionally smooth but left barely any trace as it moved. With the Tiger King and the Night Lion Tiger Beast, both semi-divine creatures, pulling it, the carriage moved at the speed of a high-speed train. Catching up to them would be nearly impossible. The city guards believed they were heading east, but in reality they were traveling south, towards Moshu, the land of the moists. This carriage rides so smoothly. Did you modify it with mechanical techniques? Mingyu asked, lifting the curtain to watch the scenery swiftly pass by. With the presence of the Moist clan, masters of mechanical arts, in the Qin Empire, mechanical contraptions were no mystery to the people here. There were not just land vehicles, but even flying ones, and machines that could burrow underground or travel underwater, endless varieties that dazzled the mind. Linfan nodded. Yes, I made some modifications for a more comfortable journey. You know mechanical arts? Mingyu asked in surprise. Although mechanical devices weren't rare, very few people outside the Moist clan had such knowledge. Linfan replied, "What's so strange about that? I know a lot of things." If anyone else had said that, Mingyu would have dismissed it as boasting. But coming from Linfan, she didn't argue. Her impression of him was that he was mysterious and profound. After all, he had easily neutralized the Blood Crow Tower's supposedly incurable poison, so who knew what else he was capable of? "Sister Mingyu, have some tea," Little King offered, having brewed some fresh tea and poured a cup for Mingyu. "Thank you, Little King." Mingyu smiled warmly. Although they had only met a few hours ago, the two women had quickly become friends. Linfan watched them chat with a smile, pleased with how well they were getting along. The two women didn't pay him much attention after that, chatting happily as they sipped their tea. Their conversation soon shifted from martial arts to fashion. No matter what their personality, it seemed women could never avoid that topic. Linfan wasn't interested, so he downed his tea in one gulp, then opened the carriage door and stepped out to the driver's seat. Lin Xiaotong sat cross-legged at the front, letting the wind whip past him as he carefully scanned their surroundings for any potential threats. "Master," he said, respectfully lowering his gaze as soon as he noticed Linfan approach. No need for formalities. Linfan waved it off and sat beside him on the carriage ledge. The Tiger King, clever and experienced, needed no guidance. Just pointed in the right direction, and it would run without fail. Watching the beast energetically pulling the carriage, with its mate alongside, Linfan let it be and turned his attention back to Lin Xiaotong. "How's your cultivation progressing lately?" Linfan asked, settling into a comfortable position with his usual relaxed smile. "Thanks to the valuable pills you provided, Master. I've already reached the threshold of a second transformation," Lin Xiaotong answered earnestly. That fast? Linfan was surprised. Lin Xiaotong had only recently broken through to the martial saint level, and now he was already touching the next bottleneck. Such rapid progress would astonish anyone. "It's all thanks to your guidance, Master," Lin Xiaotong replied humbly, showing no trace of arrogance. His mindset was flawless, which was likely a factor in his fast progress. After all, reaching the martial saint level required more than just effort, it also demanded a certain state of mind. "Very good," Linfan praised him with a smile. Lin Xiaotong hadn't disappointed him. He had chosen well. Receiving his master's praise, Lin Xiaotong allowed himself a rare smile, though it looked a bit stiff since he wasn't used to it. Seeing this, Linfan wanted to offer some advice. After all, cultivation was one thing, but life was another. He didn't want Lin Xiaotong to become a killing machine, but rather a well-rounded person. Slowing down his progress a bit would allow him to go further in the long run. But before Linfan could speak, the Tiger King suddenly came to an abrupt stop. At some point, the road ahead had been blocked, and a group of black-clad, masked figures surrounded the carriage. Each of these figures wore a bronze token at their waist, inscribed with the words Blood Crow in blood-red letters, as if written in fresh blood. Blood Crow Tower. Linfan recognized them immediately. Target confirmed. Kill. The black-clad, masked figures were indeed assassins from the Blood Crow Tower. Without wasting a word, they drew their weapons and attacked as soon as they confirmed their target. Each of them was highly skilled, and as they struck, the sky seemed to darken, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Courting death, Lin Xiaotong's eyes flashed blood red as he unsheathed his blood-red longsword and charged forward. Any enemy who dared to harm his master, Linfan, would have to go through him first. Swish. With a swift stroke, one of the masked assassins was decapitated. This gruesome scene immediately drew the attention of the other assassins, and half of them diverted their focus toward Lin Xiaotong. The Blood Crow Tower had sent an even stronger force this time compared to the group that had pursued He Mingyu earlier. There were 10 first-rank martial saints among them, along with one second-rank martial saint, who stood at the back as their leader. This leader had a silver token hanging from his waist, gleaming brightly under the light. It's a silver token assassin from the Blood Crow Tower. He Mingyu, who had just stepped out of the carriage, instantly recognized the significance of the silver token, and her expression grew serious. A silver token assassin. Linfan glanced at the assassin's silver token, and then turned to He Mingyu for confirmation. He Mingyu nodded. Yes, the Blood Crow Tower's assassins are ranked by 4 levels: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. These correspond to 3rd-rank martial saints, 2nd-rank martial saints, 1st-rank martial saints, and those below the martial saint level. However, obtaining a token isn't just about reaching a certain cultivation level. The assassin must have successfully killed a target of the corresponding rank to earn that token. In other words, this silver token assassin had successfully assassinated a 2nd-rank martial saint before, which explained He Mingyu's grave demeanor. Assassins often use sinister techniques that aim to kill with a single strike, unlike conventional warriors. Even if one had superior strength, there was always a risk of falling to such an opponent. If that's the case, this assassin is indeed skilled. Blood Crow Tower certainly thinks highly of me, Linfan remarked with a smile. You're unbelievable, He Mingyu muttered, feeling somewhat exasperated. It seemed her earlier warning had gone unheeded. But recalling how Linfan had forced the Poison Sect's elder to flee, she had nothing more to say. Linfan had the strength to back up his confidence. I'll handle the silver token assassin. You two take care of the others. Linfan calmly assigned the tasks, his gaze fixed on the assassin leader. Neither woman objected. Against assassins who specialized in one-hit kills, this wasn't the time for anyone to show off. Soon, the battle erupted. Aside from the one assassin Lin Xiaotong had already killed, 9 bronze token assassins remained, each a 1st-rank martial saint. On Linfan's side, only 3 stood against them. Lin Xiaotong attracted the most attention, with 4 bronze token assassins surrounding him. The remaining 5 split up, with 3 attacking He Mingyu and 2 targeting little Quming, who seemed the weakest. Given the numbers, it seemed Linfan's side would be overwhelmed. After all, these assassins were elite within their rank, having already proven their ability to kill opponents of the same level. But reality didn't match expectations. Though it was challenging, Linfan's group managed to hold their ground. Lin Xiaotong unleashed his killing field, drawing all 4 opponents into a fierce battle. It seemed less like he was being attacked and more like he was attacking them. He Mingyu, just a step away from breaking through to the 2nd rank of martial saints, had once challenged a 3rd-rank peak martial saint elder of the Poison Sect. Her strength was beyond doubt. Wielding her golden spear with fierce precision, she easily held off the 3 assassins attacking her. The only concern was little Quming, who had just recently broken through to the martial saint level. But in reality she was the least of their worries. As the 2 bronze token assassins approached her, they suddenly began chatting warmly, as if they were long-lost friends reunited. Laughter filled the air, completely out of place in a battle. The silver token assassin, confident in his underlings, had initially planned to sit back and let them handle the fight. After all, with 10 bronze token assassins, they should be able to kill even a peak 2nd-rank martial saint. But to his surprise, all of them had been intercepted before they could even reach their target. This was entirely unexpected. Useless fools, he cursed coldly, drawing a white bone longsword inscribed with strange patterns, a true divine weapon. As he channeled his power, the sword began to glow, its runes lighting up one by one. Woo woo woo, the eerie sound of wailing ghosts echoed through the area, signaling that this was a fierce weapon, not to be taken lightly. A god-tier fierce weapon, forged from a powerful saint's bone. Dying beneath it is a worthy end, the silver token assassin declared arrogantly, standing tall with his weapon. Linfan's only response to this show of bravado was a dry remark, "You sure talk a lot." Enraged, the silver token assassin lunged at Linfan with his white bone sword. Linfan smiled faintly. If this assassin thought he could impress him, he was sorely mistaken. The assassin moved with blinding speed, seemingly teleporting across the distance to Linfan. His attack was simple but perfectly executed, aiming to pin Linfan to the carriage with a single thrust. Clearly, Linfan's earlier interruption had enraged him, and he intended to kill Linfan in the most brutal way possible. His plan was solid, but it relied on one thing: having the necessary strength. With perfect form and a terrifying weapon, the assassin's deadly strike could have killed any ordinary 2nd-rank martial saint. But that depended on who his opponent was. Linfan's expression didn't change. He remained calm as the sword tip neared his forehead, only raising 2 fingers at the last moment. He effortlessly caught the deadly blade between them. The bone sword, capable of piercing through anything, stopped cold, less than a centimeter from Linfan's brow. No matter how hard the assassin pushed, he couldn't drive it any further. Impossible, the silver token assassin was shocked. According to their intelligence, Linfan was just a second-rank martial saint, strong, yes, but not overwhelmingly so. But now, he had to question everything. Could Linfan really be just a second-rank martial saint? How could someone at that level possess such power? Before the assassin could react further, Linfan calmly punched him in the chest. The punch seemed gentle, but no matter how the assassin tried to dodge, he couldn't avoid it. He could only watch as the blow landed squarely on his chest. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed, and the intense pain caused the assassin to drop his sword. Blood spewed from his mouth as he flew backward at an even faster speed. In a single exchange, he had been heavily injured and lost his prized weapon. Damn those intelligence agents. They've doomed me this time, he cursed as he flew back, already planning his escape. A good assassin knew when to retreat, and this was one of those times. But could he escape? Linfan casually ran his hand along the white bone sword, then flicked it with a casual toss. A flash of white light streaked through the air, and the fleeing assassin found himself impaled on a massive boulder, the sword piercing through his chest. Hissed the remaining bronze token assassins, locked in combat, froze in terror at the sight. Mingyu had seen Linfan's power before, but every time she witnessed it, her heart couldn't help but race. This was true dominance. This was invincibility. Her gaze toward Linfan grew even more admiring, filled with new emotions. Who dares claim invincibility in this world? Who dares say they are undefeated? The assassins from the Blood Crow Tower had never considered such concepts before. But now, they were beginning to understand. The strength before them was overwhelming. Their revered silver token assassin, feared by countless warriors, had been defeated in a single exchange, unable to even flee. As they watched their leader, pinned to a boulder and struggling in pain, the assassins felt true fear. The intel was wrong. Retreat. Without a moment's hesitation, the bronze token assassins turned to flee. As for rescuing their leader? Forget it. Assassins didn't let emotions get in the way. Survival, and waiting for the right moment, that was the assassin's way. But could they really escape? 2 blood-red dragons emerged from behind Linfan, transforming into streaks of crimson lightning that pierced through the 9 fleeing bronze token assassins. In an instant, each of them was left with a blood-red hole in their chest, dead on the spot. With Linfan's current strength, facing opponents of a lower rank wasn't just a matter of defeating them, it was a massacre. Seeing his subordinates decimated so easily, the silver token assassin knew there was no escape for him today. The disparity in power was too great. Even a gold token assassin wouldn't stand a chance against this man. Your strength is impressive, but the Blood Crow Tower's power is beyond what you can imagine. This is just the beginning. The silver token assassin stopped struggling, his expression turning wild as he accepted his fate. This is the second time someone from the Blood Crow Tower has told me that. Yet here I am, still alive and well, Linfan said with a smile as he slowly approached. Do you want to live or die? Linfan's voice cut through the assassin's thoughts. The silver token assassin had assumed he was doomed, but this sudden turn of events reignited his hope for survival. The resolve in his eyes wavered. Aha. I thought Blood Crow Tower assassins weren't afraid of death. Seems like that's not quite true. Linfan laughed, seeing the change in the assassin's demeanor. You bastard. You deserve to die. Realizing he'd been toyed with, the silver token assassin became enraged, his wild eyes glaring at Linfan. Unbothered by the outburst, Linfan casually pulled the bone sword from the assassin's chest and dragged him over to Little King. With the assassin's power sealed, there was no need to worry about him fighting back. Little King, ask him about the Blood Crow Tower. Let's get some details, Linfan instructed. Since they were already enemies, it was best to learn as much as possible about his opponent. Sure, brother-in-law, Little King replied sweetly, nodding before turning to question the assassin. The silver token assassin, though powerless, remained fully conscious. Seeing the girl in front of him, who was calmly asking him questions, he scoffed inwardly. How naive did she have to be to think he'd reveal anything, knowing he was about to die? Even setting aside the Blood Crow Tower's strict rules, there was no way he would betray his organization to his enemies. But then, something shocking happened. As the girl asked her questions, he found himself answering them, completely against his will. And not just answering, he was doing so with enthusiasm, as if he were confiding in a beloved friend. 15 minutes later, Little King had finished her questions, and the assassin regained control of his own mind. Horror filled his eyes as he stared at her, more terrified of her than he had ever been of Linfan. The ability to control someone's mind and force them to reveal their deepest secrets, this was terrifying beyond belief. In all his 200+ years, he had never encountered or even heard of such a power. It was like something out of a myth. "Are you human, or a demon?" the assassin muttered, teetering on the edge of madness. No one answered him. Lin Xiaotong's cold blade swiftly ended his life, decapitating him in one clean strike. His face, oddly enough, seemed relieved in death, as if he had finally escaped something far more terrifying than dying. Little King, what kind of ability was that? It's terrifying. Mingyu had watched the entire scene, and was just as shocked. Little King, still her usual sweet self, didn't seem to grasp the full extent of her power. She shook her head innocently. "I don't know. I just got this ability naturally when I broke through to the martial saint level. A divine gift." Mingyu, like Linfan, immediately thought of it as a heaven-given power. While the two women talked, Linfan was processing the information they had gathered. The Blood Crow Tower was indeed a fearsome force. It was divided into 7 branches, each led by a master and operating independently. Within each branch, assassins were ranked by 4 levels: gold, silver, bronze, and iron. There were also reclusive masters, who were even more elusive and dangerous. Any one of these branches could rival a major sect like the Poison Sect. Together they formed a terrifying force that could strike fear into anyone. Even Linfan, with all his advantages, felt a bit of pressure after learning the full extent of their power. The Blood Crow Tower was no small opponent. As Mingyu and Little King finished their conversation, they noticed Linfan's serious expression. Mingyu felt a pang of guilt. In her mind, Linfan had become entangled with the Blood Crow Tower because of that night when he had saved her, adding a terrifying enemy to his list. "I'm sorry," she apologized quietly. "Why apologize?" Linfan snapped out of his thoughts, smiling at her. Despite the Blood Crow Tower's power, he welcomed the challenge. After all, he had come to the Qin Empire to grow stronger, and facing a formidable opponent like the Blood Crow Tower was inevitable. Still, if Mingyu felt guilty, he might as well take advantage of the situation. Unaware of his thoughts, Mingyu continued, "If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have drawn the Blood Crow Tower's attention, and wouldn't be facing such a powerful enemy." "You're right. But just apologizing isn't enough, is it? That doesn't show much sincerity," Linfan teased with a grin, his gaze locking onto hers. "What should I do to show sincerity?" Mingyu asked, her demeanor shy and hesitant, so different from her usual bold and confident self. At this point, Little King chimed in, "Sister Mingyu, why don't you stay by my brother-in-law's side from now on? We could be sisters forever." This Mingyu's face flushed bright red. How could she not understand the implications of Little King's suggestion? Hey, just kidding. My brother-in-law isn't someone who would take advantage of a situation like this." Little King giggled before Mingyu could respond. "Just a joke." Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief, but deep down, she felt a strange sense of loss. Was it really just a joke? She glanced over at Linfan, her emotions becoming more complex with each passing moment. Under Mingyu's gaze, Linfan didn't respond directly. He simply nodded with a smile, and handed the white bone weapon he had taken from the silver token assassin to Lin Xiaotong, who had been guarding him. It was as if the earlier conversation had indeed been nothing more than a joke. Mingyu took a deep breath, not knowing what else to say. It was just a joke after all. She glanced around the battlefield and began helping to clean up. A second-rank martial saint, and 10 first-rank martial saints, they were definitely worth looting. It was a pity Su'erhu wasn't around, as he would have enjoyed this moment immensely. The belongings of such powerful figures were bound to be treasures. Just the silver notes from the Qin Empire added up to over 1,000,000 taels, and there were also numerous healing and cultivation pills, piling up in small bottles and jars. All of these items were of high quality, worth more than the silver notes combined. In addition, there were weapons, none of them ordinary. There were also special poisons marked with the Blood Crow Tower's insignia, which were highly valuable in the outside world. After collecting everything, the total wealth was easily worth millions of taels. And that didn't even include the white bone weapon, which was a priceless treasure. The Blood Crow Tower assassins weren't just bringing trouble, they were practically delivering wealth. Mingyu's earlier frustration faded as she saw the substantial haul, and Little King, who was diligently counting and organizing the loot, seemed just as pleased, almost like a little miser. Linfan watched the two women sort through the spoils without joining in. Instead, he examined the silver token he had taken from the silver token assassin, studying it carefully. It appeared to be made of silver, but in reality, it wasn't. It felt heavy and emitted a cold, sinister energy. As a master craftsman, Linfan quickly analyzed the crafting technique. The method used to forge the token was similar to that of the white bone weapon, indicating that there was a master craftsman within the Blood Crow Tower. This was the first time Linfan had encountered evidence of a true master craftsman. If the opportunity arises, it would be interesting to debate techniques with that master. Linfan chuckled. With a slight squeeze, the cold silver token twisted like a piece of metal. He casually tossed it aside, letting it roll across the ground. Meanwhile, as the battle unfolded and the women cleaned up the battlefield, the Tiger King and its mate weren't idle either, busy clearing the roadblocks. By the time the loot was loaded onto the carriage, the road was also clear. Without lingering, they set off once more. They were now entering Wuzhou, a region brimming with martial spirit, far more prosperous than the southwestern borderlands they had just left. On the road, they frequently saw martial artists riding exotic beasts, speeding past them. Some traveled alone, while others moved in small groups, each one exuding considerable strength. Even the farmers working in the fields carried weapons and would brawl over the smallest disputes. This is Wuzhou. Almost everyone here practices martial arts, and their combat prowess is formidable, he Mingyu explained as their guide. However, the local general has maintained tight control, preventing the rise of any major martial factions. So while there are many skilled martial artists, they remain disorganized. It's certainly impressive, Linfan agreed, watching a farmer who had been plowing his field one moment and then brawling with his neighbor the next. The martial spirit here was indeed strong, even among the common folk. However, what intrigued Linfan more was the general who ruled over Wuzhou. In such a martial land, to suppress and control the forces here required a remarkable individual. Have you met this general before? Linfan asked, turning his gaze to Mingyu. She nodded. I once visited him with my father. Is he as powerful as I imagine? Linfan asked with a smile, expecting a figure as imposing as his reputation suggested. But Mingyu shook her head. Quite the opposite, actually. He's not physically imposing at all. In fact, he's rather short and looks like someone who could be knocked over with a single punch. Little Kyun giggled at the description, amused by the unexpected contrast. Linfan, initially asking out of curiosity, found himself more intrigued by this unusual figure. Tell me more, he urged, eager to hear the details. Seeing his curiosity, Mingyu couldn't help but smile before continuing. This general has quite an interesting background. He originally came from the ancient Moist family but left them due to his childhood experiences. He climbed his way up from the bottom on his own and eventually earned the Qin Emperor's favor, who appointed him as the general of Wuzhou. Although he isn't the strongest of the generals, he commands a powerful army of mechanical war beasts he studied for years, making him one of the most formidable. Back when Wuzhou was in chaos, with various factions fighting for dominance, he swiftly pacified the region after his appointment. Since then, no major powers have emerged in Wuzhou. She didn't hold back, sharing everything she knew. Linfan found it interesting. Before even reaching the Moist clan, he had encountered someone who had left them behind. Rumble. Just as he was about to comment, a deafening noise came from up ahead, and the ground began to shake. A cloud of dust rose as a group of riders charged down the road toward them. Move out of the way, the riders shouted as they approached the carriage. The Tiger King, usually a hothead, only behaved because of Linfan. Faced with this challenge, it was ready to charge and overturn the arrogant riders. But before it could act, a group of massive figures suddenly leaped ahead of the riders, blocking their path. These giant figures gleamed with a metallic shine. They were mechanical war beasts. The very topic they had just been discussing had now appeared before them. It's his war beast army. We can't fight them. Head into the fields and flee to the mountains, the lead rider shouted upon seeing the mechanical beasts. Realizing they couldn't match the war beast's strength, they prepared to abandon the road and escape into the hills, where the massive war beasts would have difficulty following. But before they could move, more mechanical beasts surrounded them, cutting off their escape. Then, a colossal figure loomed on the horizon, slowly appearing, a massive war beast, its entire body gleaming with metal. Seeing the enormous war beast, Linfan's eyes lit up with interest. Driving such a massive creature with such ease, it certainly wasn't powered by human strength alone. A non-human energy source. This was something that had always intrigued Linfan. A non-human energy source. If one wanted to further develop mechanical war beasts, this was a crucial issue that needed to be solved. Otherwise, large mechanical beasts could never be powered by human strength alone. Even if a powerful individual could operate them, it would go against the original purpose of mechanical beasts. After all, the true meaning of these creations was to allow ordinary people to wield incredible power, not to require extraordinary strength themselves. So Big Little Kyun couldn't help but exclaim. The massive beast before them was indeed unimaginably huge. standing over 100 meters tall, it resembled the monsters from Ultraman movies. It's his mechanical beast. Scatter and flee, save whoever can. To hell with it. It was just a tax robbery. Did the general of an entire region really need to come after us personally? Stop complaining and run. The so-called riders were clearly just disguised bandits. You can't escape. Hand over the tax silver, and you might have a chance to live, came a booming voice from within the colossal machine. Amplified by mechanical enhancements, the sound was like thunder, shaking the very sky. The bandits' faces were filled with terror. Only when they faced a legendary figure did they realize how powerful he truly was. But robbing tax silver was a capital crime, so they didn't dare stop. They gritted their teeth and ran, defying the thunderous warnings. Stubborn fools. Kill them. The voice inside the giant machine lost patience and issued a kill order. Rumble. The surrounding mechanical beasts immediately sprang into action. Their powerful engines roared as they moved, each step causing the ground to tremble. Their attacks were terrifying, each claw and bite could shatter mountains. Brothers, let's fight our way out. The bandit leader knew he had to act or none of them would survive. With a shout, a projection of his martial saint's true intent, carrying invincible power, appeared on the battlefield. The leader was a first-rank martial saint. For a group of bandits, having a martial saint as their leader demonstrated just how strong Wuzhu's martial culture was. Brutal dragon death slash. The bandit leader didn't dare delay. He unleashed his most powerful martial saint technique, leaping into the air and swinging a massive, hundreds of meters long blade of light at the mechanical beasts in front of him. Though the mechanical beasts were tough, they couldn't withstand the full force of a martial saint's strike. The attack cleared a path, sending several beasts flying. But before the bandits could celebrate, the colossal machine that had been watching from the side finally moved. The giant's body was like a mountain, and even its hand was unimaginably large. As it swung down, it was like Mount Tai crushing everything beneath it, flames sparking from the friction with the air. Get out of the way. The bandit leader shouted in warning, knowing this attack was too powerful for anyone to withstand. But it was too late. Though the giant appeared slow, it was incredibly fast. Its immense size created an illusion of slowness, but in reality it moved with blinding speed. The bandits didn't even have time to react. They only managed a single scream before they were crushed into paste beneath the giant's hand. Only a few strong half-saints managed to escape and gathered trembling around their leader. But it was useless. The power the giant displayed was beyond their comprehension. Even though the martial saint leader fought desperately, collapsing mountains in his struggle, he couldn't escape his fate. He too was eventually crushed into the ground. In a matter of moments, the once powerful bandits were completely annihilated. From start to finish, it hadn't even taken the time to drink a cup of tea. Aside from his own mechanical beast army, this was the first time Linfan had seen another's mechanical beasts in action. He had to admit, the strength of this army was impressive, especially the colossal beast, which could easily crush a first-rank martial saint. Clean up the battlefield. The voice inside the giant machine gave another command, and then the massive figure slowly crouched down, coming to rest on the ground. It was an ape-like mechanical beast, even more imposing when lying down, towering dozens of meters tall, covered in menacing metal spikes that gleamed coldly. But when the beast opened its mouth and a short, middle-aged man stepped out, the scene became almost comical. No one laughed, though. The soldiers emerging from the mechanical beasts to clean up the battlefield bowed respectfully to the small man. Greetings, General. Their voices were loud and uniform, filled with reverence and admiration. This man was none other than the infamous Wuzhu general. At ease, the diminutive general said casually, waving his hand. His gaze then turned to Linfan and his group. Is that you, Mingyu? His eyes finally rested on Mingyu. A gentle smile appearing on his face. Uncle, you remember me? Mingyu asked, surprised. Haha. How could I forget Zhenqian's precious daughter? Last time you visited, your father couldn't stop bragging about having a genius daughter, the general replied with a hearty laugh. Though small in stature, his voice was strong and full of energy. Greetings, Uncle Mo. My father was just exaggerating. You shouldn't take him seriously, Mingyu said politely. The general shook his head. He wasn't exaggerating at all. You're indeed a genius. Reaching the martial saint realm at such a young age, your future in martial arts is limitless. Although she felt a bit proud to be praised by such a respected elder, Mingyu couldn't help but glance at her companions. Among them, none were weaker than her, and Linfan far surpassed her, making her pride quickly fade. The general didn't notice this, and after praising her, his gaze turned to Linfan. Although Linfan usually suppressed his aura, appearing like an ordinary person, true experts could still sense the invisible pressure around him. "And who might this be?" the general asked, looking at Linfan. "He's a friend of mine," Mingyu replied. The general paused, then smiled. "You've got a good friend. And you've got impressive skills," Linfan responded sincerely. The general's mechanical techniques were indeed noteworthy even from the perspective of a master like Linfan. There were many admirable aspects to his work, especially the non-human energy source, which intrigued Linfan the most. If it had been an ordinary young man, responding like Linfan might have irked the general. But coming from Linfan, the general didn't feel any offense. In fact, as someone who practiced mechanical arts, his spiritual awareness was far stronger than that of ordinary people. Only true masters could craft such intricate machines, and it was clear that Linfan was such a master. "Are you interested in mechanical war beasts?" the general asked with a warm smile, noticing Linfan's focus on his creations. "Yes," Linfan nodded with a smile. "But to be precise, I'm interested in your mechanical techniques. Would you be willing to exchange ideas?" "You know mechanical arts?" the general was surprised. Linfan nodded again, smiling. "I've dabbled in it a bit." The general raised an eyebrow. Mechanical arts were highly specialized and typically passed down through strict lineage. For someone outside the Buddhist clan to know even a little was rare. Dabbled a bit might sound modest, but it suggested a great deal of confidence. But could that really be possible? It seemed unlikely. However, as they continued to discuss the subject, the general found himself utterly shocked. Not only did Linfan understand mechanical arts, he seemed to know more than the general himself. Dabbled a bit had indeed been a humble understatement. "Where did you learn mechanical arts? Could you be a descendant of the Buddhist clan who ended up outside?" After their discussion, the dwarfish Wuzhou general was impressed by Linfan's mastery of advanced mechanical techniques. His first thought was that Linfan might be a lost member of the Buddhist clan. He couldn't help but speculate. Given that Linfan's knowledge surpassed even his own, with insights into areas where the general himself was only partially familiar. Aside from someone who had received core Buddhist teachings, he couldn't imagine where else Linfan could have learned such skills. "I learned it by chance. As for myself, I come from an ordinary family," Linfan replied with a smile, shaking his head. He hadn't expected that a casual exchange would make the general suspect he was a lost Buddhist descendant. But it made sense after all. In the Qin Empire, there might be many who dabbled in mechanical arts, but to achieve true mastery, one needed to access the core teachings of the Buddhist clan. "Learned by chance," the general muttered, clearly skeptical as he observed Linfan, his eyes betraying doubt. However, he didn't press the issue. He also refrained from using his position to exert pressure on Linfan. Not only did Linfan have a connection to Mingyu, but the aura of strength he sensed from Linfan was not something he could easily challenge. "General Mo, may I ask you a question?" Linfan saw that he had piqued the general's interest and steered the conversation toward his own area of curiosity. Of course, the general responded without hesitation, genuinely intrigued by Linfan's expertise and eager to continue the conversation. Without holding back, Linfan asked about the non-human energy source that had been puzzling him. Understanding this would be immensely beneficial. "Oh, you mean that?" the general replied with a proud smile. "It comes from the crystals found on a unique beast known as the Flame Crystal Beast. These crystals contain a powerful and strange energy. If you can harness it properly, it can serve as a power source for mechanical war beasts." The general didn't hide anything, explaining that this beast, resembling a lion but with crimson, crystal-like scales instead of a mane, was the key. The crystals were named after their fiery appearance, and were known for their brilliance. However, what made the general proud was his breakthrough. For years, these crystals were known to contain immense energy, but because the energy was chaotic and violent, they couldn't be used for cultivation or alchemy. It wasn't until this rejected genius of the Buddhist clan developed a unique method the energy could be harnessed for mechanical war beasts, creating a powerful non-human energy source. "I see. Thank you, General Mo, for clearing that up," Linfan said with a respectful bow. "No need to be so formal. But tell me, would you be interested in learning this unique technique of mine?" The general smiled kindly, hoping to entice Linfan further and learn more about him. Although he had left the Buddhist clan, it didn't mean he had forgotten them entirely. To his surprise, Linfan didn't hesitate before shaking his head. "General Mo, your secret technique is indeed fascinating, but such a precious and exclusive skill I wouldn't dare covet it," Linfan responded sincerely. His words weren't just polite, he truly wasn't interested in pursuing it further. Or rather, while it intrigued him, it didn't captivate him enough to want to learn it. This caught the general off guard. When he first developed this technique, even the high-ranking members of the Buddhist clan had humbled themselves to request it, offering great rewards in exchange. For someone to practice mechanical arts, and not be interested in such a technique was almost unheard of. Given that Linfan hadn't even known about the energy source, it was clear he hadn't mastered the technique already. Linfan smiled but didn't explain further. While he hadn't known about this specific energy source, that didn't mean he didn't know how to use it. In fact, he already possessed the secret technique the general was so proud of. He had used it to create his mechanical armor, although the power source in his case had been internal energy. The reason he hadn't explored other energy sources was simply that he hadn't found anything suitable yet. But once he did, this problem would no longer exist. After all, using divine weapon patterns to channel energy was a simple task for a master craftsman like him. The only question that remained was how plentiful this crystal beast was. If there were enough of them, he could not only create non-human powered mechanical beasts, but also make them even more powerful and efficient than the generals. After all, he wasn't just a master of mechanical arts, he was also a master craftsman. While the general thought he had Linfan figured out, in reality, Linfan had already surpassed him. The general was a bit frustrated but didn't press the matter. He was confident that Linfan would come back to him. For anyone who practiced mechanical arts, the temptation of a technique that could harness external energy was hard to resist. But before the general could act further, a subordinate hurried over. After receiving a nod of permission, the subordinate whispered something in his ear. As soon as he heard it, the general's previously calm demeanor vanished. His face turned red with anger. Those useless fools. Always thinking of underhanded schemes. The Moist clan has survived for thousands of years with the trust of the Qian emperors. Do we really need to force our women into marriage for wealth and power? He roared furiously, his voice shaking the ground around them. Despite his small stature, the general was indeed a third-rank martial saint, the standard for all regional generals. With the aid of his custom-built mechanical war beasts, his strength was even more terrifying. His rage now gave off the aura of a god's wrath. At first, Linfan didn't pay much attention. After all, arranged marriages between powerful families were common. But as he Mingyu out of courtesy asked what had happened, Linfan couldn't help but take notice. It turned out that the woman being forced into this marriage was none other than Mo Qian, the assistant Linfan had once tricked into helping him. This was his assistant, someone he had set his sights on as free labor. How could he let someone else take her away? Especially when it was being done by force. The Mohist clan could marry off anyone they wanted. But if it involved Mo Qian, Linfan wasn't going to stand by and let it happen. Mojo takes its name from the Moist clan, reflecting their deep influence over the entire region. It's not an exaggeration to say that the Moist's presence touches every aspect of life here. The landscape is dominated by hills, which makes it unsuitable for large-scale farming, but the area is rich in mineral resources, ensuring a decent standard of living for the residents. After a journey of half a month, Linfan and his group, led by Mo Qianji the Mohist clan's outcast, and the dwarfish Wuzhou general arrived in one of Mojo's major cities. Having learned that Linfan and his companions were also heading to Mozhou, Mo Qianji decided to join them. Despite his frustration over recent events, he didn't take it out on Linfan and his group. Instead, he enthusiastically shared many stories about Mozhou along the way. It's getting late. Let's find a place to eat and rest for the night, Mo Qianji said as they entered the city. Despite his small stature of just over 1 meter, his presence was impossible to ignore. Although he had the power to command his massive mechanical war beast, he preferred to lead the way on foot. Linfan and the others agreed without hesitation. Throughout the journey they had come to appreciate Mo Qianji's genuine and warm personality, which made him a pleasant companion. Although Linfan was concerned about his assistant, Mo Qian, he knew that rushing into the Mohist clan without any information wouldn't help. Traveling with Mo Qianji, who had a similar goal, was the best approach. Mo Qianji, familiar with the city, continued to lead them through the streets. Linfan and the others followed, taking in the sights of this important city in Mozhou. Compared to other cities, this place was filled with signs of advanced mechanical technology. For example, the carts transporting goods weren't pulled by horses or oxen, but by special mechanical beasts called wooden oxen. These beasts required no external power and could pull loads continuously. There were also tall buildings equipped with elevators, allowing people to ascend quickly. Everywhere they looked, it felt like they had stepped into a magical world where mechanical technology was deeply integrated into everyday life. Linfan nodded in approval, impressed by how the Moists had used their mechanical expertise to improve the lives of ordinary people. With more refinement, they could even create flying machines to transport people over long distances, offering a profitable service. The modern airline industry's profitability was well known, and if such a monopoly were established here, it would be even more lucrative. "What are you thinking about?" He Mingyu asked. Noticing Linfan's thoughtful expression, she had been unusually quiet during the journey, knowing that Linfan was here to find Mo Qian. Linfan had noticed her change in behavior but hadn't said anything about it. Now, he smiled and replied, I'm thinking about making money. You need to make money, He Mingyu asked, puzzled. Given Linfan's strength, it seemed unlikely that he'd ever be short of money. With his power, he could easily control some gray market forces or offer protection services for substantial wealth. Even if he avoided such methods, his strength alone could earn him considerable rewards for performing heroic deeds. For example, when he turned the Blood Crow Tower's assassination attempt against them, he made millions of taels, not to mention the additional value of the bone weapon he had obtained. In a world where strength was paramount, having enough power often meant wealth was within reach. My personal expenses are covered, but for larger projects, the money I have isn't nearly enough, Linfan explained. What kind of big project are you planning? He Mingyu asked, intrigued. Despite her usually bold nature, this piqued her curiosity. Something very big, Linfan replied with a smile, glancing up at the sky. He wanted to become the master of this region, a goal that was indeed ambitious. He Mingyu's curiosity deepened, but before she could ask more, they arrived at an inn. Though the inn had only 3 floors and wasn't as visually striking as the taller buildings with mechanical elevators, it covered a vast area and was lavishly decorated. Despite not being a man who pursued luxury, Mo Qianji's status naturally placed him in a high-end establishment. At first, a small attendant greeted them, but soon after they entered, the innkeeper hurried over, bowing and scraping, clearly recognizing Mo Qianji's unique appearance and responding with the highest level of service. The food here is pretty good. Enjoy it, Mo Qianji said warmly, despite the worries that still clouded his brow due to family matters. Thank you, Uncle Mo, Linfan and the others replied. Since they were all friends of He Mingyu, they followed her lead in addressing him as uncle. Given Mo Qianji's age, calling him uncle felt appropriate. Given his status, they were served first. Not long after they sat down, a procession of young women brought out a variety of delicious dishes, each one beautifully prepared and tempting to the senses. But as Linfan glanced at the food, his eyes narrowed. What's wrong? He Mingyu asked. Since most of the group's attention was on Linfan, his reaction immediately drew concern from everyone, including Mo Qianji. Nothing, Linfan replied calmly. He waited until the young women had left the room before using his deep inner strength to transmit a message to the others. The food and wine are poisoned. The statement, though spoken softly, caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. Lin Xiaotong, who had been quietly guarding them, immediately gripped the hilt of his newly acquired bone sword. Having cultivated the way of slaughter, his strength had surged, and with the addition of this deadly weapon, he could now take down a second-rank martial saint with ease. However, before he could act, Linfan's gaze stopped him. Attacking now would only alert the enemy and cause them to flee before they revealed themselves. We've had a long day. Let's all share a drink, Linfan said, raising a wine jug and personally pouring a cup for each of them. His actions seemed normal, but in the process, he discreetly mixed a pill into the wine. Little Qinyan Lin Xiaotong drank without hesitation, trusting Linfan completely. He Mingyu followed suit, confident that Linfan wouldn't harm them. Mo Qianji frowned slightly but quickly drained his cup as well. HMP. I thought the target would be tough, but it turns out they're nothing. That idiot Silver 7 really is useless. As the group drank, a voice echoed through the room, and 3 black-clad, masked figures appeared. Though their faces were hidden, the silver tokens at their waist revealed their identities: silver token assassins from the Blood Crow Tower. And there were 3 of them, all of whom had carefully poisoned the food. This was indeed a deadly trap. If Linfan hadn't been a master of both medicine and poison, they might have been in real danger. But fortunately they were unharmed, leaving the assassins in a precarious situation. Without waiting for Linfan to act, Mo Qianji leaped to his feet, unleashing the full power of a third-rank martial saint on the intruders. Although his expertise lay in mechanical arts, his cultivation level was genuine, and his attacks sent shockwaves of pressure at the assassins. They didn't get poisoned. The once arrogant silver token assassin now looked stunned. You insignificant vermin, today will be your last, Mo Qianji roared. His frustration over recent events fueled his fury, and while others might fear the Blood Crow Tower, he had no such reservations. The plan has changed: retreat facing a third-rank martial saint. The assassins knew they couldn't win and immediately attempted to escape. But could they? Linfan never let those who targeted him escape. Without any unnecessary movements, he simply raised his hand and pressed down on the 3 assassins. A terrifying, invisible force crushed them against the floor, leaving them struggling as if they were bearing the weight of a mountain. Despite their desperate efforts, Their faces turned red with exertion, yet they couldn't even stand. So powerful Mo Qianji, who had been about to pursue them, paused in shock. Linfan's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. To suppress 3 second-rank martial saints from the Blood Crow Tower with just a gesture, it was beyond comprehension. As he looked at Linfan again, his gaze was filled not just with curiosity but with a deep, lingering sense of gravity. He had only ever encountered someone this powerful in one place before. "You Blood Crow Tower folks really hold me in high regard, sending 3 silver token assassins again," Linfan said, with a casual smile as he stood up from his seat, slowly wiping his mouth with a damp cloth. As if he hadn't just subdued those assassins with a mere gesture. How can he be this strong? He's supposed to be at the same level as us, a second-rank martial saint. The silver token assassins struggled desperately, but their efforts were in vain. The overwhelming pressure they felt was like the weight of the heavens, impossible for mere mortals to resist. They couldn't believe what was happening. After all, when Linfan had acted, his aura had been the same as theirs. Yet the crushing force he exerted now was even more intense than that of Mo Qianji, a third-rank martial saint. This shouldn't be possible. Nothing's impossible. "You're just too weak," Linfan said, as he slowly approached them, the pressure he emitted growing more terrifying with each step. With the power of the divine dragon within him, Linfan's strength far exceeded that of other second-rank martial saints. On top of that, he had consumed several martial saint pills, further enhancing his abilities. At this point, even a third-rank martial saint would be easy for him to defeat. And if he activated his divine dragon transformation, a celestial ability, his strength would multiply even further. If he donned his divine armor and entered his ultimate state, not even he knew the full extent of his power. This was why, despite knowing the terrifying strength of Blood Crow Tower, Linfan remained unafraid. He wasn't bluffing. The assassins were simply too weak compared to him. "Hey, you're indeed stronger than we ever imagined. But this time, Blood Crow Tower hasn't just sent silver token assassins. Even our 7th Tower Master is considering coming personally. No matter how powerful you are, you will meet your end." One of the assassins sneered, accepting that escape was impossible and choosing not to beg for mercy. A gold token assassin, an existence that instilled fear in countless powerful individuals. Even the ancient elders of martial sects trembled at the mention of Blood Crow Tower's gold token assassins. And now, one of their Tower Masters was involved too. "I look forward to it," Linfan replied with a smile, showing no fear and even seeming eager for the challenge. This reaction wiped the smirks off the assassins' faces. They had expected Linfan to be terrified, not excited. "Fools rush in where angels fear to tread," they finally muttered, resigned to their fate. Linfan, uninterested in their taunts, gave a slight nod to Lin Xiaotong. Lin Xiaotong, who had been waiting for this signal, instantly drew the bone blade, ready to let it drink the blood of yet another martial saint. Unlike other divine weapons forged from metal, the bone blade grew stronger by absorbing the blood of powerful beings. This rapid growth came with a sinister nature, potentially corrupting those who wielded it. However, for Lin Xiaotong, who had embraced the path of slaughter, this was no issue. His mind was filled with the teachings of the way of killing, and as long as Linfan remained alive, his resolve would never waver. Gurgle, gurgle. The bone blade eagerly absorbed the essence of the 3 assassins' blood, and its eerie patterns became even more sinister. Mo Qianji's eyes were drawn to the weapon, his brow furrowing as he recognized its dangerous nature. However, after glancing at Linfan, he decided to remain silent. Although the bone blade was disturbing, his curiosity about Linfan was far greater. How could someone with only a second-rank martial saint aura possess such overwhelming strength, surpassing even his own as a third rank? But Linfan showed no intention of explaining himself, and Mo Qianji knew better than to pry. After all, the truths he suspected weren't something an outsider could casually inquire about, even a general like him. "Who dares to cause trouble in my moist city? Do you not fear the might of the Mohist clan?" Though the commotion in their private room had been small, the presence of martial saints could never go unnoticed. The disturbance quickly caught the attention of a Mohist expert stationed in the city. This Mohist expert rode a mechanical phoenix and sped toward them, flanked by a group of strong fighters also on flying mechanical beasts. None of them were below the half-saint level, and the leader himself was a peak second-rank martial saint. With the aid of his life-bound mechanical beast, he could even challenge an ordinary third-rank martial saint. But as soon as Mo Qianji stepped forward and opened the window to reveal himself, the aggressive Mohist expert immediately changed his demeanor to one of respect. "Third uncle," he exclaimed, quickly dismounting from his phoenix and bowing deeply. "At ease," Mo Qianji replied with a wave of his hand. He then glanced at the gathered forces outside and added, "Dismiss them. Yes, third uncle. The moist expert obeyed without hesitation, quickly dispersing his subordinates. Although Mo Qianji had left the moist clan long ago, his identity and status as the Wuzhou general still commanded great respect within the clan. Moreover, his invention of the crystal energy harnessing technique had earned him the admiration of the clan's elders. On top of all that, he was this young expert's uncle, which explained the deep respect he showed. Third uncle, what happened here? The young man hesitated as he looked at the corpses in the room. Mo Qianji didn't hide anything, recounting the events in detail. When the young man learned that the dead were silver token assassins from Blood Crow Tower, his eyes widened in shock. The Moists were no strangers to Blood Crow Tower, and knowing that 3 of their silver token assassins had been so easily dealt with filled him with a newfound respect for Linfan. I'll leave the cleanup to you, Mo Qianji said, dismissing further questions. Understood. The Mohist expert quickly called in 2 subordinates to clear the room of evidence. Once everything was in order, Mo Qianji made the necessary introductions between the 2 parties. Through this, Linfan learned that the young expert was, by coincidence, an uncle of Mo Qianqian. Likewise, the young man, Mo Bailey, came to understand who Linfan was. When he realized that it was Linfan who had single-handedly dispatched the silver token assassins, his attitude toward him changed dramatically. After the introductions, Mo Qianji turned serious and asked, "What's the deal with forcing Qianqian into this marriage? What kind of elder are you?" Mo Bailey stood at attention, enduring the scolding like a child being reprimanded by a parent. Once Mo Qianji finished, he slowly explained the situation. The marriage arrangement was with the most promising disciple of the Zonggang clan, and the proposal had come directly from the clan's patriarch. Combined with the various benefits involved, the Mohites found it difficult to refuse. Benefits? And for some benefits were willing to sacrifice a daughter of the Mohist clan. Mo Qianji sneered, clearly disgusted by the exchange of people for profit. Mo Bailey, understanding the reasoning behind Mo Qianji's disdain, chose to remain silent. "Get out of my sight. You're annoying me," Mo Qianji finally said with a dismissive wave. Mo Bailey hesitated. But ultimately he bowed respectfully and left without another word. Once he was gone, Mo Qianji sighed and turned to Linfan. "It seems we won't be getting much rest tonight." "I wasn't planning on sleeping anyway," Linfan replied, his eyes flashing coldly. The Zonggang clan had reappeared. It was time to settle some old scores, and Linfan wondered if the outstanding disciple who had caught Mo Qianqian's eye was the same one he had encountered before. Qianji City. The central city of Mozhou, and the ancestral home of the ancient Mohist clan. Late at night, Linfan and his companions finally reached their destination after a long journey. Mo Qianji stood at the city gates, gazing up at the towering structure, his eyes filled with memories. His name was intertwined with the city, reflecting a deep connection between them. Once, he had been a direct descendant of the Moist clan's main lineage, holding a position of great honor and status. However, due to his short stature, he endured endless mockery and scorn. Even his own father felt ashamed of him, treating him coldly and worsening his already difficult situation. Eventually he could no longer bear the ridicule, and left the family, severing ties with the Moists. "Let's go inside," Mo Qianji said, taking a deep breath as he pulled himself out of his thoughts. He had endured the pain and humiliation, and he would never allow the younger generation to suffer the same fate. Mo Qianqian, a promising young talent he once mentored, was now being forced into a marriage for the sake of the family's interests. As her elder, he would never stand for this. Linfan naturally had no objections. If it came to a confrontation with the family, he would be more than willing to step in and help. The group entered the city without incident. Compared to the other cities they had passed through, this one was even more prosperous, with the influence of mechanical arts visible everywhere. Every household hung red lanterns, and the faces of the citizens were filled with joy. The master of the city was marrying off his daughter, so the residents were receiving benefits in return. As long as there were rewards, they were content. Whether the marriage was forced or not didn't concern them. For most of the Moists, it was all about maximizing the benefits they could gain from the arrangement. These scoundrels, Mo Qianji, already irritable, became even angrier as he took in the scene. Without wasting any time, he stormed toward the Moist estate. Linfan and the others followed, prepared for the confrontation that was surely coming. Inside the Moist estate, a maid spoke softly to her mistress. "Miss, you should eat something. No matter what happens, you mustn't harm your health." The mistress, Mo Qianqian, sat by the window, staring out into the distance. She hadn't touched the lavish meal before her. "I'm not hungry. Take it away." The maid, Xiao Hong, who was completely devoted to Mo Qianqian, understood her feelings but could do nothing to change the situation. "Miss, Are you still thinking about him? Xiao Hong asked hesitantly, seeing the faraway look in her mistress's eyes. Mo Qian didn't respond, but her silence was an answer in itself. Miss, that man is in the abandoned lands, far from here. It's been so long he might have already forgotten about you, Xiao Hong said with a sigh, trying to gently bring her mistress back to reality. Are you here to persuade me? Mo Qian turned her gaze to Xiao Hong, her eyes cold. Of course not, Miss. Xiao Hong quickly knelt down, panicked. I only worry that if you can't let go, you'll end up hurting yourself. I don't want to see that happen. Get up, Mo Qian said softly, not truly angry at her loyal maid. She knew Xiao Hong was only concerned for her. You don't need to say anything more. I'll make my own decisions. Seeing her mistress's resolve, Xiao Hong didn't dare speak further and simply stood by her side. No matter what, she would always support Mo Qian. Mo Qian's gaze returned to the distant sky, as if she could see the person she longed for beyond the horizon. Though their time together had been brief, and she had been tricked into working for free, those days remained among her most cherished memories. She could still remember the two of them forging mechanical armor together by the fire. Her eyes drifted to the corner of the room, where the armor they had crafted together was stored, a fiery red suit, perfectly tailored to her. As she gazed at it, the memories grew clearer, and a gentle smile appeared on her lips. Xiao Hong, observing quietly, sighed once again. She knew her mistress's heart, but with such a vast distance between them, crossing the Mo River, the two would likely never meet again. In an ancient family like the Moists, a young woman had little power to defy the clan's decisions. Unless that man could cross all those miles and boldly challenge the Moists, there was no hope. But was that even possible? Xiao Hong shook her head. In the abandoned lands, he might be a powerful figure, but compared to the Moists, one of the great families of the Qian Empire, his strength was insignificant. Miss isn't eating again? What kind of servants are you? Someone drag them out and give them 20 lashes. A sharp voice suddenly broke the silence, followed by the pleading cries of the maids outside. The commotion jolted Mo Qian from her thoughts. When she realized what was happening, her expression darkened. Before she could react, the door to her room swung open, and a woman in a red dress entered. She was attractive, but her thin lips and snake-like eyes betrayed her spiteful nature. When the woman saw Mo Qian, she plastered a bright smile on her face. Qian, why aren't you eating today? If you lose weight, won't young master he be heartbroken? Her voice dripped with false concern. But Mo Qian couldn't hide her disgust. This woman was her father's fifth concubine and, by title, her stepmother. However, Mo Qian had never liked her. She suspected that this woman was responsible for her mother's death, though she had never been able to prove it. Now, this woman was pushing for the arranged marriage as well. Ignoring the woman's fake concern, Mo Qian asked coldly, "Why are you here?" The woman chuckled. "The wedding procession will arrive soon. I'm here to help you bathe and change into your bridal clothes." At her signal, several middle-aged women entered the room, carrying a bright red wedding dress and a phoenix crown. As the eldest daughter of the Moists, Mo Qian's wedding would be grand. The phoenix crown and wedding robes were the bare minimum, and in the Qian Empire, only the imperial family had more restrictions. Seeing the wedding attire, Mo Qian's expression grew even colder. "Take those out of here. If you want to marry, do it yourself. Get out." Her sharp tone did nothing to dampen the woman's smile. Instead, it only grew colder. "Oh my dear, it seems these servants have upset you. Someone drag this maid out and chop her up to feed the dogs." Two burly women moved to seize Xiao Hong. Miss Xiao Hong turned pale with fear. This woman was known for her cruelty, especially towards servants. If she ordered Xiao Hong to be chopped up, it wasn't an idle threat. "Stop!" Mo Qian shouted, her anger visible as she glared at the woman. But for the sake of her loyal maid, she had no choice but to submit, swallowing her rage. "Fine, I'll bathe and change." Tears welled up in Xiao Hong's eyes, knowing that her mistress was sacrificing herself to protect her. The woman's smile only grew as the servants prepared the bath and began dressing Mo Qian in the red wedding robes and ornate phoenix crown. Throughout it all, the woman stayed close by, her smile growing wider. If Mo Qian was successfully married off, not only would her own children face less competition, but she would also receive generous rewards from the other family. This was a win-win situation for her. As for whether Mo Qian agreed or not, that didn't matter. How could a mere girl possibly resist? Her smile grew even brighter at the thought. The Mohaist clan's main hall. A young man stood in the hall, his face full of smiles as he chatted with the core members of the Mohaist clan. If Linfan were here, he would instantly recognize this young man as the refined scholar from the Zonghang family, whom he had encountered once before. However, unlike the last time when he fled in panic, the man now wore a bright red groom's outfit, exuding confidence and satisfaction. He was in an excellent mood, not only because he was finally marrying the woman he desired but also because this marriage would secure the Moist clan's support, strengthening his position within his own family. With this alliance, his chances of one day leading the Zongheng family would greatly increase. It was worth all the effort, even bringing out the old ancestor. In the end, you couldn't escape my grasp, Shu Heng thought to himself as he glanced toward the entrance. There, led by a maid, was a beautiful figure in a vibrant wedding gown, her head adorned with a phoenix crown. His heart swelled with satisfaction as he watched her approach. Mo Qian looked at him with a blank expression, as if her soul had already left her body. Shu Heng didn't mind her coldness. After all, this marriage was more about securing his influence than love. Besides, he was confident that once he possessed her physically, winning her heart would only be a matter of time. To him, such details were insignificant. "Aunt, don't worry. I will take good care of Qian," Shu Heng responded earnestly, his eyes filled with satisfaction as he looked at the beautiful woman who had spoken to him. This woman, dressed in elegant attire, was Mo Qian's stepmother, her father's fifth concubine. Her involvement had been crucial in arranging this marriage, and Shu Heng was more than pleased with her efforts. The woman smiled even brighter at his response, knowing that her reward for facilitating this union was now guaranteed, perhaps even more generous than initially promised. As for Mo Qian's feelings, who cared? Mo Qian, aware of all this, didn't bother acknowledging the others. Instead, she looked toward the main seat where a middle-aged man sat. This man, Mo Baishuan, was the current head of the Mohist clan and her father. Although he had treated her well in the past, he now pretended not to see her gaze. Seeing this, a bitter smile crossed Mo Qian's face. Any last hope she had vanished in that moment. It was no surprise, really. Without her father's approval or consent, no one could have forced her into this marriage. No matter how exceptional a woman might be, in the end, she was just a tool for the family's alliances. To think I once doubted third grandfather's words. Now, I see he was being too reserved, Mo Qian thought bitterly, reflecting on her past naivety. The auspicious hour has arrived, the stepmother said softly to Mo Baishuan, her voice gentle and composed, in stark contrast to her usual sharpness. Yes, Mo Baishuan replied with a slight nod after briefly glancing at his daughter. Qian, we should. Shu Heng began, preparing to perform his role in the ceremony. However, his words were abruptly interrupted by a booming voice. I object to this marriage. The voice, rough and full of authority, echoed through the hall as a small figure landed heavily at the entrance, causing the entire hall to tremble. Despite the figure's diminutive size, the impact was akin to a meteor strike, shaking the grand hall to its core. If not for the masterful craftsmanship of the Mohist Hall, with its cleverly designed mechanisms, the entire structure might have collapsed. Third grandfather. Third uncle. Old 3. The hall erupted as everyone recognized the newcomer. Even Mo Qian, whose eyes had been dull moments before, suddenly lit up with hope. But for the rest of the Moist clan, the atmosphere turned tense. Especially for the stepmother, whose expression twisted with fear. This was her worst nightmare come true. Mo Qianji, once a disowned member of the family, had risen to prominence as the powerful governor of Wuzhou and the inventor of a revolutionary energy system for mechanical beasts. His status within the clan had soared. Even Mo Baishuan, the current clan head, had to treat him with respect. She had gone to great lengths to keep this marriage a secret from him, cutting off Mo Qian's communication with the outside world and ensuring no information leaked. But despite all their efforts, the truth had reached him, and he had arrived at the worst possible moment. Mo Baishuan felt a headache coming on, but he had no choice but to step forward. After all, they had already made arrangements with the Zongheng family, and if they backed out now, it would be more than just canceling a wedding, it would be a direct affront to the Zongheng family. Such an insult could easily lead to bloodshed between the two powerful clans. Third uncle. About this Mo Baishuan began, trying to reason with Mo Qianji, but Mo Qianji cut him off without hesitation. Shut up. You can't even protect your own daughter, and you call yourself a good father? I wonder what my second brother would think if he were still alive. Mo Qianji's scolding was harsh, leaving no room for dignity. Mo Baishuan's face turned an ugly shade at the rebuke. His father, the second brother Mo Qianji mentioned, was a revered figure, and being chastised like this was a severe blow to his pride as the clan leader. Old 3, you've gone too far, a voice interrupted, calm yet commanding. An elderly man with graying hair, who had been quietly sitting in the hall, finally spoke. Although he hadn't said a word until now, no one dared to ignore him, not even Mo Baishuan. The elder's voice immediately suppressed Mo Qianji's domineering aura. For the first time since returning, Mo Qianji frowned. The man who spoke was his eldest brother, the previous head of the Mo Heist clan. While Mo Qianji had no qualms about reprimanding the younger generation, he couldn't be so casual with his older brother. Seeing this, the hope that had briefly ignited in Mo Qianqian's heart began to fade once more. But just as the situation seemed hopeless, a new group of people entered the hall uninvited. Is this the famous Moist clan of Qun? I didn't expect you'd stoop so low as to sell your daughters for power. Truly admirable, a mocking voice rang out as the group entered, drawing everyone's attention. Linfan Mo Qianqian's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the voice. She stood frozen, her eyes welling up with tears as she looked at him. Linfan, is it really you? Mo Qianqian snapped back to reality, her first reaction one of disbelief. Though she had once fantasized about this moment, the vast distance between them made it seem impossible. The chances of ever meeting him again had seemed slim. But now, Linfan had appeared, right at the darkest moment of her life. How could she believe it? It's me, Linfan replied with a warm smile. The same comforting expression she remembered. Seeing that familiar smile, Mo Qianqian realized she wasn't dreaming. This was real. Linfan had truly come. Linfan, overwhelmed with emotion, Mo Qianqian couldn't hold back any longer. She shook off the maid's hand and, with tears in her eyes, ran straight into Linfan's arms. In the next moment, she was wrapped in his embrace. Don't cry, Linfan gently consoled her. If you cry, you'll ruin your pretty face, and then I'll have to dock your pay. But his words only made Mo Qianqian cry harder, releasing all the pent-up grief and frustration she'd been holding inside. Damn it! He Shuheng watched this scene, his eyes burning with rage. His bride, the woman he was about to marry, had thrown herself into another man's arms in front of everyone, showing a level of affection she had never shown him. This wasn't just humiliation, it was a complete disgrace. The high-ranking members of the Zhongking family, who had come with him to the wedding, were equally furious, their eyes turning toward the leaders of the Mo family. This public display had trampled on their honor. In that instant, the pressure on the Mo family's elders intensified. They all knew that if this situation wasn't handled correctly, things could escalate quickly. Outrageous. Mo Baishuan, the head of the Mo family, had no choice but to step forward again, his voice filled with anger. Who dares to slander my Mo family? Guards! Seize this insolent man. Given the situation, he had to take action. The intruder needed to be captured first, and the rest would be dealt with later. In a powerful and traditional family like the Mo family, the authority of the head of the household was absolute. As soon as Mo Baishuan gave the order, a group of elite guards surrounded Linfan and his companions. Linfan, you need to leave. Now Mo Qianqian, regaining her senses, urged Linfan to escape. She blamed herself for being too impulsive earlier, unable to control her emotions. Why would I leave? Linfan asked, still smiling. He pulled Mo Qianqian back into his arms. Now that he understood how she felt, there was no way he would just stand by and watch her be forced into marrying someone else. If the Mo family refused to let her go, he wouldn't hesitate to turn the place upside down. But before Linfan could make a move, Mo Qianji, who had been watching in shock, suddenly stepped forward, his powerful aura exploding outward. I'd like to see who dares. Although short in stature, his presence was as imposing as a mountain. With the might of a third-tier martial saint, he unleashed a force that sent the charging guards flying, unable to even get close. After handling the guards, Mo Qianji turned his gaze back to the couple. He had suspected that Linfan and Mo Qianqian were close, but he hadn't realized just how deep their connection ran. Still, as long as his grandniece was happy, he had no complaints. After all, he had come to respect Linfan during their journey together. You've gone too far, Old 3. The elderly man with graying hair slowly stood up from his seat, his face darkening. Mo Qianji finally turned his attention back to his older brother. I'm the one who's gone too far. Qianqian has someone she loves, but you're forcing her to marry someone she doesn't. And I'm the one who's out of line? The real wrongdoing here is on you. The elderly man's expression grew even more severe. As members of this family, we all have a duty to contribute to its growth. This is her responsibility, just as it is for all Mo family members. Responsibility? Sacrificing our children's happiness in the name of duty? That's nothing but a tragedy. Brother, I can't accept your reasoning, Mo Qianji retorted coldly, his anger flaring as he refused to back down. It seems we brothers have grown apart. Perhaps today is a good day to settle this difference of opinion, the elder replied, his tone icy as his aura intensified. As his energy reached its peak, the entire hall seemed to quake under the pressure of another third-tier martial saint. Mo Qianji's expression grew tense as he realized how serious his brother was. If they fought, it would cause no small amount of trouble for both of them. There's no room for negotiation here, the elder said firmly, leaving no doubt about his intentions. Linfan, take Qian and go. I'll handle things here, Mo Qianji said, sending a message through his spiritual energy. Although he wasn't afraid of his brother, he knew that staying wouldn't solve anything, so he urged Linfan to leave with Mo Qian. But not everyone agreed with this plan, especially He Shuheng, the would-be groom. His expression darkened further as he recognized Linfan as the man who had once humiliated him. There was no way he would let Linfan leave with his bride. Mo family head, are you just going to stand by and let your daughter be taken by another man? One of the Zongyang family members spoke up, his voice full of accusation. This man, an uncle of He Shuheng, held a significant position within the Zongyang family. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly, Mo Baishuan responded, his face grim. Watching his daughter embrace another man in front of everyone was a deep humiliation, and for the sake of the family's reputation and interests, he couldn't allow Linfan to leave with her. Mo family enforcers, where are you? Mo Baishuan called out. We are here. Several powerful figures appeared, their presence overwhelming. These were the Mo family's enforcers, each a martial saint. Though they were only at the first tier, their combined power was formidable. Seize these intruders and the rebellious daughter. If they resist, kill them all except for her, Mo Baichuan ordered coldly. Yes, sir, the enforcers responded in unison, and immediately attacked. Seeing the Mo family deploy their enforcers, He Shuheng couldn't help but smile. He was certain that Linfan was doomed. But what happened next left him utterly dumbfounded. Not wanting to worry Mo Qian, Linfan decided not to hold back. Against those who sought to kill him, he saw no reason to show mercy. If he had to turn this place upside down, then so be it. A deafening dragon's roar echoed through the hall as the image of a giant dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The Missouri family's enforcers didn't even have time to react before they were crushed to the ground, lifeless. Linfan hadn't even moved. Just by unleashing his aura, he had wiped out a group of martial saints. The entire hall fell into a stunned silence. This stranger, this outsider, how could he be this powerful? This wild man is so strong. Seeing Linfan unleash his overwhelming power, everyone present was in disbelief. What they had initially dismissed as an ignorant fool turned out to be a formidable force. How is this possible? He Shuheng shook his head in denial. To him, Linfan was just a small-town tyrant, at best a big fish in a little pond. In a grand empire like Qian, calling him a tyrant was generous. The two were simply not in the same league. But now, this so-called small-town tyrant had given He Shuheng and everyone else from the big city a harsh lesson. I may rule in my small town, but even here, where you think you're untouchable, I can stir up a storm. How could He Shuheng possibly accept this? Mo Baishuan, too, looked deeply troubled. Linfan's strength far exceeded his expectations. What he had thought was just a reckless fool was actually a true powerhouse. He had believed that deploying the Mo family's elite enforcers would be more than enough, and would show the Zongyang family that they were serious. But now, after a single exchange, the enforcers were completely wiped out. Even a fool could see that they were facing someone truly formidable. Under normal circumstances, facing such a powerful opponent, Mo Baishuan might have hesitated, knowing it would be unwise to provoke such a person. But this wasn't a normal situation. If Linfan were allowed to take Mo Qian away, the Mo family would lose face completely and would thoroughly offend the Zongyang family. At that point, Mo Baishuan would undoubtedly be forced out as the head of the family. In a clan as old and influential as the Mo family, numerous factions vied for power. A significant mistake could easily lead to being pushed out by rival branches. This was something Mo Baishuan couldn't allow. No matter how strong this wild man was, today he had to be stopped. No matter who you are, if you dare to act recklessly in my Mo family, you will not leave unpunished. Mo Baishuan took a deep breath and made up his mind. A powerful aura erupted from him as he unleashed his full strength. As the head of the Mo family, an ancient and powerful clan, his strength was naturally formidable, reaching the level of a third-tier martial saint. Although he had just broken through to the third tier, the gap between the second and third tiers was vast, and his full power filled the entire hall. Do you really want to take this all the way? Linfan's expression remained calm, without a trace of emotion. Initially he had considered sparing Mo Baichuan some dignity for Mo Qian's sake, but seeing how things were playing out, it was clear that wasn't necessary. If they wanted a fight, he would give them one that would shake the heavens. A massive dragon shadow roared in response to Linfan's will, its aura becoming even more menacing. Unaware of the impending danger, Mo Baixuan charged forward, a black spear in hand, ready to strike Linfan down with all his might. Unlike Mo Qianji, who was still debating with his brother, Mo Baixuan had no intention of holding back. His spear shattered the air as he unleashed a devastating attack aimed directly at Linfan. Seeing this, Mo Qian instinctively wanted to stop her father, but Xia King quickly held her back. "Don't worry. My master is much stronger than you think." Mo Qian knew Xia King was Linfan's trusted maid, and recalling the power Linfan had displayed earlier, she nodded and restrained herself from intervening. As it turned out, there was no need to worry. Mo Baixuan's overwhelming aura crumbled as it neared the dragon shadow, and his once unstoppable spear seemed to slow, as if it were being sucked into a mire, its momentum draining the closer it got to Linfan. A third-tier martial saint's full-force attack couldn't even get close to Linfan. The shock of this surpassed even the earlier scene of the enforcers being effortlessly defeated. Gasp! The crowd collectively drew in sharp breaths, stunned by what they were witnessing. A third-tier martial saint's full-strength strike was being effortlessly blocked. What kind of power was needed to achieve this? None of them could even begin to imagine. Mo Baixuan, who was facing this power directly, felt his scalp tingling with fear. He had already overestimated Linfan's strength, or so he had thought, by attacking with full force right from the start. But now he realized he had still vastly underestimated him. "Mo family head, let me assist you." A Zongkang family expert, who had planned to stay on the sidelines, could no longer stand by. If they let this happen, it would be a disgrace for them as well. The one who stepped in was a high-ranking member of the Zongkang family, also a third-tier martial saint. He unleashed a golden blade, its fierce energy roaring towards Linfan. Seeing this, Linfan couldn't help but smile coldly. He had held back against Mo Baixuan out of consideration for Mo Qian, but he had no such reservations for the Zongkang family. As the golden blade approached, Linfan casually conjured a blood-red spear, cold and deadly. Without any elaborate moves, he casually slapped Mo Baixuan aside as if the man were a mere child, sending the powerful third-tier martial saint flying across the room. Then, with a simple twist of his blood spear, he lunged at the Zongkang family expert. The seemingly simple thrust made the expert's blood run cold. Instinctively, he abandoned his attack and tried to block the incoming strike. Clang! The blood spear struck the blade, producing a sharp sound. In the next instant, the Zongkang expert watched in horror as cracks spread across his near-divine weapon, splintering it into countless fragments. And that was just the beginning. With a swift turn of the blood spear, Linfan struck the expert's waist. Ah-hate! A proud third-tier martial saint let out a scream before being hurled across the room like a cannonball. Blood splattered everywhere as he crashed through the hall's wall, leaving a massive hole and shaking the entire building. A supposedly invincible third-tier martial saint had been rendered powerless by just 2 simple strikes. The wild man standing before them could no longer be described as merely strong, he was terrifying to the extreme. The grand hall fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to make another move, not even the elder who had intended to teach his younger brother a lesson. His expression had turned grim as he hesitated. "Who else?" Linfan asked, his blood spear still in hand as he calmly scanned the room. No one dared to answer. One man, one spear, just a few simple moves had subdued the entire hall. Inside the grand hall, as Linfan stood there proudly with his blood-red spear, Mo Qian's eyes sparkled with admiration. To see a single man silence the experts of 2 powerful families with sheer dominance, it was the kind of strength that no woman could resist. Even He Mingyu, who had been silent for a while, couldn't suppress the ripple of emotions within her. Her once dull eyes now gleamed with a brilliance that surpassed before. Such unrivaled power was truly irresistible to them. "Who are you?" the elder with gray hair finally asked. With such terrifying strength, he couldn't believe Linfan was some unknown figure. "I'm just an ordinary man," Linfan replied calmly, not bothering to give himself any grand titles. With his current strength, he didn't need any labels to define him. The elder remained silent and turned to look at his younger brother, Mo Qianji, for an explanation. But Mo Qianji merely sneered and turned his head away, refusing to provide any help. With no support from his brother, the elder could only refocus his attention on Linfan. "Your strength is impressive, but this is not a place where you can act recklessly. Leave now and let Qian stay. I will pretend nothing happened, and we won't pursue this further. Otherwise it will be a fight to the death." The elder's words were both a warning and an ultimatum. Haha! Linfan laughed loudly, as if he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. His arrogant laughter made the elder's face darken with anger. He had already issued a warning, Yet Linfan not only ignored it but laughed in his face. The meaning was clear. If you insist on this path, then let me show you the true power of a noble family. The elder's expression turned cold as he barked out his orders. Activate first level battle mode. Sound the Tianji bell and annihilate this arrogant intruder. Dong! 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 The loud bell echoed throughout the entire Qianji city. Upon hearing it, countless experts of the Mo family immediately rushed toward the hall. Deep within the Mo family's ancestral grounds, ancient beings slowly opened their eyes. "You're insane!" Mo Qianji shouted angrily at the elder. The ringing of the Tianji bell signified a life and death crisis for the Mo family. It meant mobilizing all of the family's experts, and even awakening their deepest reserves. In other words, it was a declaration of total war. There would be no turning back until one side was completely destroyed. The elder ignored his brother's protests, his eyes filled with a murderous intent. The Missouri family's dignity, accumulated over countless generations, could not be trampled on. He had already offered a way out, but Linfan had left him no choice. No matter the cost, he would ensure Linfan was obliterated. Linfan Mo Qianqian's heart was filled with anxiety. While Linfan had shown overwhelming strength, the ancient power of the Mo family was no joke. As a core member of the family, she understood just how terrifying their hidden reserves were. Linfan's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected the elder to escalate the situation this far. But still, his resolve was unshaken. If anyone thought they could take his woman from him, they were sorely mistaken. If they wanted a fight, he would turn this place upside down. "Xiao Tong, protect everyone," Linfan instructed calmly, taking a deep breath. Yes, Xiao Tong's eyes glowed red. Anyone who dared to oppose Linfan, her master, was already on her kill list. But she suppressed her bloodlust, obeying Linfan's orders to focus on protecting the others. "I want to fight alongside you," he Mingyu said, drawing her weapon. She didn't want to stand by and watch Linfan fight alone. Her feelings for him were now clear. She wanted to fight by his side. Linfan was surprised but soon smiled. "Thank you, but today I want to go all out by myself. In the future, we will fight together." "All right," he Mingyu nodded, understanding his intention. Before they could speak further, an overwhelming killing intent swept across the hall. The ancient family's strength was no joke. Within moments, 2 more third-tier martial saints appeared in the hall. Alongside them were several second-tier martial saints, and a group of first-tier martial saints, each controlling powerful mechanical beasts that made them even more formidable. The disciples of the Zongheng family will fight alongside the Mo family, having lost one of their third-tier martial saints. The Zongheng family was unwilling to let this go. Seeing the Mo family so determined, they too joined the battle. An elder from the Zongheng family gave the command, and all their experts launched their attacks. Mo Qianji was frantic. But there was nothing he could do to stop it now. In desperation, he left the hall, heading deep into the Mo family's grounds to seek out the ancestor who supported him. Although many saw him leave, no one cared. Their sole focus was on one thing: eliminating Linfan. But could they really kill him? Linfan didn't waste any words. With a simple spin of his blood spear and a cold smile, he unleashed his slaughter. There were no fancy moves, just a single clash, and blood sprayed everywhere. Whether third-tier martial saints or others, none could slow Linfan down. Wherever the blood-red light touched, limbs flew, and blood soaked everything. However, the sheer number of opponents began to slow Linfan's movements. Seeing this, the elder in charge of the battle smiled. No matter how strong Linfan was, against countless experts, he would eventually tire. But his smile didn't last long. Frustrated with the slow pace, Linfan activated his divine ability, Dragon Transformation. Or rather, the Dragon God Transformation, a technique born for slaughter. In this form, Linfan's dragon power was fully unleashed. Not only did his combat strength soar, but he also became like a perpetual motion machine, never tiring. The elder's strategy of wearing him down with numbers was doomed to fail. Could countless ants grind down a dragon? The answer was obvious. As experts continued to charge forward, they only served to feed Linfan's blood spear and the 2 demonic dragons that accompanied him. Fed by the endless blood, the dragons became even more lifelike, as if true dragons had descended upon the world. Their overwhelming demonic aura filled the air, striking fear into the hearts of the once brave attackers. The Zongheng family, thinking they could take advantage of the situation, found themselves thrown into a meat grinder instead. In just the blink of an eye, their forces had suffered heavy losses. Fear gripped them. Despite facing only one opponent, they were terrified. It felt less like they were besieging him and more like he was hunting them. Once proud experts were reduced to fragile children, shattering with the slightest touch. Holding their ground was out of the question. They couldn't even last a second longer. How is he this strong? Who on earth is this man? Damn it, the high-ranking members of both families ground their teeth in frustration. But they were stuck. Letting someone as powerful as Linfan escape would only make him a greater threat in the future. No matter how heavy the losses, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep fighting. But did their determination even matter? At this point, both families' leaders were lost in confusion. A single man had slaughtered them into bewilderment. Rumbling sounds echoed throughout the Mo family's ancestral grounds, enveloping the entire Qianji city in an oppressive atmosphere. What's happening at the Mo family estate? Countless people in Qianji city turned their gaze towards the Mo family stronghold, eyes filled with astonishment. The massive commotion made it clear that something significant was unfolding. Has anyone figured it out yet? News traveled fast, and soon, someone who had uncovered the details shared the information. What's going on? A crowd quickly gathered around the person in the know, eager to hear the news. When they learned what was happening, the shock in their eyes only deepened. The mighty Mo family, a behemoth they believed to be invincible, was being turned upside down by a single man. This lone figure had stormed the Mo family, causing such chaos that even the Tianji bell, a signal reserved for life or death situations, had been rung. Yet it still wasn't enough to stop him. The terrifying sounds coming from the estate were the result of an intense battle. A single person challenging an ancient family? Just how powerful must they be? Those who understood the strength of the Mo family were left in disbelief. They knew that the Mo family, with its deep heritage and powerful bloodlines, was not to be underestimated. Martial saints were powerful enough to be treated as honored guests wherever they went, but in the face of an ancient family, even they were nothing special. After countless years of accumulating power and passing down their strength, ancient families like the Mo were nearly insurmountable forces. Challenging such a family was unimaginable. Few would even dare to provoke them, let alone take them head-on. And yet, here was one man, not only challenging but also tearing apart both the Mo family and the Zonggang family, who had also been drawn into the conflict. Unbelievable. A single person taking on two ancient families, and not losing ground. The surrounding crowd was in awe. They could only describe such a person as a monster, as nothing else seemed fitting. And they weren't wrong. At this moment, even the Mo and Zonggang families were beginning to doubt if Linfan was truly human. As time went on, more and more opponents began to hesitate. They couldn't help it. Linfan was simply too terrifying. For those below the level of martial saints, it was impossible to even survive a second against him. Those who tried were reduced to nothing more than a bloody mist. Even martial saints found themselves unable to withstand him for long. Wielding a blood-stained spear that had claimed countless lives, Linfan resembled the Grim Reaper himself, harvesting souls without mercy. He was just one man, but he radiated an aura of invincibility. No one wanted to charge forward only to meet a gruesome end. With another deafening crash, the already battered Grand Hall finally collapsed into ruins, engulfed in a cloud of dust. Yet the battle wasn't over. Linfan stood atop the shadow of a dragon, holding his blood-red spear like a god of war. He didn't give his retreating opponents a chance to escape, relentlessly pursuing them instead. Yes, it was no longer them hunting him, it was he who was hunting them down. Quick, summon the Ancestor. The elder with graying hair, who had once been so arrogant, was now filled with fear. His eyes were bloodshot as he desperately barked orders. The terror he felt was palpable, and he regretted his earlier decisions, which had led them to provoke someone as fearsome as Linfan. But was there any use in regret now? From the moment he decided to fight, Linfan had shown no mercy. He was not a bloodthirsty man by nature, but once he chose to act, he wouldn't hold back. Are you scared now? Linfan asked coldly, watching as his enemies retreated. None of them dared to respond. They were indeed terrified. This man had single-handedly slaughtered them into submission. Stop this at once. A frail yet powerful voice echoed from deep within the Mo family estate. Despite its weakness, the voice reverberated clearly in everyone's minds, like the voice of heaven itself. The dark clouds in the sky dispersed, allowing sunlight to break through and chase away the blood-soaked haze. Though the person hadn't yet appeared, just their voice alone had the power to alter the weather. This was no ordinary third-tier martial saint. This was a figure of immense strength. Linfan's eyes narrowed as he sensed the arrival of a significant figure. However, rather than feeling any fear, his battle intent only grew stronger. Even if his opponent surpassed the level of a third-tier martial saint, Linfan was eager for a fight. His dragon power had already granted him the ability to fight beyond his level, and after consuming several martial saint pills, his strength could no longer be measured by conventional standards. With his dragon god transformation, even third-tier martial saints would struggle to challenge him. Against someone even stronger, he could only know the outcome by fighting. As the heavy weight of the Mo family approached, Linfan's desire for battle soared to new heights, sending chills down the spines of everyone watching. The Tianji bell continued to ring, but no one dared to charge forward anymore. Linfan, could you do me a favor and stop for now? Mo Qianji's voice followed, as he reappeared on the scene. Beside him stood an elderly man with snow-white hair. Though he looked like a frail old man, his aura was as deep and unfathomable as an abyss. There was no need for an introduction. Everyone knew this was the Mo family's ultimate figure, a being who had surpassed the third tier of martial saints. Linfan, still burning with battle intent, was willing to give Mo Qianji some face. After all, their journey together had forged a bond of sorts, and Mo Qianji had stood up for Mo Qianqian, even going against his own brother to protect her. That alone was worthy of respect. Seeing Linfan pause, Mo Qianji breathed a sigh of relief. He had feared that Linfan, in his fury, would attack even the family's ancestor, which would have spelled disaster. Ancestor, the gray-haired elder, tried to speak, but he was quickly cut off by the Mo family patriarch. Silence. This is your fault, and you will be held accountable later. The Missouri family ancestor showed no mercy. He already knew what had happened and didn't hesitate to place the blame on the elder. The elder wanted to argue, but one look at Linfan, still radiating power, made him shut his mouth. Had he made a mistake? From his perspective, arranging a marriage for the sake of the family's interests was a perfectly normal practice. But could he say that now? If he angered Linfan again, who knew what would happen next? The truth was, he was already terrified. Even with the Mo family's ancestor present, he still didn't feel safe. As for the Zongheng family members, they had already buried their heads in the sand. They were just grateful that Linfan wasn't targeting them directly. There was no way they would dare to speak up now. Yes, they were all scared. It might be hard for others to believe, but today, two ancient families had been terrified by a single man. Yet that was the reality. No one doubted that after this day, Linfan's name would be known far and wide. He would be the man who stood alone against two great families and claimed his place at the pinnacle of martial power.
Hi guys, your opinion means a lot to me. I'm working on improving the stories to make them more interesting for you. Please leave a comment and let me know what you liked about this story. Your feedback helps me get better and create content that you'll enjoy. Your feedback is very important to me. Thank you for your support and attention. If you enjoyed this story, I can't wait to share its continuation with you.